Stockpiling supplies. I only consume steak that is cooked to a mere zero point 0.1 degrees as soon as the first rays of morning sunlight grace the cattle. I can commence my feast, remarked Lin Dong. At dawn, within the premises of a livestock farm, a group of butchers were busily transporting fresh meat. Strangely, alongside the meat, there were also canisters filled with bright red blood. Bathed in the warm glow of the morning sun, the glass jars exuded a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a fine vintage wine. Brother Liu, what do you think is going on with Boss Lin? The farm was thriving. Why has he slaughtered tens of thousands of livestock? Inquired one of the butchers, curiosity evident in his tone. Another worker chimed in, indeed. The pressing question is, what does he intend to do with all that plasma? Foreman Liu, though puzzled, was reluctant to lose face. It's best not to pry into matters beyond our concern. Let's focus on our work. Understood. The workers resumed their tasks, dressed in masks and white gloves. Even their hair was meticulously covered. Foreman Liu continued to admonish, everyone must uphold hygiene. Even a single hair falling into the meat would result in a forfeiture of wages from Boss Lin. Understood, Brother Liu. Rest assured, the workers responded in unison. However, in hushed tones, they began to speculate among themselves. Have you heard? Boss Lin is quite peculiar, one whispered. What's wrong? He seems perfectly fine to me. Another replied that he has a compulsion for cleanliness, an aversion to anything unclean. That explains it. I was wondering why he. Shoo, let's not discuss this further. In the midst of their discussion, one individual cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. Not far away, a young man approached, tall and stately, clad in a pristine white shirt, immaculate in appearance. His fair complexion and chiseled features resembled a finely crafted work of art, his handsomeness striking to the extreme. As he strolled into the warm embrace of the morning sun, one would expect him to exude a sense of warmth. However, his elongated eyes revealed a hint of indifference. The foreman, old Liu, hurried forward. Mr. Lin, your 1,500 cattle, 3,000 pigs, and over 10,000 chickens have all been slaughtered. Lin Dong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the freshly packaged meat wrapped in cling film, along with jars of crimson blood, feeling quite satisfied. Please settle the payment. Thank you. May our cooperation be pleasant. A smile spread across Foreman Liu's face as he instinctively reached out his hand to shake Lin Dong's. Yet, Lin Dong remained rooted in place, his eyes fixed on Liu's outstretched hand, unmoving. Realizing the awkwardness of the moment, Liu's expression shifted, recalling that Lin Dong indeed harbored a slight aversion to physical contact, an unwritten rule that had become apparent over time. Mr. Lin, we shall take our leave now, and I hope to collaborate with you again in the future. With an awkward chuckle, Liu retracted his hand, a sense of disappointment evident on his face. Subsequently, he and several workers departed the yard, climbing into a small vehicle and speeding away. Lin Dong watched them vanish from sight. Approaching the raw meat and jars of blood, with a swift motion of his hand, these items astonishingly disappeared. Of course, the blood and meat had not truly vanished, rather. They were transferred into Lin Dong's storage space. The expanse measured 1,000 meters in length, width, and height, within which time stood utterly still, preserving items exactly as they were upon entry, impervious to any alteration. The rationale behind this phenomenon lay in the fact that Lin Dong was a reincarnated soul, reborn a fortnight prior to the cataclysmic apocalypse, endowed with such a storage space. The harrowing scenes of the impending doom remained vividly etched in his memory. Hordes of the undead roaming freely, a proliferation of mutated monstrosities, and humanity grappling with dire scarcity, resorting to violence over mere morsels of bread or potable water. Individuals would even betray their dearest companions, shedding any semblance of benevolence. Ordinarily, one reborn before the apocalypse would prioritize amassing provisions such as victuals and liquids. Yet, Lin Dong harbored a predilection for raw flesh and blood. For he was, in essence, a zombie. Flesh and blood held paramount significance for the undead. Transcending mere sustenance, the ingestion thereof enabled zombies to harness energy, facilitating continuous augmentati. On an eventual evolution into a zombie monarch, a zombie sustained by ample flesh and blood would exhibit an astonishingly rapid rate of growth, in essence. Flesh and blood constituted the very wellspring of zombie evolution. Thus, Lin Dong's potential for transformation hinged upon the quantity of flesh and blood he could consume. At that moment, he received a call from Su Xiaoro, a supermarket employee. Boss, the 100,000 portions of flash frozen steaks, 10,000 portions of chicken cartilages, and 10 tons of pork ribs you ordered have all arrived. Very well. Inform all suppliers to continue fulfilling orders. Lin Dong instructed. What? More orders? Su Xiaoro exclaimed in astonishment, but, boss, our working capital is already insufficient. We can't even afford the deposit. I will take care of the financial matters. You just proceed with the order, came the reply. Oh, very well then, Su Xiaoro assented. Yet, she remained perplexed. What was the purpose of placing orders when funds were lacking? Was there an impending apocalypse? Lin Dong owned a breeding farm, a supermarket, and 2 properties, all acquired from his parents' inheritance. His parents passed away when he was too young to remember, and he never even had a chance to share a meal with them. Subsequently, he was sent to an orphanage, where he grew up until he reached the legal age to inherit his parents' estate. From there, he gradually expanded and strengthened his enterprises, achieving remarkable success. Despite the considerable scale of his ventures, Lin Dong's liquid assets were rather limited. Currently, his most valuable possessions were all stored within his storage space. The apocalypse is merely 10 days away. I must secure some funds to continue stockpiling supplies, Lin Dong contemplated. Just then, he noticed a Mercedes-Benz G-Class approaching on the road, accompanied by a Wuling Hongguang. Inside the Wuling Hongguang sat several ruffians with brightly dyed hair. Any ordinary person would feel a headache upon seeing them. Yet Lin Dong couldn't help but smile faintly. Just when I needed it, fortune has arrived. As the Mercedes-Benz came to a halt, a middle-aged man emerged, clad in casual attire, adorned with a large gold chain, and carrying a bag tucked under his arm, swaying with every step he took. He is a renowned developer in Jiangbei City, Zhao Peng, who has long set his sights on the Lin Dong aquaculture farm, believing that if this land were to be developed into a residential complex, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits in the future. However, Lin Dong is rather stubborn and refuses to sell under any conditions, resulting in a stalemate. Given that persuasion had failed, Zhao Peng decided to resort to intimidation. He brought along a few henchmen, intending to exert some pressure on Lin Dong. Boss Lin, hope all is well. Zhao Peng entered the courtyard, his followers loitering behind him, adorned with tattoos of mantis shrimp and ribbon fish on their chests and arms. Exud. A palpable sense of intimidation. Yet, Lin Dong remained unfazed. Hello, Mr. Zhao, he replied calmly. Brother Lin, you must be aware of my intentions. What are your thoughts on this piece of land? Zhao Peng was straightforward, maintaining a relatively courteous demeanor, planning to employ a strategy of kindness before resorting to force to TO his surprise. Lin Dong suddenly nodded. Yes, I made my decision. I can sell it to you at the price you previously offered. What? Zhao Peng's expression betrayed his astonishment. He had not anticipated Lin Dong's agreement. Even the thugs behind him exchanged bewildered glances. Had they misread the script? Are you really in agreement? Zhao Peng sought confirmation, incredulous. Lin Dong nodded again. I wouldn't want my modest plot to hinder Mr. Zhao from making a fortune. Ha ha, splendid. Zhao Peng exclaimed with uncontainable joy, thinking to himself that this young man had shown remarkable insight. Brother Lin, let us proceed to sign the contract directly. He retrieved a contract from his leather bag, one that he had meticulously prepared for several days, and had kept on hisp. Urson, finally finding its purpose today, Lin Dong acquiesced and settled in the courtyard, producing a fountain pen and methodically beginning to sign each page. The expanse of the farm was considerable, and according to market valuation, it commanded a staggering sum of 120 million. Zhao Peng, still taken aback by the sudden turn of events, ventured to inquire, Brother Lin, what has transpired with the farm? What prompted you to sell it so abruptly? Because I'm in need of funds, Lin Dong replied without lifting his gaze. That I in need of funds? Zhao Peng's eyes flickered as he found this rationale quite plausible. In addition to his real estate ventures, he also engaged in a side business of usury. After all, his hired muscle did not come without a cost. An idea sparked in his mind, revealing a potential opportunity for profit. Brother Lin, are you still in need of money? Perhaps Brother Zhao could extend a helping hand? Oh, Lin Dong's pen hesitated mid-signature as he gradually raised his head to meet Zhao Peng's gaze. Suddenly, he found the man's robust visage particularly charming and endearing. With the impending apocalypse looming, he was not only acquiring the farm, but also contemplating borrowing funds for himself. He seemed nothing short of a celestial savior. Tears welled up. "Dirty business," Lin Dong remarked. "If you could truly assist me, it would be splendid. I am certain great wealth will follow." Zhao Peng burst into laughter, sharing the sentiment. "I can certainly help you, but let us establish the terms first. My interest rates are rather steep, and collateral is required." "You know what I do, Brother Zhao. That is perfectly acceptable. I have a supermarket and 2 properties," Lin Dong replied, nodding. Zhao Peng was already well aware of Lin Dong's assets. The 2 properties, situated in prime locations, were spacious and collectively valued at no less than 30 million. As for the supermarket, it was conveniently located not far from his own residence and was worth at least 50 million. "Brother Lin, with these collaterals, how does an 80 million loan sound?" "That works for me," Lin Dong responded with conviction. Zhao Peng felt a surge of delight, convinced that this was a foolproof transaction. He truly considered himself a business prodigy. Haha, Brother Lin, you must first write an IOU, affix your fingerprint, and hand over the property documents. Of course, Lin Dong agreed. Thus, he sold his livestock farm, secured an 80 million loan, and amassed a total of 200 million in funds. Zhao Peng, elated, took the purchase contract and the 80 million IOU. Driving away with his associates, Lin Dong, wiping his hands with a white towel, stood at the entrance of the livestock farm, gazing in the direction Zhao Peng had departed, pondering what thoughts would cross his mind in the aftermath of the impending catastrophe. Oh, perhaps he has no thoughts left. Due to the sale of the breeding farm, Lin Dong intends to tidy up his belongings, taking everything he can carry, and then make a trip to the supermarket to stockpile the newly arrived supplies. The supermarket offers not only fresh meat, but also clothing, towels, soap, detergents, and more. Although Lin Dong has transformed into a zombie, he retains human rationality and some habits from his past life, such as a penchant for cleanliness. Ding ding ding. Just as Lin Dong was about to take action, his phone suddenly rang with a message from someone named Su Shan. There's something dirty, Lin Dong thought to himself. Su Shan, the belle of Jiangbei University, is pure and charming, embodying a sweet demeanor, and has garnered a considerable following at school, often referred to as the goddess. Perhaps due to Lin Dong's profound loneliness, having lost his parents, he yearned to create a family, which led to their romantic relationship. "Honey, my birthday is next month. What gift do you plan to give me?" Su Shan inquired, her tone light and playful. "I have already prepared the gift," Lin Dong replied, his gaze remaining cold. However, Su Shan seemed quite pleased. "Thank you, darling. In truth, the gift itself is not what matters. It's your attitude that counts. As for attitude, you'll find out soon enough," Lin Dong responded. In his previous life, after becoming a zombie, he received a distress message from Su Shan, who was trapped in her dormitory, running out of food and on the brink of starvation. Thus, Lin Dong, leveraging his identity as a zombie, was impervious to bites. He dragged his numbed body and moved with a stiff gait, traversing through the terrifying horde of the undead to deliver sustenance to Su Shan. However, upon arriving at the dormitory, he discovered her in the company of 3 young men. Once they realized Lin Dong was a zombie, they immediately bludgeoned him to death. At that moment, Lin Dong desperately attempted to convey an explanation, yet he had lost the ability to articulate, emitting helpless growls akin to a defeated hound. Perhaps their decision to slay Lin Dong was indifferent to whether he was a zombie or a human. Considering that the apocalypse loomed just a month away, Lin Dong was determined to demonstrate his resolve and bring them a few surprises. Furthermore, the living were, in Lin Dong's eyes, also a form of resources. He decided to keep them for the time being. After replying to Su Shan, Lin Dong commenced organizing his farm. Generators, solar panels, and other tools that would prove useful in the apocalypse, including an excavator, were stored in his spatial inventory. There was ample room, and it was far from being filled. Among his possessions were also some items of sentimental value. For instance, on the wall of one room hung a photograph depicting a group of children. This image was taken during Lin Dong's time at the orphanage, encapsulating nearly all his childhood memories. Most of the children at the orphanage were abandoned by their parents and generally bore physical disabilities or intellectual impairments. In the photograph, the 2 most striking children were Lin Dong and a girl named Cheng Luoi. The little girl clutched a teddy bear, her porcelain-like skin and large, dark, glistening eyes radiating innocence and purity. However, the director later remarked that she had certain flaws, stemming from psychological issues. At the tender age of 12, she had bitten half of a boy's face off. Consequently, Chung Loi was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, and Lin Dong never saw her again. Prior to this unfortunate turn of events, their relationship had been quite amicable, as they often engaged in origami, painting, and games together. Lin Dong had never perceived her as mentally troubled. What lingered in his memory was her distinctive large eyes, which she would squint into crescent shapes while smiling at him. He preserved a photograph of this moment in his storage space. After tidying up, he rode his white electric scooter to his family's supermarket. Upon arrival, he noticed several delivery trucks parked outside, and a group of workers busily unloading goods. "Boss, you're back. Here's the inventory bill for your review." A young woman, drenched in sweat and panting, approached him with a ledger in hand. She was Su Xiaoro, the supermarket's inventory clerk, who had been overwhelmed with the incessant influx of supplies. "All right," Lin Dong nodded, observing the girl's fatigued demeanor. "It's getting late. You should head home and rest." "Oh, thank you, boss. I have classes tomorrow morning, so I might only be able to come in the afternoon." Su Xiaoro, a university student, worked part-time to cover her tuition fees. Lin Dong gazed at her and said, "You need not return here any longer." Su Xiaoro's smile faltered, and she seemed to grasp the implication of his words. "Boss, are you going to fire me? Did I do something wrong?" "It's not a dismissal. I am currently facing some challenges, and the supermarket will be temporarily closed." "Oh." Su Xiaoro nodded obediently, yet a hint of disappointment lingered in her expression. Lin Dong continued, "This month's salary will be doubled for you. You may return now." "Thank you, boss." Su Xiaoro replied gratefully, slowly lowering her head, a hint of melancholy evident in her eyes. Chapter 3. The killing. Lin Dong dismissed all the employees and removed the supermarket sign. The next few days were dedicated to receiving goods at this location. He contacted various suppliers, slaughterhouses, and owners of farms. Delivery trucks arrived one after another, primarily laden with fresh meat, alongside some daily cleaning supplies. To a certain extent, these items were even more crucial for Lin Dong than food itself. "Mr. Lin, your deliveries have arrived." Several young men clad in anywhere delivery uniforms busily began unloading boxes from the trucks. In no time, cardboard boxes piled high, heavy with their contents. These were the weapons Lin Dong had purchased online: 100 compound bows, 100 crossbows, and an assortment of knives and cleavers, totaling in the hundreds. In the lead-up to the apocalypse, the lethality of these weapons was indeed formidable. Although Lin Dong would soon transform into a zombie, he mused that as a zombie endowed with the essence of lychee, wielding a few weapons might not be such a bad idea. Time flew, and soon it was the day before the apocalypse. Lin Dong's funds were dwindling. Despite possessing 200 million, his purchasing power far exceeded that amount due to only having paid deposits. He was on the verge of monopolizing the market, leaving several major suppliers completely out of stock. By now, evening had descended, the sun setting in the west, casting its golden rays across the desolate supermarket. All the shelves stood empty, their contents having been secured by Lin Dong into his storage space. Tomorrow morning, the apocalypse is imminent. Lin Dong has prepared himself for the end of humanity. Yet, he still clutches a mop, scrubbing the supermarket until it gleams, a habit he has cultivated. His gaze drifts to the outside world, where the streets remain bustling with traffic. Numerous office workers hurriedly rush for their rides, and schoolchildren line up orderly to cross the road. Many parents, awaiting their children after school, wear smiles of contentment. Everything appears as it typically does, just an ordinary dusk. However, Lin Dong is acutely aware that by tomorrow, all of this will cease to exist. At this moment, he feels an unusual calm, savoring the last vestiges of tranquility. Suddenly, a cacophonous sound erupts as the rolled-up shutter door is violently yanked open, letting in the fading sunlight and casting 3 shadowy figures. "Boss Lin, I'm starving. Fetch me something to eat," calls out a young man with bleached hair, exuding an air of bravado. He is a local thug, a petty ne'er-do-well, known for mooching off businesses. Entrepreneurs dread the likes of him, as he frequently disrupts operations, compelling most to swallow their pride and provide him with handouts to appease him. Without raising his eyes, Lin Dong replies, "The supermarket is closed. There is no food." "What the hell?" The thugs stare in disbelief at the empty shelves, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Business seemed to be thriving. Why has it suddenly ceased? Didn't we just see a flurry of stock being brought in days ago? The supermarket is actually shutting down. So, we won't be able to tease the beautiful stock clerk anymore? One of the younger thugs expresses his frustration, visibly disappointed. Brother Huang, what shall we do now? Another inquires. The leader ponders for a moment, his eyes appraising Lin Dong. Boss Lin, although the supermarket has closed down, you cannot let your brothers go hungry. Lend us some money, and let us dine together. Lin Dong savored the final moments of tranquility, unwilling to allow a few rascals to disturb his mood. He simply tossed out a wad of 100 yuan bills, amounting to over 1,000. For him, on the brink of becoming a zombie, money held no more significance than scrap paper. Well, Huang Mao's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by Lin Dong's generosity. He mused that this must be a sign of fear, prompting such a hefty sum. Not bad, you know how to appreciate a gesture. The two lackeys beside him were equally exhilarated, feeling a sense of pride in associating with Huang Mao. They believed that entering any shop on the street meant the owner would have to part with cash. After all, isn't that the essence of hanging out? It's all about the face that Huang Mao brings. All right, brothers, let's go. Huang Mao waved his hand, brimming with self-satisfaction. However, perhaps due to excessive smoking, he felt a slight irritation in his throat. Het spit. He expectorated a thick phlegm onto the freshly cleaned floor that Lin Dong had just tidied. Wait a moment. Lin Dong suddenly raised his head, calling them to a halt, his gaze fixed on Huang Mao as he despised filth. The trio of Huang Mao turned, puzzled. What's the matter? Do you need something? The floor is dirty. Lin Dong approached him step by step. Huang Mao could not contain his laughter. It was just a bit of spit. What's the big deal? Two underlings crossed their arms and tilted their heads to scrutinize Lin Dong, indifferent to the situation. Contemplating that since he had just handed over money, there was nothing more to be done after spitting. Suddenly, Lin Dong waved his hand, and a glint of cold light flashed. A sharp dagger sliced through the air, striking with lethal precision. The blade pierced the neck of the yellow-haired thug cleanly. A swift and fatal blow. His eyes widened in disbelief, terror flooding his expression. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but only blood gushed forth. With a thud, the yellow-haired body collapsed to the ground, never comprehending why Lin Dong had so abruptly turned against him. The two underlings nearby were rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. What on earth was happening? Their once proud brother, the yellow-haired thug, had been killed. As mere small-time hoodlums, they had never encountered such a scene. Their lips trembled, fear evident in their eyes as they turned to Lin Dong, only to find him wearing an expression of utter indifference. Could he be a cold-blooded killer? For Lin Dong, who had endured experiences with the undead, this scene was trivial, hardly worthy of note. The two underlings leaned against the shelves, their legs trembling. Please, big brother, don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. Yes, please forgive me. I promise I won't breathe a word. Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. You may go. I shall not harm you. Thank you. They murmured, their hearts slightly eased, hastily turning to flee. Yet, behind them, Lin Dong lifted a crossbow, aiming at one of the individuals before him, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp arrow effortlessly pierced the back of his skull, causing him to collapse forward onto the ground. The sight of a companion falling, an arrow lodged in his head, was nothing short of terrifying. The others swiftly turned their heads, only to find Lin Dong knocking another arrow, drawing the string taut, and aiming it directly at them. The thugs were engulfed in sheer panic. Hadn't it been agreed that he would spare their lives? This man had no sense of honor. Be brother. Thud. Before he could finish his plea, an arrow pierced his forehead, silencing him instantly as his lifeless body crumpled to the floor. With this, the once desolate supermarket fell into silence once more. The power of the crossbow was quite formidable. Lin Dong surveyed the lifeless forms on the ground, analyzing the scene. With a casual wave of his hand, he stored the 3 corpses in his spatial storage. To him, they were merely resources. Not only the living needed to be preserved, the dead were equally valuable. Chapter 4. Elegance. Lin Dong returned to his residence, a towering edifice reaching 20 stories high, with his abode perched atop. His home was impeccably organized and spotless, adorned in a minimalist style that was pleasing to the eye. The windows were fitted with sturdy white steel railings to guard against the mutated beasts that might assault him in this apocalyptic world. Solar panels had been installed. For even though Lin Dong might succumb to becoming a zombie, electricity remained essential. Retaining his human intellect, he was prone to bouts of boredom. Thus, he could indulge in television, video games, or mobile devices to pass the time. Moreover, these avenues provided a means to gather intelligence. Everything was meticulously arranged. All is prepared. The countdown to the apocalypse has begun. As the long night fades away, the dawn slowly rises. Lin Dong recalls that the end of the world is set to commence at 9 o'clock in the morning. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he sees it is 8:59. Just one more minute remains. He approaches the window and gazes out at the bustling street. Still alive with the hum of traffic and laughter of passers-by. The clock ticks rhythmically behind him, the second hand gradually aligning with the minute hand, heralding the dawn of a new era. At precisely 9 o'clock, the sky, once bright, is suddenly enveloped in a crimson hue, transforming into a blood-red spectacle. The pedestrians on the street look up, their faces etched with astonishment. Why has the sun turned red? I don't know. Could it be some astronomical phenomenon? They hastily capture photographs to share on social media. As discussions ensue, many individuals suddenly collapse, falling to the ground in a state of darkness. The speeding cars begin to collide one after another, bang, crash. Windows shatter, glass shards fly, and chaos erupts in the streets. People sense that something is amiss, their expressions turning increasingly frantic. Honey, what's wrong? Wake up. A woman desperately shakes a man's body. Roar. But when the man opens his eyes, his visage has transformed into a grotesque mask, and he sinks his teeth into the delicate flesh of her neck. Ah! The woman screams in agony. Her garments swiftly stained crimson, before her eyes roll back and her body convulses violently. Such horrors unfold throughout the streets. Ah! There are monsters. This is a zombie. Help! Woe is me. Mother, awaken. In an instant, the air was filled with screams, wails, and howls, all intertwining in a cacophony of chaos. Everywhere one looked, there was nothing but disorder. At that moment, Lin Dong, standing by the window, felt darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. When he regained consciousness, he had transformed into a zombie. With a hoarse croak, he opened his mouth, only to find his ability to speak had vanished. Indeed, it was as he had feared. Lin Dong mused, realizing that many of his bodily functions had ceased, including the once formidable invincible pay-to-win dragon, which now lay unresponsive. It seemed he would need to evolve gradually in order to restore his former capabilities. Turning his gaze to the mirror in the living room, he noted that his appearance remained unchanged, although his skin had turned pale, lacking any hint of color, giving him a somewhat morbid aspect. As a zombie, his limbs felt stiff and somewhat numb, his movements sluggish, and his sensitivity to pain significantly diminished. At present, his speed was likely inferior to that of an ordinary person. If categorized by levels from his previous life, he now occupied the lowest tier, akin to a meager D-class zombie. However, his senses had been heightened, his hearing and smell were acute, his nails had sharpened to a lethal point, resembling shards of metal, and his teeth had become remarkably strong, capable of effortlessly tearing through flesh. Lin Dong attempted to take a bite out of an apple, only to find that the once sweet and crisp fruit now felt like chewing on wax. How utterly unpalatable. Furthermore, he felt no sense of satiety. Instead, his hunger intensified, a ravenous craving for blood and flesh. Approaching the dining table, despite his sluggish and rigid movements, Lin Dong nonetheless picked up a pristine white scarf and tied it around his neck. Then, from the storage space, he retrieved a piece of fresh beef and placed it on a plate. Grasping the knife and fork at hand, he methodically sliced the raw meat into uniform cubes. Much like one would when dining on Western cuisine, he speared a piece with his fork and slowly brought it to his lips. He was an elegant zombie. Lin Dong's formidable teeth effortlessly shredded the meat, which, despite its initially pungent aroma, transformed into an exquisite delicacy. The sanguine juices of the raw beef took on an extraordinarily sweet flavor. Ah, how delightful! Lin Dong marveled inwardly. Outside, the streets remained a cacophony of chaos, filled with incessant cries and howls. Yet, within the confines of his home, Lin Dong savored the meat with grace. As he consumed, energy was absorbed, fortifying his body. Furthermore, upon becoming a zombie, his appetite had exponentially increased, as if his stomach were an insatiable abyss. He devoured 10 plates of meat before the gnawing hunger subsided. Yet he continued to feast. A zombie nourished with ample flesh and blood exhibited a terrifying growth rate. After consuming a portion of meat, Lin Dong felt his limbs grow remarkably agile, and his strength surged. Even the steel knife and fork in his grasp seemed less formidable. With a mere flick of his fingers, he could bend them easily. Yet, he persisted in his consumption. One plate after another, he incessantly absorbed energy. As time gradually passed, the tumult outside quieted significantly, the anguished cries of the people diminishing. Instead, the air was filled with the growls of zombies. The city had fallen, overrun by the undead, with only a handful of survivors clinging to life. Meanwhile, Lin Dong paid no heed to the chaos beyond his window. His sole focus remained on the delectable meat. In the early days of the apocalypse, the network and communication systems had yet to be completely incapacitated. The news anchor on television appeared with reddened eyes, struggling to hold back tears, yet remained dutifully committed to delivering the urgent broadcast. Breaking news. A sudden outbreak of a zombie virus has plunged humanity into a profound crisis. Survivors must take utmost care to protect themselves. Those who manage to endure may seek refuge in the city's shelters. Our station reports, not only are there zombies, but also animals and plants that have undergone varying degrees of mutation. Even household pets should be approached with caution. Please, keep your distance from crowded urban areas. We implore everyone. It is imperative to survive. Tragedy unfolds mercilessly across various locales. Yet, Lin Dong remained oblivious to the turmoil outside, engrossed in consuming meat. He was unaware of how much he had eaten, but it was likely equivalent to the weight of 2 cattle. Finally satiated, he set down his knife and fork, unfastened his still pristine scarf, and moved with remarkable agility. After such a substantial meal, his body was no longer numb. His limbs demonstrated a dexterity surpassing that of an ordinary person. He surmised he might have ascended to a new level. Presumably, he had become a sea-level zombie. Lin Dong contemplated this. However, such a level of zombie has limited capacity for meat digestion, thus his consumption of 2 cattle had granted him a sense of fullness. As his level increased, his capacity for meat consumption would grow accordingly. Lin Dong rose and approached the window, gazing out at the chaotic scene. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was a scene of devastation. Shattered glass littered the disordered streets, and blood and dismembered bodies were scattered about. Countless zombies roamed in search of prey, while groups of 3 or 5 knelt on the ground, fighting over the remains of human corpses. The incessant howling echoed, reminiscent of ravenous guard dogs. There were also survivors, compelled by desperation, who plummeted from great heights, shattering upon impact, their bodies a gruesome spectacle. Yet, a horde of zombies surged forward, feasting upon the remains. The sun remained a vivid crimson, casting its sanguine glow over the horrifying scenes, rendering them even more desolate. However, what did this have to do with Lin Dong? He lay on the windowsill, feeling the gentle breeze, lifting a goblet filled with a red liquid, swirling it slightly before taking a delicate sip. Then he picked up a pristine white towel, gently wiping his mouth. Elegance. Timeless. Chapter 5. Gathering followers. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Lin Dong's phone chimed, signaling a message from VX. Upon glancing at it, he saw it was from Su Shan. Darling, are you all right? There are zombies everywhere, and I'm so frightened. I'm really worried about you. Are you still alive? I'm still alive, Lin Dong replied. Upon learning he was safe, Su Shan quickly responded. I'm trapped in the dormitory with very little food left. You must have plenty of supplies at your supermarket, right? Could you bring some to me? All right, just hold on for a while, and I'll come over, Lin Dong said, a smile creeping onto his lips. However, due to his transformation into a zombie, his smile appeared unnatural, almost sinister. Su Shan was indeed a valuable source of sustenance for him. Naturally, he would need to retrieve her. Yet, the outside world remained perilous. Although Lin Dong had consumed ample flesh, far surpassing ordinary humans in strength, he preferred to bide his time, waiting to grow even stronger before venturing out to ensure absolute safety. Su Shan, of course, was oblivious to the fact that she was conversing with a zombie. Husband, you must come to my rescue. I await your arrival. I love you. Lin Dong received no response. Meanwhile, Su Shan was in her dormitory with 3 men, engaging in activities that would not pass scrutiny. Yet she still professed her love for him. At this moment, she was merely sending messages via WeChat, likely finding it inconvenient to make a phone call. In addition, the owner group chat was inundated with messages, most of which were cries for help. Neighbors, there are zombies in our hallway, banging on my door. What should we do? Please block the door. Don't let the zombies in. We don't have much food left. We're running out. Everyone stay calm. The zombies aren't very strong. I just killed one with a shovel. Those brave enough to slay zombies, please report in. We must unite and venture out to gather supplies. As he observed the chat, Lin Dong fell into contemplation. Although he was a zombie, he had no intention of harming his neighbors, for human flesh was not particularly appetizing, and the energy it provided was inferior to that of beef. Consuming beef would expedite his evolution. Lin Dong had ample reserves. Thus there was no necessity to hunt living beings. However, should any foolhardy individuals provoke him, he would certainly demonstrate the true meaning of cruelty. Moreover, humans could unite, and so could zombies. A formidable zombie king could command legions of undead, collaborating to capture prey. Therefore, Lin Dong resolved to recruit several zombie minions. Not for the purpose of hunting, but primarily to assist in guarding his domain, ensuring he remained undisturbed. Taking the key, Lin Dong stepped out of his apartment. In the corridor, a series of low growls echoed, clearly indicating the presence of zombies wandering nearby. Lin Dong had no intention of venturing far. He merely aimed to select a few subordinates within the building, with minimal requirements. Cleanliness would suffice. As he descended the staircase, he spotted a figure at the corner of the hallway. Hiss, 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 a girl emitted sounds from her mouth. Being a zombie herself, she posed no threat to Lin Dong, and her eyes reflected a hint of fear. It seemed she sensed that Lin Dong's level surpassed her own, akin to a hungry wolf encountering a ferocious tiger. A natural bloodline suppression at play. Lin Dong recognized the girl. She was a neighbor residing on the floor below. He recalled that in her previous life, she had been a provincial-level high jumper. Years of training had sculpted her legs to be long and powerful. Even after her transformation into a zombie, she retained her agility, moving with the same speed as an ordinary person, and this was without having consumed any flesh. It appeared that zombies possessed certain qualifications, retaining some characteristics from their former selves. Lin Dong perceived potential in the female zombie. With proper cultivation, she could undoubtedly evolve into a nimble zombie king. The girl was clad in a white t-shirt and hot pants, her ponytail giving her a fresh and clean appearance. She was the one. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong tossed a bag of frozen steak. Instantly, the female zombie was drawn to the scent of blood and flesh. Kneeling down and swiftly tearing open the packaging with her teeth, devouring the meat in a frenzied manner. After finishing the steak, she seemed unsatisfied. Her eyes turned towards Lin Dong, and besides fear, they now held a glimmer of longing and respect. Follow me. Only then can one feast. Lin Dong signaled to her, akin to a form of telepathic communication. The Corpse King commands his minions through similar means. The female zombie appeared to comprehend his intent, emitting a series of ha-ha sounds, and slowly lowered her head. In the realm of the undead, this gesture signified submission. Thus, Lin Dong acquired his first subordinate. With the female zombie in tow, he wandered through the corridor, soon encountering two more zombies of notable caliber. One had been a fitness instructor in life, his robust physique and sinewy muscles epitomizing the archetype of a power zombie. The other, however, lacked any physical advantages. A scholar in life, he had been a distinguished Ph.D. Lin Dong was drawn to him, sensing a spark of intellect in his gaze, a glimmer of wisdom. If one were to liken the intelligence of zombies to that of dogs, this Ph.D. zombie would undoubtedly belong to the elite herding breed. Aside from these two, Lin Dong found no interest in the rest. He brought the trio of zombies back to his doorstep. Assessing them, Lin Dong noted their commendable attributes. Yet their current combat capabilities were insufficient to rival armed humans. If only you could wield weapons, he mused. A sudden thought struck him. Zombies might indeed be capable of using weapons. It was merely a matter of training. With a swift motion, Lin Dong retrieved 3 watermelon knives from his storage space and cast them onto the ground. The clatter of the blades immediately captured the zombies' attention. However, they stared blankly, failing to grasp the significance of the objects. Lin Dong promptly issued commands for them to pick up the knives. This time, the 3 zombies truly comprehended the task at hand, immediately complying, particularly the fitness instructor, who grasped the blade with a firm hand. Puffed. The edge of the knife sliced through the palm, and blood dripped rhythmically. Due to the diminished sensitivity to pain, the zombie felt little discomfort. Instead, it appeared somewhat pleased, fixing its gaze upon Lin Dong to convey its obedience. Fool! Lin Dong facepalmed, expressing his exasperation. Do you intend to use a knife for such purposes? Meanwhile, the Dr. Zombie exhibited remarkable intelligence. Under Lin Dong's guidance, it grasped the hilt, waved it in the air, and quickly discerned the implement's function. Lin Dong felt a surge of satisfaction and issued commands for the other 2 zombies to emulate its actions. With this demonstration, the other 2 zombies swiftly grasped Lin Dong's intentions, adjusting their grip on the hilt. This clearly indicated that zombies could indeed be trained. But only a more formidable zombie king possessed the merit to train them. Chapter 6. Smash the supermarket. In the ensuing period, Lin Dong remained holed up in his abode, continuously consuming flesh. During his leisure moments, he endeavored to refine his zombie subordinates. The progress of the zombies was remarkable, as they swiftly mastered weaponry, advancing from wielding a watermelon knife to operating a crossbow. Over the course of 3 days, Lin Dong consumed copious amounts of blood and flesh, digesting rapidly and absorbing a significant amount of energy, conservatively estimating he had devoured the equivalent of at least 10 cows. His body was undergoing an accelerated evolution, growing increasingly formidable. Lin Dong's skin had become as resilient as rubber. When a dagger grazed its surface, it merely left a faint white mark. Conventional human weaponry could no longer inflict harm upon him. A peculiar itch seems to stir within my mind, as if something is about to emerge. Lin Dong, with a high-stemmed glass in hand, gently rotated his neck. This sensation marked the precursor to his promotion from C to B rank. Upon reaching the B rank, a crystalline core would crystallize within the skulls of the zombies, significantly enhancing his overall prowess, along with the awakening of a unique ability. Each zombie possessed distinct powers. Some were fundamental, such as rapid regeneration, super infection, and the growth of bone spurs, while others were exceedingly bizarre, including hallucination, dream invasion, and mental manipulation. Zombies endowed with such uncanny abilities could inflict harm without a trace, causing considerable distress among all living beings. Lin Dong remained uncertain about the ability he might awaken, for in his previous life, lacking sufficient flesh to sustain him, he had not evolved to that level and had perished prematurely before making his mark. Now, he raised his glass and sipped delicately, exuding an air of elegance. Energy was being absorbed through several days of consuming blood and flesh. Lin Dong had discerned that beef was the most delectable, followed by pork, with chicken trailing behind. However, in terms of blood, chicken blood was the most palatable, often referred to as akin to being invigorated by chicken blood. After consuming chicken blood, Lin Dong felt his cells invigorate, absorbing energy at an accelerated pace. Even his previously pallid complexion began to exhibit a hint of rosy vitality. Suddenly, a series of striking sounds emanated from the street outside, detectable by his keen zombie senses. What could be happening? Lin Dong approached the window, leaning down to peer onto the street below. He discovered a group of humans, thoroughly armed, their arms wrapped in newspaper and secured with tape to prevent zombie bites. They wielded various weapons, such as wrenches and crowbars, and one even brandished a frying pan. The leader, a burly man standing at 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds, swung a fire axe with fervor against a locked rolling shutter door. Each strike sent sparks flying, reverberating with a thunderous intensity. This door led to the supermarket previously operated by Lin Dong. It was evident that after days of dwindling supplies, these individuals were left with no choice but to venture out in search of sustenance. They believed that if they could breach this supermarket, their worries about food and drink would be alleviated. The imposing figure, with a fierce glare, relentlessly hammered away, fully aware that the cacophony of their efforts would undoubtedly attract the attention of the undead. "Brother Wong, hurry! The zombies are coming!" A man cried out in panic. On the blood-stained streets littered with remnants of the fallen, 5 or 6 zombies had already been drawn to the sound, shrieking as they charged towards them. Some of these creatures, having succumbed to hunger without a fresh supply of flesh and blood, exhibited grotesque decay, their hair nearly gone, resembling a weary novelist who had spent sleepless nights at their keyboard. In their extreme hunger, the zombies appeared monstrous and terrifying, sending chills down the spine. "Oh my God, this is horrifying," one man exclaimed, his legs trembling with fear. Gritting his teeth, the leader managed to force out a few words. "You must hold them off. The door will soon give way." "All right, let us fight the zombies," another shouted, brandishing his crowbar as he charged at the approaching horde. For men battled against a horde of zombies, the creatures exhibiting a remarkable clumsiness, their rigid limbs rendering them less agile than humans, resulting in frequent headshots. Blood splattered, and corpses fell one after another. However, the sheer number of zombies proved overwhelming, surging from all directions, some even leaping from rooftops like dumplings dropping into boiling water. The men's stamina waned rapidly. For an ordinary person, enduring a full frontal assault for even 2 minutes was commendable. "How painful. I've been bitten. Someone please help me." The previously timid man was gripped by a zombie, pain etched across his face. "Xiaofeng." The others sought to assist, but found themselves equally exhausted. Moreover, being bitten meant imminent transformation into a zombie. They could only watch as he was engulfed by 4 or 5 of the creatures, his cries for help echoing throughout the sky. On the upper floor, Lin Dong savored a mouthful of crimson liquid, observing the chaos below, bemused by their futile efforts to smash their own supermarket. The contents within had already been safely stored away. The man's screams soon faded. He had just been devoured. And the burly leader, Brother Wong, wore an expression of exhilaration. The door is unlocked. Hurry inside. With a swift motion, he pulled up the shutter door. The others, upon hearing the sound, were filled with joy, akin to hearing celestial music, and eagerly turned to scramble through the opening. Yet, one individual, in his haste, was seized by the ankle by a half-eaten zombie. Thud. He fell awkwardly, panic surging within him as he desperately clawed toward the shuttered entrance. Brothers, hurry. Please help me. The men who had already entered quickly grasped his arms, straining to pull him inside. However, the zombies continued to pounce upon the man, no matter how hard he struggled. He could not pull himself free. His body was wedged against the rolling shutter door, preventing it from closing. A few zombies were also frantically attempting to squeeze through the gap. Brother Wong, what should we do? The two men exhibited a sense of urgency. The burly man swung a fire axe, shattering the skulls of several zombies, gritting his teeth as he declared, "We cannot save him. We must throw him out. The door must be closed now." This. The two men displayed shock, reluctant to abandon their companion. Yet, they instinctively released their grip in unison. "You. Save me." The man on the ground, his face contorted with despair, was being dragged by the zombies, his body sliding outward. Yet, an innate will to survive compelled him to clutch the edge of the shutter door with all 10 fingers. At that moment, the leading burly man's eyes reddened as he raised the fire axe, striking down upon those desperate hands. With a sickening sound, the man's palm shattered, and he let out a piercing scream as his body was fully pulled away, swallowed by the cacophony of roars. Finally, the shutter door came crashing down with a resounding clang, sealing shut. Quite impressive. Lin Dong silently mused from the windowsill, thinking their performance was commendable. Having lost only 2 men in order to secure their way into the supermarket. Particularly, the final decision made by the leading burly man was exceedingly wise. It was just unfortunate that there was nothing left in his store. Chapter 7. Weapons? Inside the supermarket, 3 blood-soaked men leaned against the shutter door, their breaths heavy. The outside world continued to reverberate with the chilling howls of the undead, accompanied by the nauseating sound of nails scraping against the iron door. Yet, the trio felt an exhilarating surge of excitement as they finally stepped into the supermarket, envisioning the bounty of supplies awaiting them. But wait. Suddenly, Wang Tsung's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly sensed something amiss. Before him stood the shelves, conspicuously devoid of any goods. Where were the supplies? The other 2 shared his bewilderment. Could it be that someone had already been here? It seemed implausible, even if someone had come. It was unimaginable that they could have cleared out everything so thoroughly. Gripping his fire axe, Wang Tsung hastily ventured deeper into the store, meticulously inspecting every corner. With each examination, their initial elation plummeted into despair, for the storeroom lay bare, completely stripped of even a single hair. Damn it! One of them erupted in fury, swinging his crowbar wildly in a fit of rage, venting his frustration. They had fought tooth and nail to arrive here, losing 2 comrades in the process, only to find their efforts in vain, a futile endeavor. Calm down, Dongzi. Wang Tsung swiftly intervened, recognizing that the noise would only attract more zombies without serving any purpose. Dongzi, like a raging bull, panted heavily. Brother Wang, we are at our wits' end. Not necessarily, Wang Tsung mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The supermarket has been ransacked so completely. It could not have been survivors who did this. It must have been the owner of the supermarket, who had planned it all along. The other 2 seemed to grasp the implications of his words. Wang Tsung nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have previously purchased items here. The proprietor of the supermarket resides in the building just ahead. Let us seek him out. Dongzi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. They had fought their way to the supermarket and were unwilling to let their efforts go to waste, particularly since the building was merely across the street, making the journey quite manageable. A young man wielding a frying pan expressed his concern. But what reason do they have to provide us with supplies? Whether they choose to do so is not for him to decide. Grasping a crowbar, Dongzi's gaze turned fierce, having been pushed to the brink. He was prepared to take any action. Wang Tsung wholeheartedly agreed. Since he has hoarded provisions, we shall seize them. Very well. The young man with the frying pan also resolved himself. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed the formidable prowess of Brother Wang and Dongzi, with their combined ferocity. Overpowering a supermarket owner would be a trivial matter. Alternatively, one might entertain a more optimistic notion. Perhaps the supermarket owner had succumbed to zombification. Dispatching him would yield a bountiful supply of resources. Approximately 10 minutes later, the zombies surrounding the supermarket had dispersed, aimlessly wandering about. The rolling shutter door was cautiously pried open just a crack. In an effort to avoid attracting the undead, the trio moved stealthily, emitting not a single sound as they slipped through the narrow opening. Their faces were smeared with dirt, and their gazes were wary. After discerning their direction, they hastened toward a nearby building. Indeed, Lin Dong, from his vantage point by the window, murmured, having witnessed the entire scene unfold before him. He had anticipated such an occurrence. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. The delivery had arrived, and it provided a perfect opportunity to assess the practical abilities of his three subordinates. Due to the power outage in the building, the elevator was rendered inoperable. The three individuals had no choice but to ascend the 20 floors by foot. Along the way, they encountered scattered zombies in the dimly lit stairwell. The trio, possessing formidable combat skills, dispatched the undead with ruthless efficiency, yet the exertion took its toll, leaving them drenched in sweat by the time they reached the top floor. "Here we are. Dongzi, knock on the door," commanded Wang Kong. Dongzi, brimming with impatience, stepped forward and struck the door with a forceful rap. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up. Open the door." The man's voice echoed through the corridor. Yet at that moment, Lin Dong was unhurried, engaged in washing his hands. After drying them gently with a towel, he adorned his neck with a pristine scarf, signaling that dinner would soon be served. "I know you're inside. If you don't open up, we'll break down the door," Wang Tsung declared, raising a fire axe with a fierce glare. "Old Zishu." On the count of 3, 3, 2, 1. The bloodied axe was poised to descend. Suddenly, a soft click sounded, and the door before them swung open. The interior was bathed in bright light, revealing a tall, slender figure. The young man had alabaster skin, chiseled features, and an extraordinarily handsome face. Clad in a spotless white shirt and a matching scarf, he exuded an air of immaculate cleanliness. The three men stared in astonishment. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not encountered anyone so pristine. However, they quickly noticed the man's gaze, which was devoid of warmth, lacking any semblance of emotion or humanity. "You must be the supermarket owner," Wang Tsung ventured to inquire. Yet, Lin Dong remained silent, offering no response. The other two, sensing the tension, urged him. "Don't play dumb. I understand you possess a considerable amount of supplies. Now, present them, and we shall spare you. Indeed, you are still wearing a scarf. Seemingly about to eat, are you not? Speak, for heaven's sake." At that moment, Lin Dong slowly parted his lips. Hoo-hoo, from his throat emerged a raspy, bubble-like growl. The three individuals, upon witnessing this, were rendered utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Good heavens, a zombie? For in their minds, zombies were grotesque, terrifying, and filthy, yet this individual appeared so clean, astonishingly a zombie. It was unfathomable. Whether transformed into a zombie or not, they could simply eliminate him. Wang Tsung gripped his fire axe tightly, recalling that dispatching a zombie was far easier than dealing with a human. The other two nodded, poised to take action. However, in the corridor, the sound of footsteps echoed, for the noise Lin Dong had just made was a summons to three of his subordinates. "Oh, more zombies?" Wang Tsung immediately became alert. Yet, he felt no overwhelming fear. After all, they had fought their way here and gained considerable experience. Judging by the footsteps, the number of approaching zombies was not substantial. Draped in newspaper and bound with tape, they were confident that a few zombies posed no threat and could be handled with ease. Sure enough, only 3 zombie figures emerged in the corridor. Yet, unexpectedly, each of these zombies was grasping an object. That was, Wang Tsung and his companions furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss, and upon closer inspection, they were struck with alarm. A crossbow. Click. 3 zombies unexpectedly raised their crossbows in unison, aiming at Wang Tsung and his companions. Wang Tsung exclaimed in shock, utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that zombies could wield weapons. The trio quickly realized that these zombies were unlike the ordinary ones. They did not rush forward to bite, but appeared to be well trained. How could it be possible for zombies to aim a crossbow at them? Chapter 8. The eerie cry. This scene once again shattered the trio's understanding. "Brother Wang, what should we do now?" Even Dongzi, who had been fierce just moments ago, was at a loss. Wang Tsung furrowed his brow. There was no choice but to gamble on the fact that they could not shoot their crossbows. "All right, then we shall confront them," Dongzi agreed. At that moment, Lin Dong had already issued the command to fire. Whoosh! The Dr. Zombie's crossbow bolt was remarkably accurate, striking true and piercing Dongzi's forehead, causing him to topple backward. This was utterly unacceptable. Wang Tsung's eyes widened in disbelief. It was evident that he had lost his gamble. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more bolts flew forth. The female athlete zombie was equally precise, her arrow penetrating a person's throat, delivering a fatal blow. Only the fitness instructor zombie, with its muscular build and simple mind, appeared somewhat clumsy as it shot an arrow into Wang Tsung's chest, embedding itself in his lung. Ah! Wang Tsung cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground due to the force of the impact. Just as he attempted to struggle to his feet, the instructor zombie roared and charged forward, overpowering him without attempting to bite, for zombies, like wolves, operated in packs. Without the command of the Corpse King, they would not directly devour their prey. Wang Tsung clenched his teeth tightly, and at that moment, he finally understood. These zombies were organized and disciplined, and their king was none other than Lin Dong. Did this imply that they possessed a certain level of intelligence and could comprehend spoken words? Wang Tsung contemplated anxiously, suppressing his pain as he implored, "I beg you, spare my life. I have my own hardships. I beseech you, just let me go. I will do anything you ask." Meanwhile, Lin Dong approached step by step, halting before Wang Kong. He extended his hand and seized the crossbow bolt embedded in Wang Tsung's chest, then yanked it out with a swift motion. Blood gushed forth in torrents. Ah! Wang Tsung howled in agony, his heart gripped by fear. What did this peculiar zombie intend to do? At that moment, Lin Dong waved his hand and retrieved a straw from his storage space. Wang Tsung's face was a picture of confusion, yet he seemed to have an inkling of Lin Dong's intentions. How much energy could possibly be contained within his blood? Lin Dong mused. Having never attempted such an endeavor before, he inserted the straw into Wang Tsung's wound. However, Lin Dong's brow soon furrowed in distaste. Pah! He turned away and spat out the crimson liquid. This fellow was too corpulent, with high cholesterol. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tsung was left utterly bewildered. His own blood was deemed unpalatable even by a zombie. Was there a possibility that he might be spared? Yet in the next moment, his glimmer of hope was shattered as a gaping maw lunged towards his neck. Lin Dong issued a directive for slaughter. His 3 subordinates, ravenous and eager, displayed no signs of fastidiousness. Before long, this bloody feast reached its conclusion. Bloodstains lingered at the corners of their mouths, and their loyalty to Lin Dong surged, tempered now with a hint of admiration. Following the big brother means there's meat to eat. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing interrupted the moment. Who would use such a primitive ringtone? Lin Dong glanced over and noted that the sound emanated from a coat pocket on the ground, belonging to Wang Kong. He picked it up and answered. To his astonishment, a man's threatening voice echoed through the receiver. "Wang Tsung, I advise you not to play tricks. Hurry back with the supplies. Your wife is in my hands. If you fail to retrieve the goods, Upon hearing this, Lin Dong grasped the situation. Wang Tsung had ventured out for supplies under duress. No wonder he had claimed to have his reasons. "Hey, Wang Tsung, speak up. Don't play dead. Let me hear your wife's voice." The voice on the other end continued to menace, accompanied by the sounds of a woman crying out, "Husband, save me, they are monsters." Woo. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong abruptly terminated the call. How fortuitous. He was not much different. Nevertheless, Lin Dong felt compelled to investigate the whereabouts of these individuals. After all, living beings could also be considered supplies. He resolved to classify them as the takeout headquarters. Manipulating his phone, Lin Dong swiftly unearthed clues through Wang Tsung's text messages and chat records, pinpointing the location of the takeout headquarters to a construction site. Wang Tsung was previously a mere foreman, known for his ruthless exploitation of laborers. His demeanor was decidedly harsh. After absorbing this information, Lin Dong casually discarded his phone from the balcony, silently committing the location to memory, not feeling an urgent need to retrieve the takeout. He still hesitated to venture outside. Despite possessing considerable strength and 3 competent subordinates, he preferred to remain in seclusion for a few more days, unsure of what dangers lurked beyond. Upon returning home, he slipped into his slippers and washed his hands once again before approaching the dining table to replenish his energy. He turned on the television and indulged in both food and entertainment, reveling in a state of leisurely contentment. After 5 hours of feasting, he finally felt satiated. As his physical prowess grew, so too did his capacity for consumption. What once required the sustenance of 2 cattle per day had escalated to 4. After his meal, Lin Dong luxuriated in a warm bath, donning a pair of white pajamas afterward. He diligently laundered his soiled garments. Once his tasks were complete, he settled onto the sofa, ready to enjoy some television. Outside, darkness had fallen, and the streets remained a chaotic tableau, rife with the stench of decay and blood. Countless zombies roamed, hunting for the meager remnants of life. Yet, this tumultuous apocalypse seemed inconsequential to Lin Dong, who nestled comfortably in his cozy abode. Suddenly, a haunting wail of a woman echoed through the building, a sound steeped in desolation and sorrow, reverberating through the inky night, persistent and unsettling. The cries of the apocalypse resonated eerily. If an ordinary person were to hear such a sound, they would undoubtedly be terrified, losing their very soul. However, Lin Dong merely curled his lips in disdain, feeling no fear whatsoever. The source of this sound was none other than his subordinate, the female athlete zombie. Had this fellow evolved to the point of experiencing emotions? Why was she crying? Lin Dong pondered, contemplating that it was not entirely surprising if the female zombie had consumed flesh and blood today, leading to her evolution and the emergence of basic emotions. It was even conceivable that zombies could attain a certain level of evolution, acquiring intellect akin to that of humans, though such a feat would likely require an S-grade classification. Of course, this was also contingent upon the innate qualities of the zombie. For instance, that astute Dr. Zombie might not need to reach S-grade to develop exceptionally high intelligence. It appeared that the female zombie was not lacking, having already exhibited basic emotions. Out of curiosity, Lin Dong wondered what could have caused her tears. After all, it was merely a way to pass the time. Thus, he opened the door and descended the stairs. Chapter 9. Out for hunting. The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the desolate corridor. The female zombie was situated in the room directly below Lin Dong, as she had once resided there in her former life. At that moment, the door was slightly ajar, allowing the sound of her weeping to seep through. Lin Dong pushed the door open, revealing the female zombie kneeling in the living room, her back turned toward him, her shoulders trembling with sobs. Woo yet. The female zombie possessed keen hearing, and the faint sound of the door opening startled her. With a fierce growl, she swiftly turned her neck a full 180 degrees, her expression wild and menacing, as if she were on the verge of launching an attack. However, upon realizing that it was Lin Dong at the door, her roar abruptly ceased, and her once fearsome countenance transformed into one of sycophancy, even tinged with a semblance of pity. The female zombie wept, her sobs conveying a poignant message. Lin Dong comprehended her silent plea. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. Each lament echoed this singular sentiment. Such a glutton, Lin Dong mused to himself, noting that he had already indulged in fresh flesh that day, while his two companions were not in need of sustenance. Yet here she was, weeping. The female zombie seemed to grasp his thoughts, her head bowing in embarrassment as she emitted a sound of appeasement. Lin Dong, not wishing to dwell on the matter, casually tossed aside a corpse, one he had previously dispatched. The moment fresh blood and flesh appeared, the female zombie was instantly invigorated. Her eyes widened, and an eerie laughter escaped her lips, as she dashed toward the body with remarkable speed, voraciously tearing into the flesh. It seemed she was capable of both tears and laughter, and her sinister chuckles were far more chilling than her cries. Lin Dong also noted her astonishing agility. Her robust and rounded thighs left behind fleeting shadows. Truly, she possessed the gifts of an athlete. As the female zombie feasted, the room filled with a pungent aroma, accompanied by the relentless sounds of chewing and tearing. This grotesque scene of nourishing a zombie was undeniably bizarre. Were it to be witnessed by an ordinary person, it would surely instill a profound terror. Help yourself, Lin Dong remarked, turning away, repelled by the odor. Having just finished his bath, he wished to avoid any lingering odors, much like an ordinary person would when enjoying hot pot or spicy skewers, which often leave a distinct scent on one's clothing. Meanwhile, the Dr. Zombie and the fitness coach zombie remained in the adjacent room, exhibiting little activity. Lin Dong had no intention of feeding them, as it seemed to be a case of the crying zombie has meat to eat. Returning to his own room, Lin Dong settled onto the sofa, contemplating his situation. Simply waiting idly was hardly a viable strategy. Although his storage space was abundant with flesh and blood, it would eventually be depleted. In the early days of the apocalypse, resources were relatively easy to acquire, but with time, scarcity would inevitably set in. Lin Dong resolved to venture out and replenish his supplies. He picked up his phone and opened the messaging app, searching for Su Shan. The chat window revealed a plethora of missed messages and calls from her. Darling, how are you? Why haven't you answered my calls? I'm so worried about you. Please reply. You mustn't get into trouble. I miss you so much. Please bring some supplies when you come to see me. And several similar messages followed, indicating Su Shan's mounting anxiety. At last, Lin Dong decided to respond with a simple message. I'm still here. Moments later, her reply appeared. You're alive. That's wonderful. Why haven't you answered my calls? I'm so worried about you. Surrounded by zombies, I feared that answering the phone might disturb them, so I silenced my mobile device. Lin Dong was not lying. Indeed. He was amidst a horde of the undead. Sushan continued. I truly miss you. Regardless of whether you are alive or dead, I long to see you. Can you come to find me? All right. I shall visit you tomorrow, Lin Dong replied. Yes, yes. Sushan seemed quite excited. I will be waiting for you in the school dormitory. You must come. Please bring as much food as you can. We need to survive. Sure, Lin Dong said. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. It was time to procure supplies. The following morning, Lin Dong donned a fresh set of athletic wear and gazed into the mirror, his handsome visage devoid of emotion. He had transformed into a zombie, possessing human consciousness. Yet the physical changes had somewhat affected him, rendering his emotions colder and more numb than those of an ordinary person. Thus, he exuded an air of calm detachment. Descending the stairs, he spotted a medium-sized delivery truck parked at the curb, previously used for transporting goods from the supermarket. He climbed into the driver's seat and signaled 3 of his subordinates to prepare for their hunting expedition. Instantly, the building erupted with a cacophony of growls. The female zombies, fastest among them, surged forth like a gust of wind, emitting eerie laughter as their faces radiated exhilaration. After descending several floors, one of them, feeling the pace was still insufficient, leapt directly through a window from the staircase. She landed gracefully, unharmed, and swiftly entered Lin Dong's truck. The second to emerge was the fitness coach zombie, now more robust than ever, his muscles grotesquely swollen, his skin a pallid gray, veins prominently bulging. And standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was as strong as an ox, with each stride sending tremors through the ground. The half-open unit door could no longer accommodate his bulk, and he violently smashed through the door, charging out in a frenzy. Witnessing his rampage, Lin Dong aptly nicknamed him Tank. Following Tank, the Dr. Zombie was the last to emerge. He was not in a hurry, moving with a deliberate calmness, and surprisingly, after entering the vehicle, he took it upon himself to close the compartment door. Lin Dong pressed the accelerator to the floor. The cargo truck roared to life, speeding down the street, indiscriminately crashing into zombies and abandoned vehicles alike, sending them flying or crushing them underfoot. The passing zombies, startled, emitted a cacophony of roars, yet, sharing the same undead nature, they refrained from launching any attacks. Lin Dong drove straight towards Jiangbei University. Having gone out hunting, the female zombie in the truck was exhilarated, occasionally bursting into fits of gleeful laughter. However, Tank, lacking in intelligence, was perplexed. Wasn't the point of this outing to hunt? Why was he confined to this black box? Lin Dong drove with reckless abandon, continuously barreling through obstacles, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Due to Tank's considerable weight and inertia, he was often tossed about within the truck. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong arrived at Jiangbei University, where numerous zombies wandered at the entrance. He drove straight through, plowing directly to the base of the female dormitory. 3 zombie minions leaped from the cargo hold. The tank finally extricated itself, its fierce gaze scanning the surroundings, only to discover that the scenery had undergone a dramatic transformation, entirely different from what it had encountered before entering the black box. Given its current level of intelligence, it could not comprehend the situation. Could it be that entering the black box allowed for a change of location? With this realization, the tank threw back its head and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The sound was so powerful it shattered the glass of nearby female dormitories, sending lower-tier zombies fleeing in terror. Lin Dong was startled by the uproar and turned to see what was happening. What are you roaring about? Roar, roar, roar. I have no idea what I am roaring about either. The tank bellowed, expressing its own confusion. Lin Dong felt speechless, thinking to himself, what a mess. Chapter 10. Your heart. The frenzied roar of the zombie startled a flock of birds into flight. The survivors in the female dormitory also heard the commotion and were considerably alarmed. Sushan trembled with fear. Could it be that Lin Dong had been devoured by the zombies? It's possible. Just now, I heard the sound of a vehicle. It must be your boyfriend who has come, inadvertently disturbing the zombies. One sturdy male student suggested. It seems your boyfriend truly cares for you, risking such great danger to seek you out, remarked another tall male student. The 3 individuals with Sushan were all members of the school basketball team, with Sushan being a cheerleader, thus forming their connections. Humph, what love? I see nothing but a lovesick fool, who in the end will gain nothing. The last person scoffed and playfully slapped Su Shan's backside, relishing the thought of having someone else's goddess submissively beneath him, a peculiar sense of accomplishment washing over him. Su Shan, unfazed, voiced her complaint. What now? That Lin Dong is truly useless. He can't even bring a bit of food. Suddenly, a nearby boy's ears perked up, and he instinctively grasped a steel pipe within reach. It seemed there was commotion in the corridor. Someone was approaching. The group fell silent, straining to listen. Indeed, the sound of footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by the faint growl of zombies. "Ah, it seems your devoted boyfriend has barged in," remarked one boy, his face alight with excitement. After days of dwindling supplies in the dormitory, they were ravenous, having lost all interest even in a beauty like Su Shan. "Stick to the plan," commanded the trio, wielding steel pipes fashioned from stool legs, as they concealed themselves on either side of the door. They intended to seize Lin Dong as soon as he entered, snatching away his resources. From the very beginning, they harbored no intention of allowing Lin Dong to survive. Setting aside past grievances, more lives meant fewer rations to share. Ultimately, Lin Dong's existence posed no benefit to them. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking echoed, neither hurried nor frantic, but rather exuding an air of calm. Peering through the peephole, Su Shan beheld a pale, yet handsome face. It was Lin Dong. "Come in quickly," she urged, hastily flinging the door open. Once Lin Dong stepped into the dormitory, Su Shan, seemingly fearful of his escape, swiftly locked the door behind him. 3 boys, armed with weapons, encircled him, trapping him in the center. "Where are the provisions? Where have you hidden the food? Hand it over," one boy demanded. The original plan was for Lin Dong to take him down as soon as he entered, but upon seeing his empty hands, he felt the need to clarify first. Lin Dong remained expressionless, exuding a palpable indifference. His gaze swept across the group before finally settling on Su Shan. In response to his piercing stare, Su Shan exhibited no sign of remorse. "I admit to deceiving you, but at this juncture, there is no need for further explanation. One must look out for oneself, or face dire consequences." Lin Dong continued to fixate on her, silent and unyielding. Meanwhile, the 3 boys grew increasingly impatient. "For heaven's sake, speak up. Where's the food hidden? Hurry and hand it over, or we'll make you regret it. After all, in this apocalyptic world, killing you would be of no consequence." Their intense hunger twisted their features into grotesque masks. At that moment, Lin Dong couldn't help but think that desperate humans were not unlike zombies, having lost their sanity and poised to consume anyone in their path. "Where's the food? Speak, or I swear I'll end you." One boy, unable to contain himself any longer, swung a steel pipe directly at Lin Dong's face. This athletic youth possessed a robust physique and formidable strength. The steel pipe slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh, a blow that would be insurmountable for an average person. Yet, Lin Dong raised his hand, and with a resounding bang, seized the pipe, remaining utterly unmoved, impervious to any advance. The boy's expression shifted to shock as he struggled to extract the pipe from Lin Dong's grasp. However, Lin Dong's grip was akin to that of a vice. No matter how hard he pulled, it was futile. The remaining 2 boys were equally astonished, contemplating how to assist. At that moment, Lin Dong opened his mouth and surprisingly spoke. After several days of evolution, Lin Dong had regained some semblance of linguistic ability, albeit in a stiff and awkward manner, his hoarse throat producing a series of strange, obscure tones. "You are the food." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the boys instinctively drew in a sharp breath, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming fear, every hair on their bodies standing on end. They had come to a horrifying realization. Lin Dong was a zombie. The boys, paralyzed with fright, felt their legs weaken, abandoning the steel pipe in their hands as they retreated hastily. However, in a swift motion, Lin Dong thrust the pipe into one boy's mouth with tremendous force, a brutal penetration that resulted in a splatter of blood. Su Shan and the other 2 boys turned pale, their fear reaching a crescendo as they witnessed such a grotesque scene for the first time. "Run!" someone yelled, and the 3 of them hurriedly flung open the door, scrambling to escape. Yet, as they turned, they collided with a wall of flesh, the immense recoil sending them tumbling to the ground. As they looked up, they were confronted by a towering zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, its muscles rippling grotesquely. It roared, an ear-splitting sound that echoed like thunder. Raising its fist, it struck down, crushing one boy's skull as if it were a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Su Shan was drenched in blood, utterly stunned. At that moment, she heard a series of sinister chuckles right by her ear. Instinctively turning her head, She found herself face to face with a female zombie, its eerie visage licking its nails with a long, grotesque tongue, the two of them mere inches apart. Ah! Su Shan let out a piercing scream, a sudden warmth spreading in her trousers as sheer physiological terror overwhelmed her, causing her to lose control. At that moment, Lin Dong emerged from the dormitory. The tank and the female zombie ceased their assault, standing respectfully beside Lin Dong, their expressions a mix of deference and pride, as if to showcase their successful capture of these prey. Meanwhile, the doctoral zombie squatted on the ground, meticulously probing a corpse with its nails, extracting veins one by one, seemingly engrossed in some obscure research. In any case, this scene was far more bizarre than the tank crushing a person. Su Shan and the only surviving male student turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, as it dawned on them that Lin Dong was the leader of these zombies. Please, don't kill me. I realize my mistakes, I'm sorry. Woo-woo. The male student knelt down, begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face, his earlier arrogance vanishing. Su Shan, regaining her composure, hastily joined in the pleas. Lin Dong, weren't you supposed to love me the most? Woo-woo, I'm your wife. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. Woo-woo. Lin Dong approached her step by step, his expression remaining cold. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared, plunging directly into Su Shan's chest. I wish to see your heart. Chapter 11. The Search for Supplies. Ah! A shrill, desperate scream echoed through the corridor once more. Lin Dong, with a glint in his eyes, extracted a heart, provoking a gluttonous reaction from the tank nearby. Su Shan, lifeless, stared wide-eyed, her expression forever frozen in the terror and despair of her final moments. It was utterly gruesome. Lin Dong's dagger was stained with a vibrant crimson, resembling an oversized lollipop. However, he found it repulsive and had no intention of tasting it, discarding it carelessly towards the nearby tank. The tank, in turn, devoured it as if it were a delectable treat, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's voracious appetite for ginseng fruit. Amidst the chaos, the sole remaining male student wept incessantly, the scene before him far too bloody and terrifying, surpassing the limits of human endurance. The nearby female zombie, upon witnessing his tears, emitted a chilling giggle, perhaps finding amusement in his plight or attempting to console him, as if to convey that today was a splendid day and he should cease his weeping. Consequently, her razor-sharp claws pierced the boy's neck, severing his carotid artery. His cries abruptly ceased, and the corridor fell into an eerie silence. Yet, it was not long before the sounds of gnawing and chewing reverberated through the desolate hallway as several corpses commenced their gruesome feast. After dispatching those unfortunate souls, Lin Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. Suddenly, he recalled the school cafeteria, which might still harbor supplies. There was a cold storage room specifically designed for preserving fresh meat. Since he was already there, he deemed it prudent to gather more resources. Without hesitation, he led his 3 companions out of the dormitory, traversing a playground until they arrived at the cafeteria. To his dismay, he discovered a significantly higher concentration of zombies in the vicinity, particularly at the entrance, where 4 or 5 of them were fervently banging against the glass doors, seemingly drawn by something within. The door was smeared with bloody handprints, creating a vivid crimson blur. Could it be that there were survivors inside the cafeteria? Lin Dong pondered. However, the zombies before him were remarkably dim-witted, as the glass door opened outward. Yet they only knew how to push and shove inward, thus rendering them incapable of opening it. Observing that these foolish zombies were quite bothersome, Lin Dong commanded the tank to clear a path. With a low growl, the tank surged forward, seizing one of the zombies and hurling it against the wall. Thud. The zombie splattered against the surface, nearly becoming a mere puddle of flesh, slowly sliding down and leaving behind streaks of crimson blood. The remaining zombies were similarly tossed aside by the tank's might. They growled in protest, yet were clearly intimidated by the tank, retreating in fear rather than attacking. The tank's intellect, however, was not significantly superior to that of the zombies. It too attempted to push the glass door inward, yet its immense strength proved too much. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered, warping the doorframe in the process. This demonstrated that, in the face of overwhelming power, finesse becomes unnecessary. As Lin Dong stepped into the cafeteria, the first floor was eerily quiet, the air thick with the stench of decay. Several corpses lay sprawled on the ground. All zombies with shattered skulls, their blood long dried, leaving behind dark purple stains. Clearly, they had been slain by human survivors. Given that the apocalypse erupted at 9 in the morning, the cafeteria was not at its peak occupancy, thus it was not deemed a dangerous area. However, if there were survivors, they would most certainly have congregated in the storeroom, as it held ample provisions to sustain human life. Lin Dong made his way directly toward the storeroom. Not long after, a pair of large iron gates loomed ahead, firmly shut. Approaching, I pushed against them. But they remained immovable, securely locked. Within, faint whispers could be heard. Although the sounds were subtle, Lin Dong's keen hearing captured every nuance. This is bad. It seems the zombies are coming. What should we do? A voice, tinged with fear, exclaimed. Do not be afraid. I will protect you, a young man comforted, enveloping her in his embrace. Yet, the girl remained anxious. Perhaps we should flee at once. Humph. If you two wish to leave, then hurry. Staying here is merely a waste of supplies. A middle-aged man, clad in a chef's attire, remarked disdainfully from across the small couple. The young man furrowed his brow, ready to retort, but upon noticing the chef wielding a boning knife, he thought better of it. Within this storeroom, 5 individuals took refuge. Aside from the chef and the young couple, there were 2 other young women. Upon hearing the earlier sound of the door being pushed, their faces also reflected terror. One of the young women, strikingly beautiful with slightly pursed lips, was none other than Su Xiaoro, the supermarket's former inventory clerk whom Lin Dong had previously dismissed. Coming from a modest background, she had always balanced work and studies. After her dismissal, she found employment in the school cafeteria, returning to her previous role as an inventory clerk. In truth, given Su Xiaoro's looks, she could easily attract suitors. Finding a boyfriend would provide her with a steady source of support. However, the young lady prided herself on her independence. The zombies, surely they cannot get in, right? Su Xiaoro trembled as she spoke. Yes, the chef nodded, observing that the zombies were quite foolish, unable to breach the glass door outside, let alone the locked warehouse door, which they could not possibly open. The others found this reasoning somewhat reassuring. However, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed as a massive fist imprint emerged on the sturdy iron door, with the contours of 5 fingers distinctly visible, clearly indicating immense strength. Such a laborious task as battering down a door was, of course, the work of a tank. With a fist the size of a sandbag, it slammed once more against the iron door. The entire door quivered violently, dust cascading from the surroundings, and the door panel caved in with another handprint. The 5 individuals inside were left dumbfounded. What is that? We have no idea. Perhaps the zombies have mutated? Quickly, let us flee. Realizing the iron door would not hold back the zombies, the 5 stumbled towards the corridor, which led to a small freezer at its end. Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps when the tank unleashed another punch, producing a sharp crack as half of the iron door was obliterated. Its robust form squeezed through the wreckage. My heavens! As the group turned to glance back, they were utterly astonished. They had never encountered such a formidable zombie, and a chill of fear washed over them. The chef, wielding a boning knife, sprinted ahead, being the first to reach the freezer. Hurry inside, the zombie is coming. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the dim corridor, reminiscent of a vengeful specter. The chef focused intently and noticed a gaunt figure darting toward him from behind the tank, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a fierce gale. At that moment, the young man from the couple, who was running in second place, had also reached the cold storage. However, his girlfriend, along with Su Xiaoro, lagged behind. Wait for me, darling, she cried anxiously. Yet, the young man realized that the terrifying female zombie was rapidly closing in on her, leaving no time to spare. Shut the door, he urged, steeling himself. As the third girl rushed inside, the 3 of them united their strength and pushed the cold storage door shut. Chapter 12. The laborer with a resounding thud, the cold storage door slammed shut. The girl had just reached the entrance, frantically pounding on the door as if possessed. Open the door. Please, open the door. Yet, despite the pain in her fists, there was no response from within, no indication that the door would budge. Despair engulfed her heart as she recalled the ghastly visage of her boyfriend sealing the door just moments before, having insisted he would protect her. What a scoundrel! At that moment, a fierce wind swept in from behind her, and she turned to see the female zombie mere meters away, her expression filled with terror. She could see that in the next heartbeat, the creature would leap upon her. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively shoved Su Xiaoro forward, hoping to buy herself a few precious seconds. Su Xiaoro shrieked as she felt an overwhelming force throw her to the ground. The female zombie pounced, swiftly mounting her and pinning her wrists to the ground with its claws, rendering all of Su Xiaoro's struggles futile. A peculiar laughter resonated from the female zombie, her demeanor exuberant, likely a result of accompanying Lin Dong on a hunting excursion where she feasted upon ample flesh and blood. Her delight was unervingly eerie. Su Xiaoro gazed into the deranged visage before her, terror gripping her heart, plunging her into utter despair. At this moment, she yearned for a swift demise. Resigned, she ceased her struggles and simply closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable bite from that gaping maw. However, the female zombie, after her sinister laughter, refrained from attacking Su Xiaoro. Instead, she released her and lunged towards another girl nearby. A chilling scream erupted from the girl as searing pain coursed through her neck. The zombie sank her teeth into the tender flesh, inducing violent tremors that rendered the girl convulsing in agony, her eyes wide with despair. Confusion clouded her mind. Why had the zombie abandoned Su Xiaoro to assault her instead? Yet, her wails abruptly ceased, and her consciousness slipped away. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoro remained on the ground. Her eyes still tightly shut, though curiosity gnawed at her. Why was there no pain? Had she already succumbed to death? Upon reflection, that notion seemed implausible. She should still be alive. Tentatively, she opened her eyes, and as her vision gradually returned, she beheld a tall figure standing before her. His pallid skin and strikingly handsome features loomed over her. Could it be the boss? Su Xiaoro's eyes widened in astonishment as recognition dawned upon her. It was indeed Lin, the proprietor of the supermarket where she had once worked. She could scarcely believe her eyes at this unexpected encounter. Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance. The reason he refrained from harming Su Xiaoro had little to do with their prior acquaintance. He merely perceived the girl as agile and efficient, and he found himself in need of a servant to assist with household chores, laundry, and dishwashing. To regard Su Xiaoro merely as a piece of flesh would be a regrettable waste. After all, he lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance, so he could afford to keep her around for the time being. Get up, Lin Dong commanded in a brusque tone. At that moment, Su Xiaoro sensed something amiss. Lin Dong appeared transformed into a zombie, and the imposing tank stood obediently by his side. Her legs quivered with weakness, and she leaned against the wall, trembling as she managed to rise. Boss, are you all right? Lin Dong nodded. Perhaps due to the satisfaction of having eliminated Su Shan earlier that day, he felt rather pleased and thus inquired, are you willing to return to work? I am willing. Of course I am. Su Xiaoro, quick to grasp the gravity of the situation, recognized this as a chance to preserve her life. She nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, terrified that a single no would result in her immediate demise. Though much remained unclear, her priority was to safeguard her own existence. Previously, she had labored for Lin Dong to earn tuition. Now, her work was directly tied to her survival. Having received her answer, Lin Dong ignored her further and strode past, leading Tank to the entrance of the cold storage. The supplies Lin Dong sought lay within. Tank stepped forward, raising his massive fist and striking the cold storage door with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow resonated like a heavy hammer falling. The ground trembled, and dust cascaded from the walls. Yet, the cold storage door remained unmoved, even as the tank's arm grew numb from the vibrations. Inside the cold storage, 3 individuals leaned against the door, their nerves as taut as a finely wound spring, reaching the pinnacle of tension, holding their breaths, scarcely daring to exhale. How could this zombie be so formidable? The young man furrowed his brow. The chef, however, maintained some confidence. Rest assured. The door of this cold storage is constructed from 5-centimeter thick steel. Even a truck couldn't breach it, and no matter how strong the zombie, it cannot gain entry. Oh. The other 2 felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. Outside, the tank continued its relentless assault on the door, but after a brief while, there was still no progress. Roaring in frustration, the tank became increasingly agitated, thinking to itself that once inside, it would surely turn those few individuals into a meaty pulp to consume. Yet, with its current strength, it found itself unable to break in. Behind, Lin Dong observed intently. Since the tank was ineffective, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Just as he was about to act, Su Xiaoro approached, her bright eyes revealing a glimmer of resolve. She too harbored immense resentment toward the 3 who had locked her out. Boss, I have the key to the cold storage. Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Finding this quite favorable, it spared him considerable trouble. Truly, the strongest worker, making an immediate contribution upon joining the team. As the warehouse manager, Su Xiaoro naturally possessed the key to the cold storage. However, it was rather large and inconvenient to carry, always hanging on the wall of the adjacent room. After retrieving the key, she handed it to Lin Dong. He commanded the tank to retreat and, taking the key in hand, stepped forward. The tank, of course, could not comprehend his actions. With fists no larger than a sandbag, how could he possibly break through? At that moment, the three individuals inside, upon hearing the sudden silence outside, were filled with an overwhelming sense of joy. "Huh, I told you that zombie couldn't break in. It must have given up," the chef declared with pride. The boy nodded in agreement, suggesting that after a while, the zombie would disperse, allowing them to return to the warehouse. However, just as the words left his lips, a sudden crackling sound emanated from the lock at the door's edge. It was the unmistakable noise of the lock mechanism turning. The chef's eyes widened in shock, his expression akin to that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. As he realized that the zombie was attempting to unlock the door, the boy, equally incredulous, turned pale. "How is this possible? What do we do now?" The girl trembled, sobbing softly. No matter how hard they tried to fathom it, they could not comprehend how a zombie could unlock a door. As the lock turned, it became evident that the door was about to be opened. "Quick, move everything to brace the door," the chef urged, a desperate measure in their final attempt. Yet, it was all in vain. The moment the lock clicked open, the tank surged forward with a resounding crash, flinging the door wide open and scattering everything braced against it in all directions. Chapter 13. The obstruction. As the door swung open, a young figure stood in the doorway. Clad in a pristine white shirt, his handsome visage exuding an air of coldness. The chef and his companions stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with sheer terror. What exactly was this being, human or ghost? Behind the young man stood Tank and the female zombie, an air of menace surrounding them, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The trio of chefs cast a glance and noticed the silhouette of a girl among them. It was none other than Su Xiao, who had previously been locked outside. Their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, disbelief coursing through their minds. You are still alive? Indeed, quite a surprise, isn't it?" Su Xiao's delicate face was flushed with indignation, her frustration directed at the three for having left her outside. Fortuitously, she had encountered her boss. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim to their recklessness. At this moment, the trio of zombie minions advanced menacingly. Tank remained irritable, his low growls incessant. Yet he held a deep admiration for Lin Dong, the leader who effortlessly pried open the door with a mere stick. He had pondered earlier that had he been permitted entry, he would ensure that these three faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, the female zombie was still exhilarated, her pale, terrifying visage adorned with a grin that bordered on sinister. "Wu Xiao, I beg you, save me. I do not wish to be devoured by zombies. I truly do not want to die," the girl pleaded, kneeling in desperation. Her earlier resolve to close the door entirely vanished. In truth, the two had been acquainted for quite some time, and had previously shared a cordial relationship. Su Xiao shook her head. "Your fate is not for me to decide. It rests solely on how my boss chooses to deal with you." The trio's gaze turned towards Lin Dong. This clean-cut, fair-skinned, and handsome young man was indeed the leader of the zombies. "Please, do not kill me. Spare my life, and I shall do anything you ask," the girl sobbed, with the chefs echoing her desperate plea. "Brother, I possess the skill of culinary arts. I can assist you in preparing food. For my culinary prowess has been recognized, having won the championship in a citywide competition." They have already discerned the futility of relying on Lin Dong's benevolence to spare them. Such a notion is utterly impossible. One must demonstrate their intrinsic worth. Perhaps then a glimmer of hope may emerge. However, Lin Dong turned his gaze towards the chef and spoke slowly. "There is no need for such complexity. Let us commence the meal directly." "What?" The chef's eyes widened in realization of his implication. With a roar, three underlings bellowed, unable to contain their eagerness, and charged at the individuals, resulting in a cacophony of cries that abruptly ceased within mere seconds. What followed was the horrifying sound of flesh being torn and devoured. Amidst this ghastly tableau of the undead feasting, Lin Dong remained untouched, strolling through the cold storage as if leisurely perambulating, surveying the array of provisions surrounding him. The inventory was extensive: beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and more, all abundantly stocked. With a simple wave of his hand, he collected everything into his storage space, nearly replenishing all that had been consumed over the past 2 days. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this acquisition. Meanwhile, the three zombie minions indulged in their gruesome feast. The tank and the female zombie voraciously devoured their portions as if they were mere morsels, creating a scene of sheer bloodshed and terror. Only the doctor zombie exhibited peculiar behavior. First, He would eviscerate the corpses, meticulously extracting the entrails as if performing an autopsy, and then methodically consume them one by one. Though the Dr. Zombie appeared somewhat refined, his actions were even more bizarre than those of the tank and his companions. The notion of a zombie conducting dissections, who could possibly endure such a sight? However, when it comes to the most excruciating experience, it is undoubtedly Su Xiaoro. She is the only normal human in the midst of chaos. Witnessing the gruesome sight of zombies feasting, she felt her stomach churn violently. Unable to suppress the urge to vomit, teetering on the brink of expulsion. Yet, Su Xiaoro clamped her hand over her mouth, forcing herself to hold it back. She had a certain understanding of Lin Dong and was aware of his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Should she succumb to her nausea, it might provoke his ire, possibly leading to her demise. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Dong completed the collection of supplies, which included not only the fresh meat from the cold storage, but also staples such as rice, flour, and cooking oil from the storeroom. Additionally, there was a convenience store within the cafeteria, stocked with beer, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, beverages, mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, and an array of snacks, all of which were promptly gathered into his space. These were rare commodities. Outside, humanity might resort to violence over a mere piece of bread, engaging in brutal self-destruction. Regardless, Lin Dong had ample space in his domain and intended to store these resources for potential future use. Once everything was organized, the trio of zombie minions had also finished their meal. They encircled Su Xiaoro, scrutinizing her with curiosity. The female zombie even smiled and occasionally patted her head, seemingly amused by their leader's acquisition of this peculiar pet, akin to playing with a cat or teasing a dog. Su Xiaoro huddled in a corner, resembling a frightened chick in the wind, trembling uncontrollably, her delicate face drained of color. She never imagined that one day she would be the center of such attention from zombies. "Move," Lin Dong commanded. The female zombie patted Su Xiaoro's head once more before turning to depart. Su Xiaoro felt as though she might perish from sheer terror, contemplating her future. She felt an overwhelming sense of unease at the thought of mingling with these zombies. "Boss, you wouldn't kill me, would you?" she inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. Lin Dong nodded, his mood buoyant today, and he sought to tease her. "Have you forgotten? I used to run a breeding farm." "Ah." Su Xiaoro looked utterly bewildered. What did that even mean? Was he likening her to livestock? Soon after, they departed from the campus. On the journey home, Su Xiaoro took the wheel, eager to showcase her worth as a diligent worker, hoping to avoid the fate of being eliminated by her boss. Having driven that delivery truck during her time at the supermarket, she was well acquainted with it, a seasoned driver indeed. Her driving was exceptionally smooth, earning her a 5-star rating from the tank in the back. The streets remained in disarray, littered with scattered zombies, yet they posed no significant threat to the truck. However, at an intersection, a heavy-duty truck was parked, occupied by two middle-aged men, both gaunt from hunger. One, sporting a scruffy beard, clutched a half-smoked cigarette, repeatedly sniffing it, reluctant to light it. Damn it, that Wang Song kid was supposed to be gathering supplies. Where the hell did he run off to? He grumbled. Perhaps he ended up in a zombie's belly. It's been ages without a word. He must be done for, the other emaciated man speculated. The bearded man retorted, "No way." Longa said he got through on the phone, but they didn't speak before hanging up. He probably abandoned his wife and took off. Let us not dwell on that. We need to find something to eat. I'm about to starve to death. The emaciated man, with a furrowed brow, lamented, while the bearded one continued to inhale the scent of his cigarette. What food could there possibly be? It's all been scavenged long ago. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the distant roar of engines filled the air, and a cargo truck appeared at the left fork of the road. Chapter 14. The construction site. These two men were seasoned veterans. From the tire pressure and the trajectory of the vehicle, they deduced that the truck was laden with goods. "Look, food is on the way." A glimmer of hope sparked in the emaciated man's eyes. Their assumption was only natural. There must be survivors who had amassed a substantial supply and were returning triumphantly. "I wonder if there are any cigarettes inside." The bearded man mused with anticipation. As the cargo truck drew nearer, the details became clearer, revealing a beautiful girl behind the wheel. "It seems her misfortune has led her to us." A sinister look crossed the emaciated man's face as he gradually revved the engine of his own truck, waiting for the opportune moment before accelerating forward, positioning himself squarely in the middle of the road to block all passage. Screech. Su Xiaoro, witnessing the sudden turn of events, hastily slammed on the brakes, the ear-piercing sound of friction resonating as the tires left dark marks on the pavement. The cargo truck came to a screeching halt, barely a meter away from the monstrous vehicle, causing a momentary jolt. That was close, Su Xiaoro thought, her heart racing. The abrupt stop had jolted the entire cargo truck, and due to inertia, the rear tank collided with a resounding thud, leaving him feeling frustrated. Deciding to bestow a recent 5-star review upon Su Xiaoro in installments, Lin Dong remained remarkably composed, fully aware of the impending events. Indeed, 2 men leaped from a truck, their arms bound with tape and newspaper, wielding bloodied steel pipes. "You too, get off the vehicle," shouted the man with the beard. Su Xiaoro glanced around, quickly grasping the situation. In this apocalyptic world, cannibalism was a grim reality, driven by a singular purpose: survival at any cost. "Boss, what should we do?" Lin Dong remained silent, observing the men's attire, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Wang Tsong, the aggressor who had previously vandalized his supermarket, suggesting they hailed from the same locality. A fleeting glance towards the distance revealed a construction site, the very headquarters of Takeout. Lin Dong, indifferent to the scoundrels before him, entrusted the matter to his subordinate. However, the 2 middle-aged men remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, approaching the cargo truck with lecherous grins. "Don't be afraid, beautiful. Your brother will take good care of you," the gaunt man leered. At that moment, the female zombie within the truck suddenly perked up, her neck straightening with newfound vigor. "Beautiful? It seems someone is calling me. Love, I long to be cherished by a human," she mused, sensing warmth in these 2 men. Without hesitation, she pushed open the cargo door and leapt out. The gaunt man was just reaching the doorway, preparing to force it open if the occupant did not comply. "Oh, this little girl is rather pretty. If you behave, I might just spare your life." Suddenly, a bizarre laughter echoed in the man's ears. It was evident that the female zombie had feasted on considerable flesh today and had undergone some evolution. Besides the basic expressions of joy and sorrow, she could now reproduce simple musical scales. However, upon hearing this sound, the man's body was engulfed by a chilling dread. Turning to look, he beheld the gaunt figure of the female zombie, her face adorned with a sinister grin. With a swift motion, the female zombie lunged at him like a gust of wind, her speed reaching astonishing heights, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. "Holy hell!" the man exclaimed in horror. As he prepared to swing his steel pipe, the female zombie's acceleration was too swift. She had already tackled him to the ground, sending him skidding several meters away. "Second brother, come help me," the man shouted desperately while struggling against her, but the bearded man paid him no heed, instead moving toward the back of the vehicle. "Cigarettes? I need to find some cigarettes first. The emaciated man was about to curse when a sudden sharp pain gripped his neck. He had received the affection of the female zombie. At that moment, the agony was all too real. Meanwhile, the bearded man hurriedly approached the back of the van, envisioning it filled with supplies. Aside from cigarettes, he imagined there might be fine wine and a plethora of delectable treats. He could hardly contain his eagerness and abruptly yanked open the cargo door. However, what greeted him were merely the faces of 2 zombies. The Dr. Zombie scrutinized him with keen interest, as if finding the situation exceedingly amusing, while the tank-like zombie remained irate, contemplating that the recent jolt from the black box was undoubtedly due to this wretched fellow. The bearded man stared wide-eyed, his entire being rendered motionless. Clearly, the splendid imagery he had envisioned dissipated into thin air. Within the confines of the carriage lurked 2 terrifying zombies. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to regain his senses. Hastily, he removed the half-burnt cigarette from behind his ear, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction washing over his face amidst the swirling smoke. Soon, a large hand forcibly dragged him into the carriage. Within mere seconds, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. Su Xiaoro, seated in the vehicle, could only grimace repeatedly. It was a dismal sight. It appeared these 2 individuals had failed to consult the calendar before daring to obstruct her boss. At that moment, Lin Dong finally spoke up. "Let us head to the construction site nearby." "Oh, all right," Su Xiaoro promptly replied. Although she was unaware of the purpose of their destination, as a diligent worker, she understood her duty was to follow her employer's lead without question. Su Xiaoro restarted the vehicle, maneuvering around the obstructing truck, and set off towards the construction site. The work area was enclosed by blue metal sheeting, and the entrance gate lay in ruins. Numerous zombie corpses, crushed and dismembered by trucks, littered the vicinity, a gruesome spectacle that was difficult to behold. The cargo truck barreled directly into the site, following the tracks imprinted in the ground. Lin Dong deduced that this construction site likely housed several survivors, having formed a small stronghold. Previously, Wang Tsong and others had harassed him, and now 2 more had attempted to block his path, presumably originating from this very place. With the principle of once bitten, twice shy, Lin Dong resolved to eradicate this threat entirely. Upon receiving the hunting signal, 3 of his subordinates leaped from the vehicle, their expressions transforming into one of exhilaration. Following his elder brother, Xindao felt an immense sense of fortune. He was always able to discover prey and indulge in a bountiful feast of flesh and blood. The construction site around him was remarkably tranquil. All the zombies had been dispatched by makeshift weapons, completely eradicated. It seemed the inhabitants here possessed considerable combat prowess. Ahead lay an abandoned building, partially constructed, exuding an aura of desolation. Yet, in one corner of this forsaken structure stood an unusual edifice. The entire building was cast from reinforced concrete, remarkably heavy, devoid of windows, and even the entrance was fashioned from white steel plates. The door bore no glass, only a few fist-sized ventilation holes. Towering 3 stories high, it occupied a substantial area and appeared exceedingly robust, resembling a fortress. Clearly, it had been intentionally designed for the defense against zombies. Chapter 15. The Excavator with the Zombies' Acute Sensory Perception. Lin Dong had already discerned the sounds of human activity emanating from within, accompanied by a faint yet distinct scent of blood, an indication of unknown happenings. 3 of his underlings, sensing the presence of potential victims, displayed expressions of exhilaration as they sprinted towards the apocalyptic stronghold. Within that building, indeed, numerous survivors resided, over a dozen individuals. Among them were several construction workers, some thugs from the underworld, and the developer of the site, Zhao Peng. He was the very one who had acquired Lin Dong's farm and had foolishly lent him money. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had been inspecting the site with his subordinates when he encountered the zombies. Immediately, he organized a group to erect a stronghold from reinforced concrete, thus narrowly escaping disaster and surviving to this day. Zhao Peng remains the leader of this fortress, accompanied by his capable subordinate, Xing Tianlong, who, along with a few henchmen, oversees a group of construction workers. Boss, the people we sent out have yet to return, Xing Tianlong remarked with a furrowed brow. Zhao Peng, too, was troubled. Although the fortress was secure, their resources were dwindling, and they had run out of food, leaving them in dire straits. If it comes to that, we must resort to consuming some meat, but I wonder if it could be tainted with prion disease. Boss, it should be fine, interjected a bespectacled woman, who was Zhao Peng's educated secretary. Prion disease only develops in the body after death, so as long as we consume living beings, we should encounter no issues. Zhao, why not let me personally lead a team to search for food? Suggested Xing Tianlong. Zhao Peng shook his head in refusal. No, it's too perilous outside. Rest assured, boss. In my days of street fighting, I wielded a watermelon knife and cleaved through 3 streets without batting an eye. The strength of those zombies pales in comparison to that of the living. Will your eyes not dry out from not blinking? Zhao Peng inquired. Xing Tianlong was at a loss for words. He had been speaking of attacking people, yet found himself questioned about the dryness of his eyes. Just then, they heard the unmistakable roar of engines outside the fortress. Vehicles were entering the construction site. Boss, it could be the second team returning, Xing Tianlong exclaimed, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Let us go and see, Zhao Peng said, invigorated, as he hurried towards the fortress gate. Contemplating the possibility that they might bring back food, Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong approached the formidable white steel gate of the fortress. The gate featured ventilation holes the size of a fist, which not only served to circulate air, but also allowed them to observe the outside world. As they leaned closer to the gate, a chilling sight met their eyes. Instead of the expected comrade, they were confronted by several terrifying zombies. The face of a female zombie, grinning menacingly, was pressed against the vent, mere inches away from them, instilling a profound sense of dread. The female zombie was eager to affectionately greet them, clawing at the steel gate with her sharp nails, producing a disconcerting screeching sound as they scraped against the white steel. Alarmed, Zhao Peng and his companion instinctively recoiled, nearly losing their balance. The revelation that zombies actually existed was utterly shocking. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, the zombies cannot breach this fortress, Xing Tianlong reassured him. Zhao Peng nodded in agreement. While the zombies were indeed ominous, the fortification's robustness assured him they could not enter. Suddenly, a series of thunderous bangs resonated through the air, signifying the tank's assault. With each powerful strike, the entire structure trembled. The survivors within the fortress were roused from their reverie, rushing to the entrance to ascertain the commotion. A resounding roar erupted from the tank. Though immensely strong, its current capabilities were insufficient to breach even the cold storage, let alone the specially constructed fortress. After several futile attempts, the tank fell silent and retreated behind Lin Dong, awaiting his command to produce a small stick to unlock the imposing steel gate. Is this zombie mutated? Its strength is astonishing, Zhao Peng pondered, still shaken by the encounter. It is indeed a rare occurrence. Ever since the apocalypse, strange events have become increasingly common. Xing Tianlong waved his hand and reassured, do not worry. Even if it were a dinosaur, it could not enter here, unless, of course, the zombies have learned to operate excavators and dig their way in. Zhao Peng nodded, feeling emboldened. Let me take another look at what this zombie looks like. He approached the vent once more, tilting his head as he peered outside. This time, however, he spotted a young figure standing outside, surrounded by 3 eerie zombies. Is that Lin Dong? Zhao Peng exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing him immediately. Upon seeing him, a surge of anger welled up within him, for Lin Dong had sold him the farm just before the end of the world, taking an 8 million loan, which he still owed. Serves him right. He turned into a zombie? Truly poetic justice. Zhao Peng muttered under his breath. Yet, he could not help but admire the fact that even in his zombie form, Lin Dong remained remarkably clean. Xing Tianlong remarked, Zhao, we need not concern ourselves with them. They cannot enter anyway. Let them flail about. They will likely leave soon. Zhao Peng, no longer interested in observing, turned and sat down in a chair. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Dong fixated on the building. Even with a key, he knew he could not unlock it from the outside. However, with the strength of his current form, a single punch could easily breach it. Yet, that would soil his attire. Thus, with a wave of his hand, Lin Dong retrieved an object from his storage space, an enormous metallic machine with a steel arm connected to a colossal bucket. It was none other than an excavator. This is what he brought from the breeding farm, and today it happens to come in handy. With a resounding roar, the steel machine roared to life. Lin Dong drove the excavator towards the fortress. The reinforced concrete was excessively thick and difficult to penetrate. He intended to start from the surface soil and dig a tunnel inward. Suddenly, Zhao Peng and the others inside the fortress heard the thunderous noise of the machine and were immediately taken aback. What could it be? They hurried to the entrance and peered through the ventilation hole. To their astonishment, a colossal steel beast was slowly advancing towards them. An excavator? Could it be that the zombies were alumni of the Blue Sky Vocational School? This scene utterly shattered their perceptions. Xing Tianlong was equally bewildered. He had just mentioned the excavator, and now it had come to fruition. He never expected that zombies could operate such machinery. Now, the question arose, which one truly possessed superior excavator skills? As Lin Dong continued to dig, a large pit swiftly emerged at the entrance. The ground inside the fortress began to collapse, and sunlight streamed in from beneath the door. Quickly, grab your weapons. Prepare to fight. Xing Tianlong commanded fiercely as he turned around. Be it the thugs or construction workers, they all pulled out machetes, steel pipes, and even someone wheeled out a chainsaw with a buzzing sound. Their sheer numbers instilled a formidable spirit. Yes, let us confront them. Soon, the ground at the entrance was breached. A roar erupted. The tank roared as it charged forward, the first to plunge into the fray. Seizing a chunk of granite and hurling it into the crowd, the stone struck with the force of 1,000 pounds, instantly toppling 2 individuals to the ground. Hee. As the female zombie entered, one of the henchmen seized the moment, aiming a blade directly at her head. However, the female zombie moved with astonishing speed, swiftly raising her hand to slash at his forearm with her razor-sharp claws. A piercing scream erupted from the henchman as he dropped his weapon, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Yet, the female zombie deftly snatched the fallen blade midair, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she swung it toward the henchman's neck. What the hell? The henchman was struck with terror. It was the first time he had witnessed a zombie wielding a weapon. Trained to kill, the female zombie sliced through his neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, aghast at the sight of a zombie skillfully using a knife. This was madness. What could they possibly do? However, the situation grew even more absurd. As a few of them deliberated, a crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, piercing one man's skull. A glance revealed the Dr. Zombie, poised with a crossbow, preparing to load a second bolt. This was madness. Just moments ago, they had been ready to fight, but now they felt utterly powerless against such formidable foes. This would be a massacre. The remaining few, in a state of panic, discarded their armor and began to flee into the depths of the stronghold. When Lin Dong finally arrived, the battle had all but concluded. The fortress was a gruesome tableau of carnage, strewn with lifeless bodies, drenched in blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong stepped forward, and the three zombie subordinates ceased their rampage, dutifully following in his wake. They could still sense the presence of living beings within. Entering a room, they discovered extinguished embers on the floor, adjacent to which lay a grim pile of white bones, marked by the distinct imprints of gnawing teeth. Yet, these were not the marks of zombies, but rather of human dentition. Without further contemplation, Lin Dong understood the grim events that had transpired here. In the corner of the room, faint sounds of labored breathing could be discerned. Roar! The tank erupted in a furious growl towards that direction. As Lin Dong approached, he found a woman lying exposed on the ground, her legs gruesomely severed. The stumps were tightly bound with rubber bands, and ragged cloth was hastily wrapped around them to prevent excessive blood loss and imminent death. For once life departs, prion viruses would emerge within the body. The woman's complexion was ashen, her breath shallow, teetering on the brink of death. Upon hearing the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes. Instead of fear, there was a glimmer of relief in her gaze as she beheld Lin Dong and the horde of zombies. Lin Dong comprehended her unspoken plea. She desired to be freed from her suffering. In her eyes, Zhao Peng and his cohorts were far more cruel than the zombies before her. Consequently, the tank took on the role of a compassionate figure, fulfilling her wish with his own hands. With only one entrance to the fortress, Zhao Peng and Xing Tianlong, along with their companions, had retreated into the final room, leaving them with no avenues of escape. Zhao, what shall we do? The zombies will soon be upon us. Xing Tianlong was at a loss. Zhao Peng, however, maintained a semblance of calm. Those zombies wield weapons and operate excavators, undoubtedly possessing a semblance of human intelligence. Perhaps we could engage them in conversation. Indeed, Xing Tianlong nodded repeatedly, deeming the notion quite reasonable. If an agreement could be reached, survival would be attainable. A flicker of hope reignited within him. Zhao Peng continued, "Moreover, I share a modicum of camaraderie with Lin Dong from before the apocalypse. He may very well spare us." That would be splendid. Xing Tianlong immediately felt a surge of admiration. Truly, Zhao is remarkable. His connections are extensive. Even in the face of the apocalypse, they prove invaluable. At that moment, Lin Dong and his entourage emerged from the corridor, their footsteps drawing nearer, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Gulp. Zhao Peng's lips felt parched as he instinctively swallowed, his anxiety reaching its zenith. "Wait, Lin, don't harm me. You still recognize me, right? I am Zhao Peng," he called out hastily from a distance of several meters. As Lin Dong approached, he scrutinized Zhao, clearly recognizing that face. Oh, Lin Dong merely nodded. His three subordinates refrained from launching an immediate attack. Zhao Peng felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed promising. Thus, he continued to reminisce and foster connections. "Lin, do you recall? I once acquired your farm and lent you a considerable sum of money. So, you are the creditor." Lin Dong pondered, quickly coming to a conclusion. Thus, he should be eliminated. Uffed. Zhao Peng nearly spat blood as he realized he had perhaps misspoken. Beside him, Xing Tianlong felt an anxious urgency, pondering the futility of words at such a moment. Zhao Peng was about to offer an explanation, but alas, the opportunity had slipped away. The three subordinates of Lin Dong surged forth from behind, swiftly overwhelming them. Within the fortress, no survivors remained. Lin Dong collected all useful items and led his three subordinates outward. At that moment, Su Xiaoro was still waiting in the van. Having just heard the incessant screams emanating from the building, a cacophony of hysteria that painted a picture more horrifying than that of the campus. Just then, Lin Dong approached, his pristine white shirt remaining untouched, creating an illusion as if nothing had transpired. "Boss, where are we headed next?" she asked. "Home," Lin Dong replied succinctly. As the van slowly began to move, they swiftly returned to Lin Dong's residence. With Su Xiaoro's arrival, she was assigned to the house next door, where she diligently attended to chores such as laundry, cleaning, and dishwashing, approaching her duties with utmost sincerity, for any lapse could cost her dearly. Lin Dong, in turn, did not neglect her. He provided her with human food daily, rice, flour, and on particularly good days, frozen steaks or fish, allowing her a taste of variety. Over the course of several days, Su Xiaoro gradually acclimated. Compared to the survivors outside, she felt fortunate to have daily sustenance within the confines of the grand building, escaping the hardships of life on the streets. During this time, she found a semblance of happiness. Lin Dong consumed an enormous quantity of meat. With his continuous evolution, his capacity for digestion increased remarkably. Conservatively estimating, he had devoured 100 tons of beef alone, not accounting for other meats such as chicken blood. Lin Dong could distinctly sense his daily enhancement in strength. However, the extent of his power remained somewhat elusive to him. Until 10 days later, Lin Dong underwent another evolution, experiencing a qualitative leap as a crystalline core formed within his skull. Simultaneously, a flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. His head itched intensely. It was time to awaken his abilities. Chapter 17. The Corpse Domain. With a mere thought, Lin Dong expanded a domain centered around himself. This was his awakened ability, the Corpse Domain. At his current strength, the domain's radius extended only about 10 meters, inadvertently enveloping Su Xiaoro, who was mopping the floor nearby. Su Xiaoro immediately froze, as if beset by an otherworldly presence, paralyzed in place, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. As if trapped amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a profound sense of terror enveloping her. This illustrates the immense suppressive power the Corpse Domain possesses over humanity. What is happening? Su Xiaoro was unaware of the unfolding events. A fleeting glance revealed that Lin Dong, who had been seated on the sofa watching television, had inexplicably vanished. Where is the boss? Another capability of the Corpse Domain is concealment. Yet, it was not limited to that. At this moment, Lin Dong perceived his surroundings shrouded in a crimson haze. The once solid walls now appeared ethereal, rippling like the surface of water. As he extended his hand, his palm astonishingly passed through the wall. Subsequently, his body moved forward. Lin Dong completely traversed the barrier, emerging from the living room into the kitchen. Of course, this bizarre scene was invisible to others. One of the eerie abilities of the Corpse Domain was to allow Lin Dong to disregard terrain, enabling him to walk through walls or objects and even to burrow underground. Within this terrifying realm, if Lin Dong so desired, he could effortlessly extract another's heart, transcending the confines of flesh. Such formidable power. Lin Dong silently marveled. It could be used for murder or survival, rendering it nearly flawless. A corpse king capable of invisibility and wall passage who could withstand such might. However, this ability, classified as a spatial-type supernatural power, consumed mental energy and could not be employed continuously. As Lin Dong passed through the wall into the kitchen, Su Xiaoro in the living room, having exited the domain's range, knelt on the floor, gasping for breath, her entire being seemingly drained of vitality. What on earth had transpired? Where was the boss? At that moment, Lin Dong pushed open the door to the living room and walked in from the kitchen. Su Xiaoro's eyes widened. The boss had been seated on the sofa just moments ago. How could he suddenly appear from the kitchen? It was utterly bizarre. An unsettling feeling crept into her heart. Boss, what just happened? Nothing, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. As he continued to evolve, his linguistic abilities had been fully restored, allowing him to speak fluently with a voice rich in magnetism. To the naked eye, he bore no difference from an ordinary human. Oh, Su Xiaoro responded, not daring to inquire further, and resumed her diligent task of mopping the floor. Over the course of the past fortnight, Lin Dong's trio of zombie minions has significantly grown in strength. The tank has increased in size, now towering over 2 meters, with muscles bulging like small mountains, resembling a diminutive version of the Hulk. Meanwhile, the female zombie has become swifter. Lin Dong witnessed her pounce on a human searching for sustenance with the speed of a gust of wind. Her sharp bone claws left fleeting shadows as they tore through flesh, eviscerating her prey. Her movements were reminiscent of a character from the King of Fighters video game, Kyo Kusanagi. Thus, Lin Dong affectionately named her Little Kyo. However, the most peculiar among them is the Dr. Zombie, who not only revels in dissecting humans and consuming their entrails, but has recently taken a turn for the bizarre by also dissecting fellow zombies. He often extracts one of his own kind, slicing open their bellies or dismembering them, scattering various parts everywhere. It is noteworthy that these 3 zombie minions have gathered quite the following. Possessing the latent potential of a zombie king, they can command other undead. During their moments of leisure, they congregate near the skyscraper. Lin Dong has allowed them the freedom to roam, essentially raising them in the wild, permitting their savage growth. Moreover, Lin Dong has observed a concerning trend. The zombies on the streets have accelerated dramatically, now outpacing normal humans, no longer exhibiting the rigidity that characterized their behavior when the apocalypse first began. It is evident that they are evolving. A wave of evolution has ensued among the undead, making them increasingly formidable. What is the situation like for the humans? Seated on the sofa, Lin Dong retrieved his phone to gather intelligence, as the living still emit signals. Just as he unlocked his device, a notification caught his attention. The tech biotechnology company has devised a plan for the eradication of zombies. Eradicating zombies? Lin Dong had heard of this company, renowned for its research in viruses and genetics, boasting formidable strength and standing at the forefront of global technology. Akin to the Umbrella Corporation in the film Resident Evil, Tech is a multinational entity with a branch in Jiangbei City. Lin Dong felt a surge of curiosity regarding the zombie eradication plan. Upon delving deeper, he discovered, our tech company has developed a biological weapon, Hunter One, capable of effectively eliminating zombies. Soon to be mass-produced and deployed across various divisions. Beneath the text, there was an accompanying image. The so-called Hunter was, astonishingly, a synthetic bioengineered humanoid, towering nearly 3 meters tall. Wielding a Gatling gun in its right hand, its body festooned with ammunition belts. Moreover, it bore a colossal iron hammer on its back. Its enormous head was marred by numerous stitches, with grotesque centipede-like scars adorning its visage, presenting a fearsome and terrifying appearance. Lin Dong's assessment was that it was less aesthetically pleasing than a zombie. It would be best not to provoke it. Continuing to scroll down, Lin Dong encountered a statement from Tech Company. Currently, all major companies have established shelters for survivors to seek refuge. Our company will ensure your safety. Many survivors commented on this announcement, praising Tech Company for its prowess, rightfully positioned at the pinnacle of global technology, surviving even in the apocalypse. However, there were stark warnings. Everyone should avoid Tech Company's shelters. They merely seek to use humans for live experiments and will not protect us. Could it be possible that Hunter One was created using living individuals? Indeed, those with the capacity should seek refuge in our official sanctuary. The comments varied widely, but Lin Dong did not pay them any heed, as matters of refuge did not pertain to him. However, a subsequent piece of news proved exceedingly beneficial to him. It was released by the official sanctuary. Following rigorous testing, it was revealed that certain human bodies were undergoing evolution, capable of sprinting 100 meters in a mere 6 seconds and delivering a punch with a force of 1 ton. Experts posited that the source of this newfound strength stemmed from the brain dan that developed within the cranium. Should anyone experience an itch in their head, it is highly likely to be a precursor to evolution. Indeed, humanity was beginning to undergo transformation, although, at present, no one had yet awakened their powers. According to the experts, the brain dan, once it reaches a certain level of growth, would metamorphose into a crystal core, at which point the extraordinary abilities would manifest. Evolution occurs gradually. No individual can suddenly acquire such powers, as that would be implausible. Lin Dong believed that, having replenished himself with ample flesh and absorbed countless energies, he was destined to be the first to condense a crystal core and awaken his abilities, whether against humans or zombies. Chapter 18. Is it delicious? He contemplated the idea of capturing 2 awakened humans to sample their essence. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong resolved to venture out, eager to experiment with his newly awakened powers and the might of the corpse domain. He wondered which fortunate soul would cross paths with him. Thus, he rose and stepped outside. Whereupon, encountering the fierce zombies on the street, they all bowed their heads in submission. The zombie king had set forth, and the myriad of corpses bowed in allegiance. As the 3 subordinates roamed freely, absent from the vicinity, Lin Dong had no intention of including them in his excursion. Lacking a definite destination, he refrained from driving and instead meandered along the street. The disheveled thoroughfare was littered with shattered glass and mottled bloodstains, while in some shadowy corners, moss had begun to sprout. Occasionally, a mouse would emit a shrill squeak, clutching a severed finger as it scurried into the sewer. The desolation stretched before him, painting a grim tableau in this apocalyptic city. Yet, Lin Dong remained unblemished, exuding an air of leisure, as if he were merely out for a stroll. After approximately half an hour, he suddenly halted. The scent of fresh blood tickled his nostrils, a sign of life that his now keen sense of smell could easily detect. Turning his gaze, he noticed a large gate adorned with 3 prominent characters, Zoo. Strangely, the premises were eerily empty, devoid of any zombies. and not a single corpse lay upon the ground, only the remnants of dried, dark purple blood. It seemed this place had transformed into the territory of some creature, a warning to humans to stay away. For the average person, this locale would undoubtedly be perilous. However, Lin Dong was unfazed. He proceeded through the gate, entering the zoo, where an unsettling silence reigned, broken only by the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. The cages that once housed animals now stood vacant, stained with blood. Remnants of fur scattered about, and gnawed bones lay in disarray, creating a gruesome sight. Clearly, the inhabitants had been consumed by some unknown force. Lin Dong pressed onward, arriving at the keeper's quarters, where the building stood with its doors and windows tightly sealed, reinforced with welded steel bars. Though silence enveloped the surroundings, Lin Dong could still discern the faint sound of human breaths. Their inhalations were rapid, suggesting a state of immense tension. There were indeed individuals present, Lin Dong surmised. Yet he refrained from approaching directly. For not far off, two men were advancing in his direction, their destination clearly the same building. One of the men was short and stout, his skin coarse and marred by pockmarks, reminiscent of the surface of the moon. He was decidedly unattractive. The other man was tall and slender, clad in a suit, resembling a corporate white-collar worker, exuding an air of refinement. From their attire, it was evident that they were not employees of the zoo. Rather, they appeared to be scavengers in search of supplies. However, judging by their demeanor, they seemed well-fed, energized, and possessed a vitality that surpassed that of the average human. Could they be awakened beings? Lin Dong pondered, contemplating the notion of prying open their skulls for inspection. Meanwhile, the two men, observing the tightly shut doors and windows of the building, had come to realize that survivors were likely inside. Aha, there are living souls here, the genteel man remarked with a slight smile. The stout man nodded in agreement. Indeed, this promises to be entertaining, though I wonder, are there any beauties within? Certainly. I recall the caretaker here was quite lovely, the refined man replied. Emboldened by their status as awakened beings in this post-apocalyptic world, they felt no fear. With the collapse of order, they roamed freely in search of resources and alluring women, ready to indulge their whims. Let us not rush. First, we must deceive them into opening the door. The cultured man spoke. Although both individuals possessed robust physiques, the building was sealed tightly, and attempting to force entry would undoubtedly require considerable effort. The short, stout man nodded, indicating that he was already quite familiar with such situations. He stepped forward and gently knocked on the door, uttering a falsehood. Hello? Is anyone inside? We are the awakened team from the official shelter, here to rescue survivors. Upon hearing the mention of an official rescue team, the occupants within felt a surge of excitement. Finally, help had arrived. Inside the building were a total of 4 individuals, 3 caretakers, and an elderly man who served as a night watchman at the zoo. The old man held a tranquilizer gun, typically employed for subduing wild animals. Shoo, keep your voices down, we don't want to attract that monster, he cautioned. And what if they are deceivers? Should we open the door? Inquired a petite girl, her concern palpable in this apocalyptic world. Who knows whether those outside are human or specter? Another girl chimed in. I saw the official shelter's announcement. Indeed, there are individuals with evolved abilities forming awakened teams to conduct rescues. Then, shall we open the door? Let us do it. After all, our food supplies are nearly depleted. Staying shut in here would lead to our demise. Agreed. After a brief discussion among themselves, they slowly opened the door. The 2 men promptly slipped inside, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Indeed, there were beauties within. How delightful. Are you the rescue team from the shelter? One of the girls asked. Of course, the stout man replied with a nod. Another petite girl exclaimed, That's wonderful. Hurry, lead us away. Do not rush. I can rescue you. But there is a condition, the stout man replied with a sinister grin. What condition? The girl inquired, puzzled. With a wicked smile. The rotund man said, You must first make me feel good. This. The girl understood his implication, her expression one of shock. But, meanwhile, another girl had begun to sense the danger. Everyone, be cautious. Look at their attire. They are not a rescue team at all. Oh, you are quite clever. In an instant, the stout man's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence as he seized the girl by the throat, lifting her like a mere chick. The girl gasped, her legs flailing helplessly, but against his overwhelming strength, it was futile. Seeing this, an elderly man raised his gun, ready to fire. But the tranquil figure swiftly caught the tranquilizer dart with his bare hand. The reflexes of an awakened individual are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Despair filled the hearts of the group. They had not perished at the hands of zombies or monsters, but were instead facing a death more torturous at the hands of their own kind. In such a scenario, one could argue that death at the jaws of a zombie would be more merciful. Help! One of the girls screamed, determined to bring forth the monsters, willing to perish together with their captors. Bang! The cultured man struck her down with a swipe of his hand. Damn it, seeking death. The stout man, too, was ready to unleash his savage instincts. It's the end of the world. Who could possibly come to your rescue? Besides, I am an awakened one. The entire world belongs to me. Clearly, these two had transformed into tyrants of the apocalypse. Just then, at that critical moment, suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Awakened one, is it delicious? Chapter 19. The focus is on eating. Huh. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to look, discovering a handsome young man standing quietly at the doorway, his expression calm. How could there be another man here? The short, stout man furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, the three caretakers and the elderly watchman were filled with terror, their hearts gripped by astonishment. They understood that there was no one by the name of Lin Dong present here. He had materialized out of thin air. A chill ran down their spines as they gasped in disbelief. Was he human or ghost? The cultured man, however, seemed utterly unfazed, having long since become numb to the act of killing. A man, isn't it simple to just kill him? Thus, the refined man took deliberate steps towards Lin Dong, unaware that he was marching towards his own doom. You dress rather neatly. Time to die, he declared, swinging his fist towards Lin Dong's jaw. With his strength, he could easily deliver a fatal blow to an ordinary person. Yet, Lin Dong stood motionless, a flicker of crimson light glimmering in his eyes. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The man's fist passed right through Lin Dong's body. The cultured man immediately sensed something amiss. It felt as if the person before him had become ethereal. He stood in front of him, but could not make contact. It was uncanny. Panic surged within him as a profound sense of unease spread through his heart. The scene before him was utterly perplexing. The onlookers behind him stood frozen, realizing that this individual was indeed problematic. Suddenly, Lin Dong waved his hand, and a dagger materialized, plunging directly into the man's chest. Although there was no blood flowing from the wound, the man's expression froze, his pupils dilated, and he succumbed to death. This was one of Lin Dong's abilities within the realm of corpses, piercing through his chest to directly assault the heart. With a twist of his wrist, he deftly extracted the man's heart, which, vibrant and crimson, exuded warmth and dripped with copious blood. Monstrous. The remaining few, having never witnessed such a horrific scene, felt a chill run down their spines. Even the brutish, stout man trembled in fear. Lin Dong examined the heart and noted that the blood of the awakened was rather impure, containing energy that bore little distinction from that of an ordinary person. However, upon further reflection, he found this notion somewhat flawed. According to official reports, the power of the awakened stemmed from a brain core within their skulls. Thinking of this, Lin Dong cast his gaze upon the limp body at his feet. He carelessly discarded the heart he had extracted and then plunged the dagger into the man's forehead, cleaving open his skull. Inside, he discovered a round, fleshy orb, roughly the size of a thumb. This orb contained pure energy and emitted a delightful fragrance. This seems promising. Lin Dong retrieved the orb and, attempting to savor its essence, found it extraordinarily sweet, akin to the flavor of cherries enjoyed by an ordinary person. The energy within transformed into a warm current, flowing through his limbs and bringing immense comfort. Regrettably, the energy was insufficient. Lin Dong felt he had not fully indulged in the experience. Thus, his gaze shifted toward the stout man. The stout man trembled violently, as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast, nearly wetting himself in terror, and he hastily exclaimed as he fled towards the door. Alas, a ghost! Spare me! Just as he reached the door, ready to flee, Lin Dong swiftly plunged his long fingers into the back of the man's head, employing his necromantic abilities to extract the essence of his brain, even through the skull. The stout man collapsed, lifeless, his spirit extinguished. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Dong had eliminated two awakened beings, showcasing his ruthless nature. Please, do not kill me. Woe is me, spare us. Several survivors huddled together, their terror of Lin Dong reaching its zenith as they begged for mercy. Lin Dong surveyed them with a discerning gaze. The flesh of ordinary humans held little significance for him, often regarded as mere dog food. Very well, I shall not slay you. Is it truly so? The survivors appeared bewildered, their astonishment palpable. Lin Dong nodded. I am not a devil after all. However, their expressions were tinged with skepticism, for prior to this, they had deemed Lin Dong more fearsome than any demon. Just then, an ominous wind swept through the premises, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the air. A chilling wolf howl reverberated throughout the zoo, its sound hauntingly shrill and frenzied, evoking a sense of dread akin to the cries of the damned. The old watchman's eyes widened in terror, realization dawning upon him. Oh no, our voices were too loud. We have drawn that monster back. It has discovered our presence. Oh, Lin Dong turned his attention towards the outside. Through the gaps sealed by iron bars, he glimpsed a crimson eye, the size of a light bulb, radiating a bloodthirsty aura, straining to peer into the room. Several survivors appeared ashen, haunted by the monstrous beast that had devoured all the creatures in the zoo. It was coming for us next. Suddenly, the walls of the house trembled under a tremendous impact. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. The beast, possessing immense strength, repeatedly slammed against the structure, causing the reinforced steel to contort and emit a chilling sound. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole was torn in the wall. Two grotesque heads emerged, revealing a towering wolf, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a physique surpassing that of a yak. Most bizarrely, this wolf possessed 2 heads. Its bulbous eyes glimmered with a savage light, and its razor-sharp fangs, as long as daggers, gleamed ominously. Clearly, this was a mutated creature, with a ferocious growl. The 2-headed wolf roared at the few occupants inside, exuding an air of menace and arrogance. The old man, armed with a tranquilizer gun, took aim and pulled the trigger. If you can run, do so. I, an old relic, have lived long enough. Let it feast on me first. However, the wolf's fur stood erect like steel needles. Its skin remarkably tough, rendering the tranquilizer ineffective as it deflected the dart effortlessly. This was dire. Faced with such a ferocious giant, they found themselves devoid of any means of resistance. The earlier attack had only incited the wolf's fury further. As it prepared to breach the shattered wall, Lin Dong stood his ground, intrigued by the creature. Observing its massive and muscular form, he noted its streamlined body, seemingly brimming with appetite. As a king of corpses, his essence revolved around consumption. What might the taste of this wolf's flesh be like? Several survivors remained in a state of astonishment. Was he truly contemplating consuming wolf meat? At that moment, the colossal wolf had fully entered the scene, towering over 2 meters in height, standing before Lin Dong. Its 2 heads gazed down upon him, their massive forms exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, Lin Dong met its gaze unflinchingly, exuding an air of tranquility. The domain unfolded. In an instant, the crimson glow in his eyes intensified, and a blood-red domain began to spread outward. Chapter 20. Childhood Memories. The Corpse King's domain enveloped the 2-headed wolf, a formidable force radiating throughout the area. The enormous wolf trembled, as if submerged in the depths of the ocean, besieged by immense pressure. Its limbs weakened, and with a resounding thud, it knelt before Lin Dong. A mournful whimper escaped its lips. Reminiscent of a defeated hound, its once fierce gaze now replaced by palpable fear. It seemed that a mere glance from Lin Dong was sufficient to bring the giant wolf to its knees. The sight before him was utterly breathtaking. Evidently, the Corpse King's domain exerted a tremendous suppressive power over mutated beasts. The survivors looked on, dumbfounded, unable to fathom such an outcome. This man before them was astonishingly powerful. Meanwhile, Lin Dong pondered the nature of the wolf's 2 heads. Did it possess 2 brain cores, or merely 1? To ascertain the truth, he stepped forward and used his dagger to pry open one of the wolf's heads, discovering, to his astonishment, that each head contained its own brain core. However, it was regrettably smaller in size compared to that of the previous awakened one. If the awakened one's brain core was likened to a cherry, then the 2-headed wolf's cores could only be described as small cherries. Lin Dong proceeded to consume the 2 brain cores. The flavor remains delectable, and the energy is pure, fully absorbed, invigorating his vitality. Subsequently, he picked up the dagger and licked the blood from its edge. He discovered that the blood of the 2-headed wolf was also exquisite, containing energy far superior to that of bovine or avian blood. Indeed, Lin Dong expressed his satisfaction, and with a grand gesture, he stored it in his spatial compartment, intending to showcase it at home. As for the few living individuals behind him, Lin Dong paid them no heed, for their extermination held little significance. Like a breeding farm, They could be preserved to continue their lineage or eliminated once they evolved into awakeners. Lin Dong's form glided through the wall, vanishing like a specter. The few individuals behind him stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment at the sudden demise of the terrifying giant wolf. What on earth is he? Upon returning home, Lin Dong found Su Xiaoro had completed the household chores for the day. "Boss, your clothes are all washed and ready for you to change," she announced. Go take a rest," Lin Dong replied. However, Su Xiaoro, cradling the back of her neck, shook her head slightly. "Boss, I feel a peculiar itch in my head. Could it mean I'm about to awaken?" "Oh?" Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance at her, observing for a moment before responding, "Go wash your hair." Su Xiaoro felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. Her initial hopes dashed. She turned and exited the room. Lin Dong indulged in a warm bath, changing into freshly laundered clothes, and then donned a pristine scarf. He approached the dining table, picked up a knife and fork, and began to slice the meat from the recently hunted wolf, savoring his meal. The taste of wolf meat is quite delightful, possessing a remarkable chewiness akin to the experience of consuming beef jerky. Before him, the television screen flickered with the signals of survivors. There are monsters. The beasts have not only mutated, but some have even fused with zombies. I captured this with a drone. Everyone, take a look. Lin Dong chewed on the meat, raising his gaze to the television. What appeared was a colossal python, as thick as a barrel. Yet the most bizarre aspect was that it bore the head of a zombie. It coiled around a house, presenting a terrifying sight. This grotesque fusion was a result of the python having consumed too many zombies. Furthermore, numerous official shelters were disseminating information about these hybrid creatures. For instance, there were giant, human-faced spiders the size of cars, covered in fur, spinning webs tougher than steel. Additionally, there were rats the size of sows, their backs adorned with numerous human heads, all writhing in agony as they wailed. Truly, it was a gruesome feast for the imagination, Lin Dong mused. The outside world remained fraught with peril, teeming with mutated monsters engaged in a continuous cycle of fleeing and slaughter, where a moment's inattention could cost one their life. Human survivors not only had to guard against monsters, but also against one another, in the fierce competition for food or beauty that would turn against their own, discarding any pretense of kindness. However, this bloodshed and violence held little relevance for Lin Dong. He nestled comfortably in his clean abode, attended by servants, leading a life of utmost ease. The outside world seemed like a distant realm, entirely separate from his own. Moreover, 3 of his subordinates stood guard outside, with their own followers numbering in the thousands. Whether it be awakened humans or mutated beasts, none dared to recklessly disturb this sanctuary. Thus, Lin Dong endured for over 10 days, consuming an immense quantity of flesh, amounting to hundreds of tons. The intake of meat was relentless, and as a result, Lin Dong's prowess surged remarkably. At this juncture, the domain of corpses expanded to a staggering 20 meters, becoming both more formidable and enduring. However, in recent days, he observed helicopters frequently whirring past in the sky outside, indicating a marked increase in human activity. According to the intelligence he had gathered, this surge was attributed to a rise in awakened individuals who were actively conducting rescue operations. Currently, the official refuge in Jiangbei City had seen its population swell to 50,000, with 7,000 being awakened. Furthermore, a list of the top 100 awakened individuals had been compiled, ranked from 001 to 100, with 001 bearing the greatest strength and 100 the least. It is important to note that this ranking was derived from data analysis rather than actual combat performance. In addition, they issued daily updates concerning the rescue teams dispatched, to prevent survivors from making erroneous identifications or falling prey to those with ulterior motives. On this particular day, as Lin Dong was watching television, he noted that most of the networks were incapacitated, offering little programming. The only signals available were those transmitted by the radar from the refuge. Today's rescue team announcement. We have dispatched rescue personnel, Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, both awakened individuals, who are about to land in the university town. We ask nearby survivors to await rescue. Initially, Lin Dong paid little heed to this news, but upon hearing the names, he set down his goblet and focused intently on the screen, where the images of the 2 individuals appeared. The first individual is a girl, adorned with blunt bangs and possessing long, straight black hair, her skin exceptionally fair. Her round, dark eyes, devoid of luster, appear hauntingly hollow, as if stripped of any emotion. Nevertheless, The girl's beauty is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Coupled with her expressionless visage, she evokes an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a lifeless mannequin. The second individual is a man, with a complexion of deep bronze, his cheeks gaunt, and his naturally curly hair adds to his distinct appearance. Most striking are his eyes, one gazing directly ahead while the other looks askew, exuding an air of peculiar wisdom. When juxtaposed, the disparity in their attractiveness is stark, akin to a profound chasm separating clouds from mud. Yet, these two individuals are well known to Lin Dong. His gaze instinctively drifts toward the photograph hanging on the wall. A snapshot from the orphanage, encapsulating nearly all his childhood memories. Astonishingly, both individuals are present in the image. Among them, Cheng Luai leaves the most indelible impression on Lin Dong. They often played together in their youth, until the director declared that Cheng Luai suffered from a mental illness, sending her to a psychiatric hospital, after which they never crossed paths again. The other, Sun Xiaoqiang, also lingers in his memory. Lin Dong recalls that Sun Xiaoqiang had a congenital defect and was mentally challenged, with one eye perpetually vigilant while the other stood guard, ultimately abandoned by his parents. This brings to mind a classic incident. When Sun Xiaoqiang was 12, he had a pet hamster that fell ill, and in a misguided attempt to help, he fed it rat poison. The photograph on the television stirs Lin Dong's buried recollections. His childhood companions have not been seen for a decade, and he never anticipated this moment. They unexpectedly formed a rescue team. One is a person with a mental illness, and the other is a person with intellectual disabilities. Can they truly save anyone? Chapter 21. Rescue Cheng Luai indeed suffers from mental illness. During her time in the psychiatric hospital, she exhibited tendencies for self-harm. When the apocalypse struck, she became one of the first awakened. In the shelter, she holds the rank of 001, hailed as the strongest individual. Her awakened ability is deadly pain. The more pain her body endures, the stronger she becomes, with an exceptionally high ceiling for power. Sun Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, ranks 002, wielding the ability Fearless Frenzy. Those with lower intelligence often possess greater courage. Sun Xiaoqiang can enter a frenzied state, reducing his intellect to 0, yet significantly enhancing his strength. At this moment, Cheng Luai stands in the corridor of a university classroom. Clad in a white and blue-striped patient gown, her right arm wrapped in bandages, wielding a fire axe in her hand. With a fierce shout, two zombies ahead roar and lunge toward her. Cheng Luai, her expression devoid of emotion, swings the axe, shattering their skulls. Blood splatters against the corridor walls, leaving glaring streaks. Move quickly. Behind Cheng Luai are several trembling survivors. At this moment, the sounds of chaotic footsteps and the growls of zombies echo from the corner of the corridor behind them. Turning her gaze, she discovers a horde of zombies surging forth, jostling and trampling one another, filling the entire corridor like a relentless tide. Oh my God, so many zombies. Run. The survivors, gripped by terror, sprint alongside Cheng Luai in a frantic escape. Yet, the ordinary human speed was no match for the approaching horde of zombies, with the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Fortunately, not far ahead lay the stairwell. If they could reach it and secure the door, they would be able to isolate themselves from the undead. Cheng Luai swung her fire axe, cleaving through several zombies that obstructed her path, and swiftly maneuvered into the stairwell. The survivors behind her followed suit, one after another. However, one girl accidentally stepped onto a patch of zombie blood, slipping and falling to the ground. She gasped in alarm. Cheng Luai glanced back, noticing that the girl was about to be engulfed by the tide of corpses. Without a second thought, she slammed the door to the stairwell shut. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the students. Yet, one boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Why didn't you save Xiaoya? You left her out there. There's no saving her now. Cheng Luai replied coldly. The boy remained insistent. Xiaoya is our classmate. She's a good person. We have to go back for her. We can't abandon anyone. Oh. Cheng Luai nodded, then unexpectedly grasped the boy's arm and forcefully pushed him outside. Bang. She slammed the door shut once more. In this apocalyptic world, the first rule was to eliminate the self-righteous. Is there anyone else who wishes to venture out to save her? Cheng Luai surveyed the remaining survivors, who trembled in fear, too afraid to utter a sound. Merely shaking their heads vigorously, they had realized that the person before them was not to be trifled with. The helicopter is on the rooftop. Let us ascend, Cheng Luai declared as she began her ascent up the stairs. The corridor was enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of any zombies. save for a few lifeless bodies that had long been dispatched by others. It seemed that within the school, there were other awakened individuals. If one could rescue an awakened person, it would yield significant merit. The refuge would generously allocate an additional 2 pounds of flour. Just as they were about to reach the rooftop, a young man appeared at the entrance of the stairwell on the lowest floor, wielding a paper cutter stained with blood. He stood there, coldly observing the group. "Did you kill the zombies here?" Cheng Luai inquired, raising her gaze. "Yes, it was me," the young man replied. He was also a student of the school, now transformed into an awakened being. "Very well," Cheng Luai nodded. "Come with me to the refuge." However, the young man shook his head, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. "Why should I go to the refuge? There, I would be subjected to constraints. Out here, I am free. I believe you should stay here with me." "Jiangsu, have you lost your mind?" a girl cried from behind. Some individuals, upon suddenly gaining powers, inevitably experienced shifts in temperament. "Oh, you dare to speak against me?" The boy's face contorted into a snarl as he reversed the grip on the paper cutter and lunged forward, the blade aimed to strike. Thud. Yet, the paper cutter did not reach the girl. Instead, it was intercepted by an arm wrapped in bandages. The blade sank into the flesh, blood cascading forth and staining the bandages a vivid crimson, resembling a blooming red flower. The owner of that arm was none other than Cheng Lui, who, despite being stabbed, displayed no alteration in her expression. The boy furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Does this fellow lack the sensation of pain? At that moment, the bandage around Cheng Luai's arm gradually unraveled, revealing the skin beneath. The boy glanced down, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. For on Cheng Luai's arm lay a multitude of scars, some healed, others recently scabbed, each a startling testament to her past self-inflicted wounds. Pain, how exquisite it is. Cheng Luai's lips curled slightly, activating her ability, lethal agony, and with a forceful push of her left hand against the boy's chin. His head snapped back with immense power. Crack. The boy's neck broke, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The 2 pounds of flour were gone. When Cheng Luai escorted the survivor to the rooftop, a helicopter was stationed in the distance, and a gaunt figure stood with their back to them. This individual was Sun Xiaoqiang. Curiously, he was gripping a zombie in his hand. "Demon of the cave, I am Cave 2, please respond," Sun Xiaoqiang said into the walkie-talkie while tugging at his collar with one hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Cheng Luai inquired from behind him. Sun Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, turning to reveal his characteristic intelligent gaze. "I've rescued everyone. I wanted to check in and see if you encountered any trouble." "Is that a human you saved?" Cheng Luai remarked with a sidelong glance. Sun Xiaoqiang turned to look and finally realized he was holding a zombie, which was gnawing at his arm. "Huh? It was a person just a moment ago. When did it mutate? My apologies." Bang! He swung his fist, striking the zombie squarely in the face, his immense strength sending it tumbling down the stairs. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was comfortably at home, engrossed in watching television. He never anticipated that he would come across the name of a childhood companion on the rescue team roster, perhaps out of curiosity. And with nothing pressing to occupy his time, Lin Dong retrieved his mobile phone and logged onto the official website of the refuge. Indeed, he soon discovered photographs of the 2 individuals on the rescue team list, accompanied by brief descriptions resembling personal signatures. Under Cheng Luai's photo, it read, "I am a gentle girl, afraid of pain." Sun Xiaoqiang's description stated, "I am a handsome boy, both wise and brave." Chapter 22. The zombie tied these 2 individuals. Had Lin Dong not seen Sun Xiaoqiang's statement, he might have believed it wholeheartedly. The official website of the refuge not only provided information about the rescue teams, but also featured sections for calls for help, mutual assistance, and communication. Many individuals from the refuge were venting their frustrations online. "I'm starving. Is there anyone who can spare some food? I can offer a trade. I'm a professional model." One user exclaimed, "I would love to help you, but I, too, am at a loss." In desperation, another replied, "How about I produce some milk for you?" To which came the retort from above, "Is that even real milk? Yesterday, while I was digging the foundation, the shelter rewarded me with a quarter of a bowl of instant noodles, an excessive amount that I could hardly consume. I gulped it down without even adding water to the broth, epitomizing sheer wastefulness. It is evident that resources within the shelter are exceedingly scarce. Yet the population remains a vital force, prompting them to rescue survivors relentlessly. Among them, someone circulated a research report from tech company. According to our research, the cranium of advanced zombies can produce brain essence, which, when absorbed by awakened humans, significantly enhances their strength. Therefore, our company is currently capturing the Zombie King, designating it as the Hunter King operation. This tech company, previously known for its zombie extermination plan, has recently become quite audacious with this new Hunter King operation. As Lin Dong pondered over this, he suddenly heard a rugged wailing from outside, a sorrowful woo-woo sound. Who could be crying? Judging by the voice, it was not the female zombie Xiao Ba, but rather the towering figure of Tank. Lin Dong approached the door and opened it. Indeed, a robust silhouette came into view. Tank's muscular form was imposing, though his broad face bore a dark mark, reminiscent of a burn. His body showed signs of bullet wounds, yet his strong physique had healed, leaving him relatively unharmed. The sorrowful wailing echoed, revealing a fundamental emotional evolution in Tank, who was crying pitifully, resembling a child weighing over 200 pounds. His cries conveyed a singular message: someone had bullied him. What happened? Lin Dong inquired. The tank operator danced with exuberance, gesturing fervently like a child seeking parental attention, yet his current intellect hindered him from articulating his thoughts with clarity. At that moment, the Dr. Zombie emerged from behind him. Your Majesty, they are humans. They have taken over the prison and seek to hunt us down. Among them are those who have condensed their brain cores and can manipulate flames. Oh, Lin Dong nodded, already grasping the situation. Once a human awakener's brain core evolves into a crystal core, it grants them extraordinary abilities. Evidently, that individual was a fire elemental adept. What, one wonders, is the flavor of a crystal core? He had tasted the flesh of mutated beasts and brain cores, both of which were quite palatable. Yet he had never sampled a crystal core. However, it stands to reason that the crystal core would surpass the brain core in potency. After languishing at home for half a month, Lin Dong felt it was time to venture forth, thus signaling his subordinates for a hunt. With a powerful roar, the tank ceased his sobbing and let out a bellow. This cry seemed to trigger a chain reaction, inciting thousands of nearby zombies to stir with excitement, their roars echoing through the air. Lin Dong stepped onto the chaotic streets, flanked by his three subordinates, Tank, Xiao Ba, and the Doctor. Behind them loomed a formidable horde of zombies, a substantial tide of the undead that could easily dominate in this terrifying post-apocalyptic world. The mutated rats and snakes along the streets, witnessing the fierce zombie horde, scuttled away in panic. All forces, advance! With Lin Dong's commanding shout, the tide of zombies erupted in a thunderous roar, charging forward with reckless abandon, heading straight for the prison. At this moment, the prison was guarded by over 100 armed personnel, clad in standardized combat uniforms belonging to the tech company. Utilizing the imposing high walls and watchtowers, ordinary zombies were rendered incapable of breaching their defenses, allowing for a rather leisurely atmosphere. In one room, a young man lounged on a sofa, attended by two statuesque women catering to his whims. This young man, Zhang Xiaoyuan, possessed fire-based abilities. For him, acquiring the company of women in this apocalyptic world was an effortless endeavor. A mere offering of 2 loaves of bread sufficed. Before the onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoyuan was just another overworked employee, toiling under a 996 schedule. Now, as an awakened being, he was summoned by the tech company, enjoying sumptuous provisions and comforts. How delightful, he mused. At this stage, the number of awakened individuals capable of condensing crystal cores was quite limited. Zhang Xiaoyuan had vanquished high-level zombies, absorbing their brain essence, thus establishing himself as a formidable force within the human faction. He needed to hunt more zombie kings, continuously evolving. In the narrative of the apocalypse, was he not akin to the protagonist? He pondered, relishing the abundance of resources and the adoration of women who once disregarded him, now submissively attending to his every desire. It was the quintessential tale of an underdog triumphing over adversity. However, just then, an individual rushed in, breathless. Brother Zhang, our deployed drones have captured footage of a horde of zombies heading this way. A horde? Zhang Xiaoyuan's expression remained unperturbed, exhibiting no fear. Rather, he considered the prospect. If there was a horde, a zombie king would undoubtedly be leading it, presenting an opportunity to hunt and acquire more brain essence. Let us go out and take a look, he instructed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyuan ascended to the watchtower atop the high wall, his gaze sweeping across the distant streets, where a dark mass was indeed visible. Countless zombies surged forward, their roars echoing incessantly. Quite formidable indeed. Once they entered the range of attack, we would open fire. Understood, replied a companion nearby. As the horde of zombies drew closer, a command was issued, and the firing positions atop the wall unleashed a barrage. Bullets cascading down like rain, creating a tempest of metal. However, many of Lin Dong's underlings had already undergone evolution, their physiques remarkably robust, endowed with regenerative capabilities. Sustaining several gunshots posed little challenge. They would rise from the ground and continue their relentless advance. Before long, the tide of corpses reached the base of the high wall, initiating a human wall. Xiao Ba chuckled ominously, his leaping ability now extraordinary. He propelled himself off a zombie and leapt directly onto the wall. With a swift swipe, he eviscerated a guard. Meanwhile, Tank seized a massive boulder, hurling it as if it were a discus, spinning in midair before launching it upwards. Boom! The boulder shattered the watchtower, sending its occupants tumbling down from the wall. Something felt amiss. Zhang Xiaoyuan sensed an unsettling shift. Realizing that this horde of zombies was unlike any other, it wasn't until a crossbow bolt whizzed past, piercing the skull of a guard beside him, that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chapter 23. The Siege of the Prison. This was a horde of highly evolved zombies, capable of cooperation, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaoyuan observed Tank, fiercely engaged in a frenzied slaughter. He had previously encountered tanks and had driven them away. Clearly, he had returned for vengeance. This group of individuals, could they truly harbor grudges? Zhang Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow. "Brother Yuan, look over there," exclaimed the guard beside him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Amidst the tide of corpses stood a young man, clad in a pristine white shirt, utterly unblemished and starkly contrasting with the surrounding grotesque zombies. His expression was impassive, coldly observing the chaos around him. Was he human or ghost? Zhang Xiaoyuan was equally taken aback. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to find anyone so immaculate. The young man's presence felt surreal, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. To describe it with a phrase, his background is too unrealistic. "Hurry, aim and fire at him," Zhang Xiaoyuan commanded without hesitation. The nearby guard swiftly redirected his weapon, unleashing a torrent of bullets as flames erupted from the muzzle. Yet, Lin Dong remained rooted in place, seemingly unaffected. In the blink of an eye, as his eyes glowed ominously, the projectiles that had been shot at him passed directly through his form, striking the ground behind him. What the hell? Zhang Xiaoyuan gasped in shock. The scene before him was utterly bizarre. As the guards on the wall were continuously slain, their firepower diminished. The zombies in the corner pressed forward, piling upon one another, forming a human ladder as the uppermost zombies scrambled to ascend the wall. They howled with grotesque visages, viciously lunging at any human in sight. Several guards were toppled, falling prey to the frenzied gnawing. The remaining guards, gripped by fear, were thrown into disarray. As it appeared that the outer wall was on the verge of collapse, Zhang Xiaoyuan urgently commanded, "Quick, retreat to the safe house." The original guards had long harbored thoughts of escape, swiftly turning to flee while occasionally turning back to fire at the relentless horde of zombies pursuing them. However, Xiao Ba was the swiftest among them, her claws stained with blood, her countenance radiating a frenzied exhilaration as she reveled in the carnage. Witnessing the humans' retreat only intensified her predatory instincts, prompting her to leap forward with each stride, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In mere moments, she felled 5 or 6 more humans. She was an agile zombie king. Zhang Xiaoyuan made his assessment, igniting flames in both hands, a searing aura enveloping him as he unleashed his fire-based abilities. If he did not intervene soon, he feared there would be few of his subordinates left. With a flick of his wrist, 2 fireballs hurtled toward Xiao Ba. Quick to react, she nimbly leaped back to evade them. Boom, boom. The fireballs detonated, forming a barrier of flames. Under the protection of this fiery wall, the remaining guards managed to retreat to the safety of the nearby buildings. Zhang Xiaoyuan cast a sidelong glance and spotted Lin Dong making his way through the swarm of the undead, advancing slowly. Hiss! Zhang Xiaoyuan dared not linger, promptly leaping down from the high wall and retreating into the structure, sensing an uncanny aura emanating from Lin Dong, unsure of the true nature of his abilities. With the outer walls breached, Lin Dong approached the building with a calm demeanor, refraining from immediate action as he sought to gauge the strength of the awakened humans. Though his zombie king domain was formidable, it could only be maintained for 5 minutes at full capacity. Any hasty move might result in a soiled outfit. After a brief skirmish, over 2/3 of the 100 guards in the prison had perished, leaving fewer than 40 remaining. Lin Dong suffered little loss as he led the horde of zombies forward with unwavering determination. The tanks followed closely behind, their grotesque faces displaying a childlike glee. A clear indication of their satisfaction. At last, vengeance had been secured. How dare you bully me? Within the confines of the prison, Zhang Xiaoyuan and his companions constructed a secure shelter, crafted entirely from 10-centimeter thick alloy, encompassing both the roof and the floor, devoid of any blind spots, remarkably sturdy. Only the front wall bore several fist-sized openings, serving as firing ports for shooting outward, while also facilitating ventilation. With a collective sigh of relief, the group finally took refuge within the shelter. These zombies, they are utterly ferocious. Indeed, they are unlike the previous waves of the undead. It's no exaggeration. Can you believe I nearly met my end at the hands of a zombie wielding a cleaver? These creatures have evolved far too swiftly. Several guards lamented. However, Lin Dong's vanguard had already pursued them to this location, their visages twisted in rage, clawing at the walls and roaring incessantly. Yet, the alloy walls were far too formidable for the zombies to breach. Using a satellite phone, they contacted headquarters to request assistance. Although they were safe for the moment, they could not afford to be trapped by the zombies. Zhang Xiaoyuan commanded. Understood, the nearby guards promptly replied. Rumble. At that moment, the tanks crashed through several walls, charging directly towards the shelter. Witnessing their foes taking refuge within the turtle shell, the tank's occupants felt a profound sense of resentment, raising their massive fists to pound relentlessly against it. Bang, bang, bang. The safe house trembled incessantly, yet the alloy walls were too formidable for the tank to breach. Huh, foolish giant, can't you enter? Zhang Xiaoyuan felt no concern. The very purpose of constructing this safe haven was to shield against powerful, brute-like zombie kings or formidable mutated creatures. Roar. The enraged tank howled in fury, its frustration palpable. Zhang Xiaoyuan surmised that with the tank's level of intelligence, it could not possibly orchestrate such a well-trained horde of zombies. The true master must be someone else. Surely, it must be that pristine young man. As he pondered, an unexpected silence enveloped the outside world, all the zombies abruptly ceasing their cacophony. It was akin to a noisy classroom falling silent the moment a teacher steps in. What is happening? Why have they suddenly quieted? This horde of zombies, how peculiar. The sudden stillness left everyone astounded. It was the first occurrence of its kind since the apocalypse began. The zombies stood orderly in place. And then, astonishingly, they instinctively parted to create a pathway. The onlookers were even more astonished. They had never witnessed such behavior from zombies. Soon, a young figure emerged slowly from the distance, flanked by the little eight and the doctor zombie, each positioned distinctly on either side. Brother Yuan, these zombies are exceedingly strange. One subordinate exclaimed, trembling with fear. Zhang Xiaoyuan's gaze remained fixed, equally astonished. No need to worry. After all, they cannot enter, and we shall await rescue. Indeed. The subordinates nodded in agreement, their hearts finding a semblance of solace. Given the formidable strength of the safe house, even the arrival of missiles would fail to breach its defenses. Hence, there is no need to worry about the undead intruding. Huh, those wretched zombies. Dare to come and bite me? Indeed. You think you're formidable, don't you? Damn it, my brothers have perished at your hands. A few guards, overwhelmed by the psychological strain of witnessing gruesome sights and the loss of comrades, sought to vent their frustrations, emboldened by their current safety. They even aimed their weapons at the firing port, squeezing the triggers to unleash a volley of shots. Yet, just as the flames erupted, Lin Dong's approaching figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Chapter 24. The action continues. Stop. You fools. Zhang Xiaoyuan urgently admonished his subordinates. For their actions served no purpose other than to waste ammunition. Moreover, he had realized that Lin Dong had disappeared, seemingly evaporating into thin air. An intense sense of unease enveloped him, giving rise to an unsettling feeling. Where could he have gone? However, in the next moment, the tall figure reappeared, but unlike before. Lin Dong had directly entered the house. Goodness! The crowd stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces, even rubbing their eyes in suspicion. How? How did he get in? What on earth is happening? Damn it! This is madness. He is not a zombie. He is a ghost. At that instant, the onlooker's hair stood on end, akin to startled cats. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, someone instinctively raised their weapon, ready to pull the trigger. As Lin Dong unleashed the domain of the Corpse King, an overwhelming sense of oppression descended upon the crowd, as if they were burdened by an immense mountain, rendering their bodies immobile in an instant. Zhang Xiaoyuan, as an awakened being, possessed heightened sensitivity. He could almost perceive an endless sea of blood surging behind Lin Dong, enveloping everyone in its embrace. With a whoosh, under the immense pressure, flames ignited spontaneously from his hands. As a crystallized awakened one, his physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to barely move within the Corpse King's domain. Die. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to swing his flame-encased fists directly at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's gaze was fixed. It was his first encounter in combat with an awakened being, and he lacked experience. Moreover, he harbored no clear understanding of his own strength. He did not even know how formidable he truly was. I should put it to the test, Lin Dong contemplated. Yet, despite it being a test, he was fully aware that he faced an awakened being with a crystallized core and could not afford to underestimate him. Thus, Lin Dong also exerted all his might and hurled a punch forward. Bang! A dull thud resonated as their fists collided. The flames on Zhang Xiaoyuan's hands extinguished, and his entire arm shattered like fragile foam in an instant. His body was struck with tremendous force, akin to being hit by a train, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the alloy wall. The impact was more devastating than falling from the 30th floor, leaving him utterly crushed. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Was he dead just like that? It seemed that even those who had crystallized their cores were not as formidable as he had expected. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyuan's subordinates stood in stunned disbelief. Just moments ago, he had fervently hoped that Zhang Xiaoyuan could save him. Yet, to his utter disbelief, in the span of a single punch, he had perished. The adversary was overwhelmingly formidable. He was not a ghost. He was a devil. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. A wave of despair washed over the guards, rendered immobile under the oppressive force of the Corpse King. Some, frail in spirit, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Dong stepped forward, extracting a crystalline core from the shattered skull of Zhang Xiaoyuan. This core, distinct from a brain Dan, was entirely transparent, akin to the size of a pigeon's egg, exuding a more intense and fragrant aroma. The energy enclosed within was likewise far superior to that of a brain Dan. As he grasped the core, Lin Dong swallowed it whole. It melted in his mouth, exuding an exquisite sweetness, accompanied by a warm current coursing through his limbs. The pure energy was swiftly absorbed, nourishing his physique. Lin Dong felt a profound satisfaction. The energy from this singular core was at least equivalent to that of 10 brain dawn. He retrieved a tissue, diligently wiping his hands before turning to exit, effortlessly opening the security door. Little ones, it's time to feast. A cacophony of excited roars erupted from the horde of zombies as they surged into the safe house, ravenously tearing into the guards, their desperate screams echoing through the air. But soon, silence reclaimed the space. Thus concluded a hunt. The prison, recently seized by the tech company, had once again fallen. Zombies roamed freely, the desolation palpable. Occasionally, dark crows alighted, cawing while feasting on the decaying flesh of the zombies. At this moment, Lin Dong, leading the tide of corpses, had returned to their lair. In accordance with his usual routine, Lin Dong first indulged in a bath and donned a fresh set of clothing. Perhaps due to the consumption of the devouring crystal core, he felt little hunger. Thus, he poured himself a glass of fresh blood and leisurely drank, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, as if he had transformed from a fearsome corpse king into the amiable boy next door. "Boss, where have you been?" inquired Su Xiao, who was mopping the floor nearby. After all, Lin Dong was her only source of conversation, and the monotony of her days was quite tedious. Without turning his head, Lin Dong replied, "Oh, just went out for some hand-grab rice." Su Xiao's expression froze momentarily. In this apocalyptic world, what hand-grab rice could possibly exist outside? With her sharp intellect, she quickly deduced the truth. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further conversation. There was simply no common ground between them. After each hunt, Lin Dong would retreat to his lair for several days, indifferent to the chaos and dangers that danced outside. He continued to absorb energy daily, evolving relentlessly. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not ceased his consumption of flesh and blood. Consequently, his understanding of his own strength had become somewhat nebulous. He had initially intended to test his prowess against Zhang Xiaoyuan, but found him too weak. A single punch was sufficient to end his life. Was there no stronger adversary available? However, the incident of Lin Dong killing Zhang Xiaoyuan and the subsequent fall of the prison had ignited a tremendous uproar online. Both the official shelters and Tech Corporation were particularly attentive to this matter. Once the prison fall incident was reported on Tech Corporation's official website, a flurry of comments ensued. Tech Corporation is faltering as well. Wasn't there previously the Hunter King operation? It seems that this has ended in failure. Zhang Xiaoyuan, a wielder of crystallization nuclei, is certainly among the top 10 individuals in our official sanctuary, isn't he? Indeed. It is utterly terrifying that he was killed without even waiting for rescue. Oh my. Have we truly encountered such a formidable corpse king? How frightening. Surely, this corpse king will not attack our sanctuary, will it? The murmurs of the crowd echoed around. Even in this apocalyptic world, there were still 3,000 comments, as the internet lay in ruins. The only signals reaching survivors were from the official sanctuary website and the Tech Corporation's official site. In response to this incident, Tech Corporation expressed its dissatisfaction and swiftly released a statement. Regarding the prison collapse incident, our company will not rest until justice is served. We have already traced the whereabouts of the corpse king that killed Zhang Xiaoyuan, and we will soon pinpoint its lair. We will dispatch a team of awakened individuals, along with the ultimate killing machine, hunting predator, to eradicate all the zombies in its den, and the King Hunt operation will resume. Chapter 25, Assassination. Shall we continue? Lin Dong's lips curled into a faint smile, convinced that the idea of continuing the hunt for human awakened beings to obtain crystallization nuclei for energy replenishment was indeed a sound one. He had yet to satiate his appetite for cherries. Additionally, Lin Dong, preferring solitude in his little hideaway, sought to deter others from seeking him out. The most effective method to achieve this was to eliminate them all. Thus, Lin Dong issued a directive to Xiao Ba, instructing her to venture forth in search of traces of human awakened beings. Due to Xiao Ba's remarkable speed, she is a competent and agile scout. With a peculiar smile, she swiftly departed from her lair, vanishing around the distant corner. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. The power outage in Jiangbei City rendered the streetlights inoperative, plunging everything into utter blackness. In this inky night, one could frequently hear the ghastly roars of zombies and the ferocious growls of mutated creatures, all contributing to a ceaseless display of bloody carnage. Lin Dong stood by the window of his home, gazing outward. The zombies possessed formidable night vision, allowing them to perceive even the intricate details of the streets below from the 20th floor. At that moment, a ghostly figure darted into the building. It was Xiao Ba returning. Your Majesty, I have discovered a group of humans taking refuge in the DFA supermarket, guarding a warehouse. Among them are over 10 awakened individuals, clad in uniforms identical to those of the people from earlier today, Xiao Ba reported. With her intellect now comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, she could articulate even moderately complex matters with clarity. Over 10 awakened individuals, wearing the same uniforms. Lin Dong deduced without much contemplation that they belonged to the Tech Corporation, for in this apocalyptic world, no other faction would maintain such uniformity in attire. They were likely safeguarding a significant cache of supplies within the supermarket's warehouse, trying to devise a means to transport it back. In this post-apocalyptic scenario, transportation posed a substantial challenge, as not everyone possessed storage space. Let us go and investigate, Lin Dong said succinctly. Xiao Ba immediately perked up, her mouth stretching into an eerie grin that reached her ears. Nighttime was indeed the prime opportunity for hunting zombies. Yet this occasion promised to be markedly different from previous encounters. A host of zombies trailed silently behind Lin Dong, advancing towards their designated target like phantoms merging with the shadows. Inside the vast supermarket, over 200 humans congregated, more than 100 of whom were ordinary survivors, while the remainder were employees of the Tech Corporation. Among them, there were a total of 12 awakened individuals. This expansive warehouse housed goods worth millions, crucial for the sustenance of thousands, underscoring its immense importance and the necessity for flawless execution. The thought of transporting such a vast quantity of supplies seemed daunting. A young sentinel lamented, with just over 200 of us, the task of moving everything feels overwhelmingly exhausting. A companion beside him took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. Why fret? We can wait for reinforcements from above. We have provisions, drinks, and smokes to keep us company. We can simply hold our ground. The young man felt an unsettling sense of insecurity, pondering, the crucial issue is, we cannot return to the company. It feels perilous out here. His companion chuckled heartily. Surely you jest. Are you genuinely worried about zombies breaching our defenses? With 12 awakened individuals among us, any zombies that enter would be courting their own demise. Let us hope that is indeed the case, the young man sighed, fatigue creeping in as the night deepened. Nangu, pass me a cigarette to help me stay alert. Unbeknownst to them, however, The perimeter of the supermarket was besieged by thousands of zombies, standing eerily still like wooden stakes, their eyes growing increasingly malevolent, reminiscent of demons lurking in the dark. At the slightest command from Lin Dong, they would charge recklessly into battle, indifferent to their own mortality. So many awakened ones. Lin Dong sensed the presence of humanity within and suddenly realized that, given the current circumstances, a direct assault would be ill-advised. He himself was not in any danger. However, the risk of heavy losses among his subordinates was significant. The elite zombies he had brought along today were all capable of understanding commands and obeying orders. Thus, Lin Dong resolved to take the initiative and seek an opportunity to silently eliminate a few awakened individuals before launching a full-scale attack. He promptly instructed his subordinates to remain on standby and advanced alone, his figure fading into the darkness as he moved forward, gradually disappearing from sight. Utilizing his necromancer abilities, Lin Dong seamlessly traversed through the walls and entered the interior of the supermarket. He moved with the quietude of a specter, fully aware that he must exercise caution. As he surveyed his surroundings, he remained mindful of the 12 awakened beings present. His necromancer domain could be sustained at full strength for a maximum of 5 minutes. Should he be bogged down by a prolonged battle, complications could arise. Lin Dong attuned himself to the human presence and proceeded cautiously. Despite the enveloping darkness, the surroundings were vividly discernible. The ground floor of the supermarket housed areas for gold and silver jewelry, as well as diamonds and precious gems. In this apocalyptic world, such items were utterly worthless, yet they lay untouched in plain view. Continuing onward, he reached the main hall on the first floor. Here, the sounds of human breathing were more pronounced, and he could even detect faint snoring. A quick glance revealed dozens of individuals sprawled on the floor, most of whom had succumbed to slumber. Of course, there were those still awake, engrossed in their phones. The dim glow of the screens illuminated a balding visage. How curious that a man devoid of hair would still be burning the midnight oil. In such large supermarkets, generators are equipped, allowing for the use of mobile phones without issue. Lin Dong did not disturb them, as they were merely ordinary survivors. Furthermore, he had already identified his target, located in a nearby room. Within that space, the presence of 3 individuals could be sensed, 1 awakened being and 2 women. Lin Dong stealthily approached, utilizing his ability to traverse through walls, entering the room directly. Originally a shop, this room had been transformed into a bedroom with the addition of a bed. The air thick with an intoxicating atmosphere. On the bed lay a young man alongside the 2 women, all completely unclothed. One could easily surmise what had transpired. In this apocalyptic world, awakened beings had become highly sought after, with countless women willingly throwing themselves at them. Faced with ferocious monsters daily, the psychological burden was immense, leaving them uncertain of their survival, thus rendering their chastity of little significance and encouraging indulgence. Lin Dong drew a dagger, plunging it silently into the young man's forehead. To avoid making a sound, he utilized his ability to penetrate the skull, disintegrating the brain and deftly extracting a brain core. Clearly, this awakened being was of a low grade, having yet to coalesce a crystal core. Lin Dong, unpicky, consumed it directly, the flavor reminiscent of cherries. Meanwhile, the 2 women remained deeply asleep, exhibiting no reaction, evidently exhausted from prior events. Should they awaken to find themselves beside a corpse, fear would likely ensue. Displaying a sense of compassion, Lin Dong, wishing to spare the women from terror, methodically drove his dagger into each of their hearts. Chapter 26. Midnight Carnage. Lin Dong continued to employ his corpse domain abilities, launching direct assaults from within to prevent any blood from spilling, thereby avoiding the nauseating scent that might disturb the other awakened ones. Their noses were remarkably sensitive. After eliminating these 3 individuals, Lin Dong proceeded to the adjacent room. Within lay a female awakened, soundly asleep. Lin Dong executed his method once more, extracting her brain core with precision. Thus, Lin Dong methodically dispatched 5 awakened beings, absorbing their brain cores. This sensation suddenly evoked memories of his childhood, particularly of a cherry tree in the backyard of the orphanage. Whenever the cherries ripened, he and Chung Li would gather with a group of children to indulge in the sweet fruits. Despite the passage of many years, Lin Dong's recollection remained vivid, as if it had transpired only yesterday, a poignant echo of his lost childhood. To his surprise, in this grim setting, he found himself reminiscing about that cherished time. With these beautiful memories lingering in his mind, Lin Dong resolved to continue his grim task. Yet, as he traversed through the wall once more, He entered a vast warehouse filled with an abundance of supplies: oil, salt, rice, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, beverages, instant noodles, sausages, and bread. Everything one might find in a supermarket was present. Lin Dong, unreservedly, swept his hand, collecting it all into his storage space. Advancing further, he encountered yet another large warehouse, this one stocked with fresh meat, frozen shrimp, crabs, and more, all preserved impeccably due to the backup generators maintaining the cold storage. With a mere gesture, Lin Dong commandeered it all. Continuing on, he found yet another warehouse of similar magnitude. Astonishingly, there were 4 such storages, indicative of the vast quantities held within: household appliances, brooms, mops, detergents. Everything imaginable was available. The warehouse, solely designated for storing vegetables, was experiencing a significant decay. However, Lin Dong remained indifferent, for he identified as a carnivore. At that very moment, 2 awakened sentinels on watch outside began to sense something amiss. "Nangu, it's already past 2 o'clock and Dogsheng has yet to arrive for his shift," one remarked. "I have no idea," the middle-aged man replied, equally perplexed. "Could it be that he exhausted himself into submission last night? I'll go check on him. Perhaps he's deliberately avoiding his duty, hoping to linger a bit longer," the young man retorted, his expression filled with indignation. He strode directly to the first room, knocking forcefully. "Dogsheng, time to take over. Get up quickly. Hey, can you hear me? Don't pretend to be dead." Yet, no matter how hard he knocked, there was no response from within. The youth felt an increasing sense of unease. Without hesitation, he exerted brute force to force the door open. Upon entering and glancing at the bed, he was met with a chilling sight. A man and 2 women lay there, their skin ghastly pale, devoid of any color. They appeared lifeless. "Good heavens! Something's gone wrong. Someone come quickly," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with alarm, resonating like thunder in the hall and shattering the night's tranquility. Countless individuals, stirred from their slumber, rubbed their eyes in confusion and made their way towards the commotion. "What is happening? What is the matter? Could it be that zombies have broken in?" A crowd of survivors began to gather, exchanging hushed whispers and speculations, yet no one seemed to notice the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. Amidst the throng, a tall young man stood, his expression inscrutable, observing the unfolding scene with indifference. This included the previously vigilant Nangu, known as Linan, a wielder of crystallized cores and the de facto leader of this place. "Xiaolu, what has transpired?" "Nangu, Gosheng, he is dead," the youth replied hastily. "What?" Linan glanced into the room, his brow furrowing instantaneously. The survivors behind him began to murmur among themselves. How did he die? Could it be that he was overwhelmed by excitement and faltered? Surely not. Those 2 women have also perished. Is it possible they were afflicted by some contagious disease? As Linan's brow knitted tighter, his acute perception had already detected that Gosheng's body was devoid of energy, indicating that his brain core had been extracted. Yet, there were no visible wounds upon him. This was inconceivable. His head appeared intact. "And what of the person residing next door? Summon them forth and inquire," he commanded. "I do not know," Xiaolu replied, his face a mask of confusion. Linan peered ahead, noticing that the doors of 4 consecutive rooms remained firmly shut, causing a sudden jolt of apprehension within him. Those awakened had keen senses. Given such a commotion, it was impossible they would remain oblivious. Unless, bang, 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 Linan forcefully flung open the 4 doors in succession. As anticipated, each revealed a lifeless, cold corpse. A collective gasp escaped everyone present. "They are all dead." Just then, a girl came sprinting from the direction of the warehouse, her delicate features etched with urgency. "Brother Nan, the warehouse. It is completely devoid of supplies." Linan felt a wave of darkness engulf him, nearly fainting. He hurried to the entrances of several large warehouses, only to discover that the once bountiful storerooms were now utterly empty. An illusion. This must be an illusion. I must be under someone else's mental control. Shaking his head vigorously, Linan struggled to accept the reality before him. For some awakened individuals or mutated creatures indeed possess the ability of mental manipulation. Yet, no matter how hard he concentrated, he realized that this was indisputably reality, not a mere figment of his imagination. How could this be possible? Linan's expression darkened to an extreme, as if he were about to weep. The others remained silent. Over 100 people stood in hushed stillness. Not a single soul dared to speak. Of the original 12 awakened individuals, 5 had perished under mysterious circumstances, leaving only 7. Most crucially, all the supplies in the warehouse had vanished. How could they possibly survive now? Surely, something must have infiltrated, Lin Dong calmly deduced. A woman beside him inquired, Brother Nan, what kind of ability could silently eliminate 5 awakened individuals and steal over 100 million in supplies? I am unsure, Lin Dong replied, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. However, it was likely that the perpetrator had not yet departed. They could be lurking within this very building. A wave of fear swept through the crowd. The entire FA supermarket boasted 6 floors, and they dared not turn on the lights. Fearing the attraction of zombies or formidable mutated beasts, they only activated dim lighting, illuminating a radius of no more than 20 meters. Everything around them was enveloped in darkness. The unsettling thought of a creature that had slain 5 awakened ones lurked in the pitch-black shadows, igniting a profound sense of unease within. People cast anxious glances around them, fearful that some monstrous entity might suddenly emerge. Amidst this tension stood Lin Dong, surrounded by 7 other awakened individuals, 5 of whom radiated a vigorous life force. Likely having condensed crystal nuclei, their powers uncertain. Presently, Lin Dong did not feel compelled to launch a hasty attack. Rather, he relished the prospect of toying with them. In the wake of such calamity, the surviving souls wore expressions of despair, their hearts brimming with negativity. They were more concerned about sustenance and the lurking monstrosity than the loss of 5 awakened ones. There's no food left here. What will we do from now on? One exclaimed. Xiaoxua, didn't I give you a piece of chocolate yesterday? You must return it to me promptly. Another implored, Nange, could you take us back to the tight company? Or perhaps request some supplies for reinforcement? The crowd buzzed with voices. Lin Dong nodded, responding, I shall consider this. However, despite his words, a sense of dread filled him as he pondered the implications of losing over 1 billion in resources and 5 lives, only to seek aid from the company. If the company were to hold him accountable, he might very well become a subject of their experiments. The most prudent course of action was to withhold the truth from the company, to conceal the situation for the time being, and during this interim, identify the creature and reclaim the lost resources. Chapter 27. Merging with darkness. Thus, the 7 awakened ones convened, initiating a discussion of strategies. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Dong was the first to speak. In my opinion, this matter should not be reported to the company. We must retrieve the supplies. The other 6 nodded in understanding of the stakes involved. If the upper management were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. However, the young man hesitated and asked, Nangu, we currently have no leads at all. How are we supposed to search? We will certainly find a clue, Lin Dong replied. With so many supplies stolen, it is impossible to leave no trace behind. Moreover, that creature is likely still within the marketplace. We can rally the survivors to assist us in the search. I am confident we will uncover something. Survivors? They are nearly terrified to death. Who would have the courage to seek out a monster? They will undoubtedly refuse, Xiao Lu interjected. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. Whether they agree or not, they must comply. Our company is not a sanctuary. We are aiding them solely to transport supplies. In this apocalyptic scenario, only those of value deserve to survive. With that, an abrupt silence enveloped the air, and no one dared to speak further. The 6 awakened individuals grasped his intent. Even if they had to use the survivors as expendable pawns, the creature must be located. After all, we are dealing with supplies worth billions. Not to mention the end of days, even in normal times, they are more significant than a mere handful of lives. After the discussion, Lin Dong approached the survivors once more. Listen to me, everyone. We have just conferred, and now that our supplies are missing, we cannot afford to remain passive. In times of peril, we must unite and reclaim what belongs to us. What? The previously whispering crowd fell silent at once. Search for supplies? Are you serious? In this dimly lit environment, the mall might harbor monsters. Those who wish to venture forth may do so. As for me, I shall not. After all, 5 awakened individuals have already been slain. We are merely ordinary people, and encountering a monster would spell certain doom for us. Dealing with such creatures is the responsibility of the awakened. I have not undergone awakening. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Dong's expression darkened, and fury ignited within him. He spoke with deliberate clarity. Whether you wish to or not, you must go. I bear no obligation to protect you. If you prefer to contribute nothing and only desire to reap the benefits, I shall cast you out into the streets. The crowd gasped in shock. His demeanor suggested he was not jesting. The oppressive presence of the awakened left them no room for defiance. Yet, a portion of the crowd expressed agreement. Our survival thus far has depended on the supplies from the warehouse. It is only right we search for more. Indeed, we are many. What is there to fear? What if that monster merely possesses peculiar abilities and is weak in combat? True, it must have vulnerabilities. It cannot be invincible in every aspect. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Observing the spark of determination among them, Lin Dong resolved to encourage their spirits further. I, Lin Dong, assure you that anyone who discovers supplies or provides valuable information will be rewarded by Tite Corporation with enough food to last an entire year. Well, a year? The crowd's faces illuminated with astonishment. In this apocalyptic reality, even while guarding the warehouse, they had always lived frugally. Each day, a fixed ration is provided, ensuring survival without starvation. The prospect of sustenance for an entire year is indeed invaluable. Among them, several robust men appeared invigorated, as if fueled by an unseen force. Let us see where the creature lurks, one exclaimed. They proceeded cautiously, for stealth was their only advantage, illuminating the surroundings with flashlights and mobile phones. Countless beams of light intertwined, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Groups of 3 or 5 began to disperse in search. Amidst the crowd, Lin Dong fixated on the 7 awakened individuals, plotting to eliminate them at the opportune moment. He gradually retreated, melding into the inky shadows. The shopping mall was immense, typically accommodating thousands of patrons. The 200 survivors appeared scant, becoming increasingly fragmented. Some even opted to hide away. However, Lin Dong's attention was not on them, for they were hardly worth the effort. The 7 awakened ones remained exceedingly vigilant, consistently staying together without straying apart. Brother Nan, I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us, a female awakened remarked, furrowing her brow. Upon glancing back, she found only impenetrable darkness. Lin Dong spoke to reassure her. Do not frighten yourself. You are merely too tense. Indeed, Brother Nan is correct, Xiao Lu concurred. I used to feel the same when traversing dark paths at night. The more I thought about it, the more fearful I became. It is best to simply not dwell on it. Is that truly so? The girl questioned skeptically. As their search progressed from the first-floor atrium to the 6th, they encountered no significant findings. How peculiar indeed. Lin Dong furrowed her brows, pondering whether she was truly witnessing a ghost. Xiao Lu contemplated aloud. I estimate that the creature must have departed. After plundering such a vast array of resources and eliminating our 5 companions, it would have no reason to linger. Indeed, that poses a significant problem, Lin Dong replied, her brow still knitted as she gazed down from the 6th-floor railing. The view was remarkably clear, allowing her to observe the first-floor hall and the conditions on each level. Numerous survivors meandered about with flashlights in hand. Thus far, there had been no casualties. Perhaps it truly is left. With a sigh of relief, the female awakener relaxed her taut nerves. I've been searching for half an hour, and I've been holding in my need to relieve myself. I didn't dare to go earlier. I'll make a quick trip to the restroom. Go ahead. Lin Dong nodded, though a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Chun-Li, accompany Xiaojing. It's better for the 2 of you to look out for each other. Ah, all right then, Chun-Li replied, throwing her hands up in exasperation, wondering if it was truly necessary to have a companion for such a mundane task. The pair swiftly diverted their path, opting not to visit the restroom. After all, it was the end of the world. They could find a secluded spot to address their needs. In the deserted corridor, the atmosphere grew even darker. Yet, the awakener's vision surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing her to see just enough. Make it quick, Chun-Li urged, turning her back, for no one relished the thought of witnessing another in such a vulnerable moment. Okay, Xiaojing responded, positioning herself against the wall, just as she undid her trousers and prepared to squat. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within her, a primal instinct warning her of imminent peril. Filthy things. In the darkness, a whispering voice unexpectedly emerged from the void. Subsequently, a youthful silhouette slowly materialized, its complexion pale, and in its icy gaze, there lingered a hint of disdain, as if accusing her of such indiscretion. How could she relieve herself so carelessly? Xiaojing's heart raced with anxiety, and as she raised her hand to unleash her extraordinary powers, a dagger had already plunged into her temple. Chapter 28. A loud conspiracy. The woman's eyes widened in horror. Still reflecting the terror and shock of her former life, her pupils gradually dilated as her lifeless body slumped to the ground. Shouting, in the enveloping darkness, Chun-Li swiftly turned her gaze, only to witness a figure thrusting a dagger into the girl's skull. A wave of dread washed over her, her eyes nearly bursting with disbelief. A monster had appeared, An aura of frigid terror emanated from Chun-Li, for her awakened ability was of the frost element. With a decisive clasp of her hands, ice crystals coalesced, and two sharp ice spikes extended forth. In an instant, she surged forward, aiming directly at Lin Dong. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a leopard pouncing upon its prey. The ice spikes sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of sonic booms, their lethality surpassing that of bullets. Lin Dong, unwilling to confront the attack head-on, evaded, seamlessly melding into the wall. What? This? In an instant, Chun-Li found herself disoriented, searching for her target. Where had they gone? Just as hesitation gripped her, a dagger emerged once more from the wall, hurtling towards her crown. The speed of the blade was unfathomable. Chun-Li could scarcely react. By the time she sought to evade, the blade had already embedded itself within her skull, extracting her crystal core. Another lifeless body collapsed to the ground. This all transpired in an instant, a mere flicker of lightning. Xiaojing, Chun-Li, what has befallen you two? At this moment, an anxious voice echoed from the entrance of the corridor. It was Lin Nan and the others, having sensed something amiss and hastening their arrival, only to find it too late. Before them lay two more lifeless forms, devoid of any wounds. Yet their crystal cores had been extracted. The manner of death mirrored that of the previous 5. A profound sense of eeriness enveloped the group. 2 more lives extinguished. Where has the monster gone? The remaining 5 scanned their surroundings with grave expressions, fearing they too might fall prey to a sudden attack. Yet, the environment had returned to an eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired. Had it not been for the 2 bodies beneath their feet, they might have doubted their own senses. It was all too uncanny. This realization struck them. The monster had not departed, but lay in wait within the shadows. The moment anyone let down their guard, they would be struck down. Lin Nan pondered another unsettling thought. Among the 200 survivors in the mall, none had suffered harm thus far, indicating its target was solely the awakened. Perhaps Xiaojing's intuition was correct. The monster had been trailing them all along. At this juncture, Xiao Lu's eyes were red-rimmed, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the immense pressure weighing upon him, pushing him to the brink of madness. Where's the monster? Show yourself. What skill is it to employ underhanded tactics? Have the courage to face me directly. Yet, despite his fervent calls, the corridor responded only with echoes, remaining shrouded in darkness and silence, devoid of any reply. Xiao Lu, remain calm. Lin Nan spoke solemnly. Your actions are futile. Instead of this, it would be more beneficial to analyze how the monster executes its killings. Brother Nan, did you discover something just now? Inquired a female awakener beside him, the only woman among the 5. Lin Nan nodded slightly. Indeed, I have made some observations. Oh, the other's eyes gleamed with curiosity as they turned to him, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. Lin Nan focused intently and remarked, do you not find it peculiar that Chun-Li died in such a strange position? She was facing the wall, which implies she was about to attack it before her demise. Attack the wall? The rest of the group exchanged puzzled glances. But soon a bizarre thought emerged. Could it be that the monster resides within the wall? No, it does not dwell within the wall. Rather, it possesses the ability to traverse objects, including human flesh, Lin Nan deduced. The 4 others found his reasoning compelling. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the absence of wounds on the deceased and the removal of her brain core. Indeed, they had contemplated this theory before, yet found it hard to believe. Could such a power truly exist? Certainly, it does exist, and it can swiftly relocate vast quantities of resources. The combination of these abilities suggests that it likely belongs to the spatial category, perhaps even has awakened a domain. What? A domain? The 4 were astounded once more. The tech company had conducted extensive research on apocalyptic scenarios, capturing numerous zombies and mutated beasts for sampling as experimental subjects. They discovered that a select few among them could awaken peculiar abilities, including the manifestation of domains. Monsters possessing domains can appear and vanish at will, taking lives unseen. Some researchers have classified such creatures as phantom corpses. Have we encountered a phantom corpse? Xiao Lu's eyes widened in terror. It is evident that this zombie possesses considerable intelligence, excelling in concealment and evasion. This type of zombie wields immense destructive power. It must be extinguished before it evolves into a zombie king, or else it will become an insurmountable existence, Lin Nan declared resolutely. The others gasped in horror, overwhelmed by the fearsome prospect. Xiao Lu seemed to recall something and spoke to reassure them. There is no need to be overly frightened. Researchers have indicated that zombies with domains typically possess weaker physical forms, which constitutes their fatal flaw. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder it dares not confront us directly, opting instead for stealthy ambushes. The group felt slightly more at ease. Xiaolu nodded. The most pressing concern now is how to locate it. Indeed, given our current capabilities, if that zombie chooses to remain hidden, we may never find it. Lin Dong analyzed. But soon shifted his tone, suggesting, however, perhaps we can employ a strategy. No matter how intelligent that zombie may be, it cannot surpass human cunning. Humanity has survived on Earth for millions of years, relying on intellect. If we cannot catch a wild rabbit, we can devise a trap to ensnare it. Subsequently, after deliberation among the five, a plan to lure the enemy was devised. One person would serve as bait, feigning separation, to draw the zombie out, while the others would then launch a coordinated attack. However, when the bait entails a certain degree of risk, one must seek an individual of formidable strength. Lin Dong, indeed, possesses a commendable sense of responsibility. I shall assume the role of the bait. Shortly, I will proceed to the lobby on the first floor. You all will remain on the 6th floor, where the vantage point is advantageous. Upon spotting the target, launch your attack immediately. Remember, the zombies endowed with domains possess frail physiques. Engage them in close combat to prevent their escape. Brother Nan, it is far too perilous for you to act as bait alone. It would be wiser for me to accompany you. The zombies are likely to engage if they perceive two individuals, voiced a tall, robust man, clearly concerned. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. Very well. Li Tao and I will descend to the first floor as bait. Xiaolu, you shall oversee from above with your team. Ensure that you do not disperse. Understood. Brother Nan, you can count on us. Xiaolu replied, thumping his chest. Having previously been led by the nose by the creatures, resulting in the demise of 7 comrades, he had felt a persistent sense of frustration. Now, the clarion call for a counteroffensive had finally sounded. With their spirits invigorated, the group commenced their operation. Little did they know, Lin Dong was in close proximity, merely 30 meters away, keenly aware of their every word, thanks to the acute auditory senses of the zombies. Lin Dong's stratagem to lure the enemy was distinctly overheard. Such conspicuous plotting, Lin Dong thought as he swiftly re-emerged in the corridor. Precisely at the spot vacated by the group moments ago. He pondered that these individuals possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Chapter 29, The Bait? Presently, there remain 5 awakened beings, 3 of whom have consolidated their cores, displaying considerable strength, while the other 2 are still in the cerebral stage, possessing physiques superior to that of ordinary humans. Even if Lin Dong confronts them directly, it is hardly an issue. At this moment, Lin Dong, accompanied by a tall man, has arrived at the first floor hall. A group of survivors, upon seeing the 2, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Captainly, we have scoured the entire mall but found no trace of the monster. Of course, you wouldn't find it. That creature is exceedingly elusive. Lin Dong observed the survivors with a hint of disdain, contemplating that the monster does not attack ordinary people, but targets those who have awakened their abilities. They seem to be entirely unscathed. Huh? The crowd scratched their heads in confusion. Captainly, what shall we do now? Rest assured, we will resolve this matter swiftly, Lin Dong replied with considerable confidence. On the 6th floor of the mall, Xiaolu stood at the railing with 2 companions. 1 male and 1 female, all 3 intently watching, determined not to miss any clue. Stay vigilant. If Brother Nan is attacked, we will rush down to assist immediately. Understood. The 2 nodded earnestly. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong's figure had emerged from the corridor, stealthily approaching them from behind. However, the female awakener possessed a keen intuition and suddenly sensed an unsettling presence, as if something lurked behind her. Who is it? She quickly turned to look. The sight before her momentarily stunned her. A tall young man, impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome, was slowly advancing toward her. Such looks easily garnered the affection of young women. Phew, what a fright. I thought it was a monster, the girl exhaled, patting her ample chest. Monster? What monster could there possibly be? Lin Dong held a certain disapproval towards these 2 characters. Xiaolu and another man glanced over, instinctively regarding Lin Dong as a survivor. You've performed admirably. Making it all the way to the 6th floor, he remarked. Since they had nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Dong smiled slightly and stepped forward, joining the trio as they leaned against the railing, gazing down at the grand hall below. Due to the proximity, the female awakener caught a faint scent of laundry detergent wafting through the air. Turning her head, she was met with Lin Dong's striking profile, sharp features, and utterly flawless. A flutter of excitement stirred within her. Had their lives not been at stake, she would have insisted upon his companionship. In this apocalyptic world, female awakeners were similarly sought after, and polyandry posed no issue. There are indeed monsters in the mall. You should accompany us. There might be dangers on the first floor, the girl stated. What sort of danger could possibly exist on the first floor? Lin Dong casually inquired. Xiao Lu, with a fiery temperament, felt a surge of irritation. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, so stop prying and let us focus on the task at hand. Why do you not perceive the sixth floor as perilous? Lin Dong said with a hint of amusement. Xiao Lu opened his mouth to retort, but quickly reconsidered. Lin Dong's tone did not resemble that of a typical survivor. Could it be? Especially the girl recalled how Lin Dong had approached them silently. And in such profound darkness, ordinary survivors would be unable to see anything without a flashlight or mobile phone. Yet he had come unarmed, effortlessly leaning over the sixth floor railing to observe the hall below. Upon this realization, the girl became rigid. A chilling sensation surged through her scalp, and every hair on her body stood on end. What could possibly be lurking beside her? Xiao Lu, quick to react, lunged towards Lin Dong. Hurry, it's him. Take action. Yet Lin Dong evaded with the grace of a specter, retreating effortlessly. Xiao Lu recalled the teachings of the researchers. Zombies within designated areas possessed relatively feeble physiques, and he himself was a power-enhanced awakener. Could he possibly escape? You shall perish, he declared, immediately pursuing him, raising his fist to strike. It was high time for vengeance against the one who had slain so many of his comrades. His arm bulged with muscle, threatening to burst through his uniform. This punch was immensely powerful, fueled by every ounce of his strength. Meanwhile, Lin Dong contemplated testing his own strength. The last encounter with Zhang Xiaoyuan had ended with a single devastating blow. Thus, this time, he exerted only 50% of his might. He raised his fist and retaliated. The collision of their fists resonated like the clash of hammers, sending a shockwave that reverberated through the sixth-floor railing, producing a cacophony of sound. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Xiao Lu felt a searing pain shoot through his arm, which twisted grotesquely, hanging limply at his side. Such formidable strength. Overwhelmed by excruciating agony, Xiao Lu clasped his injured arm with one hand and staggered back a few steps, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, he realized that the man before him possessed an extraordinary power, utterly contrary to the researchers' assertions. That last punch had the potential to obliterate a tank. A wave of intense despair surged within him. Damn it! Which researcher had produced such flawed results? If there is a next life, I shall surely bark at him. This was the final thought lingering in Xiao Lu's mind as he approached his demise. Meanwhile, the two teammates beside him were merely at the brain awakening stage, lacking any awakened abilities, and collectively were less formidable than Xiao Lu. In a swift motion, Lin Dong pierced the necks of the two. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor, Li Nan was still engaged in pleasantries with the survivors when a muffled sound echoed from the sixth floor, followed by the trembling of the entire railing, creating a cacophony. Something had gone awry. Li Nan furrowed his brow, hastily looking up to survey the scene. However, after scanning the area, he could not find any trace of Xiao Lu and the others. This was dire. The tall man accompanying him also grasped the situation. It was evident that Xiao Lu and his team were under attack, and we must ascend promptly to render assistance. Wait, Li Nan called out to him, suddenly pondering another issue. He might have gravely underestimated the enemy's strength. After all, Xiao Lu was already a powerful member of their team, second only to Li Nan himself. With the other two awakened individuals alongside him, were they not capable of confronting mere monsters? Furthermore, even if they were outmatched, surely they could hold their ground for at least a moment? Yet, it was clear that in the blink of an eye, Xiao Lu and his companions had vanished. The tall man remained impatient. Brother Nan, what are we waiting for? Are we not going to assist Brother Lu? It is already too late. Li Nan's pupils constricted sharply, a profound sense of crisis enveloping his heart, as if he were being watched by an unseen predator, with death looming at any moment. At that instant, the survivors exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. The surrounding darkness rendered them blind to the chaos. A brawny man suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck as droplets began to fall upon it. What could this be? Instinctively, he reached back to touch it, only to find it sticky and exuding a metallic scent, faintly pungent. In a panic, he shone his flashlight in that direction. But once he discerned the source, his face turned ashen. His palm was drenched in crimson. Blood. This is blood. Chapter 30. Dinner time. The sudden screams startled the crowd, prompting them to turn and gaze in astonishment. To their horror, Not only was the robust man stained, but a pool of blood had already formed beneath his feet, having dripped from the 6th floor. Fear gripped their hearts as they hastily directed their flashlights upwards. In the dim light, they discerned a shadowy figure near the railing. Yet, in an instant, that apparition vanished without a trace. A ghost. A ghost. I saw it. It was just there, and then it inexplicably disappeared. But where did it go? Amidst their terror and confusion, the people searched frantically with their flashlights, yet the enigmatic figure eluded them. Lin Dong's expression grew grave as he forced out a few words between clenched teeth. It has come down. What? The crowd, upon hearing this, became increasingly frantic, scanning their surroundings, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. Lin Dong understood that the intense unease he had felt moments ago stemmed from being watched by that entity, as an awakened individual attuned to mental energies. His perception was exceedingly keen. He sensed that danger was drawing ever closer. This time, the monster's target was none other than himself. Lin Dong, harnessing the power of the corpse domain, descended directly from the 6th floor to the 1st without concealment, his figure gradually materializing before the crowd. As he appeared, a wave of panic swept through the onlookers, who scattered like leaves in a tempest, some even tumbling to the ground in their haste. Yet this did not deter him. He rolled and crawled, evading as far as possible. In an instant, a vacuum of space formed around Lin Dong, a clear warning to all to keep their distance. The crowd gazed at Lin Dong's visage, their hearts a tumult of fear and astonishment. They were taken aback by the revelation that this monster was remarkably handsome and impeccably clean, a stark contrast to their preconceived notions of a grotesque, bloodthirsty villain. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and the tall man did not retreat. They stood as if ensnared by a ferocious beast, paralyzed by an instinctual dread. The sensation was akin to wandering down a forest path only to encounter a formidable tiger. Turning to flee would surely invite its wrath. The prudent course, they surmised, would be to kneel and submit, for a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Of course, Lin Dong was no tiger. At that moment, they were both devoid of any viable plan. Brother Nan, shall we confront him? The tall man suggested. Lin Dong shook his head in response. His brazen appearance indicated an overwhelming confidence. They were no match for him. If an opportunity arises, I will hold him back. You should escape if you can. The tall man nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Lin Dong closed his eyes, channeling his focus to unleash a psychic attack. The air around them seemed to solidify, his mental energy transforming into countless steel needles that surged forth like a tidal wave. This ability is extraordinarily potent. If an ordinary person were to be attacked, they could experience anything from a brief moment of disorientation to a fainting spell. In severe cases, it could lead to conditions such as cerebral palsy or a vegetative state. Indeed, it possesses a certain level of menace. Lin Dong realized that this method posed a significant threat to him. Consequently, as his eyes flickered with a crimson glow, he unleashed his domain. The formidable domain of the Corpse King expanded outward, effectively shielding him from the mental assault. Lin Dong found his thoughts impeded. Experiencing a piercing pain akin to needles in his brain, and darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. However, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert. Quickly, I cannot hold on much longer. Huh. The tall man hesitated, for in his eyes lay a veritable sea of corpses and blood. To plunge into it would surely mean a perilous fate. Lin Dong pressed on. At present, my mental fortitude can still endure, but soon the opportunity may vanish. Very well. The tall man's gaze hardened. Even if the path ahead led through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had to press onward. His body coiled like a drawn bow, propelling him towards Lin Dong with the speed of an arrow, his muscles bulging and skin hardening as if it were stone. This was his awakened ability, resilient skin. However, upon entering the corpse domain, his pace abruptly slowed, as if ensnared in a quagmire. Yet, he gritted his teeth, relying on his formidable physique to deliver a punch aimed at Lin Dong. Lin Dong stepped back to evade, his fingers lunging towards the man's head. This is bad. The man's brow furrowed as he recalled Lin Dong's warning that this adversary could penetrate the body and launch internal attacks. This meant he could not afford to be touched. Thus, he swiftly sidestepped to evade. In the realm of the dead, one bears an immense burden, as if fighting while carrying a small mountain upon one's back. The man narrowly evaded disaster, his body stumbling as he struggled to maintain his footing. It was perilously close. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly met his demise. The thrill of teetering on the brink of death surged through him, igniting a rush of adrenaline. But at that very instant, the weight upon him intensified. rendering his body rigid and inhibiting any effective counterattack. What was happening? He swiftly turned to glance behind him, only to be astonished to discover that Lin Nan had vanished. This fellow had not launched a mental assault. Instead, he had fled towards the mall's entrance. Clearly, he was escaping. Your captain has abandoned you, Lin Dong's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. This revelation left the man dumbfounded. He had never anticipated such treachery. Just moments ago, Lin Nan had vowed to hold off their adversary, providing him with an opportunity to flee. Yet, he had deceived himself into confronting the pressure while Lin Nan had made his escape. The intricacies of human nature are often concealed beneath layers, and it is challenging to truly understand a person until adversity strikes. In times of normalcy, Lin Nan had been considerate to all, garnering their trust. Yet, in this crucial moment, he had betrayed his comrades. Perhaps he had orchestrated this from the very beginning, never intending to descend into danger himself. Moreover, Lin Nan was not alone in his flight. A host of survivors followed closely behind him. They had discerned the grim reality. Remaining here was tantamount to certain death. With Captain Li fleeing, they too felt compelled to follow suit. To hell with morality and righteousness. In this apocalyptic world, what value is there in brotherhood? The only truth that matters is survival. Lin Nan's visage twisted in anguish, muttering to himself, contemplating that at worst, he would never return to the tech corporation. After all, he was an awakened one. He could survive even in this apocalypse. He moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the entrance of the mall, which had long been sealed with steel plates and bound with numerous iron chains. In a flurry of activity, Lin Nan began to unfasten the chains. Captain Li, wait for us. A group of survivors hurriedly called out as they approached. For them, even if they managed to escape, survival without Lin Nan was unimaginable. Thus, they resolved to follow him. United in purpose, they pushed against the heavy steel plates. With a thunderous crash, the plates toppled, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The mall's entrance swung open. The night breeze wafted in, carrying a refreshing chill that invigorated their spirits. At that moment, dawn was nearing. As a pale light began to paint the horizon, the dim illumination barely revealed the scene before them. Yet, upon the opening of the door, rather than fleeing with joy, the people stood frozen in place, their expressions filled with sheer terror. For outside the mall, there were thousands of zombies, densely packed, blocking the entrance completely. Leading them were a tank, Xiao Ba, and the doctor, exuding an overwhelming aura. Strangely, this horde of zombies stood motionless, silent, as if awaiting the command of their king. In the profound silence, a deep voice emerged from behind the crowd. Dinner is served. Chapter 31, Territory. The voice resonated like the call of the Grim Reaper, sending chills down their spines and extinguishing any flicker of hope within their hearts. Before them loomed a multitude of terrifying zombies, as if summoned to life, their mouths emitting fierce roars, eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty glint. Particularly the tank, whose expression was one of extreme exhilaration. Today, the boss had arranged a buffet, featuring more than 200 dishes. With a howl, the tank charged into the throng, accompanied by his underlings. The crowd shrieked and lamented, beginning to scatter in all directions. Yet the zombies pounced upon them one by one, pinning them to the ground to feast upon their flesh. The scene descended into utter chaos. At the moment the people opened the door, they had already stepped into the abyss. Lin Nan felt a profound despair. Having exhausted his mental strength moments earlier, he found himself devoid of the will to resist. It was then he realized that it was this well-trained horde of zombies that had breached the prison and slain Zhang Xiaoyuan. And Lin Dong had now ascended to the status of a zombie king. A zombie king endowed with dominion was nearly an insurmountable entity. How could humanity possibly survive? This was the last thought that crossed Lin Nan's mind as he faced death. A searing pain coursed through his body. He had been disemboweled by Xiao Ba. With the demise of the tech corporation personnel, any resistance from the remaining ordinary individuals proved futile as they fell one after another, consumed by the zombies. This was the true apocalypse, rife with bloodshed and slaughter, leaving humanity in a state of helplessness and despair. Before long, the screams of the people had vanished entirely, replaced by the ghastly sounds of zombies gnawing and devouring. The entire shopping mall had succumbed, with no survivors left. Lin Dong's expression was one of indifference as he stepped outside, with the tank and Xiao Ba dutifully trailing behind him. It is time to return. After eliminating Lin Nan and his companions, Lin Dong acquired 5 crystal cores. Upon devouring 3 of them, he felt a surge of power, as if he were on the cusp of evolution once more. However, The immense energy contained within the 3 cores required a period of absorption. Thus, he decided to temporarily retain the remaining 2. As he made his way back, dawn began to break. Had this been before the apocalypse, it would have undoubtedly been a bright and hopeful morning. Yet, the scene before him was one of desolation, with corpses strewn across the landscape. The city lay in ruins. At this moment, Lin Dong and his companions traversed through a park where bloodstains marred the ground, mingling with the pungent scent of decay. Scattered zombies roamed about, some even clinging to their former habits. For instance, an elderly man was seen repeatedly ramming his back against a tree, exercising with unyielding determination. Despite the flesh being torn from his body, he continued relentlessly, leaving a trail of blood on the cracked bark. Nearby, an old woman pushed a wheelchair, her movements stiff as she walked in endless circles around the plaza, seemingly tireless in her repetitive motions. Lin Dong cast a glance and was taken aback to find a large rat perched upon the wheelchair, its tiny paws clutching something as it voraciously gnawed away. Moments later, several youthful zombies appeared ahead, but unlike their predecessors, these were evidently more agile, having feasted upon flesh. One of the zombies let out a roar, baring its sharp teeth at Lin Dong. Lin Dong looked over, surprised that such a diminutive zombie dared to challenge him. However, the growl conveyed a distinct message. This is the territory of my master, and no one is permitted to trespass. Clearly, it is under the dominion of another undead king. No wonder it dared to roar at me, Lin Dong realized. The tank, with a tempestuous temperament, advanced 2 large strides upon witnessing the zombie's audacity. Grasping its neck as one would a mere chick, and then forcefully hurled it to the ground. With a resounding crack, the little zombie was shattered, its blood splattering far and wide. The tank appeared to be treating it as a plaything for his amusement. However, still unsatisfied, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the surrounding zombies, reducing them to a pulp. Only then did he return to Lin Dong's side, his expression radiating pride. As if seeking praise. Let us depart, he seemed to suggest. Lin Dong, unfazed, led his group of followers away. Yet, on a distant hillside within the park, a throng of zombies observed the scene. The foremost among them was a towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with pale red skin. Dark, bulging veins marred its face, creating a grotesque visage. Additionally, a dark, furry entity coiled around its neck, resembling a thick scarf. This king had witnessed the humans in the shopping mall, prey that had fallen victim to their hunt. Beside him, a zombie signaled, clearly displaying a remarkable level of intelligence, comparable to that of Xiaoba. A low growl emanated from the throat of the undead king, who regarded the shopping mall as his domain, originally intending to gradually consume the humans within. Yet now, they were being hunted by other zombies. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Slaughter is the instinct of the undead. They can devour each other's cores to absorb energy. It is time to expand their territory. This corpse king, with a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes, has regarded Lin Dong and his companions as prey. Moreover, to ensure the growth of the horde, it must eliminate other corpse kings. Suddenly, the large collar it wore emitted a series of eerie squeaks. Out emerged a large rat, even more unsettling for its human head, covered in dense black fur, presenting a truly terrifying visage. Upon returning home, Lin Dong took a bath and donned a fresh set of clothes. Su Xiaoro, with swift and deft hands, meticulously cleaned the house until it sparkled, organizing various items in perfect order, providing a sense of comfort even to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After all, while other servants risked penalties for negligence by losing wages, her failure to tidy up could cost her life. Noticing Lin Dong had changed clothes, she promptly took them for washing. Although Lin Dong had no physical contact with anyone in the mall, his white shirt still bore traces of a bloody scent, which Su Xiaoro could distinctly perceive. "Boss, did you go out to eat again?" she inquired. "Yes, a buffet," Lin Dong casually replied. Su Xiaoro instinctively recoiled, sensing the scale of the situation. Yet she dared not probe further and hurriedly attended to the laundry. Lin Dong then retrieved his phone to check online for information. However, his grand scheme had just concluded, and the tech company had yet to discover it. The official website continues to announce that the Hunter operation is progressing smoothly and will soon commence. Numerous comments abound below. "If we could eradicate the zombies, it would be splendid. We could rebuild our homeland, and I fervently hope this operation succeeds. Humph. The Tide Corporation conducts human experiments, showing no regard for humanity. Their pursuit of zombies is merely a means to further their own interests and selfish desires." I wonder how this operation will unfold. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 32. Insect Rain. The Tide Corporation stands as a paragon of global technology. Having previously launched rockets into outer space and established numerous international collaborations, thereby wielding vast resources, the branch in Jianbei City is but one segment of this behemoth. Yet even in this apocalyptic era, it thrives remarkably. One can surmise that the Tide Corporation possesses an abundance of valuable assets. Lin Dong pondered deeply. However, the Tide Corporation boasts over 1,000 awakened individuals. Although Lin Dong is formidable, he has yet to reach the pinnacle of invincibility. It is impossible for him to vanquish them all single-handedly. Even with a tank, Xiao Ba, the doctor, and 2,000 elite zombies at his disposal, breaching their defenses may prove futile. Unless he could command a million-strong horde of zombies, he would have the power to charge at will. Perhaps it is time to expand his territory. Lin Dong's 2,000 subordinates occupy merely the vicinity surrounding the towering building. He initially recruited them solely for personal safety and to avoid disturbance. Now, he harbors ambitions of recruiting more followers and expanding his dominion. In the ensuing days, Lin Dong continued to consume flesh and blood, fully absorbing 5 crystal cores, significantly enhancing his strength. The realm of the undead has expanded, if unleashed in full force. It can persist for 20 minutes, exhibiting even greater ferocity. As night falls, darkness envelopes the earth, and the blood moon hangs ominously in the sky, casting a dark crimson hue across the heavens, a harbinger of yet another night of slaughter. In recent days, unrest has lingered around the edifice, as various zombies from neighboring territories roam about, roaring defiantly at the minions of the tank, brimming with provocation. The two factions of zombies frequently engage in vicious skirmishes. However, the tank is no pushover. He swiftly obliterates the heads of the encroaching undead. At this moment, Lin Dong stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the abyss of darkness. Suddenly, amidst the disarray of the streets, a series of squeaks pierce the silence, followed by the emergence of pairs of eerie green eyes, glimmering with a predatory glint. From the sewers by the roadside, a horde of enormous rats, each the size of a piglet, surfaces. The rats emit strange cries, their nostrils flaring as they search for prey, soon setting their sights upon the zombies below the building. They swarm forward, leaping onto the zombies, their sharp teeth tearing into flesh. A particular zombie, now burdened by the weight of the large rats, teeters precariously, emitting a wretched howl. It does not endure for long before collapsing to the ground, utterly consumed by the ravenous rodents, as if dissolving into their midst. These mutated beasts regard the zombies as delectable fare. However, the cacophony of their gnawing immediately disturbs the other undead, who charge forth to assault the rats. Yet, the rodents are agile, darting about with remarkable dexterity, evading capture effortlessly, even leaping side to side in a mocking dance, provoking the zombies to shriek in frustration. Yet, just as the mice reveled in their triumph, a shadow akin to the wind suddenly emerged, wielding sharp fingers that cleave the rodents into 6 segments. It was none other than the female zombie, Xiaoba. With her agile movements and swift pace, she effortlessly overpowered the mice, a peculiar smile adorning her face as she treated the slaughter as a mere game. Moreover, beneath the cloak of night, a robust figure appeared. His large hands seized the mice, fingers tightening with force, rendering the creature's frantic struggles and piercing cries utterly futile, culminating in their gruesome demise. Tank, having licked the mouse's blood from his hands, wore an expression of exhilaration. He charged forward, crushing one mouse into a paste underfoot, while grasping another and twisting it violently until it split in 2. His actions resembled the casual act of snapping a cucumber. The mice, now thoroughly intimidated, began to scatter, swiftly vanishing into the darkness, leaving the once cohesive swarm in disarray. Tank chuckled merrily, carrying 2 blood-dripping mice, and trotted into a nearby alleyway, where he began to devour them as one would enjoy a watermelon. Blood splattered and juices dripped down his face. He dared not feast openly by the street, for Lin Dong had advised against consuming unsanitary food, deeming it garbage. If their leader were to witness such behavior, he might express disdain. Incidents of mouse attacks and zombie provocations had become commonplace in recent days, and Lin Dong had grown indifferent, too weary to intervene. The following morning, heavy clouds shrouded the sky, dark as ink, and soon thereafter, the rain began to pour down in a torrential downpour. Yet these raindrops are no ordinary droplets. Amidst the water stains, black insects tumble from the heavens. This is a rain of insects. These creatures, diminutive in size akin to a pinky finger, land upon the streets or abandoned vehicles, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. In no time, they amassed in a thick swarm. Hiss! Sushiro, nestled within her abode, couldn't help but gasp in shock, her scalp prickling with unease. The bizarre occurrences of this apocalyptic era are growing increasingly peculiar, and now, insect rain has descended. One can only wonder what other marvels await in the future. Lin Dong gazed intently out the window, his brow furrowed. The weather today is truly dreadful. However, prior to the apocalypse, the television had once reported instances of fish rain caused by tornadoes lifting fish into the sky, which then fell back to Earth. This insect rain is likely a phenomenon of a similar nature. Yet these insects differ from the ordinary. They possess a ring of sharp teeth and burrow into the flesh of the zombies. Originally agile, the zombies become rigid, as if their bodies are no longer under their control once the insects invade. Fortunately, Lin Dong's subordinates are elite, possessing high intelligence, before the insects could penetrate their bodies. They swiftly extracted them, even devouring them whole and chewing with gusto. Particularly, Tank, with his tough skin and robust physique, showed no fear of the insects. Scooping up a handful as if indulging in a childhood snack of crispy noodles, and promptly tossing them into his mouth. Perhaps he found their flavor rather palatable. Thus, he tilted his head back, opening his mouth wide, as if drinking the rain. Ah, the bountiful gifts of nature. Yet, within mere minutes, the rain of insects ceased, leaving the streets outside teeming with them. Preferring to evade the sunlight, they scurried into the sewers, the soil, or the corners of walls. In the alley beside the building, Tank, with his robust physique, crouched at the base of the wall, scooping up a handful of insects from the ground and popping them into his mouth like seeds. Xiao Ba and the doctor approached, tilting their heads in observation. Hey, the boss said not to consume junk food. Shoo. Tank gestured for silence, implying they should keep it down, then offered the insects in his hand to Xiao Ba. She tilted her head, her eyes scrutinizing the morsel for a moment, seemingly finding it quite appetizing. Thus, she picked up a worm and tasted it. Delicious. Immediately, she and Tank settled in the corner, indulging in their snack, much like children sneaking treats. The doctor, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, looked at the duo with exasperation. You two will be caught by the boss. No way. The boss loves to stay indoors and rarely comes out, Xiaoba replied, appearing quite familiar with Lin Dong. However, as they spoke, a sinister face suddenly emerged at the entrance of the alley. Chapter 33. Feeding the zombies are you eating? Lin Dong's tone was calm, akin to a casual conversation among friends. Yet, Xiao Ba and Tank hastily sprang to attention, standing straight like schoolchildren caught in a reprimand. During this time, Tank discreetly tossed the bug he held behind his back to the ground. Then, with a wide grin, he chuckled. Hee hee, boss, it was all Little Ba who fed me. To be honest, I didn't want to eat it at all. Little Ba turned to look at him, feeling quite speechless and somewhat irked. With a sharp claw, she swiftly plunged it into Tank's side, internally cursing. How shameless can you be? However, Tank, with his tough skin and resilient physique, felt no pain. He had already grown accustomed to even boiling water. The pinch from Little Ba barely fazed him, and he continued to beam with an innocent smile. Lin Dong didn't hold it against them too much. I need to step out for a bit. You two keep an eye on the place. Oh, okay. Tank and Little Ba responded in unison, though curiosity lingered in their minds about what the boss intended to do. If he was going hunting, would they be allowed to accompany him? Yet, having committed an error, they dared not voice their inquiries. Lin Dong shot them a glance. Don't you both enjoy eating bugs? Before I return, make sure to clear out all the bugs around the building. I don't want to see a single one. The two nodded vigorously like chicks pecking for grain. Lin Dong then departed from the building. Having absorbed all 5 of his soul crystals, he contemplated venturing out to see if he might encounter a lucky one to hunt down a few more. Additionally, he aimed to investigate the recent rodent attacks and the disturbances caused by the zombies. Given the unclear circumstances, Lin Dong decided against bringing along his thousands of zombie subordinates, as it would be more convenient for him to remain concealed. In case of danger, he could unleash the horde to attack or choose to retreat, allowing for a fluid approach to the situation. However, the younger ones were not as fortunate. Should they encounter a horde of mutated beasts or a more massive wave of hostile undead, they would easily fall victim. At that point, Lin Dong would find himself utterly isolated. Moreover, he was not without leads regarding the recent incidents of rodent attacks and zombie disturbances. He surmised that they originated nearby. most likely from the zombie faction he encountered in the park that day. Thus, he made his way towards the park, with the apocalypse having lingered for a month. The streets were littered with rusting vehicles, and the once bustling thoroughfares were now overrun with weeds. The entire city lay desolate and decrepit. The only entities that seemed animated were the zombies, standing still at times, only to wander aimlessly at others. Yet, at the slightest disturbance, they would spring into action, rushing forth with alarming urgency. Their ghastly visages, accompanied by guttural growls, and their bloodthirsty gazes spoke volumes of their insatiable hunger for flesh. These wild zombies did not attack Lin Dong. Instead, they instinctively recoiled, parting to grant him passage. However, as Lin Dong advanced, the number of wild zombies diminished. The streets began to reveal corpses, the remains of zombies mangled beyond recognition, resembling nothing more than meat patties crushed under the weight of heavy vehicles. Yet, this was not the work of humans, but rather a consequence of a large-scale zombie surge that led to a stampede. The lower-tier zombies, devoid of intellect, ran heedlessly, resulting in unfortunate casualties among their ranks. The larger the horde, the more casualties from inadvertent trampling. Swarms of flies buzzed around the putrid bodies. And even the houseflies had grown considerably during the apocalypse, now the size of a thumb, their incessant buzzing becoming a source of irritation. At this moment, Lin Dong had arrived at the territory of other corpse kings. The streets were littered with an abundance of hair and the repugnant black pellets of rodent droppings, creating a profoundly nauseating atmosphere. Lin Dong could easily envision the sewers beneath his feet, teeming with countless rats, which retained their original habits, emerging only at night in search of food. In the distance, a flock of pitch-black crows cawed raucously, circling around a towering building. The crows symbolized death and ill omen. They seemed irresistibly drawn to whatever lay within that structure, eager to enter. Were there survivors? Lin Dong pondered, making his way towards the skyscraper. As he approached, he unmistakably caught the scent of blood. There were indeed living beings inside. However, he found it peculiar that alongside the essence of life, there were also zombies, as if they cohabited within a single room. What was going on? Utilizing his corpse domain abilities, Lin Dong entered a state of concealment and seamlessly passed through the walls. Ascending towards the upper levels of the building, he concealed himself within the void, invisible to those outside. In this perilous apocalypse, invisibility was undoubtedly a divine skill. Yet it bore a significant drawback. While cloaked, he could not initiate an attack. Any offensive action would inevitably reveal his true form. Lin Dong ascended to the 18th floor, sensing that within the room before him resided 4 humans and 1 zombie. With a hint of curiosity, he once again passed through the wall. The first room he entered was a cramped bedroom, and the scene within was harrowing. Bloodstains marred the walls and floor, and the acrid stench of blood was overwhelmingly pungent. Accompanied by the clattering sound of chains, the noise resonated in Lin Dong's ears. Turning his gaze, he beheld a female zombie, her hands bound and tethered to the headboard, her mouth emitting anguished howls as she struggled to free herself from the iron shackles. Opposite her stood a human male, with small eyes and thick lips. His gaze fixated on the female zombie. "Ying, my goddess, though you have transformed into a zombie, I shall remain steadfast in my promise to care for you for all eternity. Do you remember? I once vowed that no matter what form you take, my love for you will never waver." A low growl escaped the female zombie as she faced the man, her demeanor fierce, saliva oozing from the corners of her mouth, stretching into strings. The thick-lipped man seemed unperturbed, squinting his eyes into a smile. "You remain unchanged, always so fond of scaring me. I pursued you for a decade, from middle school through university, waking each morning to bring you breakfast. Even when you lived with your boyfriend, I would prepare 2 servings. Yet you never acknowledged my presence, often berating me in this manner." Goodness, Lin Dong thought to himself, astonished, pondering the existence of such a devoted admirer. Even Fei Yongyang would be inclined to offer him a cigarette. Yet, the thick-lipped man spoke with a countenance of sweetness. "Now, it is perfect. You are finally with me, and I can protect you always, even in the face of the apocalypse. Ying, my darling, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you." With that, he turned and exited the room. Lin Dong immediately followed, remaining invisible to the man. He sensed that the thick-lipped individual was brimming with vitality, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. He was indeed an awakened one. The thick-lipped man entered another room. Upon opening the door, 3 men were revealed within, their hands and feet bound, their mouths sealed with tape, producing only muffled whimpers. At that moment, the sight of the thick-lipped figure ignited sheer terror in their eyes as they writhed violently, yet their sturdy restraints rendered their struggles futile. The thick-lipped individual squinted, a smile curling upon their lips as they surveyed each captive. Let us see. Who is fortunate enough today to treat my precious Ying to a meal? The three men, filled with dread, understood the sinister intentions of this deranged individual, one who intended to feed them to the zombies. One man's body trembled as he desperately recoiled. Observing this, the thick-lipped figure declared, "Very well, you shall be the one." MMM. MMM. The man could only emit muffled sounds due to the obstruction of his mouth. The thick-lipped figure approached, seizing him by the nape of his neck, lifting him as one would a mere chick, and then turned to exit. No matter how fiercely he struggled, it was all in vain. He could only watch in horror as the distance to the zombie room diminished, his heart plummeting into despair. As the door swung open, a heavy stench of blood wafted forth. Inside, the female zombie appeared exhilarated, emitting a series of chilling howls. "Look how delighted my precious Ying is," the thick-lipped figure remarked with a sense of awe. The man, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with fear and began to weep, producing pitiful sounds. The thick-lipped figure tore away the tape from his mouth. "What? Do you have any final words? Please, I beg you spare me. I truly do not wish to die," the man pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation. The thick-lipped figure merely shook their head in response. "It should indeed be your honor to witness the love between Ying and me." He dragged the man step by step towards the approaching zombie. It seemed inevitable that the man would soon meet his demise at the hands of the undead. However, just at that moment, a figure suddenly materialized behind them. Lin Dong was no longer inclined to observe, for none of this held any value for him. The only thing of worth was the soul crystal nestled within the thick-lipped head. He intended to eliminate him swiftly and seize the crystal. Yet the thick-lipped man was astute. The instant Lin Dong revealed himself, he sensed it and quickly turned to look. Who is this person? Where did they come from? But upon Lin Dong's appearance, the female zombie abruptly fell silent, sensing the oppressive aura of the zombie king. Her previously menacing expression transformed into one of reverence, even hinting at submission. The thick-lipped man's brows furrowed deeper with increasing agitation. He suddenly recalled a time when he had fervently pursued his goddess, treating her with utmost respect, only to witness her groveling before others. A wave of intense jealousy permeated the air. "Now that I have awakened, people like you deserve to perish," he roared. Lin Dong scrutinized him, pondering whether the apocalypse and prolonged suppression had twisted the man's psyche. He wondered if consuming his crystal core would impact his own mental state. Meanwhile, the bound man, upon seeing Lin Dong, seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. "Brother, please save me. This person is a lunatic. He intends to feed me to the zombies." Oh, Lin Dong was indifferent to his plight. What has become of the perverse? One finds oneself as a mere zombie, with thick lips and a menacing visage, hands entwined with a faint crimson glow. His aura has transformed into one of formidable strength, clearly a partially enhanced awakener. "Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of an awakener." He extends his mutated hands, lunging towards Lin Dong with astonishing speed. Yet, in Lin Dong's eyes, it is merely mediocre. With a mere thought, the domain of the undead unfurls. A powerful pressure radiates outward, enveloping the thick-lipped figure, causing him to momentarily falter, as if time itself had paused, leaving him rigidly rooted in place. Thanks to Lin Dong's absorption of 5 crystal cores, his domain has grown even more potent. An ordinary awakener struggles to move within this realm. The thick-lipped man feels as though he bears a mountain upon his back, his legs trembling, and his surroundings transform into a vision of blood red. As if he stands before a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with Lin Dong as the sovereign atop the peak. How is this possible? The thick-lipped man's eyes widen in terror, his body trembling more violently. Typically, he is the one who dictates the fates of others, taking pride in his status as an awakener. Yet now, before this man, he finds himself utterly powerless. Lin Dong pays no heed to such thoughts, methodically advancing towards him. The thick-lipped man senses the chilling breath of death, as if the grim reaper draws near. He understands what is about to unfold. Thus, he summons every ounce of strength, turning his head slowly, like a marionette, fixating his gaze upon the female zombie. If he cannot resist death, then let me behold you one last time before my demise. This is the final thought of the thick-lipped man. Lin Dong's slender fingers have already pierced into his skull, directly extracting the crystal core nestled within. The man suddenly lost consciousness, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground. Was this how he met his end? The man beside him was rendered utterly speechless. bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events, having witnessed Lin Dong effortlessly eliminate the one with the thick lips. Brother, how strong? Hurry, come save me. Help me untie these ropes. Yet Lin Dong merely glanced at him, remaining unmoved. Had he ever promised to rescue him? Oh. The man grasped the meaning behind Lin Dong's gaze, his heart, once filled with hope, plummeting into despair once more. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from the bedroom window, the fluttering of wings announcing the arrival of a colossal crow that alighted upon the balcony. The crow stood a meter tall, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson, its feathers shimmering with an inky luster, sharp as daggers. Clearly, it had been drawn by the scent of blood. With its red eyes peering through the gaps in the metal railing, it fixated on the interior, whispering, "I want to eat. Please help me open the way." "Thank you, oh." Lin Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the crow could articulate human speech. Was it a result of interbreeding with a parrot or something else entirely? Remarkably polite, nonetheless. As Lin Dong regarded the lifeless body of the one with thick lips, he realized it served no purpose for him. Driven by curiosity, he approached the window and forcefully pushed, swinging open the metal barrier. "Thank you. Thank you." The obsidian crow immediately shattered the glass and dove into the room, ravenously feasting upon the corpse of the one with thick lips. Its beak was extraordinarily sharp, akin to a guillotine, as it swiftly severed the arm and swallowed it whole, leaving not a trace of bone or residue behind. The scene was utterly horrifying. The man beside him was utterly stunned, unable to fathom that the apocalypse harbored not only zombies, but also such peculiar creatures. The raven, though modest in size, possessed an insatiable appetite. The corpse with thick lips was swiftly devoured, leaving the creature seemingly unsatisfied. Soon, the raven's crimson eyes turned towards the man bound nearby. However, with Lin Dong's presence, it appeared somewhat reluctant to feast directly. It inquired in its distinctive avian tone, "I am not yet full. May I consume him? Feel free to indulge." Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. The raven nodded appreciatively, expressing its gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to partake in the flesh you abstained from. You are truly a kind soul." "Not at all," Lin Dong responded. At that moment, the man beside them, having overheard their exchange, wore a bewildered expression. "Is this what you call a kind soul? Is this politeness?" Chapter 35, Bait. But in the next instant, the red-eyed raven lunged at him, and the man lost consciousness entirely. The raven's sharp beak pierced his heart, and it continued to feast with fervor. After consuming the man, the raven seemed satiated, flapping its wings and soaring out of the window. "Farewell, farewell, I shall repay your kindness." In the sky, the unique avian voice lingered, gradually fading away. "This creature possesses a certain intrigue," Lin Dong mused, finding the situation amusing. He had obtained a crystal core, marking this venture as somewhat fruitful. Suddenly, he recalled that there were two survivors in the room across the way. At this moment, the two individuals continued to tremble, their hearts still gripped by fear. Although they had narrowly escaped a perilous fate, they were ultimately unable to evade the grim destiny of being devoured by the undead. The agonizing wait for death tormented them, making the prospect of an immediate demise seem almost preferable. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed towards the room. Why was he coming back? Had the zombie not yet had its fill? Their hearts raced, lodged firmly in their throats. However, when the door swung open, it was not the man with thick lips that entered, but rather a tall, handsome young man. The two were momentarily taken aback, but as a thought struck them, their faces lit up with joy. Could it be that the rescue team from the refuge had come to save them? Lin Dong scrutinized them, contemplating how best to proceed. To eliminate them outright seemed pointless. These two ordinary individuals served only as bait. Lin Dong had a nagging suspicion that the area around this tall building was not heavily infested with zombies, but rather filled with rat fur and droppings, hinting at something lurking in the shadows. He could use these two to draw it out. "Quickly, you must escape." Lin Dong unsheathed his dagger and severed the ropes binding them. Instantly, they were overwhelmed with joy, having awaited death. They were astonished that salvation had truly arrived, a miracle. "Thank you, we are so grateful," one man exclaimed, overcome with emotion. The other inquired eagerly, "You are from the rescue team, right? Can you take us to the refuge?" "No," Lin Dong replied, shaking his head. "I have other matters to attend to. You must leave first." "What?" The two individuals exchanged hesitant glances, acutely aware of the perilous environment outside. Without the protection of awakened beings, survival was nearly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, they resolved to depart from this accursed place, recognizing they could not linger any longer. Before their departure, they made their way to the kitchen, gathering provisions, a cleaver, and a boning knife, ensuring they were adequately equipped. However, Lin Dong understood that their chances of survival in this area were less than 1%. Ultimately, their fate hinged on their own fortune. In truth, this vicinity posed minimal danger to ordinary individuals. Had they been on their own territory, their demise would have been assured. After preparing themselves, they quietly opened the door and stealthily descended the staircase, acutely aware of the faint sounds of zombies growling in the corridor. Disturbing them would lead to immediate consumption by the undead. At that moment, Lin Dong stood on the balcony, surveying the situation below, pondering the fate of the bait he had released. Surely it couldn't perish before even exiting the corridor. That would be dreadfully dull. Fortunately, after approximately 10 minutes, two figures emerged from the building, stepping onto the street. They moved cautiously, pressing against the wall to avoid drawing any attention, their vigilance reaching its zenith. Lin Dong observed with keen interest, eager to see whether they would survive or how they might ultimately meet their end. On the street, one of the men voiced his discontent, saying, "Yang, that rescue team was utterly irresponsible. They left us to fend for ourselves. If we reach the shelter, I will certainly report him." "What are you thinking? It is indeed fortunate that they have allowed us to escape, but have you ever considered, is he truly a rescuer? Do not forget how we were captured," remarked the middle-aged man. The young man gasped, recalling their previous ordeal. That man with the thick lips had posted information on the shelter's official website, claiming to be part of a rescue team and urging those in need of assistance to contact him. Consequently, a few of us, filled with hope, reached out to him, only to find ourselves bound in that room, destined to be fed to the zombies. Then, if he is not part of the rescue team, why did he let us go? How am I to know? In any case, let us strive to survive, Brother Yang said with a penetrating gaze. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings and noticed that there were indeed few zombies in this area. As long as they tread carefully, they would not disturb them. If they could escape the city and reach the sparsely populated outskirts, there would be a significant chance of reaching the shelter. How I wish we had a heavy-duty truck, Brother Yang muttered. Just then, he inadvertently stepped on a pile of rat droppings, exclaiming, "What a disgusting sight." However, at that moment, streams of black mist began to spread across the desolate street, enveloping everything around them. It appeared to be a manifestation of some mental force. It has emerged, thought Lin Dong, who was observing from above. He had sensed that power, capable of controlling human minds. If it were to continue evolving, it could potentially form a domain. Indeed, there is something in this area, and it is not to be underestimated. Lin Dong felt an inevitable curiosity, yearning to discover the truth. The two figures on the street, Yang and his companion, remained oblivious, continuing their stroll, their bodies shrouded in an ominous black mist. "Ah, I am so hungry. Shall we indulge in something to eat?" the young man suddenly exclaimed. Yang furrowed his brow. "What are you thinking? Eating on the street? Are you trying to court death?" "Isn't this a restaurant?" the young man retorted unexpectedly. "Have you lost your mind?" Yang turned to reprimand him, incredulous that his companion could perceive the zombie-infested, rat-infested street as a dining establishment. However, he soon noticed something amiss with the youth. There was a glimmer of confusion in his eyes, and a smile crept across his face, a look of intoxicated delight. "Xiaoliang, what is wrong with you? Wake up. Ha ha hee hee hee. So much delicious food." Xiaoliang chuckled foolishly. Alarmed, Yang felt a wave of dread wash over him, suspecting that his friend had fallen victim to some sinister enchantment. In this apocalyptic world, many creatures possessed bizarre abilities. Could it be that they had encountered a deceptive corpse? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught sight of an elderly woman ahead, her face strikingly familiar, holding a steaming plate of dumplings, beckoning him. "Son, come and eat." "Mother?" Yang's eyes clouded with confusion as he gazed upon her kind visage, a powerful wave of longing surging within him. Though his mother had passed away over a decade ago, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the warmth of this long-lost affection. "Dumplings. Dumplings are delicious." Yang, with a cheerful demeanor, took the plate of dumplings, his intense hunger overwhelming his senses as he devoured them voraciously. Meanwhile, Xiaoliang, noticing a nearby restaurant filled with delectable dishes, was relishing a pig's trotter, gnawing on it with great enthusiasm. However, from upstairs, Lin Dong observed a starkly different scene. To him, the two appeared to be standing in the street, locked in an embrace, fiercely tearing at each other. Chapter 36. The rat tied indeed, a most peculiar ability. Lin Dong gazed intently, yet he could not discern the true culprit behind this bizarre occurrence. On the street, The two were engaged in a gruesome feast upon one another, blood flowing freely as their life forces waned. Before long, they collapsed, both lifeless. What had once been two vibrant individuals had shockingly turned into a macabre spectacle of mutual destruction. Any ordinary person witnessing this horrifying scene would likely be paralyzed with fear. At that moment, from a nearby sewer, a dark figure emerged, excitedly squeaking and scurrying towards the lifeless bodies. It was a massive rat, the size of a wolfhound, with thick, jet-black fur and incisors sharper than daggers. It voraciously feasted upon the remains of the two, clearly reveling in its gruesome meal. Evidently, it was the architect of this horrifying event, a mutated beast possessing a crystalline core, with the ability to manipulate the minds of others. Reigning as the king of rats in this territory, Lin Dong pondered, what could the crystalline core of this mutated beast taste like? Previously, he had hunted a two-headed wolf, which, despite being at the nascent stage of its evolution, had proven to be quite palatable. Thus, he began to entertain thoughts of acquiring the Rat King's crystalline core. Yet, the enormous rodent, despite indulging in its meal, possessed a formidable spirit and acute perception. Seemingly aware of being watched, it swiftly turned its head, and indeed, it spotted a humanoid figure atop a high building. Oh, has it been discovered? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. The man and the mouse, though separated by 100 meters, exchanged glances. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Suddenly, the mouse became agitated, its dark red pupils emanating a fierce glow. Concurrently, a faint black mist began to emanate from its body, surging toward Lin Dong. Its psychic attack range was vast. Yet when juxtaposed with Lin Dong's domain of corpses, it was akin to a mere trifle, a small sorcerer facing a great one. There existed an insurmountable chasm between the two. A flash of crimson light flickered in Lin Dong's eyes as he unfurled his domain. The realm of corpses expanded outward, and the ethereal black mist was instantly dispersed, akin to snow melting under the sun, rendering it utterly incapable of approaching. The mouse's nostrils twitched in evident terror, its gaze fixated on the silhouette above, as if perceiving a sovereign of the world, feeling an unparalleled pressure descending upon it. Creatures like mice inherently possess a keen ability to sense danger. They are often the first to detect natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. In this moment, the giant mouse sensed the chilling breath of death drawing ever closer. Consequently, it abandoned the two corpses and turned to flee. Attempting to escape, Lin Dong leaped from the high building, landing on the street below with astonishing speed. Darting away in the blink of an eye, covering a distance of over 10 meters, he moved like a phantom, traversing several hundred meters within a mere breath. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Mouse King emitted a piercing shriek, a sound so sharp it resonated throughout the entire street. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lin Dong suddenly perceived a rustling noise emanating from the soil beneath his feet, accompanied by the frantic cries of the rodents. In an instant, countless rats surged forth from the sewers, a dense, dark mass resembling a black fountain. This eruption of vermin quickly surrounded Lin Dong. Moreover, rats were racing in from every alley and street, as if summoned to his aid. It was a rallying call to its minions. Alone, Lin Dong found himself encircled by a tidal wave of rodents. The rats varied in size, some akin to dogs, others resembling cats, each exhibiting different degrees of evolution. Yet all appeared ferocious and ready to charge at their foe. However, Lin Dong's domain of death was formidable. Any rat that dared to breach its confines was obliterated, akin to a watermelon crushed under a hammer, bursting into pieces. Though the rat horde was fierce, a vacuum of space materialized around Lin Dong, rendering the swarm unable to approach. Yet, the rodents, undeterred by the prospect of death, continued their reckless charge like moths drawn to a flame. Lin Dong had transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Bits of flesh flew through the air, blood gushed forth, and in mere moments, the ground was strewn with layers of carcasses. Above and below, he was surrounded by rats. Gazing intently, Lin Dong soon realized that the original Mouse King had blended into the throng, now lost from sight, making it a challenging target to capture. This rat was elusive. As Lin Dong scanned the vicinity, he suddenly spotted a large rat lounging at the bus stop by the street. It squinted lazily, its tail swaying, and fixed a half-smiling, half-mocking gaze upon him, brimming with provocation. How dare it challenge him? Lin Dong was certain that it was indeed the Rat King, and he immediately dashed in that direction. However, the rat remained unfazed, leaping into a nearby drainage well, blending seamlessly into the tide of rodents. Once again, Lin Dong lost sight of his target, unable to lock onto it. He sensed something amiss, as the corpse domain could only be sustained for approximately 20 minutes. And 2 minutes had already elapsed. If this continued, his chances of success would dwindle significantly. As Lin Dong pondered his predicament, the large rat reappeared. This time perched atop a derelict shed, gazing at him with a sly, almost mocking expression. Just as Lin Dong prepared to pursue it, the rat employed the same trick once more and escaped again. Surrounding him was an endless swarm of rats, surging towards Lin Dong like an unrelenting tide. It was evident that the Rat King intended to exhaust him. Lin Dong contemplated retreating, for once the corpse domain was depleted, the rats would inevitably swarm over him. Although his robust physique could withstand the sharp teeth of the rodents, the filth of those sewer-dwelling creatures was unbearable. He had no desire to become a grotesque figure covered in rats. Moreover, without the support of the corpse domain, it would be increasingly difficult to hunt down the Rat King. Given his capabilities, he could not guarantee a successful hunt. Yet, that insufferable large rat re-emerged, tauntingly perched on a garbage bin, squinting at Lin Dong in provocation. This time, Lin Dong did not intend to catch it. Instead, he resolved to make use of the remaining time of the corpse domain to vacate the area, planning to return later for vengeance against the rodent. Just as he was about to concede, an unexpected change occurred. The once radiant sky suddenly darkened, as a massive shadow loomed above. The piercing caw of crows echoed from afar, accompanied by a distinct avian call. "Good person, hello." "Oh?" Lin Dong looked up to see a large crow circling overhead, the very one he had previously fed. It seemed to have come to his aid. With its crimson eyes fixed on the tide of rats, it exuded a fierce aura, brimming with murderous intent, before emitting a shrill cry. Tens of thousands of crows swooped down from the sky, their bodies resembling cannonballs plummeting with speed, their sharp beaks effortlessly piercing through the rats. The swarm of crows had unexpectedly come to Lin Dong's rescue against the rat onslaught. The large rat atop the trash can, witnessing this, lost its previous demeanor of comfort, its nostrils flaring in anger. Chapter 37. Brother Crow. It had never anticipated that the flock of crows would aid this human. A profound sense of crisis surged anew. Sensing the dire situation, the large rat deemed it unwise to linger and contemplated a hasty escape, preparing to leap into the sewer. However, as the wind picked up around it, several crows dove in, encircling it. One of them collided forcefully with its body, sending it hurtling several meters away. Lin Dong glanced over, sensing a golden opportunity. This brother crow was indeed capable. It was time to take action. He leaped into the air, unleashing his domain to its fullest extent, causing the rats caught within to explode into fragments. The Rat King, feeling a surge of anxiety, attempted to flee. Yet suddenly, an immense pressure engulfed it, rendering its body rigid and immobile. As he raised his gaze, he discovered a tall figure standing before him, exuding an air of coldness and an unmistakable intent to kill. The large rat, now enveloped in a formidable domain, exhibited no signs of its previous arrogance. Trembling, it displayed a glimmer of desperation in its eyes, appearing almost pitiable. With a mere thought, Lin Dong concentrated the pressure of the domain into a single point, and with a resounding bang, the large rat's body exploded into fragments. A crystal core was propelled forth, which Lin Dong deftly grasped in his palm. In the instant of the rat's demise, the previously ferocious tide of rodents, having lost their leader, became disoriented and began to scatter in panic, their startled cries piercing the air as they fled in all directions. The once dense swarm of rats receded like a receding tide, vanishing completely within moments. The streets were now strewn with the remnants of the fallen, a gruesome scene filled with rat corpses and the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. A flock of large crows descended to peck at the remains. The initial crow circled around Lin Dong a few times before joining its comrades and taking flight. With that, the street fell silent once more. Watching the crows soar away, Lin Dong mused that kindness begets kindness. Resolving to offer sustenance to small creatures in the future and embrace the role of a good person, he glanced around the street. Although the Rat King had been vanquished, he knew there were likely other threats lurking in the vicinity. After all, the Rat King was not the true sovereign. The genuine ruler here was most likely a corpse king. Lin Dong had no intention of delving deeper. Having acquired 2 crystal cores, he deemed it sufficient for a period of absorption and decided to retreat to his own territory for safety. In an instant, he vanished, activating his concealment ability as he made his way back to his domain. However, not long after Lin Dong departed, a horde of zombies emerged in the street littered with dismembered bodies. At the forefront was the Corpse King, its skin a dark crimson. With black veins protruding ominously, this was the red-faced Corpse King from the park. Adorning its neck was a furry, pitch-black entity, which it lifted to reveal a face covered in black fur resembling that of a human. Squeak, 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 this human-faced rat leaped down from its neck, approaching a pile of mangled flesh, emitting a mournful wail filled with profound sorrow. My beloved, how have you perished? Who could have done this? I shall avenge you. The rat rubbed its eerie face against the remains, soon staining itself with blood. Do not grieve too deeply, my dear. Those who dare encroach upon my territory shall surely meet their demise. The voice of the red-faced Corpse King was hoarse, akin to the sound of grinding stones. Behind it stood several capable subordinates, highly evolved and possessing a semblance of intelligence, comparable to the formidable Tank Xiaoba. Boss, I inquired with my subordinates, and it appears this was the work of a zombie from the building. Oh, the red-faced zombie's eyes glinted with murderous intent. It had initially intended to eliminate this foe to expand its domain, only to find itself confronted first. How many zombies do they have? After a period of reconnaissance, the response came, approximately 2,000. Only 2,000? The red-faced Corpse King tilted its head in disbelief, having expected a greater threat. It had already amassed a horde of 20,000 under its command. 20,000 against 2,000? That would be a mere trifle. The moment has come, my dear Weibo, for me to exact my revenge. Yet, at this juncture, Lin Dong remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. He has returned home, adhering to his usual routine, indulging in a warm bath, donning clean attire, and subsequently absorbing the energy from the crystal core. The core of the Mouse King is an enigmatic shade of black, reminiscent of a ripe cherry, exuding an even sweeter fragrance. Its energy is remarkably pure, promising substantial enhancement for himself. Perhaps this is due to the Mouse King's spiritual magnetic field, bearing a semblance to his own domain of corpses. In the following days, Lin Dong remained secluded within the confines of his home. Ever since vanquishing the Mouse King, no rodents or zombies dared to disturb his peace. Occasionally, a solitary raven could be seen circling in the sky. During this time, Lin Dong utilized his phone to gather information from the outside world. The official website of Tech Corporation has become unusually lively. As news of the marketplace incident has been disclosed, the awakening entities have been slain, and over 1 billion resources have vanished. Numerous survivors have left comments, pondering the fate of more than a dozen awakened individuals who perished overnight. What manner of beast could accomplish such a feat? Indeed, what level of Corpse King could instigate such horror? The situation is dire, particularly with over 200 survivors remaining and an immense quantity of resources seemingly spirited away. Tech Corporation, once boasting of their hunter operation, now finds itself outmatched, having been hunted by the very zombies they sought to eliminate. Could it be possible that it was not the zombies, but rather another human organization behind this calamity? It is quite possible. I have heard whispers of some malevolent awakened individuals outside who have formed their own organizations and even plundered our official refuge supplies. The incident at the mall remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the populace intrigued about what transpired that night. Yet, no living soul remains to divulge the truth, rendering it one of the greatest unsolved enigmas of the apocalypse. Nevertheless, Tech Corporation has not relinquished hope. The immense value of the lost supplies is simply too precious to accept without clarity. Thus, they promptly issued a statement. Our company is committed to thoroughly investigating the mall incident to honor the spirits of Linan and others. The Hunter King operation is now underway, and we shall hunt down all the Corpse Kings to reclaim the lost supplies. These individuals have begun to stir restlessly once again, Lin Dong muttered. Meanwhile, Tech Corporation was strategizing its combat plans as a group of awakened individuals convened in a conference room. The large screen at the front displayed a map of Jiangbei City. After a month of drone reconnaissance, we have ascertained the basic distribution of zombies. Approximately 10 territories of Corpse Kings encircle the vicinity of the mall, categorized by varying degrees of danger from 1 star to 5 stars. Among these, 5 stars denote the utmost peril, while 1 star indicates relative safety, such as the area near this building. A middle-aged man elucidated, marking a circle on the map. This area comprises roughly 2,000 zombies, making it the smallest territory among the Corpse Kings, and we have designated the hunt for its king as a 1-star difficulty level. The awakened individuals below the stage exchanged glances, feeling as though they were caught in a game of dungeon raiding. Clearly, this 1-star difficulty task was quite a lucrative opportunity. Consequently, they eagerly raised their hands, vying to participate. This place is excellent. I'm going. I'm going. Chapter 38. The alert at the rear of the conference room sat a middle-aged man named Yi Jian, the head of this operation. Observing the lackluster demeanor of his subordinates, he felt a pang of annoyance, as only by hunting formidable corpse kings could they evolve into something stronger. Yet, they were languishing in apathy, opting for the one-star difficulty task. Nevertheless, perhaps this endeavor would proceed smoothly, bolstering morale and enhancing the company's reputation, thus earning the trust of the survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained ensconced in his home, sipping a crimson liquid from a goblet, his demeanor exuding elegance and contentment. Outside the building, a red-eyed raven circled in the air a few times before settling on a street lamp. A little blackbird? In a nearby alley, Tank cautiously revealed half of his large head, secretly observing. He possessed a strong territorial instinct and had long taken notice of this raven, which frequently wandered in the vicinity. With a mischievous spirit, he planned to capture the raven. Thus, Tank stealthily crept forward, moving like a cat, his footsteps light and deliberate, barely making a sound. Due to his excessive caution, it took him a full 5 minutes to traverse merely 30 meters. However, he felt a sense of relief as the raven appeared oblivious, still perched on the street lamp, showing no inclination to take flight. At this moment, the Tank was less than 10 meters away from the crow. He slowly bent his knees, mustered all his strength, and then leaped into the air. Come to me. The Tank possessed remarkable jumping ability, causing the ground to crack beneath him as he soared like a cannonball, hurtling towards the crow. As the distance between them diminished, he extended his large hand, intent on capturing it. Yet, at that critical moment, the crow suddenly flapped its wings and ascended straight into the air, creating a gap just wide enough to evade the Tank's grasp. Unable to catch it. Unable to catch it. The unique call of the crow echoed through the air, tinged with a hint of pride and mockery. Roar, the Tank bellowed, his frustration palpable as he seized a manhole cover from the roadside, swinging his arm in a wide arc to hurl it at the crow. However, the crow reacted swiftly, flying higher yet again. Out of reach. Out of reach. Caw, caw, caw. Little blackbird, come down if you dare. The Tank, realizing he could no longer reach it, could only roar in frustration. The crow paid him no heed. Instead, it continued to flap its wings and soared to greater heights, gradually distancing itself. Fool, fool. The Tank, incensed, howled and pounded his chest in exasperation, yet found himself at a loss for what to do. The crow ascended to the height of the 20th floor, landing on a metallic railing, peering into a clean and immaculate window. Indeed, it was Lin Dong's residence. Good person. Good person. Is that not Brother Crow? Lin Dong glanced over and recognized the large crow, had it not been for its assistance. He would have struggled significantly to hunt the mutated Rat King. It is imperative to provide Brother Crow with chicken legs. Lin Dong, displaying generosity, opened the window and retrieved several large chicken legs from his storage space, tossing them outside. The raven devoured them one by one, as if they were delectable candies. Thank you, kind soul. Thank you, kind soul. You are most welcome. Lin Dong leaned against the windowsill and continued to engage in casual conversation. What a surprise to have you visit today. There are individuals, along with zombies, preparing to launch an assault on you. A significant number. The crow spoke, evidently having observed a troubling situation from its aerial vantage point and come to inform Lin Dong. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. The news did not take him aback, for he had indeed made a fair share of enemies recently, and they had finally come to confront him. Those who dared to provoke him would soon learn the meaning of cruelty. Coincidentally, he had completely absorbed the 2 crystal cores from his previous hunt and had been contemplating where to replenish his supplies. And now, the opportunity had presented itself. However, he could not afford to be complacent. Preparations for battle were essential. Thus, Lin Dong signaled to his subordinates, alerting them of the impending invasion of their territory. Upon hearing of the intrusion, Tank was incensed. His fury, already stoked by the crow's antics, reached a boiling point. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a terrifying shout, causing a chorus of growls to resonate around him. One by one, his elite zombie comrades surged forth, typically dormant during the daylight hours. They were now electrified with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. How dare they invade the boss's domain? Were they courting death? A battalion of 2,000 elite zombies surged forth, an imposing and terrifying sight. At the forefront of this undead tide stood Tank, Xiaoba, and the Doctor. 3 formidable allies. The zombies were arrayed with military precision, poised to commence a gruesome feast. Xiaoba emitted a sinister chuckle, her excitement palpable upon hearing of the impending invasion. Rather than indignation, she found the prospect delightfully entertaining. Her thirst for bloodshed eclipsed even that of Tank and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Dong perched atop a skyscraper, the fierce wind whipping through his hair as his keen gaze surveyed the horizon. Embodying the spirit of one who stands at a lofty peak, surveying the world below. In the distance, several small dark specks appeared, rapidly approaching. These were reconnaissance drones from Tech Corporation. Below, an armored convoy had been modified for combat, led by a massive bulldozer that cleared the path, effortlessly pushing aside wrecked vehicles and scattered zombies alike. This was Tech Corporation's Hunting King Task Force, comprising 10 awakened individuals, 4 of whom had condensed their course. Accompanied by a 500-strong armed contingent clad in black nano-combat suits emblazoned with a striking red tech insignia, they presented a formidable front. The nanosuits were remarkably durable, capable of withstanding zombie claws and bites, even repelling knife thrust with ease. Additionally, Tech Corporation had deployed 2 bioengineered weapons, designated as the Pursuer Units. One of these vehicles housed 4 core-awakened individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, who constituted the backbone of this operation. "This mission is a stroke of luck for us," one young man declared with pride, to which the young woman nodded in agreement. "In the realm of 1-star zombie nests, it serves as an apt training ground for me, as this is my inaugural participation in such an operation." "Ha ha ha, you must observe closely and learn diligently," a male companion chimed in. Captain Lu Hao, standing nearby, interjected. "Shaowen, even when facing a rabbit, one must exert full strength. Never underestimate any zombie, for they all pose a threat." "Captain Lu, there are merely 2,000 zombies here. I doubt the Zombie King possesses any extraordinary abilities, merely sheer physical strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't command such a small territory," Shaowen replied, shrugging his shoulders. A towering man concurred, stating, "As long as we do not encounter any cunning zombies, those with mere brute strength are among the easiest types to confront." The female member listened intently to the discussion, realizing for the first time that there were so many nuances involved in the hunt for zombies. "It seems I truly ought to learn more from my seniors." Chapter 39. Invasion. Aside from the Hunter King's operational squad, another force is also converging upon this location, the red-faced Zombie King of the Park region. Adorned with a scarf, it intends to exact revenge on the mutated Rat King and simultaneously eliminate Lin Dong to annex his territory. The red-faced Zombie King commands a formidable legion of over 20,000 zombies, a dark and formidable tide. They roar as they surge forward like a relentless torrent. With more than 100 elite and agile zombies leading the charge, leaping and bounding with the agility of monkeys. Among the horde, numerous mutated giant rats are also interspersed, their crimson eyes glinting with ferocity. The sight of the throng of zombies flooding the streets is indeed a magnificent spectacle. The red-faced Corpse King and several of his subordinates brought up the rear, confident that they would easily subdue Lin Dong without having to lift a finger. With a tide of 20,000 zombies against merely 2,000, victory was assured. "Your Majesty, the battle will likely conclude swiftly. You need only collect the crystal cores afterwards," one of his subordinates remarked. The red-faced Corpse King nodded appreciatively. He relished such praise. Meanwhile, the Hunter Action Team had arrived at their destination, where armed personnel began to eliminate scattered zombies on the periphery. As the gunfire erupted, the undead fell one after another. 4 awakened individuals, including Lu Hao, disembarked from the vehicle to assess their surroundings. Isolated zombies emerged from the alleys and streets, but before they could approach, they were swiftly dispatched, requiring no further attention. Their gazes shifted towards the skyscraper in the distance. There, in the middle of the road, stood a towering figure, the notoriously irascible Tank. With a furious roar, Tank detected the scent of humans and bellowed in response, his voice echoing thunderously. He was brimming with rage, and had it not been for Lin Dong's lack of orders, he would have charged ahead without hesitation. Indeed, a brute force Corpse King, Shaowen analyzed, observing Tank's clumsy demeanor, which suggested he lacked any special abilities. "True," Lu Hao agreed, "yet we must remain cautious. There may be other Corpse Kings. That group of zombies behind us appears to be of a notably advanced evolutionary stage." "How frightening," gasped the sole female awakened, feeling a twinge of fear as it was her first mission. Shaowen, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, reassured her, "Fear not. It is merely a level 1 zombie nest, comprising only a little over 2,000 zombies, and they are not densely packed. We will clear them out swiftly." "Indeed. Let us hasten to conclude this swiftly and return for our rewards. I have gone days without sustenance," remarked the towering figure among them. Despite the advanced technology of Tech Corporation, food remained in scarce supply. As the Hunter King task force progressed, the two factions drew ever closer, the atmosphere thick with tension. As if an imminent clash was on the horizon, Tank stood at the forefront, exuding an air of invincibility, his fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging dramatically, and his eyes radiating a fierce intensity. He awaited Lin Dong's command to charge forth and rend the humans asunder. Little 8 too had wiped the smile from her face, tilting her head as she fixated intently on the humans ahead, a restless anticipation gnawing at her. Why hasn't he, the boss, issued the command yet? I am positively itching for bloodshed. The horde of zombies awaited impatiently, their growls echoing in the air, yet Lin Dong remained unresponsive. As the group of humans approached, now less than 500 meters away, they were almost within range of their weapons. What is the boss doing? Surely he hasn't forgotten our mission in search of a meal? Tank queried anxiously, turning to converse. The Dr. Zombie shot him a glance. Fool. Do you think the boss is akin to you? Without orders, we shall simply wait. Wait. At this rate, their wheels will soon be upon my face. Little 8 clawed at her hair, teetering on the brink of madness. However, after advancing a mere 10 meters, the Hunter King task force came to a halt. Captain Lu Hao narrowed his gaze in observation. These zombies, they seem rather peculiar. What is it, Captain Lu? Xiaowen inquired, stepping forward. Lu Hao continued to stare ahead. Had it been an ordinary zombie, it would have charged forth at the slightest disturbance. Yet, these particular creatures remained utterly still. Indeed. The female awakener nodded in agreement, noting that this zombie diverged from her previous encounters. The tall man concurred, recognizing that such behavior likely indicated the presence of a highly intelligent zombie orchestrating their actions. What if they were simply dim-witted, unwilling to venture beyond their territory? Little one speculated aloud. The 4 individuals stationed at the periphery began to deliberate tactics, hesitating to advance, their standoff prolonging for several minutes. Could this be a feigned retreat? The tall man pondered. A feigned retreat? Do you really believe these zombies are as cunning as Zhuge Liang? Would they even employ strategy? Little one couldn't suppress a laugh. Hao, upon reflection, realized that they had come this far, and regardless of the circumstances surrounding the horde, they had to eradicate them. After all, there were merely 2,000 zombies. Even if unforeseen complications arose, they could withstand the challenge. Prepare for action, he declared. Certainly, Little One replied eagerly, having long been unable to contain her anticipation. The others took deep breaths, their gazes resolute as they readied themselves to confront the impending tide of undead. However, in that tense moment, the ground suddenly reverberated with a thunderous roar. Chaotic footsteps, accompanied by howls and eerie screeches, echoed from all directions. Something is amiss. Hao's brow furrowed, his expression darkening in an instant. The armed personnel exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity reflected in their comrades' eyes. For they had all endured similar scenarios before. Only a massive horde could generate such a disturbance. And indeed, their fears were confirmed. First, several agile zombies leaped onto the surrounding rooftops, landing gracefully on all fours, their fierce eyes surveying their surroundings. Then, from the corners of the streets and alleyways, countless zombies surged forth, accompanied by ferocious, mutated rats. Where did so many zombies come from? The expressions of Lu Hao and his companions were filled with horror as they beheld the overwhelming numbers, far exceeding 2,000. They could hardly fathom the situation, suspecting they had walked into an ambush. Senior, what should we do now? Inquired a female awakener. The others wore grave expressions, having no immediate plans. Lu Hao glanced around. We cannot concern ourselves with that now. Prepare for battle. The zombies charged forward with astonishing speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Open fire. With Lu Hao's command, a cacophony of gunfire erupted around them. 500 armed personnel formed a specific formation, unleashing a concentrated barrage that swept through the throngs as though reaping wheat. Yet, the tide of corpses surged with relentless ferocity, continuing their advance. Even when tripped by fallen bodies, they rolled forward, utterly unfazed. The most lethal among them were the elite, agile zombies. They leaped down from the high buildings with blinding speed, catching the armed personnel off guard, often knocking them down and viciously biting them on the ground. These zombies could only be dealt with by Lu Hao and the other awakeners. However, suddenly, the concrete pavement beneath their feet began to crack, emitting eerie squeaks. As large rats emerged from the fissures, the rats scurried onto the armed personnel, biting at their ankles, causing them to howl in pain. The two factions clashed fiercely, the battle intensifying to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, in the distance, Tank and Xiao Ba were no longer in a hurry. Instead, they appeared utterly bewildered by the scene before them. What on earth was happening? Chapter 40. Chaos of Battle. It was evidently their home turf. Yet the two factions were engaged in a fierce conflict. Tank scratched his head, pondering if they had come to settle their differences on his territory. Meanwhile, Lin Dong stood tall on the rooftop, having previously witnessed a horde of corpses rushing towards him, thus refraining from allowing his subordinates to intervene. Now, with the two factions locked in a fierce struggle, it was a case of dogs fighting dogs, and he could merely observe the spectacle. Keep it up. He even cheered for them, secretly wishing for the battle to become increasingly brutal. The red-eyed crow circled around Lin Dong, inquiring, "Good sir, when will your meal be served?" "Patience," Lin Dong replied without turning his head, realizing that his feathered friend had arrived just in time for dinner, hoping to snag a bite. On the distant battlefield, gunfire erupted, and flesh was torn asunder, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. The stench of blood was overwhelming, reminiscent of a scene from the depths of hell. Humanity had deployed its trump card, 2 3-meter-tall bioengineered beings, the pursuers. With their formidable physiques and a prominent stitched scar adorning their large foreheads, they resembled monstrous centipedes. The pursuers were draped in chains of ammunition, with a massive hammer strapped to their backs and a Gatling gun in their right hands. At that moment, the 6 barrels began to rotate, unleashing a torrent of flames. Countless bullets surged forth, transforming into a tempest of metal. Zombies that fell victim to their onslaught were either severed in half or blown to pieces, meeting a grotesquely tragic end. Should an elite zombie approach, the hunter remains unperturbed by the threat of bites, swiftly drawing forth a colossal iron hammer that crashes down with tremendous force. The hammer, composed of an indeterminate yet remarkably dense material, appears to weigh at least 20 tons, creating a profound crater upon impact, reducing the struck zombie to mere pulp. Observing this scene, Lin Dong is inevitably transported back to his childhood, recalling the joyous occasions during New Year's when the orphanage would prepare dumplings, a task for which he was responsible for crushing garlic. He perceives the plight of the zombies as akin to that of crushed garlic. 2 hunters emerge, tipping the scales of advantage firmly in favor of humanity. Despite the ferocity of the zombie horde, they cannot penetrate the defensive line. Truly, they are the formidable instruments of the Zombie Extermination Initiative. The only threat to be wary of is the large rats darting beneath foot. However, the armed squad, clad in nano-combat suits, remains impervious to the sharp teeth of these rodents, which can only inflict minor wounds upon humans. Thus, it is evident that the Hunter King action team possesses considerable strength. In roughly 5 minutes, they eradicate 6,000 to 7,000 zombies, diminishing the once mighty horde by a third. At that moment, the red-faced zombie king, adorned with a scarf, saunters forth. Uncertain of the situation, he wonders whether his minions have managed to subdue Lin Dong. Yet, as he gazes intently, he soon discerns something amiss. His subordinates are inexplicably engaged in combat alongside humans, particularly the 2 hunters, who stand out conspicuously, resembling garlic crushers in their actions. Among them, human awakeners wield their powers with devastating efficacy, rendering them virtually unstoppable. What is the meaning of this? Your Majesty, there are human awakeners here. We have engaged in battle with them, reports an elite zombie. This does not require mention. The red-faced Corpse King has already discerned it. But what of the Corpse King within the mansion? Uncertain, it appears he is yet to emerge. What? The red-faced Corpse King seethed with rage. Having primarily come to assault him, now witnessing his own forces significantly diminished, yet still lacking sight of the opponent. How absurd. Boss, could there possibly be awakened humans here? Inquired a subordinate from the rear. The red-faced Corpse King found this perplexing. Despite his evolved intellect, he was not particularly astute. Could it be that he has colluded with humans? Your Majesty, do you suppose it is possible that the humans are also here to attack him, and we simply encountered them first? Another minion speculated. The red-faced Corpse King narrowed his eyes, sensing merit in this assertion. Would that not be a blunder? Oh dear. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, emitting a cacophony of frustrated cries. Boss, what shall we do? Should we retreat? Asked a subordinate. Retreat? The red-faced Corpse King's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Having already lost numerous minions, retreat would only deepen his humiliation. With the sunk costs incurred, only a decisive victory could redeem his losses. Moreover, humans are equally adversaries, their cores even more delectable. There is no path of retreat left. Unleash the slaughter. Roar. Upon the red-faced's command, his subordinates erupted in a ferocious howl. Since the boss declared there would be no retreat, they charged forward with unyielding resolve. Their eyes reddened with fury as they plunged into the fray. These zombies, possessing a high degree of evolution, could be classified as corpse kings themselves, exhibiting formidable strength. A shrill cry emanated from the creature as it leaped from the crimson-tinged shoulder, darting towards a towering edifice. Meanwhile, tendrils of ebony mist began to disperse, revealing its sinister ability, mental manipulation. The corpse king has manifested. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, having surmised the situation upon hearing that earth-shattering roar. Such a magnitude of undead surge invariably heralds the emergence of a corpse king. Everyone, exercise caution. The true battle is about to commence. Understood. The surrounding individuals responded in unison. However, wisps of dark mist had already begun to envelop several armed personnel. I'm so hungry. So am I. What is that? The ocean. I want to go to the seaside, to drink beer and feast. One of the armed personnel's gaze grew hazy, mimicking the action of lifting a beer, and astonishingly, he retrieved a grenade from his belt. Stop. What are you doing? Lu Hao sensed something amiss and hurriedly attempted to intervene. Yet, the individual had already pulled the pin from the grenade. Cheers. Boom. The grenade detonated, engulfing him in flames, while countless shrapnel pierced through his surrounding comrades. This fragmentation grenade possessed immense lethality. But the chaos did not end there. Several more armed personnel simultaneously produced grenades. Cheers. They raised their glasses in unison, leading to their mutual demise. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosions erupted, as torrents of debris and shrapnel swept through the air like a tempest. Lu Hao thrust his hands forward. He is an awakening individual of the earth element, with soil coalescing in his hands to form a robust earthen shield, capable of withstanding the force of an explosion. The remaining armed personnel took refuge behind an armored vehicle, seeking to avert the perils of shrapnel. Yet, within their hearts, a sense of panic spread, for just moments ago, comrades who had fought alongside them had inexplicably perished due to a self-inflicted calamity. How eerie. That insidious ability to kill without a trace instills the deepest fear. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, already discerning that they had fallen victim to mental manipulation. Shao 1. Activate the mental barrier and search for the enemy's location. Understood. Shaowen replied with a firm nod. As a mental awakening individual, with a mere thought, he unfurled the mental barrier, isolating the dark mist, and quickly sensed its origin. Found it. Up there. The group followed his gaze to discover a large, pitch-black rat perched on the windowsill of the third floor, possessing a furry human face. Chapter 41. Joining the battle gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply, for indeed, a bizarre creature lurked. At that moment, a zombie leapt from the high-rise, landing directly on the shoulder of an armed personnel. It was a formidable lieutenant of the red-faced man, an agile zombie king, nicknamed Monkey. The monkey was robust, covered in festering sores, and with a swift motion, he wrapped his arm around the man's neck and twisted, decapitating him with ease. Quick! Attack! As the surrounding individuals prepared to retaliate, the monkey demonstrated remarkable agility, leaping once more onto the back of the pursuer's neck. The pursuer, caught off guard, staggered violently, causing his right hand's Gatling gun to inadvertently discharge. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Amidst the fiery exhalations, a deluge of bullets descended upon the assembled armed personnel. Take cover, they exclaimed, hastily prostrating themselves behind the armored vehicles. The projectiles impacted the vehicles, igniting a shower of sparks. Regrettably, a few unfortunate souls were struck, their bodies instantly obliterated. With the cadaverous king's entrance, humanity's fortunes began to wane. The crimson-faced monarch of the dead now entered the fray, raising its hand to grotesquely inflate its arm, engorged with pulsating veins. These vessels, as if imbued with life, snaked out like serpents, ensnaring several armed individuals and piercing their flesh. Ack! The soldiers cried out in agony as their bodies rapidly desiccated, drained of all vitality, becoming mere mummified husks. Formidable, Lu Hao murmured, observing the macabre spectacle. The mode of attack evoked memories of a cinematic entity, Venom, the lethal protector. Yet, this ability, while unsettling, remained within the bounds of the conventional and did not qualify as spectral. As the crimson cadaverous king's veins writhed, ceaselessly claiming lives, Lu Hao stamped his foot. Before him, A series of elliptical earthen barriers rose from the ground, intercepting the onslaught. Team Leader Lu, the horde is upon us, a nearby voice reported. The relentless barrage of firepower having ceased, the teeming mass of the undead surged forward. I am aware. Lu Hao responded, casting a sidelong glance. He felt as though he were playing a futile game of whack-a-mole, struggling to contain the relentless advance of the zombies. At that moment, a towering figure within the ranks stepped forward. Su Jian, an awakened individual with mastery over lightning, possessed formidable offensive capabilities. He stood alone, a bulwark against the approaching tide of the undead. Enveloped in crackling lightning, his hair stood on end as the surging energy intensified. Perish, he roared, slamming his fist into the ground. A web of fissures erupted across the surface with arcs of electricity dancing within. The radius of 20 meters was instantly saturated with lightning. Any zombie unfortunate enough to make contact convulsed violently, emitting wisps of acrid smoke as they were incinerated. Captain, this is unsustainable. We'll be depleted, Su Jian exclaimed, glancing back. Despite their formidable powers, the awakened individuals were flagging, their faces etched with fatigue as their energy reserves dwindled. Indeed, this horde originated elsewhere. Their strength rivaling that of a 3-star nest, Lu Hao acknowledged, already cognizant of the situation. What? This? The female awakened one's face paled. Dismayed that their inaugural mission had devolved into this predicament. Then, why have they congregated here? How would I know? The denizens of the 1-star nest haven't even emerged yet. Lu Hao snapped, exasperated. Silence descended upon the group, each member grappling with the inexplicable crisis. Their objective untouched while they were besieged. Still, it's fortunate that the zombies from the 1-star nest remained dormant, facilitating our escape, Lu Hao surmised. Yes. The others concurred, nodding in agreement. They were already hard-pressed, and the emergence of those zombies would be catastrophic. Rest assured, those zombies are quite dim-witted. Even with the conflict at their doorstep, they remain inactive. I doubt they'll emerge, Shaowen offered consolingly. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, Lin Dong stood with an air of nonchalant ease. Amidst his presence, numerous crows lingered, all attendants of Brother Crow, eagerly waiting for a meal. Apologies for the prolonged wait. Is the pot ready? The crimson glint in the crow's eyes shimmered with increasing excitement. Lin Dong nodded affirmatively. Below, on the battlefield, the armed personnel were nearly out of ammunition, and the awakened ones were exhausted, their energy nearly depleted. The previous throng of 20,000 corpses had been reduced to mere remnants of defeated soldiers. It was time for our appearance. Lin Dong issued the command. The thousands of zombies standing below seemed to come alive, roaring in unison, a palpable aura of menace radiating from them. Roar! The tank let out a bellow, akin to a rampaging bull, charging forward, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its might. Behind it, a host of elite zombies surged forth like wild stallions. Yet, it was Little 8 who was the most exhilarated. The leader had finally given the order, and he was almost moved to tears. For he had been itching to witness the carnage ahead, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to affectionately engage those humans. Broad. Sinister smile stretched across Little 8's face, and in an instant, he vanished like a wraith, darting forward. Atop the towering building, countless crows took flight. In the midst of the flock stood a stoic young man, whose eyes flashed with crimson light. He inexplicably vanished from sight. The tank was the first to plunge into the fray. Its colossal form resembled a racing locomotive, scattering a street full of zombies in all directions. Some were even left hanging from lampposts. The tank tore a gaping hole through the horde of corpses. Elite zombies in the rear guard moved with exceptional swiftness, felling adversaries with ease, their incisors severing necks with ruthless precision. After discarding the severed heads, they relentlessly sought their next quarry. A tremor rippled through the earth, capturing the attention of Lu Hao and his comrades. They pivoted, their gazes converging upon a colossal zombie overlord that cleaved through the undead horde, advancing with grim purpose towards their position. Heavens! They exclaimed, their faces paling. They are here. A female awakened one was visibly shaken. Shaowen, didn't you assure us they wouldn't appear? Shaowen was rendered speechless, the swiftness of the reversal leaving him floundering. Could it be a mere coincidence? The prevailing sentiment among the group was that their already precarious situation had taken a turn for the worse. However, they soon realized that the situation was far more dire. The tank-like behemoth had breached the human line, its immense mass causing the earth to tremble with each step, its advance both terrifying and awe-inspiring. We must halt its advance, Lu Hao declared urgently. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the assembled personnel, directed at the unyielding tank. Seemingly impervious to the hail of bullets, it pressed forward, its velocity undiminished, perhaps even augmented. "Allow me," the female awakened one stated, her brow furrowed in concentration. With a delicate gesture, she manipulated the surrounding metal, interposing a heavy armored vehicle in the path of the advancing tank. The resulting collision sent the armored vehicle spiraling through the air before it crashed down a considerable distance away. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. So formidable. Chapter 42. The arrival of the king. The formidable zombie before them was nothing short of a humanoid beast. Yet, the weighty armored vehicle had managed to slow the tank's advance. Just as the onlookers began to breathe a sigh of relief, a slender figure emerged from behind the tank, wearing a sinister grin that instilled terror, rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. Xiaoba, having undergone significant evolution, had now condensed a crystal core, awakening the ability known as Rapid Shadow. Upon reaching a critical velocity, she would enter a state of invisibility, a power that allowed her to approach her targets without detection. One of the armed personnel was currently firing ahead when he noticed the approaching female zombie, her speed increasing exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Where did she go? The armed personnel suddenly found himself without a target, caught in a state of bewilderment. He frantically scanned his surroundings in search of the terrifying figure. But in the next moment, a horrifying smile materialized before him, so close that their noses nearly touched. The man was taken aback, instinctively recoiling. Yet, Xiao Ba's sharp bone claws, as effortless as slicing through tofu, found their way into his neck with a mere touch. With a swift motion, she wrenched her claws upward, sending a head flying far away. "Oh no, she's coming." The nearby armed personnel gasped in alarm, including one awakened at the brain dance stage who reacted the quickest, brandishing a steel alloy knife and charging at Xiao Ba. But she vanished once more, only to reappear behind the awakened individual. The sharp bone claw pierced his lower back with a chilling thud, yanking his kidney out with brutal force. A wretched scream escaped the awakened one as he convulsed in agony and collapsed to the ground. It was utterly terrifying. This was a grotesque corpse. "Run." The armed personnel, stripped of their will to resist, turned to flee. Little 8 cackled ominously, pursuing them relentlessly, knocking down one after another with every few strides. Her bone claws were drenched in blood, dripping incessantly, her eyes filled with exhilaration as she reveled in the thrill of the hunt. El Hao and the other core members sensed the unfolding chaos, realizing that even the awakened with brain cores were no match for Little 8. They had to put a stop to it. The slaughter could not continue. "I'll handle it." Su Jian stepped forward once more, believing his lightning awakening would allow him to keep pace with her. Of the 500 armed personnel he had brought, 2/3 had already perished, leaving just over 100. Lightning crackled around Su Jian, and a tempest of energy surged within him. Just as he prepared to intervene against Little 8, an even more formidable pressure began to emanate from afar, as if a sea of blood was surging down the street. A shiver ran through the crowd, an unsettling feeling spreading, a genetic suppression that made their very souls tremble. The true king had arrived. Everyone turned their gaze to the street, where a tall young man stood, clad in a pristine white shirt, untouched by dirt. His expression was indifferent, his hollow eyes scanning the crowd with a gaze devoid of emotion, as if he were looking at corpses. What was that? A zombie? The female awakener felt a sense of uncertainty. El Hao's brow furrowed deeper. This is the first time I have encountered such a zombie. He must truly be the zombie king. This feels exceedingly troublesome. Xiao Wan, as a psychic awakener, possessed an exceptionally keen intuition. The recent emergence of various zombie kings filled them with an acute sense of urgency, as if they were gradually stepping into an abyss. Su Jian shared this sense of urgency. If they did not eliminate a few zombie kings soon, their situation would become increasingly dire. Thus he felt a pressing need to act. "Then let us deal with you first." Su Jian abandoned Xiao Ba and turned to charge at Lin Dong. As a lightning-type awakener, his speed was remarkable, with arcs of electricity crackling around him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, El Hao did not intervene. For in terms of offensive capability, Su Jian was the strongest in their group, akin to the tip of the spear in the Hunter King action team. However, the next scene left them utterly dumbfounded. As Su Jian approached Lin Dong, his speed suddenly plummeted, as if he had become ensnared in a quagmire, his movements turning exceedingly sluggish. "This is terrible. Su Jian is in danger." El Hao quickly realized the gravity of the situation, contemplating how to provide assistance. Yet, Lin Dong's zombie king domain had enveloped Su Jian, and seizing the opportunity, while Su Jian was immobilized and his actions slowed, he casually reached into his skull and extracted a gleaming white crystal core. The sensation was akin to strolling through one's own living room and casually picking an apple from the coffee table, effortless and natural. Su Jian's eyes widened in shock, his pupils beginning to dilate, his face frozen in disbelief. Soon after, his lifeless body slumped to the ground behind Lin Dong. A horde of elite zombies immediately pounced, devouring the lifeless body. My heavens! El Hao and the others were utterly stunned. They had barely comprehended the situation when Su Jian was slain, the most formidable warrior of their team. This zombie was terrifying. A wraith. This was a true wraith. El Hao's brow furrowed deeply, his spirits plummeting into despair. The others felt an intensifying sense of unease. "Senior, are we all destined to perish?" inquired the female awakener, her voice laced with sorrow. El Hao quickly responded, "No. If we can discern its abilities, there may yet be a chance for survival. We must not linger here. Let us seek refuge within the building." "All right," the others echoed, making their way towards the adjacent structure. The female awakener employed her metal manipulation powers, contorting the steel reinforcements of the wall to create a large opening. The three of them swiftly slipped inside, followed closely by several brain-empowered awakener and a dozen armed personnel. Outside on the street, 100 armed soldiers continued to engage in battle, too late to retreat within. "We cannot concern ourselves with them any longer," El Hao declared, intending to abandon them outside. The female awakener did not question his decision. Once more, she utilized her powers to seal the breach in the wall. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, El Hao harnessed his earth manipulation abilities, commanding the sand to accumulate around them, reinforcing the wall layer by layer. Every entrance, door, window, and wall was sealed with utmost precision. The wall alone approached a thickness of 10 meters. Such a fortified bastion effectively isolated them from the cacophony outside, granting them a momentary reprieve from the battlefield. As the surroundings fell into a serene silence, with a collective sigh of relief, the people felt a semblance of safety envelop them. Among them, several armed personnel considered themselves exceedingly fortunate to have remained in proximity to the awakened, thus securing a chance to seek refuge. Had they been forsaken outside, their demise would have been inevitable. Yet, as they indulged in a fleeting moment of tranquility, the exterior had devolved into a veritable slaughterhouse. The armed individuals mounted a counterattack, only to suddenly realize the awakened had vanished, their faces paling in despair. "Have we been abandoned?" Panic flickered in the eyes of two among them. In the next heartbeat, a handful of elite zombies descended upon them, overpowering them and feasting voraciously, blood spraying in abundance. The air was filled with the anguished cries and wails of the people, trapped between heaven and earth, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. They could do naught but await their grim fate in this merciless apocalypse, lost and desolate. Chapter 43, The Battle of the Undead, however. Xiaoba soon bestowed upon them a merciful end, sparing them further suffering. As one lifeless body after another succumbed, it became evident that this was the price of invasion. In mere minutes, over 100 humans had perished at the hands of the zombies. With the humans dispatched, the red-faced zombie king and its minions finally encountered Lin Dong. With a roar, the red-faced zombie king, consumed by fury at the staggering losses incurred that day, faced Lin Dong. As the saying goes, a foe's encounter is particularly bitter, and its remaining undead followers echoed its rage with their own deafening howls. In an instant, the horde of zombies erupted in a cacophony, shaking the very ground beneath them, heralding the imminent clash of titans. Certainly, the tank, Xiaoba, and a host of elite zombies, all fierce combatants, were not incensed by the provocation of their adversaries. Instead, they were invigorated by it. "Let the games begin," Lin Dong commanded, and in an instant, his subordinates charged forth. The two formidable waves of zombies collided at breakneck speed, yet Lin Dong's minions, possessing exceptional prowess, bore down upon the ordinary foes like professional football players. The impact was immediate, sending their opponents flying with a cacophony of sounds. The tank particularly relished this kind of battle, moving through the horde as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, scattering the undead in disarray. However, atop a towering building, the humanoid rat, with its grotesque visage, chattered eerily, harboring deep-seated resentment upon sighting the one who had slain its beloved. Fueled by vengeance, it unleashed its sinister ability, mental domination. A faint black mist began to waft toward the tank and Xiaoba, enveloping them. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, the doctor observed covertly. his gaze calculating as he fixated on the humanoid rat, perhaps due to his superior intellect. The doctor lacked the brute force of the tank and instead possessed a more cunning demeanor. He too had awakened a power, mental penetration. Although he had yet to employ it in this skirmish, he now set his sights on the humanoid rat, intent on seizing the moment while it dispersed its mental influence. Concentrating his mind, he struck with sudden ferocity. His mental energy transformed into a piercing steel probe, racing toward the humanoid rat. Upon impact, the creature was seized by excruciating pain in its skull, unable to suppress a wretched howl. It convulsed violently, legs flailing, foam spilling from its mouth. Teetering on the brink of life and death, the red-faced corpse king seethed with rage, realizing that his side was no match for Lin Dong. Their level of evolution was simply too advanced. At that moment, one of his capable subordinates, a monkey, leaped onto the tank's neck, baring its vicious maw in an attempt to gnaw at his scalp. However, the tank swiftly extended a massive hand, thrusting it deep into the monkey's mouth, effectively performing a deep throat maneuver. He then seized the upper jaw, executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent the creature crashing to the ground. "Still want to bite my head?" the tank thought, unable to contain his anger as he delivered 2 heavy kicks to the fallen monkey. Lin Dong's subordinates, with relentless vigor, overwhelmed the tide of corpses before them, suffering minimal casualties. The red-faced corpse king, in a fit of fury, shouted, "You shall all perish." He thrust his hands forward, his arms swelling as veins erupted, resembling countless tendrils sweeping across the street. Instantly, a multitude of zombies were pierced by his veins. Yet, Lin Dong's followers, undeterred by death, opened their mouths wide to bite at the veins. Some were even more valiant, disregarding their own punctured bodies as they charged forward with all their might. Like ferocious wolf cubs intent on tearing a piece of flesh from their enemy, even in death. With a thunderous roar, the tank could no longer bear to watch as his subordinates were impaled like candy on a stick. He leaped into action, landing beside the red-faced king and prepared to strike. However, he was still no match for the red-faced king's might. Suddenly, the king's chest split open, and countless veins surged forth, ensnaring the tank and piercing his body to feast on his flesh. The tank felt the searing pain and roared in agony, struggling violently. Yet, those veins hoisted him into the air, leaving his feet dangling and rendering him powerless. "All of you shall die." The crimson visage absorbed a considerable amount of blood, rendering his skin even more scarlet, while the veins upon his face bulged grotesquely. Yet, in this moment of arrogance, a dark cloud suddenly drifted across the sky, an ominous flock of crows, cawing eerily, their red eyes glinting with malice. In an instant, the crows swooped down like cannonballs, their sharp beaks relentlessly pecking at the veins, severing them with the ease of scissors. Streams of blood gushed forth, the putrid stench overwhelming. Those detestable crows. The crimson visage could no longer withstand the ravenous assault. Pain coursed through his body, prompting him to retract his veins. The tank, once restrained, finally broke free. Looking up, he spotted a red-eyed crow, the very little black bird he had previously sought to capture. The tank was astonished by its unexpected assistance. The little black bird repaid kindness with kindness, holding no grudge against him for attempting to seize it. Rather, it had come to save his life, filling his heart with profound gratitude. "Little blackbird, you are truly remarkable. I promise I shall never try to capture you again." Foolishness, foolishness, the crows flapped their wings and, like before, took to the skies. The tank, in the wake of the crow's aid, found himself deprived of his lethal advantage, his heart brimming with fury. Yet, as he gazed upward, he realized he was encircled by a throng of zombies, elite subordinates of Lin Dong, formidable in strength. It was over. A sense of foreboding washed over him. At that moment, Lin Dong, with a flicker of agility, utilized his corpse domain abilities to slip through the walls and enter the building where Lu Hao was hiding. Once a hotel, this place now lies in utter disarray, with bloodstains marred across the marble floor. During the apocalyptic onset, it was crowded, marking it as a severely afflicted zone. The walls of the hotel have been sealed by Lu Hao and his companions using their extraordinary powers, their thickness measuring a formidable 10 meters. Such abilities, if not squandered on construction sites, could be of far greater utility, Lin Dong mused inwardly. Enclosed in this dim space, with not a sliver of sunlight penetrating, only a few beams of light flicker in the distance. Those are the tactical flashlights wielded by armed personnel. Lu Hao and his companions are seated on the ground, taking a moment to recuperate. "We must seize this opportunity to regain some strength," We have exhausted ourselves considerably, Lu Hao remarked. Indeed, Xiaowen nodded in agreement, feeling that retreating here was a wise decision. After all, the zombies cannot enter, and we have ample time. I felt utterly drained from the effort to thwart the mind control of the human-faced rat. Xiaowen, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking. The female awakener's face was etched with concern, her heart heavy with worry. The eerie display of the Corpse King's abilities had been unsettling. In a mere moment, it had dispatched Su Jian, as if taking a leisurely stroll. She had previously encountered reports on bizarre corpses, which indicated that upon facing such entities, even awakeners faced an alarming 80% mortality rate. Who could have gathered such intelligence to designate this place as a one-star corpse nest? The woman, on the verge of emotional collapse, lamented. Chapter 44. Massacre indeed. The intelligence was gravely erroneous, given the Corpse King's peculiar abilities. This should at least be classified as a 4 to 5-star difficulty level. Lu Hao furrowed his brow as he spoke. Recalling the previous scene still sends shivers down my spine. The tall figure was undeniably terrifying. Faced with such dire circumstances, the female awakener could not hold back her tears. Her voice choked as she uttered, I do not wish to die yet. It's all right. At least we are safe for now. Once we regain some strength. Xiaowen intended to offer her words of comfort, but suddenly his tone faltered. An ominous sensation enveloped him, as he, being a mental-type awakener, possessed an acute awareness of danger. It felt as though something was drawing near. Xiaowen squirmed in anxiety, a chill creeping down his spine. Instinctively, he glanced over his shoulder, only to find an impenetrable darkness behind him, devoid of any presence. Xiaowen, what is the matter? Lu Hao noticed his unusual demeanor. Xiaowen furrowed his brow. It seems, something has entered. What? The surrounding individuals gasped in disbelief. Xiaowen, don't scare me. Indeed, the wall is so thick, and it hasn't been breached. How could anything come in? They had just asserted their safety moments ago. People began to murmur, expressing their doubts. I'm not certain. Perhaps I overexerted myself earlier, and my nerves are frayed. Xiaowen pinched his forehead, equally incredulous. It is not uncommon for one to experience illusions under extreme stress. Perhaps his instincts had failed him. However, just as Xiaowen turned his head back, a tall figure materialized behind him out of thin air, its shirt a stark white, and its expression devoid of warmth, resembling a grim reaper. Lu Hao and the female awakener, seated opposite him, witnessed this unsettling apparition most clearly. Their eyes widened instantaneously, as if they had beheld a specter, their expressions fraught with astonishment and disbelief, even questioning the veracity of their own senses. He's inside. The female awakened one stammered, her speech faltering. Xiaowen, perplexed, inquired, who? Yet, scarcely had the query left his lips when he apprehended the anomaly. For the gazes of all present were directed behind him, their countenances etched with profound dread. An acute premonition of peril resurfaced, an intimation of mortality itself. He dared not turn, lest his existence be summarily terminated. Nevertheless, he could not suppress the impulse to look back, slowly rotating his head, only to find a massive hand already gripping his crown, piercing his cranium, and extracting his very core. Thud, concurrent with his turning, Xiaowen's lifeless form slumped to the ground, and in the very instant of his demise, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a pristine white shirt. The specter of death had indeed entered. A final thought crystallized. All here are doomed. Lu Hao's eyes were dilated in utter astonishment. Witnessing Lin Dong's method of assassination from such close proximity, he felt a chill permeate his very being. Though he possessed experience in the hunting of corpse kings, he had never before encountered such a bizarre spectacle. The walls, fortified on all sides, yet he had infiltrated with such stealth. A sense of the uncanny pervaded his thoughts. This was a true, spectral corpse. The female awakened, her fair face drained of all color, stared fixedly at Lin Dong's form, her lithe frame trembling uncontrollably. This mausoleum is quite well constructed, Lin Dong remarked, his gaze sweeping across the chamber. The hotel walls, a full 10 meters in thickness, lent the interior space an ellipsoidal shape, indeed resembling a tomb. El Hao refused to remain passive in the face of impending doom. Quickly, open fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, a cacophony of da-da-da-da-da. A cadre of armed personnel squeezed the triggers, their gun muzzles spewing flames that dispelled the darkness, relentless bullets cascading like rain. A flicker of crimson light enveloped Lin Dong, rendering him as ephemeral as a phantom. The bullets passed through him, striking the wall behind with a resounding thud. This sight sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. The eerie specter was indeed extraordinary, impervious to their firearms, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, they continued to pull the triggers, the deafening roars of their weapons not merely aimed at Lin Dong, but serving as a final indictment against this merciless world. Why had it come to this? In the next moment, Lin Dong's domain of the dead unfurled, cloaking the surrounding space, silencing the gunfire instantaneously. The armed individuals, mere mortals, could not withstand such pressure, their bodies shattered like overripe melons, exploding in a series of gruesome bursts. As Lin Dong surveyed the swirling blossoms of blood, memories of his time in the orphanage flooded back, reminiscent of garlic paste. Once the firecrackers had been set off, it was time for dumplings. Before this ragtag group of defeated soldiers, it was nothing short of a massacre. El Hao and the female awakened one had already expended considerable energy. Now, enveloped by the domain of the dead, they too were in anguish. The female awakened one gritted her teeth, realizing that against such a spectral foe, the mortality rate was not 80, but rather 99. 99,999. Die, she screamed, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, as she pushed her body to its limits, unleashing her final reserves of energy. From the thick walls around them, countless steel rods erupted like arrows, slicing through the air, converging on Lin Dong from all directions. Amidst the steel rebar, infused with the energy of the awakened crystal core, Lin Dong refrained from a direct confrontation. With a mere wave of his hand, the power of the corpse domain coalesced, sending the steel fragments hurtling away. Simultaneously, he advanced towards the female awakener. In her gaze, filled with despair, he extracted her crystal core. Her lifeless body slumped to the ground, and a solitary thought consumed him. Who the hell compiled this intelligence? Deeming this a mere one-star corpse nest? May that informant encounter such zombies every day. Following the death of the female awakener, the Hunter King squad was nearly annihilated, leaving only LV Hao standing. Yet, this individual possessed a fierce will to survive. Seizing the fleeting moment when the power of the corpse domain momentarily dispersed, he unleashed his final reserves of energy. Armor of Earth. With a surge of thought, the soil from the surrounding walls rapidly converged towards him, enveloping his limbs and body, transforming him into a colossal figure of Earth in the blink of an eye. With the Earth's augmentation, LV Hao's stature swelled to an impressive 3 meters, his robust arms as thick as an adult's waist, emanating an undeniable sense of strength. Bracing against the pressure of the corpse domain, he swung his heavy arm, delivering a punch towards Lin Dong, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his strike. Lin Dong did not evade. Rather, he responded with a punch of his own. This adversary possessed a certain intrigue. Thus, he exerted 80% of his strength. In the darkness, a sonic boom resonated through the air as his iron fist surged forth like a dragon breaking free from the depths, an unstoppable force. The moment of impact echoed like the collision of two mountains, a resounding thunderous boom followed by a sharp crack. Though the Earth Giant's arm appeared formidable, it soon manifested a web of fissures, shattering and beginning to disintegrate. Not long after, Lu Hao's true form revealed his arms, which hung naturally, completely devoid of sensation. How formidable! Lu Hao clenched his teeth, his heart growing increasingly heavy. The creature before him, the Corpse King, possessed not only bizarre abilities, but also an extraordinarily resilient physique. It was almost an insurmountable existence. Chapter 45. His words were kind. Lin Dong was similarly analyzing the situation. Among the many awakened beings he had hunted, Lu Hao could be considered the most powerful. With Earth-based abilities that integrated both offense and defense, it was time to bring this to a close. In a fleeting thought, Lin Dong unleashed his domain to its utmost limits, a powerful pressure enveloping Lu Hao, causing him to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. His body was severely overtaxed. Reaching its breaking point, Lin Dong swiftly advanced, raising his fist to strike at Lu Hao's chest. Boom! The impact shattered the soil surrounding Lu Hao, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through the back wall and out of the building. Cough! 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 Lu Hao lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. The bright light outside felt particularly blinding. A swarm of zombies began to encircle him. Among them was a tank, casually weighing a severed head in its right hand, treating it like a ball, the head of the red-faced Corpse King. There was also Xiaoba, its sharp bone claws still dripping with fresh blood, grinning eerily as it tilted its head to scrutinize the man on the ground. Behind them stood over 1,000 elite zombies, having just defeated the red-faced Corpse King, their exhilaration from the massacre still palpable. Am I to perish? Lu Hao gazed into the horrifying faces surrounding him, his vision growing ever more hazy. He had long anticipated this day, yet he never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. As he prepared to depart from this cruel world, from this moment on, everything would no longer concern him. At this instant, Lu Hao wore an expression of some relief. Then let us bid farewell properly. Lin Dong stepped forward, gazing down to find Lu Hao's eyes filled with complexity, yet tinged with a sense of liberation. Is there anything you wish to say? Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this zombie could speak, and its voice was deep and resonant. Entirely devoid of the cold-bloodedness exhibited just moments prior. An odd sensation washed over him, as if the being before him were human. Ahem, young man. I recognize your strength, but do not become overconfident. Tech Corporation is not as simple as you might think. They have numerous confidential plans, which will never be disclosed to the public. Those are the crucial matters. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded, having already surmised this. The true trump cards would certainly not be divulged online. The zombie elimination plan and the hunter operation were merely designed to enhance credibility. Lu Hao's gaze grew increasingly dazed as he began to mutter two words. Eerie. Eerie. They are nurturing zombies, cultivating the eerie. A sudden chill swept through, and Lu Hao's pupils lost their focus. He had completely succumbed to death. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the tank ceased its playful antics. Turning to the nearby doctor and whispering, Hey, what did that human mean just now? With your level of intelligence, I am unsure how to explain it to you, the doctor pondered. Oh, Tank nodded, somewhat understanding, yet still feeling a sense of confusion. Was he implying that he was foolish? The group, including Xiao Ba, approached Lin Dong and scrutinized the lifeless body of LV Hao. Your Majesty, I believe this human spoke quite eloquently in his final moments. This is a reflection of the adage that a person's words are often wise when they face death. Lin Dong extracted a phrase. Given the limited intellect of the surrounding zombies, comprehension was elusive, especially for Tank, who possessed a particularly strong thirst for knowledge. Hey, boss. What do you mean by that? It means, if a human's words are unkind, when you bring them to the brink of death, their speech becomes more pleasant. Oh, so that's it. Tank finally grasped the concept, acquiring a new piece of knowledge, and he was immensely pleased, treating it as a profound saying. Truly, the boss speaks with wisdom. He simultaneously cast a disdainful glance at the nearby doctor, implying that the inability to explain it clearly indicated a deficiency in the doctor's intelligence. With that, the fierce battle came to a close. The streets were littered with dismembered flesh, and remnants of limbs lay scattered everywhere, creating a scene of utter devastation. A flock of black crows cawed raucously, pecking at the remains on the ground. For scavengers, zombie flesh was particularly delectable. Let us head back, Lin Dong commanded. With a roar, the horde of zombies emitted a fierce growl, exuding the exhilaration of victorious warriors. They had vanquished the red-faced zombie king, and their territory had expanded. Now, from the building to the park, it had increased threefold. After the battle, Lin Dong acquired 6 crystal nuclei, marking a significant triumph. In the following days, he remained sequestered at home, absorbing the crystal nuclei, feasting on flesh, and drinking blood, relentlessly consuming energy. Meanwhile, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor found themselves quite occupied, as their territory expanded significantly with the addition of numerous new subordinates. The original force of 2,000 had swiftly burgeoned to 10,000, and the numbers continued to rise. Thus, Lin Dong emerged as the sovereign of a vast horde of the undead. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. Adding 800 in front would make it barely acceptable. Moreover, the newly recruited subordinates were not particularly elite, predominantly stationed at the periphery of their territory. The original 2,000 elite still guarded the vicinity of the skyscraper, serving as Lin Dong's personal guard. Following the territorial expansion, Tank was particularly jubilant, roaming about freely, patrolling the area as if on a leisurely stroll, on the lookout for intruders or anything that might have slipped in unnoticed. On fortunate days, he could even capture a few survivors for a feast, relishing the good life. With his subordinates thriving, Lin Dong felt even more carefree. After that battle, no one dared to provoke him, and unbeknownst to him, he had become a nightmare for humanity. On the official website of Tech Corporation, the photographs of Lu Hao and his team had turned a ghostly gray, indicating that the Hunter Squad had been completely annihilated. Since Tech Corporation initiated its operations, casualties had been common, but total annihilation was unprecedented. The public was particularly attentive to this incident, especially since Liu Hao was AB level awakened, yet he had fallen to the undead. It was truly tragic. An entire squad had perished. I truly cannot fathom what they have encountered. A spectral corpse, perhaps. I have heard that a drone captured an image of it. Is that true? Lin Dong scrolled down and indeed found a photograph. However, due to the considerable distance, it was rather unclear. In the image, a young figure stood at the precipice of a skyscraper, surrounded by a flock of crows. It exuded a somewhat dark aesthetic. The commentary regarding this photograph had already surpassed that of the annihilation of the Hunter action team. Goodness, could this truly be a zombie? It feels quite oppressive. Yet, it is too blurry, obscured by the crows, rendering the face indistinct. This is no ordinary zombie. It is a spectral corpse. I wonder how many lives it has claimed. Nonetheless, I must admit, I find him rather handsome. What is this sensation? Chapter 46, Black Scorpion. Online, opinions were rife. Meanwhile, within Tech Corporation, the head, Yi Jian, was exceedingly irate, internally cursing. Those inept individuals, Liu Hao and his cohort, are utterly useless. They were decimated by zombies. It would have been preferable had one or two survived. However, he was also aware that a formidable corpse king lurked nearby, and even the strongest awakened individual within the company might not stand a chance against it. It seems that the zombies are indeed more powerful. To defeat a spectral corpse, one would require an even greater corpse king. The zombie cultivation plan must persist. It is imperative to develop controllable spectral corpses. Yu Jian pondered deeply. He is acutely aware that nurturing the undead is akin to playing with fire, yet for the sake of such formidable power, he is willing to embrace the risks. Alternatively, should the opportunity arise, he may consider collaborating with the zombie king, provided he offers them a supply of flesh and blood. It is imperative to notify the rescue team to expedite the search for survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remains oblivious to Tech Corporation's plans, and he is indifferent to them. Presently, it is common knowledge that a powerful zombie king lurks in the building complex, rendering it extremely perilous and transforming it into a no-go zone. Consequently, during this period, no one dares to disturb Lin Dong. In times past, helicopters occasionally flew overhead, but now, even aircraft have vanished from the skies. This area has become a sanctuary for the undead. Lin Dong enjoys a life of tranquility, with ample food and drink, daily absorbing energy, and constantly evolving. When boredom strikes, he indulges in television or video games. In this apocalyptic nightmare, his existence resembles a vacation, devoid of any troubling concerns. Breaking news from the shelter. Our researchers have enhanced Quan-Yin soil, which, when consumed in small quantities, will not cause bloating and can serve as a temporary sustenance. The water purification system has been fully restored. Rest assured, it is safe to drink, and large-scale parasitic or viral infections will no longer occur. Tragic news. Our personnel sent to procure supplies have been ambushed by an unidentified force. If anyone possesses information, please provide us with leads immediately. The reports broadcasted on television reveal the dire situation of the official shelter. It is evident that their resources are alarmingly scarce, reaching a point where they are on the verge of consuming soil, and the water supply is in a lamentable state. Most critically, after much difficulty in acquiring supplies, they were mercilessly plundered by an unknown force. It is truly lamentable. Lin Dong, feeling a fleeting sympathy for them, soon turned away to indulge in his games. Meanwhile, at the periphery of Lin Dong's territory, a group of individuals was concealed within a building. This structure, once a lively KTV, now stood as a 3-story edifice with its doors and windows barricaded, leaving only a few narrow slits for observing the outside world. Shoo. The zombies are coming. We must remain silent. A man crouched by the window, peering through the gaps. Behind him, 2 others held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Outside, in the street, a massive figure swayed with each step, trailed by a throng of zombies. Indeed, it was a patrolling tank. Fortunately, the tank lacked keen perception and failed to detect the humans hidden within the building, gradually moving away with its entourage. With a collective sigh of relief, the occupants of the room felt a measure of reassurance. Thank goodness this brute force zombie is rather dim-witted. In one of the private rooms, several individuals lounged on the sofas, the KTV's soundproofing shielding them from any disturbances caused by the outside undead. We're safe here. The officials at the shelter will undoubtedly be oblivious to our presence, stated a bald man with conviction. Indeed, our leader is wise. Even if they were aware of our location, they would likely refrain from approaching, for this is the territory of a formidable zombie king. Another chimed in. This band of individuals was known as Black Scorpion, a faction notorious for raiding supplies from official shelters. Before the apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization existed, frequently operating in the depths of the dark web, resembling a cult. They venerated ultimate freedom, unshackled by any constraints, pursuing their desires without hesitation. However, due to the suppression of societal order at that time, they had not stirred much commotion until the end of days arrived, fulfilling their long-held aspirations. Those endowed with awakened abilities congregated, seizing resources, committing murder, and indulging in every vice imaginable. The apocalypse is truly our era, exclaimed a bald man, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In the center of a KTV private room, 3 individuals knelt upon the floor, their hands and feet bound, rags stuffed in their mouths, producing only muffled whimpers. These 3 were awakened individuals from a shelter, tasked with transporting supplies, who had fallen victim to the Black Scorpion's ambush. "Boss, what shall we do with these 3? Inquired a lean man. The bald man pondered briefly. "Let them remain alive. They will serve as our hostages. Should they perish, their brains can be consumed, and their flesh can be used as sustenance." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Lin Dong's territory, another group emerged, led by a girl with large, expressive eyes, straight black hair, and a fringe. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her delicate features exuded an air of world weariness. She was none other than the official awakened individual 001, Cheng Luai. Cheng Luai indeed harbored disdain for this world. Having grown up in an orphanage and later confined to a psychiatric hospital, she had finally managed to escape, only to discover that the outside world had succumbed to the apocalypse. Those who have experienced such circumstances find it strange to cherish this world. The sole memories worth recalling are the few warm moments spent in the orphanage. Beside Cheng Luai stands her companion, Sun Xiaoqiang, whose eyes reflect a keen intellect. Gulp. Sun Xiaoqiang clutches his stomach, the intense pangs of hunger causing him considerable suffering. Were it not for the robust physique of an awakener, he would have likely succumbed to faintness from starvation long ago. When will we be able to find supplies? It has been 10 days since I last ate. Xiaoqiang, we have only been out for 3 days. Behind them, 4 other awakeners at the brain dance stage follow, primarily assisting the duo in transporting supplies. Sun Xiaoqiang scratches his head, his squinting eye darting about. Has it only been 3 days? I must be so famished that I've lost track of time. It sounds as if you have been out for ages. Cheng Luai replies without turning her head. The street before them lies desolate, with wrecked vehicles colliding in rusted heaps, some overgrown with moss. The surrounding buildings are equally dilapidated, and through the shattered glass, the faint sound of zombie growls can be heard. One awakener at the brain dance stage cautions, ahead lies the site where the tech company team was annihilated. It is said that a powerful and eerie corpse king lurks there. Oh, Chen Gu, are the individuals who robbed us of our supplies hiding in that area? Sun Xiaoqiang inquires. Chen Ming nods in affirmation. Based on their withdrawal direction at the time, it is highly probable they are in the area ahead. Then let us venture forth to search. Sun Xiaoqiang, naive yet courageous, shows no fear. Chen Ming nods and offers a word of caution. Remember, our primary objective is to locate supplies. We must not disturb the zombies present here. Chapter 47. A reunion with old friends. The 6 individuals advanced with caution, their bodies coated in a special agent designed to mask their scent. As long as they refrained from making noise, they would remain undetected. Moreover, the surrounding zombies were not densely clustered, allowing them to navigate without drawing attention. From a distance, Chen Ming observed several zombies swaying unsteadily in the street, their expressions vacant and dazed. The group pressed against the wall, moving slowly and using abandoned vehicles as cover, intending to circumvent the zombies. However, midway through their maneuver, Sun Xiaoqiang's stomach unexpectedly emitted a loud rumble. Oh! The expressions of Chen Ming and the others shifted in an instant, their hearts racing. Although the sound was not particularly loud, the zombies possessed a keen sense of hearing. The previously swaying figures suddenly froze, their alertness heightened as they emitted low growls, seemingly attuned to their surroundings. Cheng Luai, her beautiful eyes focused intently, prepared for combat. The others crouched behind the wrecked vehicles, holding their breath, daring not to make a sound. Fortunately, the zombies remained on high alert only for a brief moment before settling back into their dazed, unsteady state. Chen Ming and the others exhaled in relief, quickly maneuvering past the perilous area. Once they had distanced themselves from the zombies, one of the awakened individuals expressed their apprehension. Xiaoqiang, you nearly attracted the zombies. Wasn't I just hungry? Sun Xiaoqiang replied nonchalantly. Qinming hastily offered reassurance. Having secured the necessary supplies, the prospect of nourishment became tantalizingly close. The thought of delectable food invigorated Sun Xiaoqiang, who envisioned savoring a piece of bread followed by a refreshing gulp of 6 nuclear bombs, a delightful fantasy. Thus, the group of 6 proceeded cautiously, navigating their way through the treacherous terrain while skillfully evading wave after wave of the undead. In dire circumstances, they even ascended rooftops, traversing the tiles like ancient assassins executing agile maneuvers. However, Qinming remained on edge as they ventured deeper into the heart of the region. The evolutionary level of the zombies below escalated, heightening their sensitivity. Documentation later provided by Tech Corporation classified this area as a 5-star zombie nest. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air, a woman's anguished cries, hauntingly high and low, echoing as if from the very depths of hell, instilling an eerie sense of dread. The 6 individuals, lying flat on a rooftop, turned their gaze toward the source of the lamentation, only to behold the silhouette of a female zombie, kneeling and weeping despondently. Qinming gasped, a shiver running down his spine. The horror was palpable. How could she weep when hunger gnawed at them all? Sun Xiaoqiang craned his neck to observe, while Cheng Luoyi remarked, she may be even hungrier than you. We cannot proceed through this area. We must find a way around. Qinming promptly concluded. Recognizing the peril posed by the multitude of zombies surrounding the female figure, their movements swift and far from mindless, indicative of a significantly advanced evolutionary state. Furthermore, the faction that plunders resources cannot possibly hide here. Otherwise, they would have long been consumed by the zombies. As the 6 were about to take a detour, Xiaoba, with her keen perception, had already sensed their gazes. With her hair cascading down, obscuring her entire face save for one eye, she suddenly turned her head to look in their direction. Upon spotting her target, her pupil constricted to a pinhole size, rendering her gaze even more unsettling. The originally mournful cries instantaneously transformed into a sinister laughter. In a flash, she darted towards the group like a gust of wind. Disaster struck. They had been discovered. Qinming's expression turned grave, filled with an overwhelming dread, for it was his first encounter with such a terrifying zombie. As Xiaoba moved, she inadvertently disturbed the zombies nearby. A chorus of roars erupted, hundreds of elite zombies howled, forming a small tide of the undead, surging towards them in a frenzied rush. They were agile, capable of scaling the rooftops with ease. Even if the 6 sought refuge at a high vantage point, it would be of little consequence. What should they do now? In his panic, Qinming found himself devoid of ideas. Cheng Luoyi remained composed. What else could they do but prepare to break through? Indeed, Qinming and the other awakened individuals drew their alloy knives from their waists. These blades, specially crafted by researchers, were made from resilient and razor-sharp materials, suitable for dispatching high-tier zombies. Yet, facing such a multitude of elite zombies, doubt gnawed at the hearts of the 4. Even though Cheng Luoyi was the awakened one from shelter number 001, hailed as the strongest, the sheer number of zombies was daunting. One feared that a formidable tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Moreover, among that horde, there lurked a terrifying agile zombie king. The figure of Xiao Ba swiftly approached, as the recent tranquility of their territory had rendered these belligerent individuals quite bored to the point of desperation. Today, however, they finally discerned a target, igniting a surge of excitement within them. Yet, just as Xiao Ba neared the objective, an unexpected command resonated in his mind. Wait. Do not strike yet. Startled, Xiao Ba abruptly halted. It was the voice of his leader. Although the urge to kill was overwhelming, restraint was paramount. Casting a sideways glance at Qinming and his companions, he pivoted away. This caused Qinming to shudder. As the haunting gaze of that female zombie lingered in his memory, a reminder he could never forget. Yet, what transpired next astonished them even more. The once ferocious horde of zombies, which had charged with relentless fury, suddenly fell silent and scattered in all directions, vanishing from sight in mere moments. What on earth is happening? The 6 of them were incredulous, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. They had braced themselves for a fierce battle, prepared to fight to the death. Instead, the tide of corpses receded. Oh, I see now. They were merely attempting to intimidate us, Sun Xiaoqiang speculated earnestly. Qinming, however, was at a loss for words. What purpose would such intimidation serve? Surely, there must be some extraordinary circumstance at play. What extraordinary circumstance? Cheng Luo echoed, equally perplexed. Yet, she soon realized that perhaps this world was not as dire as it seemed, and there could occasionally be delightful surprises. Just then, a tall figure emerged on the street, handsome in appearance, surveying the group with keen interest. Lin Dong gazed at Cheng Luo, and the visage before him gradually converged with the memories he held. Scenes from his childhood emerged vividly in his mind, prompting him to reminisce about the bygone days of his youth. It's been so long. Cheng Luo's expression froze. After spending a decade in a psychiatric hospital, her heart had grown as cold as the bed frame. Yet, upon seeing that familiar figure, her heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. The countenance before her bore a wealth of memories, one of the few warm moments in her life. Sun Xiaoqiang was equally stirred, his impression of Lin Dong profound, and tears glistened in his unique eyes. In this desolate end of days, encountering a childhood companion was a remarkable twist of fate. He leapt from the rooftop to stand before Lin Dong. Lin Dong, it really is you. I never expected to find you here. However, Chun Ming and others grew increasingly uneasy, piecing together the earlier events alongside the blurry photographs they had seen online. Despite the lack of clarity, the resemblance to the figure before them was striking. Xiaoqiang, be careful. He might be a zombie. Don't say such nonsense, Sun Xiaoqiang retorted, feeling irked at the thought of his long-lost friend being labeled as a zombie. Lin Dong cannot possibly be a zombie. My eyes are my measure. Chapter 48. Eat if you wish a measure? Chen Ming and the others observed the wise look in his eyes, feeling that this measure was somewhat askew. Indeed. It had been a long time. Cheng Luo jumped down from the rooftop, her eyes reflecting rare astonishment. Who would have thought that amidst this brutal apocalypse, she would chance upon Lin Dong? It was truly serendipitous. What brings you here? I was just passing by, Lin Dong casually remarked. Sun Xiaoqiang, filled with excitement, responded with a cheerful smile. This is the 5-star zombie nest. Just now, numerous zombies appeared, making it exceedingly perilous. It is truly remarkable that you managed to survive. Lin Dong turned his gaze towards Sun Xiaoqiang, noticing his distinctive pair of eyes, and realized that after all these years, he had not changed one bit. What brings you here? Sun Xiaoqiang explained. Some individuals have been robbing our supplies, hiding in this vicinity, and we are here to seek them out. Oh. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, aware of the incidents concerning the looting of supplies from the shelter. He was astounded to discover that the bandits had infiltrated his territory. When did this happen? How could I be so unaware? I'm quite familiar with this area. Perhaps I can assist you in your search. Really? That would be fantastic. Sun Xiaoqiang was elated, not contemplating anything else, believing that reuniting with an old friend and having him join their team was a stroke of good fortune. However, behind them, Chun Ming and the others gasped in astonishment. They deduced that Lin Dong was most likely the enigmatic zombie king, the very source of all dangers, and yet Sun Xiaoqiang was inviting him to join their ranks. This world is utterly insane. It feels as though the mouse is serving as a bridesmaid to the cat. Cheng Luo nodded in agreement and added, once we locate the supplies, we can escort you to the shelter. It is quite secure there. Uffed. Chun Ming and the others nearly spat blood. They felt that Sun Xiaoqiang's actions were already absurd, but Cheng Luo's suggestion to take him to the shelter was even more outrageous. The group pondered. The safety of the shelter might very well depend on the very person they were discussing. Lin Dong contemplated for a moment but did not outright refuse. Let's discuss it further at that time. Oh, Cheng Luo responded, turning to the 4 individuals behind her. Come over here. Why are you still hiding on the roof? All right. Chun Ming and the others replied hesitantly, their expressions tinged with concern. Nevertheless, they leaped onto the street and cautiously approached. As they drew nearer to Lin Dong, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped them, whether it was a psychological effect or something else entirely. They noticed that Lin Dong's gaze was devoid of warmth, appearing to regard them as mere cattle. Only when he conversed with Cheng Luo and Sun Xiaoqiang did a fleeting spark of vitality flicker in his eyes. Allow me to introduce you. These 4 are the awakened ones from the refuge, Chen Ming, Su Tianhao. Cheng Luo introduced each of them in turn. Lin Dong merely acknowledged her with a word, not sparing a glance for the 4, his demeanor suggesting that they were completely inconsequential to him. Chen Ming, steeling himself, forced a smile. Hello. The 4 felt a tightness in their chests, yet it appeared that Lin Dong had no intention of harming them. After all, the horde of zombies they had just encountered could have easily claimed their lives. Thus, they chose to maintain the facade, treating Lin Dong as an ordinary human. However, Sun Xiaoqiang was genuinely naive and quite generous. Lin Dong, once we secure the supplies, let's feast together. We'll indulge in delicious food and drink. As if celebrating a reunion. All right, Lin Dong acquiesced. At that very moment, Sun Xiaoqiang's stomach began to grumble uncontrollably, a powerful surge of hunger overwhelming him, causing dizziness and weakness in his limbs, nearly leading him to faint. Lin Dong, discerning his condition, thought to himself, even I am this famished. Yet he still intends to treat me to a meal? Perhaps I should invite him instead. What? Do you have food right now? Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes widened with intrigue. Well, a little, not much. Lin Dong waved his hand and retrieved from his storage space some bread, sausages, and a pack of spicy snacks, items salvaged from the last raid on the warehouse, valuable resources worth millions, of which he had plenty, yet they served him little purpose. Sun Xiaoqiang gazed at the food in astonishment, feeling as if Lin Dong had conjured it from thin air. Uncontrollable tears of joy welled up in the corners of his eyes, and there were even spicy snacks, his favorite treat. Thank you. I shall not be polite. Sun Xiaoqiang exclaimed as he eagerly accepted the offerings, hastily tearing open the packaging and shoving the contents into his mouth. The oily richness of the spicy snacks awakened his taste buds, a delightful tingling sensation of spiciness enveloping him. How utterly delicious. Hunger is indeed the finest chef. And in Sun Xiaoqiang's current state, those spicy snacks were a heavenly delicacy. Observing this scene, Lin Dong couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood in the orphanage, where Sun Xiaoqiang had an insatiable fondness for spicy snacks. He was always fearful of other children snatching them away, often hiding the treats beneath his covers at night, only to find, inevitably, that the snacks had been squished out, leaving an oily mess in his bedding, and he would receive a scolding from the headmaster. Gulps. As Cheng Luoyi observed Sun Xiaoqiang indulging in his meal with great delight, she found herself unconsciously salivating, swallowing instinctively as waves of hunger coursed through her stomach. Lin Dong cast her a glance, offering no further words. He too produced bread, sausages, and spicy strips, along with an additional bottle of nutritional supplement, presenting them to her. I am not hungry, Cheng Luoyi replied, shaking her head in refusal. Lin Dong scrutinized her. She remained as soft and resilient as in her childhood, yet stubborn in her demeanor. It's all right. Just eat, he encouraged. Oh. Cheng Luoyi slowly accepted the food, though her heart hesitated, for in this apocalyptic world, sustenance was indeed a precious commodity. Earlier, Lin Dong had mentioned his own limited supplies, prompting her to wish he would keep it for himself. What is wrong with you? Lin Dong asked casually, noticing her fidgeting and the fluctuating expressions on her face. Wondering what thoughts occupied her mind, Cheng Luoyi gazed at him blankly, lifting the bread to say, It's expired. Lin Dong felt speechless. If she didn't want it, so be it. Although the bread's label indicated it had surpassed its expiration date, it was perfectly edible as it had been stored in a secure space. Cheng Luoyi, no longer in turmoil, resolved to return the favor at a later time. Thus, she unwrapped the package and began to eat. Meanwhile, the four behind her, Qin Ming and companions, stared intently, their stomachs churning in unison, the sounds of their hunger echoing, watching with envious eyes. Yet, they dared not request food from Lin Dong, whose mysterious ability to conjure sustenance was evident. They feared that any misstep could result in them becoming the meal themselves. Consequently, they averted their gazes, preferring not to witness the tantalizing sight. Before long, Cheng Luoyi had her fill, and her spirits noticeably lifted. These provisions, I shall return to you, or exchange them for a brain dan or a soul crystal. Within the sanctuary, a single brain dan can procure a packet of instant noodles, while a soul crystal can secure an entire box. They have grown accustomed to this system of value exchange, hence they feel reluctant to partake in Lin Dong's offerings. Indeed, beside them, Sun Xiaoqiang, his mouth glistening with grease, expressed his enthusiastic agreement. Exchange, I shall not simply indulge without reciprocation. In Chapter 49, The Gentle Girl, Cheng Luoyi and her companion finished their meal, replenished their strength, and resumed their search for the members of the Black Scorpion organization. Thanks to Lin Dong's presence, their journey was remarkably smooth, as those ferocious zombies inexplicably vanished. Cheng Luoyi even experienced a fleeting illusion that it was merely an ordinary afternoon, strolling leisurely down the street. Lin Dong conversed with the two, reminiscing about cherry picking and dumpling making, all while navigating the apocalyptic streets with an air of tranquility. Chun Ming and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire or voice their thoughts, opting instead to silently follow behind, striving to be inconspicuous. They noted that the typically reticent Cheng Li was unusually talkative today. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance behind them, Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor stood atop a tall building, their fierce gazes fixed upon the scene below. How is the chief leading humanity in action? Xiaoba seemed slightly envious. Do not underestimate that female human. I believe you may not even be her match. The doctor remarked. Humph. Xiaoba appeared skeptical. Were it not for the chief's orders, I would have already feasted upon her brain. The doctor refrained from further comment, instead directing his attention towards Tank. The leader is searching for the humans who have stealthily infiltrated. Surely, they have wandered into your patrolled territory, correct? Indeed. They must be mistaken. I have roamed that area multiple times, and it is utterly impossible for any humans to be present, Tank asserted confidently. 3 subordinates stood by, while a multitude of elite zombies awaited below, ready for action, simultaneously indulging in the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, Lin Dong had arrived at the periphery of the territory. It was his first inspection here since the expansion of their domain. From a distance, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent of blood, indicating the undeniable presence of humans. The street ahead, once flanked by KTV establishments and once the epitome of vibrancy, filled with nocturnal revelry and brilliant lights, now lay in ruin. The buildings were cracked, signboards had fallen, shattered glass littered the ground, and bloodstains, along with mangled corpses, were scattered everywhere. Abandoned vehicles parked at the entrance were ensnared in a thick web of spider silk. Among the structures, one building stood out. Its glass door on the ground floor was shattered, and weeds thrived on the steps leading to it, while silence reigned within, seemingly no different from the others. However, the windows on the second floor had been barricaded, indicative of deliberate modifications. We've found it, Cheng Lui remarked, her keen eyes discerning something significant. Behind her, Chen Ming furrowed his brow. The Black Scorpion organization was notorious for their ruthless and brutal tactics, compelling him to voice his concern. According to intelligence, there were over a dozen awakened individuals involved in the theft of supplies, holding 3 hostages in the process. The directive was clear: recover the materials while also rescuing the captives. Hostages? Lin Dong instinctively underestimated the phrase, feeling an inexplicable unfamiliarity with those words, as if they did not exist in his mind at all. Chen Ming, taken aback, fell silent. Sun Xiaoqiang turned his gaze towards Lin Dong. I have heard that the Black Scorpion organization is exceedingly ruthless. Perhaps you should remain here and wait for us. Ruthless? Lin Dong was quite acquainted with that term. It's fine. I will accompany you to take a look. All right, then. Just stay close to me. Sun Xiaoqiang nodded, brimming with confidence in his abilities. After all, he was an awakened individual from Shelter 002. They then made their way towards the KTV ahead. Inside the KTV, there were a total of 13 members of the Black Scorpion organization, 6 of whom had condensed their cores and awakened their powers, making them remarkably formidable. Among these 6, there was a woman with cropped hair, a Black Scorpion tattoo etched onto her right cheek, giving her an unsettling appearance. She was a psychic awakener with formidable perceptive abilities. Suddenly, she rose from the sofa. Yanggu, someone is approaching us. Oh. The bald leader narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint evident within. Even in a hideout like this, we have been found. How many are there? 6 in total, with only 2 being core awakeners, the woman replied. With her abilities, she failed to perceive Lin Dong's presence. The bald man snorted disdainfully. Only 2 core awakeners dare to seek us out? How overly confident they must be. Let us go meet them. Yes, ha ha ha. A man beside him chuckled sinisterly, clearly unconcerned about the situation. Only 3 individuals remained to guard the hostages, while the remaining 10 ventured outside. At that moment, Lin Dong and his companions, treading upon the shattered glass that crunched beneath their feet, had already entered the lobby on the first floor. Before long, a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from above, signaling their descent. Cheng Lui maintained an impassive expression as she stepped forward alone. She held little hope for the combat prowess of Chen Ming and the others, deeming it more prudent to resolve the conflict swiftly by herself. Soon, a group emerged at the staircase on the second floor, led by a bald man with triangular eyes and shaven brows, exuding an air of menace. He was Song Yang, a minor leader of the Black Scorpion organization. Behind him, several individuals exhibited distinct appearances, some adorned with nose and lip piercings or tattoos, all casting predatory glances toward Cheng Lui. Ah, so it is indeed her. A youth clad in a leather jacket exclaimed, his eyes glinting with surprise. A curious companion inquired, "What? Do you know her?" "Yes, I've seen her profile on the official shelter website." The leather-clad youth's demeanor was somewhat lecherous upon first encountering Qing Luai's photograph. He had been struck by her extraordinary beauty, igniting daydreams of meeting her one day. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him today as she had indeed come seeking him. Additionally, he recalled a striking description beneath her photograph. "I, a gentle girl, fear pain. I have a penchant for gentle girls. Yang, please entrust her to me." The youth in the leather jacket eagerly volunteered. "You have quite the discerning taste. If you like her, go ahead," Song Yang replied with a sinister smile, not taking the matter too seriously. It is not that these individuals possess low intelligence or are overly complacent. Rather, in a normal state, Qing Luai's aura is rather unremarkable. Merely an ordinary B-class awakener, imperceptible to the average person. The man in the leather jacket, brimming with excitement, swiftly crouches and extracts a gleaming alloy dagger from his pants leg, its blade scintillating with a chilling sharpness. "Beautiful lady, allow me to entertain you," he declares, lunging forward with astonishing speed, a testament to his enhancement in velocity as an awakener. Yet Qing Luai remains motionless, her large eyes fixated upon him, devoid of any intention to evade. The glimmer of the blade expands within her pupils, rapidly approaching her with alarming proximity. In a sudden motion, she raises her hand and grips the edge of the blade. Crimson blood gushes forth, cascading down her wrist, staining her fair skin with a striking hue. Chapter 50. Not elegant enough, a fierce pang of pain ignites her senses, invigorating every cell within her, as the murderous instinct within her begins to awaken. This strike triggers Qing Luai's awakening ability, deadly pain, causing her aura to surge. On her right wrist, a bracelet displays pain value 10. Huh? The man in the leather jacket senses something amiss. He attempts to withdraw the dagger, but Qing Luai's grip is like that of an iron vice, impervious to his frantic efforts. As he struggles, the dagger plunges deeper into flesh, blood profusely seeping through her fingers, while the pain value continues to escalate. 15. Crack. Qing Luai suddenly exerted her strength, forcefully breaking the blade, and grasping the fractured edge, she lunged directly towards the man's temple. The blade pierced through with a soft sound, and the man, caught completely off guard, felt a sharp pain in his head as warm blood trickled down his cheek. His consciousness began to fade. Was this the gentle girl? The man's pupils dilated as the last thought crossed his mind, and then he succumbed to death, his body collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. In a fleeting moment, Qing Luai had dispatched a core awakened individual. Song Yang and the other's pupils constricted in astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl could be so ferocious. She had killed so effortlessly? I sense something is amiss with her. Everyone immediately grew serious. When Qing Luai had committed the act, her expression remained tranquil and undisturbed, executing her moves with precision and lethality, indicating that she was no stranger to such deeds. Qing Luai cast her gaze down upon the lifeless body, as if suddenly recalling something. She slowly crouched down, using the alloy blade to pry open the man's skull, then delicately inserted her pale fingers within, stirring the contents. What was she doing? Lin Dong felt a surge of curiosity as her actions reminded him of the days spent making dumpling filling in the orphanage. Before long, Qing Luai located the man's core. Forcefully extracting it, her hands smeared with fresh blood, accompanied by some red and white substances. She then turned and walked towards Lin Dong, offering him the item in her bloodied hand. "You give me bread, I give you the core." "Oh." Lin Dong nodded, realizing that she was concerned about this matter. As always, she was rather impulsive. However, the blood-soaked palm before him was still adorned with some unidentified brain tissue, and the blood mixed with other fluids continued to flow incessantly. It seemed rather unsanitary, didn't it? Freshly extracted from the skull, still warm, it appeared both clean and hygienic. Qing Luai understood Lin Dong's obsessive-compulsive tendencies and offered an explanation. In Lin Dong's eyes, this was akin to soup-soaked rice, albeit with the broth splattered everywhere, creating a somewhat unsightly scene. Thus, he remained stationary, hesitant to move. Qing Luai cast a glance at him, her expression tinged with confusion. What more could he possibly find fault with? "Not elegant enough," Lin Dong remarked. Qing Luai, feeling exasperated, mimicked his earlier tone. "Eat it or don't." Hiss! Song Yang and the others gasped in shock. This person before them was exceedingly ruthless, utterly devoid of the gentleness associated with the leather jacket. His death was indeed not a matter of injustice. Meanwhile, they questioned within themselves. Was this truly a person from the official refuge? Why did he seem even more brutal than they? The Black Scorpion organization had also partaken in human flesh, even indulging in torture and murder. Yet they lacked one particular quality that Cheng Luoyi possessed, an unsettling detachment. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Song Yang noticed a pressing issue. The number of individuals before him appeared to be incorrect. His gaze shifted from Lin Dong to Chen Ming, scrutinizing each one. No matter how he counted, there seemed to be one too many. Yuan, didn't you mention feeling the presence of 6 individuals? Why are there 7 now? The short-haired girl furrowed her brow, her expression unusually grave. Yang, among them, there seems to be one. Who is not human? What? Song Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He held a strong belief in mental perception. Not human? Then what is it? Following the girl's gaze, Song Yang turned to Lin Dong, who had picked up a blood-stained crystal core and was savoring it as if it were exquisite. The answer loomed ever closer. Zombies. A sudden chill gripped his heart. Those from the official shelter were actually mingling with the undead. The events of the day felt utterly absurd. A profound sense of crisis washed over him. He glanced around. His greatest advantage now lay in their numerical superiority. Forget everything else for the moment, they must eliminate these foes together. The others nodded silently in agreement. Then, the battle was poised to erupt as members of the Black Scorpion organization unleashed their awakened abilities. A few charged forth like fierce tigers, their presence formidable. Cheng Luoyi turned her gaze, her expression remaining calm. You stay here and don't move. I will fetch some crystal cores. Huh. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, sensing something peculiar about her words. But at that moment, Song Yang and several other key players had approached Cheng Luoyi. Song Yang's awakened ability was the metallization of his skin, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. His skin began to shimmer, enveloped in a layer of silver brilliance. With each movement, a sound akin to clashing steel echoed, as though he donned a suit of metallic armor. As Song Yang swung his fist, a mighty force surged forth, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, aimed directly at Cheng Luoyi's face. Cheng Luoyi, undeterred, raised her slender arm as a barrier before her. Bang! With a dull thud. She braced against the immense force, yet her feet slid back a short distance, her arm tingling as a wave of intense pain surged through her. Pain level, 17. Song Yang, with a silver sheen to his face, grinned wickedly and called to his teammates, now's our chance. All right. Came the response from behind, as Yuan unleashed a mental assault. Her psychic energy surged like a tide, pressing into Cheng Luoyi's mind, igniting a brainstorm. Cheng Luoyi felt as though boiling oil had been splashed onto her brain. The pain was overwhelming, muddling her thoughts and clouding her consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yang swung his massive fist down once more, seemingly intent on shattering her skull. At that moment, Cheng Luoyi's bracelet flickered with changing numbers. Pain level, 26. Her gaze sharpened instantaneously, clarity returning to her eyes. The agony only served to amplify her strength. With a single fist clenched, she struck with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, landing a powerful blow to Song Yang's chest. Buzz, even with his metallic form, his chest caved in, deformed by her tremendous force, as though he had been struck by a truck, his body soaring backward. Boom! Song Yang crashed through a wall, buried beneath the debris. How could this be? Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite being subjected to a mental attack, her leader had been sent flying. Her expression twisted into a grimace, the black scorpion tattoo on her face seemingly coming to life. Yet, with the situation critical, she had no time to ponder further and quickly turned her head to locate Cheng Luoyi, intending to launch another mental strike. But a delicate, pale face had already materialized before her. Chapter 51. Do not disturb. In the next instant, Cheng Luoyi's fingers, sharp as blades, pierced into the carotid artery of her foe. Yuan's expression of horror was momentarily frozen, her mouth opening as if to utter a word, yet only a cascade of blood flowed forth. A lifeless body crumpled at Cheng Luoyi's feet. What would happen if it reached 100? Suddenly, a magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Turning to look, she found Lin Dong's handsome visage gazing back at her. Lin Dong had noticed the intricate details on her wrist and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. Cheng Luoyi smiled faintly. Perhaps I shall perish. The bracelet she wore was specially crafted by researchers, linked to her pain receptors, alerting her to the threshold of suffering she could endure. Upon reaching 100, it would signify Cheng Luoyi's most formidable state, yet simultaneously, the brink of her existence. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqiang was engaged in combat with a fellow awakened individual, a power enhancer wielding a colossal alloy axe weighing several tons. Yet it seemed as light as a feather in their grasp. The axe swung with ferocity, hurtling towards Sun Xiaoqiang. Cheng Luoyi had already repaid her debt to Lin Dong. He too must settle his. His keen eyes darted, and suddenly, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body. His previously slender frame transformed as muscles bulged, becoming more robust. This was Sun Xiaoqiang's awakening ability, Fearless Frenzy. His intelligence drastically diminished while other physical attributes surged. The once wise expression on Sun Xiaoqiang's face now approached a state of oblivion, yet he stood undaunted before the approaching axe, raising his fist to meet it head-on. A resonating metallic clang echoed as the axe handle unexpectedly warped and bent. Even for those awakened to strength, the shockwave cracked the man's grip, causing him excruciating pain and the axe to fly from his hands. What? The man's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had not anticipated such ferocity. While he was momentarily stunned, Sun Xiaoqiang had already closed the distance, delivering another powerful punch to his chest, followed by a resounding crack that reverberated in the air. The man's bones shattered under the force, contorting his body grotesquely as he was sent hurtling back, akin to a discarded sack. Down. Sun Xiaoqiang clenched his fist triumphantly. The minions of the Black Scorpion were clearly no match for Cheng Luoyi and his comrades. They existed on entirely different planes of power. Cheng Luoyi was renowned as the strongest, being the awakened of Shelter Number 001. Even Chen Ming and his trio demonstrated remarkable synergy, wielding alloy knives in a tactical formation as they engaged several cerebral awakeners in combat. In no time, they had dispatched two of their foes. Damn it, they are unbelievably strong. So Yang, who had just managed to rise from the rubble, realized with horror that they had lost two key members, both of whom were instrumental in their strategy. Particularly alarming was Cheng Luoyi, who was chatting amiably with Lin Dong, as if they were simply exchanging pleasantries. This blatant disregard for their adversaries struck a chord of dread within So Yang, as if a steel spike were lodged in his brow, signaling imminent death. In that moment of despair, he contemplated retreating, seeking to escape this dire situation. Yet, he doubted his ability to flee from Cheng Luoyi's grasp. His thoughts turned to the three subordinates stationed upstairs, guarding the hostages in the shelter. They were his final hope. Song Yang leaped gracefully, ascending directly to the second floor. His subordinates on the first floor, already grappling with a formidable battle, were plunged into despair upon witnessing their leader's retreat, their minds swirling with expletives. Subsequently, they were swiftly dispatched by Chun Ming and his allies. The conflict on the first floor came to a close. Lin Dong refrained from intervening, deeming the adversaries mere minions, content to observe the unfolding drama. Here, take all of this. Sun Xiaoqiang proffered a crystal core along with several brain pills. Lin Dong glanced at him, bemused. Is this truly necessary? Indeed. When I was a child, the director imparted wisdom upon me. A small favor should be repaid with great gratitude. You provided me with sustenance in my hour of need. Thus, I must repay you to the fullest extent. Sun Xiaoqiang articulated passionately. Lin Dong, choosing not to contest further, accepted the crystal core and brain pills. In the once vibrant KTV hall on the second floor, an eerie emptiness now prevailed, the air thick with tension. In the center of the hall, three individuals knelt, bound by iron chains, their muffled pleas resonating in the silence. Song Yang tore the tape from their mouths, intending to elicit cries for help, hoping that Cheng Luoyi might soften and spare them. Before long, Lin Dong and his companions arrived. Sister Cheng, save me. I don't want to die. One young man sobbed uncontrollably. Song Yang immediately issued a warning. Halt. Do not approach, or I shall slay them without hesitation. What? Cheng Luoyi lifted her gaze. Witnessing the three hostages trembling in fear, their desperate cries echoing in the air, nearly paralyzed by terror, Lin Dong silently observed the commotion, curious as to how Cheng Luoyi would navigate such a predicament. At that moment, Cheng Luoyi stood her ground, deep in contemplation, weighing her options. Rescuing an awakened individual could yield 2 pounds of flour, yet eliminating Song Yang would procure a crystal core. How does one reconcile these calculations? Indeed, the act of murder seemed justifiable. Song Yang, noticing Cheng Luoyi's stillness, mistakenly believed she was intimidated by his threats, a sense of delight blossoming within him. The inhabitants of the shelter were so accustomed to the constraints of order, shackled by their habitual subjugation. How foolish they were. Surely, Those in authority must have issued directives for you to rescue them, right? He taunted. Cheng Luoyi nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Encouraged, Song Yang seized upon this notion. Excellent. Release us, and you may take those 3 with you. That will not be necessary, for I have never adhered to the commands of the upper echelons, Cheng Luoyi replied. What? Song Yang was momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasping her implication. Even the 3 hostages wore expressions of utter bewilderment, having believed their salvation was at hand. Their hearts plummeted once more into despair. In an instant, Cheng Luoyi sprang into action, her form flickering as she advanced with astonishing speed. Feeling the weight of immense pressure, Song Yang clenched his jaw, a fierce determination igniting within him. Brothers, let us fight, he managed to utter through gritted teeth. With a swift motion, he drew a blade through the air. Intending to eliminate a few hostages, if he were to perish, he would take others down with him. Indeed, let us fight to the bitter end, the 3 subordinates vociferously proclaimed, their imposing presence evident, each being a formidable crystal core awakener. Boom. At the onset, Chloe and Sunny exchanged a fierce blow, the sheer force of which propelled him backward, demolishing the walls of 2 adjacent rooms before he came to a halt. Yet, Sunny, fortified by his metallic skin, sustained minimal injuries. Undeterred, he emerged from the debris, resuming his assault on Chloe. Simultaneously, the trio of awakeners engaged with Sunny, their coordinated efforts and agility proving sufficient to restrain him, preventing an immediate defeat. The hall descended into chaos, with tiles shattering, walls collapsing, and energy waves permeating the atmosphere. Clark and his companions abstained from the fray, maintaining a distance behind Lin. Recognizing that this was a battle reserved for Crystal Core Awakeners, a realm beyond their current cerebral stage. Among the combatants, Chloe and Sunny's clash was particularly intense. Sunny was repeatedly hurled backward, yet he persistently rallied, akin to an unyielding force. Chloe's strength was augmented by pain, but Sunny's defensive nature hindered her ability to inflict substantial damage, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. If that's the case, I'll have to resort to the old methods, Chloe mused, her gaze fixed. Numerous avenues existed for self-inflicted pain, the most expedient being self-harm. Chloe had engaged in such acts during her time in the asylum. However, as she prepared to proceed, a voice echoed from behind. Chapter 52. Frugality. Cheng Luoyi possessed formidable strength, however, unlike Lin Dong. She lacked elegance and was characterized by a more brutal and violent demeanor, leaving a trail of soup in her wake. Turning her gaze, she observed Lin Dong approaching with deliberate steps, his demeanor calm and composed, and in that moment, she grasped his intentions. She retreated a few paces, ceding the battlefield to Lin Dong. Meanwhile, Song Yang squinted, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he recalled the ferocity of the earlier combat that had left him disoriented, momentarily forgetting the most perilous individual in their midst. Throughout the encounter, Lin Dong had remained passive, his awakening abilities still a mystery. Song Yang dared not underestimate him. He steeled himself, directing his full attention towards Lin Dong. Yet, Lin Dong continued his advance, the distance between them diminishing with each step. What could this signify? Confusion enveloped Song Yang as he watched Lin Dong draw near, compelling him to act. Die! He roared, the sound akin to steel grinding, as he swung his heavy fist toward Lin Dong. In an instant, Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. The realm of the dead was unleashed. A formidable pressure enveloped Song Yang, who, having spent days confined at home evolving, now found the domain of the dead even more potent. He felt his body grow heavy, as if he were plunging to the ocean's depths, rendering him momentarily immobile. Lin Dong sidestepped, evading the punch, and as he passed by, his fingers penetrated Song Yang's skull, directly extracting his crystal core. His sequence of actions was as fluid and efficient as casually reaching for an object, requiring minimal exertion. A look of utter astonishment spread across Song Yang's face as his life force rapidly ebbed away, his metallic skin receding to reveal his original form. Subsequently, his body arched backward, collapsing heavily onto the floor. He had breathed his last. Song Yang's eyes remained wide open, fixedly gazing at the ceiling, unable to comprehend the events that led to his demise, leaving him unappeased in death. The entire episode transpired swiftly, consuming only the time it would take Lin Dong to walk a few paces, retrieving Song Yang's core as effortlessly as plucking something from a bag. Chun Ming and the others were dumbfounded, witnessing such a method of killing for the first time. Song Yang appeared unscathed externally, yet his core had been extracted. Bizarre. Utterly bizarre. A sense of dread arose, causing their body hair to stand on end, further solidifying their conviction that Lin Dong was the uncanny corpse king, capable of killing imperceptibly. Song Yang's three subordinates were equally stunned. Their leader had died inexplicably? What exactly had occurred? Seizing the opportunity while one of them was still in a daze, Sun Xiaoqiang delivered a punch to his chest, shattering his bones, causing him to collapse with a scream. Never to move again. Damn it. The remaining two, realizing the situation was hopeless and any resistance would be futile, lacked any will to fight. Their psychological defenses crumbled, and they were swiftly defeated and dispatched by Sun Xiaoqiang. Thus, the entire battle concluded. Silence returned to the surroundings, the KTV room a scene of utter devastation, with corpses strewn haphazardly across the floor, including the 3 hostages and the 13 Black Scorpion members, all deceased. Lin Dong, you are so powerful. You eliminated that metal man with such ease. Sun Xiaoqiang stared in astonishment and exclaimed, you are quite impressive. Lin Dong indeed did not anticipate that, with his intelligence, he could awaken such capabilities. Sun Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you've discovered it. Meanwhile, the others were busy clearing the battlefield. Cheng Luai approached the 3 corpses of the hostages, her gaze fixed intently upon them, seemingly lamenting her inability to rescue them. She then crouched down, inserting her fingers into their skulls, extracting their brain cores one by one. The enemy's crystal cores were to be cherished, and one should not waste the brain cores of their own. Cheng Luai murmured to herself, perhaps accustomed to hard times. Thus she was frugal, a truly diligent and thrifty girl. Nearby, Chun Ming and the others were using their communication devices to report the situation back to the headquarters of the refuge. The members of the Black Scorpion organization have been dealt with. The total number of assailants was 13, but we actually eliminated 16. At this moment, Lin Dong also began to be economical. He made a round upstairs and downstairs, collecting the 16 corpses into his storage space. Sun Xiaoqiang, observing in bewilderment, quickly inquired, where are the bodies? Have you taken them? Yes, I've packed them up to take back as dog food, Lin Dong replied casually. Good heavens. Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head, feeling it was rather strange. Was he really dining here and also planning to take leftovers? In addition, Cheng Lui and the others discovered the looted supplies, which turned out to be quite meager. Lin Dong glanced over them, noting there were 5 boxes of instant noodles, several bags of dried noodles, 2 bags of rice, and 1 bag of flour. Canned fruits and chocolates were among the few snacks available, yet most had expired, and many had already been consumed by Song Yang and his companions. It was evident that the supplies at the shelter were indeed in short supply. The deployment of the esteemed number 001, Cheng Luai, alongside number 002, Sun Xiaoqiang, for such meager provisions underscored the significance of the mission. All right, let us return, Cheng Luai stated. Sun Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hee, we finally have something to eat. Meanwhile, Chun Ming and his 3 companions took on the role of porters, struggling to carry bags of rice and boxes, appearing somewhat disheveled. Furthermore, the 4 of them harbored a profound fear of Lin Dong, daring not to approach, but instead maintaining a considerable distance behind. Lin Dong, why not accompany us back to the shelter? Sun Xiaoqiang inquired. No, Lin Dong shook his head in refusal. Sun Xiaoqiang looked perplexed. Why not? I do not require refuge, Lin Dong replied. Oh. Sun Xiaoqiang nodded, somewhat understanding yet still confused. At this juncture, they had arrived at the street where they had initially met, signaling the moment to part ways. Cheng Luai gazed at Lin Dong with wide eyes. When shall we meet again? If the shelter faces a shortage of food, you could exchange it with me for crystal cores. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dong responded, agreed. Cheng Luai readily accepted, establishing a basis for their cooperative exchange. To facilitate communication, they added each other as friends online, allowing for casual conversations in the future. Having concluded these arrangements, Lin Dong bid them farewell. This is where we part ways, until next time. Goodbye, Cheng Luai replied, turning away without a backward glance as she strode forward. Chun Ming and his companions, burdened with their belongings, circumnavigated Lin Dong from a distance and hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up with Cheng Luai. Goodbye, Lin Dong. I'll return to chat online, he called out. Sun Xiaoqiang also turned to wave farewell. At that moment, the sun began its descent, casting a warm, golden light that elongated their shadows as Cheng Luai and the others gradually distanced themselves. Lin Dong watched them until they vanished at the street's end. Soon thereafter, a horde of ravenous zombies emerged from the alleys, lanes, and buildings, including Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor, all obediently gathering behind Lin Dong. "Boss, are those your friends?" Lin Dong replied, turning to walk towards the building. Xiaoba tilted his head, seemingly puzzled by the notion that the boss actually had friends. However, he was quickly enveloped by a waft of food aroma. As Lin Dong departed, he casually flung aside a pile of corpses, some still warm. Hee hee. Xiaoba grinned, choosing not to dwell on it further. Cheng Luai and her group traveled quite a distance without encountering any zombies until they exited Lin Dong's territory, where the terrifying figures re-emerged. Yet, they were merely low-level zombies, easily dispatched by ordinary individuals, posing no threat to awakened ones. "Luai, did you notice?" Chen Ming suddenly inquired. "What?" Cheng Luai turned to look at him. Chen Ming explained, "We only encountered zombies again after leaving the 5-star zombie nest. So we can almost certainly conclude that your friend is the king of that 5-star zombie nest." "Oh," Cheng Luai nodded, exhibiting no further expression. You." Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback, sensing a disparity between his expectations and reality. Was she truly not surprised? Beside him, Sun Xiaoqiang scratched his head, despite his simplicity. He had gleaned something from the prior occurrences. "Sister Cheng, do you mean, is Lin Dong really a zombie? Does it matter if he is human or a zombie?" Cheng Luai paused in her tone, continuing, "As long as we know he is Lin Dong, that is sufficient." Nearby the building, the setting sun bled into the sky, casting a dark crimson hue. A few pitch-black crows cawed and spiraled about, amidst the desolate atmosphere of the apocalypse. Several zombies feasted upon flesh and blood. Our leader is fantastic. He hunts for us and brings back food." Little Eight's chin was smeared with blood, while the surrounding zombies nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. In contrast to other nests where the underlings hunted and paid tribute to their zombie king, Lin Dong's approach was remarkably different, which deeply moved Little Eight and the others. The zombies relished their meal, yet Tank sat crouched nearby, lost in thought, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. It troubled him that humans were indeed hidden within the territory he patrolled, and he had failed to detect them. Although Lin Dong did not blame him, instead returning with food, this only intensified Tank's inner turmoil. Little Eight glanced up at him. "Aren't you going to eat?" "No appetite," Tank replied, crossing his arms and turning his head away with a haughty demeanor. He silently contemplated the need to hunt some humans to honor his leader and atone for his shortcomings. Though Xiao Ba possesses a measure of intelligence, it falls short of discerning his innermost thoughts. Naturally, he remains unaware of what is on his mind. If you do not eat soon, it will all be consumed, leaving nothing for you to enjoy, he warns. Tank, casting a sidelong glance at the succulent meat, feels a flicker of temptation and instinctively licks his lips. "I could manage a couple of bites." In the ensuing days, tranquility returned to the territory, with little of note occurring. Lin Dong languished in his abode, relishing a leisurely existence, gathering intelligence and absorbing energy. Apart from that, he occasionally engaged in online conversations with Cheng Luai. The external hunger, bloodshed, and peril seemed entirely disconnected from his reality. This area surrounding the building had transformed into his personal paradise. Indeed, Lin Dong had contemplated that Cheng Luai and Sun Xiaoqiang, both possessing formidable abilities, could easily remain by his side, especially given his ample food supplies. Their presence would provide substantial assistance should trouble arise. However, Cheng Luai and Sun Xiaoqiang were renowned awakeners, designated as Shelter 001 and 002, respectively, and their notoriety would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Consequently, Lin Dong resolved to relinquish this notion, recognizing that their continued presence at the shelter was advantageous, fostering a cooperative relationship. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xiao Ba and his fellow zombies wandered aimlessly through the streets, patrolling the territory, yet regrettably yielding no rewards. The most discontented of the lot was Tank, whose cognitive capabilities now mirrored those of a 7- or 8-year-old child, and he remained haunted by his previous failures. At this moment, his imposing figure sat forlornly by the roadside, his silhouette evoking a sense of desolation. Where might he go to find someone to slay? In an effort to atone for past transgressions, one must primarily capture some prey and show reverence to the elder, lest a lingering sense of guilt takes root within. However, the main urban area has long succumbed to chaos, transformed entirely into a realm of the undead, devoid of any humans. The most one might hope to extract from the sewers are a few large rats. Yet, Tank contemplates that presenting 2 large rats to the elder could very well result in his own demise. What to do? just as despair envelopes him. The sound of flapping wings catches his attention. A red-eyed raven descends upon a nearby lamppost. Beneath the dark crimson sky, the raven's beak is smeared with blood, and it clutches a human eyeball within its beak. The scene is undeniably grotesque. Tank, undeterred by the bizarre sight, gazes intently, as if he has stumbled upon a new world. The raven, sensing his gaze, tilts its head back and hastily swallows the eyeball, casting a disdainful look in Tank's direction. "You foolish creature," Tank thinks, feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation. Nevertheless, he finds himself in need of the raven's assistance and decides to overlook the slight. "Little black bird, do you know where I might find prey?" "Of course I know," the raven, with crimson eyes, blinks. Tank's excitement surges. "Where?" "Pray, enlighten me." "I shall not reveal that to you," the red-eyed raven retorts. Tank scratches his head, feeling that this little black bird harbors a grudge. Recalling the time he attempted to catch it upon his arrival, albeit unsuccessfully. "Please, where can I find it? I must hunt to honor the elder." "Too perilous. Far too perilous. Once you venture there, returning is impossible." How could that be?" Tank, renowned as the king of corpses in the nearby graveyard, certainly did not believe such a notion. And just look at the company he kept. How could he possibly fail to return? "Do tell me, if we capture prey, a share shall be yours." The crow remained silent, its eyes darting as it contemplated for a moment before flapping its wings and taking flight. Follow me. Follow me. Hee. Upon hearing the crow's agreement, Tank broke into a hearty grin, exuding the joy of a 200-pound child, his robust figure rising from the roadside. The crimson-eyed crow soared along the street, incessantly muttering, "Treasures, treasures." Oh, Tank's mouth fell open in astonishment. It appeared there was not only prey, but also treasures. Curiosity stirred within him. What treasures? Could it be a particularly meaty quarry? He promptly trailed behind the crow. Though the crow flew swiftly through the air, Tank, with his agile physique, leaped among the buildings, scaling roofs and walls like a nimble giant ape. The two pursued each other, venturing farther and farther away. Clearly, the location mentioned by the crow had already surpassed the boundaries of Lin Dong's territory. Chapter 54. Treasures. Tank and the crow hastened forward, skimming over the littered streets. Zombies, upon catching sight of them, raised their heads and emitted low growls, evidently having strayed beyond their own territory. Approximately 10 minutes passed. In the distance, the Tank observed a towering edifice engulfed in billowing black smoke, which had coalesced into a dark cloud. A helicopter had collided with the building at its midsection, igniting a fierce blaze. All the floor-to-ceiling windows had shattered, revealing several humans locked in combat with zombies within one of the interior levels. Surrounding the structure, an innumerable horde of zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling the humans. The undead were infiltrating the building, with some scaling the walls in droves, creating a scene of extraordinary spectacle. "Indeed, there are humans," the Tank murmured. "There is treasure, there is treasure," echoed the raven, flapping its wings. The Tank scrutinized the scene and noticed that one of the humans clutched a case, which was handcuffed to his wrist. The other humans formed a protective barrier around him, underscoring the case's immense significance to them. What could possibly be inside that treasure? The Tank pondered with great curiosity. The man holding the case was named Sun Dabiao, a high-ranking executive at Tech Corporation. He had just retrieved something of utmost importance from the headquarters, securely contained within that very case. Unfortunately, during their return flight by helicopter, they encountered a mutated flying beast, a colossal black bird, whose body resembled a projectile. It shattered the helicopter's glass, its sharp beak piercing the pilot's eye socket. This catastrophic event led to the aircraft's descent into zombie-infested territory. Fortunately, all aboard were awakened beings, and aside from the pilot, no fatalities occurred from the crash. However, the nearby zombies thrust them into a perilous predicament. "Quickly, zombies are climbing up," Sun Dabiao exclaimed urgently. Beside him stood an awakened one, emanating an aura of coldness, conjuring countless icicles that shot forth from the floor-to-ceiling window towards the zombies scrambling up the wall. These icicles were exquisitely sharp, their power surpassing that of bullets, piercing through the undead and sending them plummeting from the heights. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, relentlessly climbing upwards, while in the distance loomed a formidable zombie king. On the rooftop of a building across the street, a towering figure stood, its mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs and red eyes gleaming with ferocity, surveying its dominion. To its astonishment, today brought an unexpected boon. A helicopter had plummeted from the sky. Without hesitation, It rallied its minions to launch an assault. Though the awakened one was formidable, it could not withstand the onslaught of a ravenous horde. The continuous exertion of its abilities would soon render it incapable of enduring, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. At that moment, in the distance, a tank and a crow locked eyes, fixated on the prize. "Let us seize that treasure together," exclaimed the crimson-eyed crow. The helicopter, after all, had been brought down by its own talons, and the sight of the prize slipping from its grasp incited a burning desire for reclamation. "Charge! Who fears whom?" the tank retorted. Undaunted even in enemy territory and amidst the throng of zombies encircling it, daring to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Thus, a creature of the undead and a bird of darkness surged towards the battlefield. The tank, agile and swift, barreled through several zombies, making its way to the base of the building. With a powerful leap, it ascended the wall, akin to a spider, swiftly climbing upwards, its form exuding remarkable grace. "Be cautious. A mutated zombie approaches." The tank's formidable physique and swift speed quickly distinguished it from the horde of corpses, immediately capturing the attention of Sun Dabiao. Beside him, an ice element awakened individual swiftly conjured ice spikes, launching them downward once more. With a thunderous roar, the tank raised its right hand to shield its face, as the sharp ice spikes pierced into its palm. Yet, the tank's tough skin rendered the spikes incapable of penetrating deeply, inflicting only superficial wounds, which posed no significant threat to it. With a crunch, the tank, brimming with ferocity, clenched its massive hand, shattering the ice spikes within its grasp. It then propelled itself upward with great force, soaring over 20 meters, drawing ever closer to the human defense levels. This zombie was exceptionally powerful. As the tank approached, Sun Dabiao's brow furrowed deeper with concern. Meanwhile, the towering zombie king, observing from a distance, was equally taken aback. He recalled that among his minions, there seemed to be no one of such caliber. Whose subordinate was this, displaying such valor? However, witnessing the tank assaulting the humans, he thought little of it, and even commanded his own underlings to assist in the attack. Indeed, the tank was ferocious at that moment. One of its hands had already rested on the windowsill, and with a single-handed exertion, its robust body vaulted inside. Several humans, upon seeing this, immediately retreated. The windowsill was breached, and the zombies behind surged forward, their bloodthirsty visages snarling at the few remaining individuals. "I will hold them off," exclaimed the ice element awakened one. As he thrust his hands forward, an intense chill emanating from him, frost began to crystallize, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. Before him, a towering ice wall was on the verge of formation. At that moment, an unforeseen twist occurred. A dark shadow swept in with astonishing speed, launching a surprise attack from the side. Like a dagger, its beak plunged directly into the temple of the Ice Awakened. With a splatter of warm blood, the Ice Awakened collapsed to the ground. Sun Dabiao stared wide-eyed at the shadow, only to discover that it was the very black bird that had assaulted the helicopter. This was no mere coincidence. It had been a premeditated act. Brother Crow was no ordinary bird. It could consume 2 humans in one sitting, revealing its immense potential. Following the demise of the Ice Awakened, the zombies surged forward, converging in groups to pounce on the remaining humans, tearing them apart. Chaos erupted, filled with shrieks, roars, and agonized cries. Tank, disregarding everything else, rushed forward with a singular purpose, reaching out to seize Sun Dabiao's box. The treasure. Sun Dabiao furrowed his brow and struggled with all his might. "Get away from me." Yet, the strength of the tank was overwhelming. In a sudden tug, it nearly yanked both the box and Sun Dabiao into its embrace. Sun Dabiao's eyes turned crimson as a wave of searing energy enveloped him. As a fire awakened, he found himself drained from the recent battle, left with little energy. In a desperate bid, his left arm ignited in fierce flames, gripping the tank's wrist in an effort to compel it to release him. The air was soon filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh, a whiff reminiscent of singed pig hair. "Let go of me, my dear." At this moment, Tank yearned solely for the box. Though the searing pain consumed him, his mind was singularly focused, and he resolutely endured, refusing to relinquish his grip. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, began to cascade down Sun Dabiao's forehead. His complexion turned ashen, and his gaze grew hazy due to severe physical exhaustion. He was on the brink of collapse. With a sudden crack, Tank seized the opportunity, exerting all his strength to yank the box. The sound of flesh and bones fracturing echoed, as Sun Dabiao's right arm was torn away. Chapter 55. I Can Fly Sundapio emitted a wretched howl, collapsing to the ground. Deprived of the flame's protection, the surrounding zombies lunged at him, engulfing him in a tide of corpses. The treasure was secured. Tank cradled the box, from which a severed arm still dangled from the handcuffs. The remaining humans were already devoured. The zombies reveled in their victory, their spirits exceptionally high. Roar, Tank mirrored their excitement, raising the box and letting out a triumphant shout. Reminiscent of lifting the World Cup, a hint of boastfulness in his demeanor, despite his ignorance of the box's contents. Interestingly, the surrounding zombies reciprocated his enthusiasm, emitting low growls in unison to celebrate. What a fool. What is there to boast about? We must leave at once. The distinctive caw of a crow pierced through. Ah, indeed. Tank suddenly snapped out of his exhilaration. This was not his territory. It was perilous, and he needed to depart swiftly. Thus, he tempered his demeanor, cradling the box as he prepared to retreat quietly. Hey, stop right there. A voice, grating like stones grinding against one another, resonated from behind. It was indeed the towering corpse king responsible for this territory. The Tank halted momentarily, pausing his steps, yet he did not turn around, nearly offering a glimpse of his back. With the appearance of the corpse king, the other zombies fell silent, their gaze following their leader towards the imposing Tank. For a brief moment, the Tank became the focal point amidst the horde. At times, being the center of attention is not always a blessing, the Tank mused. The formidable corpse king had long discerned that he did not belong in this domain. Hand over what you possess. Not a chance. The Tank resolutely refused, bellowing at the crow. Run. Without a backward glance, he sprinted away, crashing through several walls as he navigated through the building. The fierce gaze of the towering corpse king widened in realization. Seize him, he roared. The throng of zombies responded to the command, howling as they pursued the Tank and the crow. Yet both moved with remarkable swiftness, particularly the Tank, who barreled forward like a human bulldozer, demolishing everything in his path while maintaining a straight trajectory. Eventually, the Tank reached the edge of the building and leaped, plummeting from a height of several dozen meters. This is bad. In midair, the Tank sensed something amiss. It was not the fear of falling that troubled him. Rather, it was the throng of zombies densely packed below, as if waiting for his descent. With a resounding crash, the Tank landed amidst the mass of corpses, his immense force fracturing the pavement and sending several zombies flying. However, the remaining undead lunged toward him with fervor. The Tank, akin to an indomitable bull, charged through the heaps of corpses, utterly disregarding the zombies that clawed and bit at its back. However, the towering cadaverous king, accompanied by a retinue of elite undead, was rapidly approaching from behind. Should they seize him, even the Tank's formidable strength would prove insufficient to prevent its dismemberment. Ascend to the rooftop. Ascend to the rooftop. The Raven in midair advised. The Tank gazed upward, perceiving a high-rise building ahead. With a surge of momentum, it leaped, scaling the wall with alacrity. Swiftly, it reached the summit. The common zombies lacked the ability to climb, leaving only the elite to follow in its wake. Do not falter. Turning, the Tank observed the cadaverous king and its minions in close pursuit. Thus, the Tank sprinted across the rooftop, leaping from one edifice to another, emulating a world-class parkour athlete. Yet, the cadaverous king moved with even greater celerity. The Tank, being of the brute strength variety, was at a disadvantage in terms of speed compared to the king. The cadaverous king drew ever closer. Furthermore, a horde of several hundred elite zombies, like ravenous wolf pups, relentlessly pursued. I cannot outrun them. The Tank, clutching the crate, glanced back. Observing the cadaverous king's proximity, it resigned itself to a confrontation. The crimson-eyed Raven interjected, "You must devise a means of concealment." Indeed, the Tank considered this counsel with favor, wondering why it had not occurred to him previously. As they approached the edge of the rooftop, atop a building towering over 100 meters in height, the Tank eschewed leaping to the adjacent rooftop. Instead, it plunged directly towards the street below. The towering corpse king sensed something amiss. The Tank's silhouette plummeted rapidly from the building, vanishing from his sight in an instant. He hurried to the edge of the building, peering downwards in search. To his astonishment, the street below was equally devoid of presence. The Tank had seemingly vanished. "Boss, where did he go?" A subordinate, arriving shortly after, gazed down as well, equally perplexed. The towering corpse king pondered for a moment. He must be nearby, hiding. Quickly find him. Thus, a cadre of elite subordinates dispersed in search. Meanwhile, The tank and the Raven had concealed themselves within a small room inside the building. When the tank leapt from the rooftop, he had not landed in the street but had instead grasped a windowsill midway down, pulling himself into the building. He crouched in a corner, clutching a box with both hands. "Little black bird, your idea was quite astute." "Of course," replied the red-eyed Raven without a hint of modesty. "But what do we do next? We cannot escape." The tank felt troubled, for the Corpse King would not relent. His minions would only gather in greater numbers, ultimately surrounding them until escape became impossible. As time passed, the tank's predicament grew increasingly perilous. The red-eyed Raven, known for its resourcefulness, reassured him, "Do not worry. I shall return for assistance. You just stay hidden here." "But how will you return? They have surrounded the area. Venturing outside will surely reveal you. And they will devour you," the tank urged earnestly. The Raven blinked, suddenly falling silent for a moment before regarding him with an expression akin to that of a caregiver addressing a simpleton. "I possess the ability to soar, you fool." It flapped its wings and flew out of the window. Tank was momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling that birds are indeed capable of flight. Upon reflection, the little black bird displayed a commendable sense of loyalty. It did not immediately flee but stayed to assist him, only returning for help after he had concealed himself. Indeed, it is a noble bird. As Tank pondered this, he noticed a dark silhouette outside the window. After circling in the air, it abruptly returned. Brother Crow alighted on the windowsill, its crimson eyes scrutinizing him. Tank was taken aback. Why have you returned?" "There's no need to worry about me. Hurry and go. Bring me the treasure." Knock, knock, knock. Before long, Lin Dong's window was rapped upon. Turning to look, he saw the red-eyed crow perched on the sill. However, what puzzled Lin Dong was that it clutched a box in its beak, gleaming with a metallic sheen, adorned with a red circle and a T-shaped emblem at its center. That was the exclusive insignia of Tech Corporation. "Why such courtesy today, coming to my place with a gift?" Lin Dong opened the window, his tone nonchalant as he inquired. The crow's red eyes sparkled. "This is a surprise." Chapter 56. The Z-Virus, a surprise? Lin Dong felt a surge of curiosity, pondering the meaning of this surprise. The box was composed entirely of an incredibly sturdy alloy, yet in Lin Dong's grasp, it felt as pliable as dough. After taking it, he effortlessly flipped it open. Lin Dong's gaze fixed upon the interior, where he discovered a row of ampoules, each containing a translucent liquid of pale blue hue. Beside him lay an experimental report detailing the properties of a certain liquid. Lin Dong picked it up and read, "Z-Virus. Experimental results. Injection of the Z-Virus into low-tier zombies enhances cellular vitality, grants rapid healing abilities, and induces a state of excitation, stimulating reflexive nerves and augmenting response speed. Zombie Experiment Sample 1. After the injection of the Z-Virus into a D-class zombie, the decaying body began to heal. After 24 hours, the body reached its optimal state, successfully fully integrating with the virus. Zombie Experiment Sample 2. The following pages detailed the entire experimental process, meticulously recorded. The trials had been conducted 15 times, all with success and no adverse reactions observed in the zombies. This was, indeed, an evolutionary agent for zombies. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, recalling that someone had mentioned that Tech Corporation was cultivating zombies, so the emergence of such a substance was hardly surprising. What a delightful surprise. Given Lin Dong's prowess, he had no need for such rudimentary products, as his own healing ability was extraordinarily potent. Most importantly, he was virtually impervious to injury. However, the Z-Virus could be administered to his subordinates. The experiment indicated that the injection into D-class zombies would enhance their healing capabilities and improve their response speed. What if he were to inject it into elite zombies? Lin Dong pondered that Tech Corporation's experiments lacked comprehensiveness. He should further engage in research to augment the data. Where did this come from? "I acquired it while raiding another's territory with Tank," the crimson-eyed Raven declared proudly. "Quite impressive," Lin Dong complimented, inquiring, "Where is Tank?" "Ah, indeed. The tank is obstructed by corpses and cannot return. I am here to seek assistance." The red-eyed Raven seems to have only just recalled its purpose. Lin Dong, at a loss for words, cannot help but exclaim, how could it be blocked? The tank is a capable ally, equipped with valuable resources. Naturally, Lin Dong must come to its aid. Thus, he promptly issues commands to Xiao Ba and the doctor. At that moment, Xiao Ba is kneeling on a rooftop, weeping inconsolably, as the recent tranquility of their territory has rendered him utterly bored, yearning for bloodshed. Upon receiving Lin Dong's directive, his cries abruptly cease. His head instantly perks up, revealing a sinister smile. The doctor strides down the street, flanked by a procession of zombies that follow closely behind him. A few of them roar in fury, their anger palpable. How could their great leader be ensnared by corpses? This cannot stand. They must be torn to shreds to quell the rage. Moments later, a multitude of zombies converges in the streets, forming a substantial horde. Their malevolent energy suffusing the air, overwhelming in its might. Advance. With Lin Dong's command, the horde is instantly mobilized, racing towards their target. In the dim sky, a solitary crow swiftly soars overhead, leading the way. Behind it, the throng of zombies rushes forward, brimming with wrath and murderous intent, akin to a relentless tide, causing the very city of the apocalypse to tremble beneath their feet. On another front, the tank remains hidden in a small room, its massive form curled up in a pitiful manner. Why have they not yet arrived? Outside, the horde of corpses roars and howls, clearly mocking and taunting. Moreover, a series of footsteps can be heard approaching the door. Through the cracked wall, the tank observed an elite zombie entering, its nose twitching like that of a dog. Though this zombie possessed mediocre attributes, its sense of smell had undergone an evolution, rendering it exceptionally acute. It was gradually approaching the tank, following the faintest scent. What to do? The tank scratched its head, realizing it was on the verge of being discovered. In such a critical situation, it was imperative to rely on its wits to prevail. Soon, an idea struck. If it could throw a stone to create some noise, it might divert the zombie's attention. What a splendid plan. Who dares to call me a fool? The tank felt quite pleased with itself, and with a large hand, it groped the ground, swiftly picking up a broken brick. With a flick of its wrist, it hurled the brick out of the window. Whether the scent-driven zombie was distracted, it did not know. However, the brick, soaring through the air in a graceful parabola, struck the head of the towering zombie king. What? Who threw that brick? The towering zombie king was irate. Glancing around furiously, one of his subordinates, having witnessed the event clearly, spoke up. Boss, the brick came flying from the building. There are zombies inside. The towering zombie king pondered for a moment, quickly deducing the situation. That creature is hiding in there. Go after it. With a fierce roar, several elite zombies leaped onto the wall, scrambling toward the window. Hearing the commotion outside, the tank squinted its eyes, sensing that something was amiss and contemplating for a brief moment. Had it made a miscalculation? But in the next second, the horrific visages of the zombies appeared at the window. They spotted the tank's silhouette, unleashing a roar as they charged toward it with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the horde of corpses surrounding the skyscraper converged towards this location. This is bad. The tank swung its fist, sending a few of the approaching zombies flying, and then turned to flee. It continued to employ brute force, shattering wall after wall in its desperate escape. Yet, amidst the chaos of destruction, the tank pondered, reflecting on the flawless nature of its plan. Where had it gone awry? Bang! Just as the tank demolished another wall, a colossal fist suddenly struck its forehead. The immense force caused it to stumble backward, collapsing onto the ground. How dare it use bricks to strike me? The towering zombie king seethed with rage. The tank squinted at it, instinctively sensing what had transpired. The formidable zombie king, brimming with murderous intent, manifested bony spikes from its hands, resembling those of Wolverine. This was the first time the tank had encountered such an ability, and it felt a flicker of curiosity. What is this? Osteophyte formation? Die? The towering zombie king swung its hand, sending the sharp bony spikes hurtling toward the tank. In a moment of peril, the tank raised its arm in defense. Yet despite its rugged and thickened flesh, it could not withstand the onslaught. Each strike left a gaping wound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It hurts. The tank quickly retreated to evade further attacks. However, the zombie king pursued relentlessly, and the spikes lunged again. The tank was forced to raise its other arm for protection. But the spikes pierced through its defenses, leaving multiple bloody holes in a short span. Meanwhile, a group of elite zombies had already roared in pursuit from behind. Chapter 57. Revenge, it's now or never. The tank, momentarily blinded by rage, surged forward, its massive frame charging towards the corpse king. Disregarding the agony of bone spikes piercing its palms as it seized the creature's fist, the towering corpse king, beset by an overwhelming force, was propelled backward, unable to halt its retreat. With a resounding crash, both collided through the last outer wall, plummeting from the high-rise. In midair, they continued to tumble, tearing at each other in a savage struggle. With a thunderous impact, they struck the ground simultaneously, causing the entire street to shudder, fissures spreading across the pavement. In sheer strength, the Corpse King was no match for the tank, which had it pinned beneath, delivering relentless blows. Yet, a throng of zombies on the street immediately lunged at the tank, their grotesque mouths gnashing hungrily. With a roar, the tank cried out in pain, grasping one zombie by the neck and flinging it far away with a swift motion. It then pivoted for an elbow strike, sending the zombie's head spinning 360 degrees, blood gushing from its mouth and eyes. However, the Corpse King seized the moment, its sharp bone spikes relentlessly stabbing at the tank's rear. A howl of agony escaped the tank as it sprang away, but at that moment, its vision was obscured by a myriad of terrifying zombie faces. For the horde had engulfed the tank, continuously surging forth in relentless waves. The zombies' vicious fangs tore at the tank's armor, inflicting searing pain. Even a being of iron was on the verge of being torn apart. Was this the end? The tank, rendered powerless, sank into utter despair. Suddenly, a pitch-black crow soared through the air, emitting a sharp, mournful cry as if heralding the onset of slaughter. The earth trembled as countless troops thundered forth. A powerful pressure enveloped the scene, and the corpses clinging to the tank burst apart, sending blood and flesh flying, filling the air with a pungent stench. What was happening? The tank felt an easing of pressure, and as the last layer of the undead exploded, his vision cleared. Through the swirling crimson mist, he beheld an extraordinarily handsome face. Lin Dong, clad in a white shirt, stood unblemished amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, his expression calm as he lowered his gaze to assess the tank. Such devastation. Lin Dong observed that the tank was drenched in blood, completely transformed into a red tank, and his body was riddled with bite marks and gaping wounds inflicted by bone spikes. Is it not excessively cruel to treat my subordinate like a pincushion? At that moment, the tank's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as though a celestial warrior had descended to rescue him in his direst hour. Gazing around, he noticed two groups of zombies locked in battle, viciously devouring and clawing at one another, gouging eyes and throttling necks with utmost ferocity. Among them, Xiao Ba moved like a specter, his bone claws severing a head with a swift motion. He flickered and vanished, only to reappear before another zombie in the next instant. With continued ferocity, he sliced through its neck. A sinister grin adorned Xiao Ba's face as he became a harbinger of death on the battlefield, heads soaring through the air as the corpses of the undead collapsed in his wake. On the other side, the doctor was also engaged in combat with the horde of zombies, delivering powerful punches to the children or unleashing his psychic abilities to attack the undead foes. His companions had all arrived. If zombies were capable of shedding tears, the tank would be weeping like a fountain at this moment. Meanwhile, the bone-spike zombie king was filled with dread as an overwhelming tide of zombies surged forth, engulfing his minions. Among them, numerous elite zombies resembled merciless killing machines, displaying an unrestrained ferocity. Upon closer inspection amidst the chaos, he noticed a tall figure draped in pure white, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. The bone-spike zombie king could not perceive his aura, yet an inexplicable fear gripped his heart, an oppressive sensation emanating from the depths of his soul. This feeling, he had experienced it before in the presence of his master. How dare you trespass upon our territory? The bone-spike zombie king bellowed. Lin Dong, indifferent to the taunts of such a mere minion, advanced with a mere thought, extending the domain of the dead several dozen meters forward. The bone-spike zombie king stood rigid, as if submerged in a sea of blood. Boss, let me handle this. The tank suddenly leaped off the ground. Seemingly unaffected by his wounds, his gaze fixed with malevolence upon the bone-spike zombie king, eager to avenge his grievances. Very well, go ahead, Lin Dong nodded in approval. The tank charged forward with two vigorous strides, leaping high to deliver a powerful punch that sent the bone-spike zombie king crashing to the ground. With one hand pinning him down, the tank relentlessly rained blows upon his face. Bang, bang, bang. As the tank's fists descended, the earth trembled in response, and before long, the bone-spike zombie king's head was smashed into the ground, fissures spreading outwards around it. The tank, feeling unsatisfied, grasped the creature's arm with both hands, twisting it as one might wring a cloth. With a resounding crack, the arm of the bone-spurred corpse was reduced to a mangled mess, flesh flying and exposing the stark whiteness of shattered bone. Dare to stab me again? Just watch as I crush your skull and shatter your bone spurs. The tank muttered. This skeletal king was not the undisputed ruler of the area. Rather, it was merely a capable warrior, its strength comparable to that of the tank and his companions. Even without Lin Dong's presence, Xiaoba and the doctor would have effortlessly dispatched it. Furthermore, they commanded thousands of elite soldiers, a number that overwhelmingly surpassed their foes, leading to a one-sided, rout-like victory. Before long, the hostile zombies were completely annihilated. The surrounding corpses piled high, forming small hills, while blood pooled below, flowing like a brook. The air was thick with the acrid stench of decay. Amidst this horrific tableau, Lin Dong stood unblemished, surrounded by a throng of zombies drawn to him. "Boss, this is all my fault." The tank felt a deeper sense of guilt. He had initially intended to hunt and redeem himself, but had instead encountered danger, necessitating his leader's intervention and causing additional trouble. Lin Dong shook his head. "You performed admirably." "Huh?" The tank, unaware of the implications of the Z-virus, was puzzled by his leader's praise. "I believe I should not have recklessly ventured beyond our territory, causing trouble for everyone. It's all my fault, not your fault. The blame lies with me. Our territory is simply too small," Lin Dong replied. Upon hearing this, Tank felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Having such a leader was truly a blessing, and he was at a loss as to how to repay him. Xiaoba tilted his head, observing the sharp, bony claws that still bore traces of fresh blood. "I believe your performance was commendable. You should be rescued more often in the future. Let us not overdo it." Tank shook his head vigorously, feeling that once was sufficient. Enduring it multiple times would be unbearable. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, where a red-eyed crow flapped its wings and landed beside him. "Little blackbird, I must also express my gratitude to you. Had you not sought help in time, I might have met my demise." Tank expressed his heartfelt thanks. The crow, with its crimson gaze, contemplated for a moment before responding, "Zybe, no need for formality." Chapter 58. The transaction. Lin Dong surveyed his surroundings. This territory was not under his dominion, and other corpse kings could potentially appear, making it unwise to linger. It would be prudent to return and further investigate the zombie evolution serum. "Let us return. It is time to administer your injections." "Injections?" Upon hearing those words, Tank winced, already haunted by the psychological trauma of past experiences. Upon returning to the building area, the task of administering injections naturally fell to the doctor. During the previous battle, several elite zombies had sustained injuries, their flesh torn and bloodied. Given that the Z-virus possessed healing properties, Lin Dong decided to commence with them as a form of recognition for their valor. There was a full box of Z-virus, containing 500 doses. The doctor picked up a syringe, carefully drew the serum into the needle, and then expertly pierced the neck of the zombie. Gradually, the pale blue serum was infused into the creature's body. Lin Dong stood by the window on the upper floor, gazing downwards. He observed that the effects of the serum were quite promising. As soon as it was injected, the wounds on the zombie began to show signs of healing, almost at a visually perceptible pace. The zombie emitted low growls, its expression somewhat exhilarated, as the Z-virus stimulated its nerves, enhancing its reaction speed. Lin Dong recalled that the experimental report had indicated it would take 24 hours for the Z-virus to fully integrate with the zombie. He anticipated that the results would be even more pronounced by that time. The elite zombies under Lin Dong's command were not lacking in aptitude. Although they had not yet reached the awakening stage, their physical attributes had undergone evolution, manifesting in features such as sharp claws, hardened bones, and heightened senses. With the additional injection of the Z-virus, their power surged dramatically. Each one could contend with Class B human awakeners. This cadre of 500 zombies represented the pinnacle of excellence, a veritable elite legion of zombies, a formidable weapon in Lin Dong's arsenal. Today, Lin Dong led the horde to invade the territory of another zombie king, intent on eliminating its minions. He anticipated that his adversary would not take this affront lightly. Zombies are inherently fierce and bloodthirsty, and any entity that ascends to the status of a zombie king is certainly not to be trifled with. Lin Dong surmised that retribution was inevitable. Meanwhile, within the confines of Tech Corporation, a somber atmosphere prevailed, having just received distressing news. The Z-virus retrieved from headquarters had gone missing. The responsible party, Yi Jian, sat in her office with an exceptionally grim expression. What had transpired? Where had the Z-virus vanished to? Yi, according to satellite tracking, the aircraft has crashed in a zombie territory. A reply came from an assistant. Damn, Yi Jian couldn't help but curse. The evolution serum had fallen into the territory of the zombies. Wasn't this akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog? Initially, there was a glimmer of hope to retrieve it, but now it felt utterly hopeless. Have Sun Dapio And the others made any moves? No. There has been no activity. It's likely that their situation is dire. The assistant's tone was somewhat feeble. Yi Jian pondered deeply. It was undoubtedly a lost cause. What good could come from dropping it in zombie territory? The crux of the matter was that without the Z virus to enhance cellular vitality, the Q virus could not be injected to modify the skeletal structure, thus derailing their cultivation plan. They had originally devised a comprehensive scheme for cultivating zombies, but now it lay in disarray. Which zombie king's territory is the crash site in? Yi Jian inquired. According to the gathered intelligence, that particular zombie king was exceedingly formidable. With an estimated command of at least 30,000 zombies, its strength likely rivaling that of the zombie king in the skyscraper region, also classified as a 5-star zombie nest. Damn it. The mere mention of the skyscraper region's zombie king ignited Yi Jian's ire, for the demise of the Hunter action team had brought disgrace upon the company. Sooner or later, he would have to eliminate that foe and reclaim their honor. Now, unable to cultivate a zombie king, perhaps, he could negotiate some form of cooperation with other zombie kings. The zombie king residing in the crash zone seemed like a promising candidate. It was powerful, its territory not far from the skyscraper, and in this apocalyptic world, it was survival of the fittest. If one did not compete, one would perish. It was likely that it too desired to expand its domain. With a common enemy, there was a possibility of becoming temporary allies. I believe I should seek an audience with the zombie king of the crash site. Yi Jian's expression reflected a contemplative demeanor. The assistant promptly interjected, President Yi. The zombies are notoriously bloodthirsty and prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Is it not exceedingly perilous for you to engage in dialogue with them? Indeed. Yi Jian nodded in agreement, pondering the corpse king's intentions. Did it harbor any inclination to communicate with humanity? Attempting to negotiate with it would be akin to courting disaster, a venture fraught with peril. Thus, it would be prudent to dispatch someone to tentatively gauge its disposition. Yi Jian then turned to the assistant. You shall go and converse with it. Ah. The assistant's face morphed into a mask of bewilderment. As night descended, darkness enveloped the earth. In the apocalyptic city, shadows loomed, rendering visibility nearly impossible. A gust of night wind swept through, mingled with the stench of blood and decay. The roars of zombies occasionally pierced the silence, as they engaged in brutal skirmishes or preyed upon mutated beasts. The atmosphere was thick with danger, and violence lurked in every corner. Lin Dong was ensconced in his home, one hand cradling a goblet as he occasionally sipped the crimson liquid within, while the other busily tapped away on his phone, responding to messages. The soft glow of the screen illuminated his handsome visage. The message from Cheng Lui was succinct, consisting of merely 2 words, trade. How much do you require? Lin Dong inquired. Cheng Lui's replies came slowly, a testament to her 10 years spent in a psychiatric institution, devoid of formal education, making her somewhat inept with pinyin. 200 gene of flour, do you have it? Yes. Lin Dong's storage space brimmed with resources, and 200 gene of flour was a mere trifle. Moments later, Cheng Lui replied, all right, I'll exchange it for 4 crystal cores. That is agreeable, because Lin Dong mentioned last time that when in need of food, one could exchange it for crystal cores. The above conversation ensued. The two agreed to meet the following morning at a square not far from Lin Dong's territory. The next day, within the shelter, Cheng Lui rose early. Her dwelling was a military green tent, a privilege granted only to the awakened numbered 001. The other survivors fared worse, some residing in small tents, while others merely laid a few newspapers and slept on the bare ground outside. As Cheng Lui stepped outside, the bright sunlight cascaded upon her fair face, enhancing her delicate beauty. A multitude of awakened individuals busied themselves around her. Some were constructing shelters, others digging tunnels. Yet all paused to greet her upon her arrival. Luai, is it true that you can exchange crystal cores for food? Inquired a short young man with curious eyes. Stopping her in her tracks, Cheng Lui cast a sidelong glance at him. Indeed, I am about to seek someone for an exchange, she replied. Oh, the young man's curiosity piqued. Although crystal cores were precious, without food, one would surely perish. Who could possibly be willing to trade food for crystal cores? Surely, they must possess an abundance of provisions. With this thought, the young man's eyes darted. I happen to have a crystal core. May I accompany you to make the exchange? Of course, Cheng Lui contemplated for a moment before responding. A subtle, almost imperceptible smirk crept onto the young man's lips. Chapter 59. A gift of friendship. The diminutive young man, named Jiang Wencheng, was also an awakened individual, designated as number 023 in the shelter, possessing considerable strength. However, his true identity was that of a member of the Black Scorpion organization, covertly stationed within the refuge to gather intelligence and act as an informant. His contributions were instrumental in previous incidents of resource theft and personnel abduction. Upon hearing that Cheng Loi intended to venture out for a trade of supplies, he was immediately struck by nefarious thoughts. Of course, he would never dare to snatch from Cheng Loi, yet he pondered whether the other party might not be so hesitant. Jiang Wencheng surmised that the opposing group was likely a small gang or organization. Soon after, Cheng Loi summoned Sun Xiaoqiang. Upon learning that they would meet Lin Dong, Sun Xiaoqiang was quite pleased and took a moment to groom his greasy hair, feeling exceedingly handsome. The three of them departed the shelter together, heading towards the designated square. Meanwhile, Jiang Wencheng deliberately lagged behind, discreetly pulling out his phone to send a message to his organization. Brothers, it seems there's a prospect on the horizon, potentially a big catch. Oh, what sort of big catch? Has the shelter secured more supplies? Hee hee. Is the big catch a beautiful woman? Several individuals responded with inquiries. Jiang Wencheng continued, the shelter is engaging in trade with others. There is a substantial amount of food involved, though I know little about the source. Is that so? If that person can procure such a bounty of food, their strength must be formidable, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, I share your sentiments. However, we can first proceed to observe the formation across the way and deliberate later on whether to take action. I believe it is feasible. I shall go. The members of the Black Scorpions swiftly organized themselves, and Jiang Wencheng informed them of the trading location, the square. Cheng Loi had chosen this site for the transaction, naturally, as it was relatively free of zombies. The fountain at its center had long since run dry, its basin filled with darkened bloodstains and several thoroughly decayed bones. The surrounding railing had collapsed, and the view was one of utter desolation. Lin Dong, clad in a white shirt, stood at the edge of the basin, gazing into its depths as if relishing the scenery of what was once a beautiful fountain. This square was not far from Lin Dong's home. Before the apocalypse, he often strolled here in the evenings, when the square bustled with life. Balloon vendors, toy sellers, and the joyful laughter of children echoed in the air. Now, however, it lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Lin Dong turned around, surveying the surroundings. Many tall buildings loomed. Some had collapsed, while others bore cracked walls and shattered glass, revealing darkened windows. Occasionally, the growls of zombies could be heard emanating from within. At that moment, three figures approached down the street between two dilapidated buildings: Cheng Li, Sun Xiaoqiang, and Jiang Wencheng. Jiang Wencheng craned his neck to look and discovered that indeed, there was a silhouette in the square. Could it be? Just one? In this apocalyptic world, where chaos reigns supreme, a lone individual venturing out for a transaction would inevitably attract the risk of being robbed or worse. Could it be that their companions were lurking nearby? Jiang Wencheng glanced around, yet found no trace of others. Have they arrived? As Cheng Loi approached, Lin Dong was the first to greet her. Cheng Loi nodded. Have you brought the goods? Indeed, I have. With a casual wave, Lin Dong produced 4 bags of flour, each weighing 50 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms. Cheng Loi stepped forward, opened a bag, and pinched a small amount, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Quite pure indeed. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqiang stood by, bewildered. Are you two putting on a show? Jiang Wencheng, however, scrutinized Lin Dong's every movement. The seemingly effortless way he had thrown the flour had genuinely startled him. Could he be a spatial awakener? He pondered. The abilities associated with the spatial system are generally formidable, yet not invincible. Jiang Wencheng slightly tilted his head and noticed, from a distance, several individuals in a building, covertly observing the scene. The Black Scorpion organization members are in position. Ha, my friend. Are you here alone for the transaction? To confirm, Jiang Wencheng inquired. Lin Dong met his gaze. Yes, just myself. For some inexplicable reason, as Lin Dong's eyes locked onto him, Jiang Wencheng's heart twitched, an unsettling feeling washing over him, prompting him to instinctively take a half-step back. What is going on? Jiang Wencheng couldn't comprehend, yet he persevered to probe further. Do you have any food left? I would like to exchange for some. None left, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Oh, none left? Jiang Wencheng was taken aback. But he quickly realized that he must be deceiving himself. It was improbable that 4 bags of flour could be exchanged for a crystal core. This individual was exceedingly cautious, evidently wary of him. However, such caution likely stemmed from a lack of confidence and strength, Were he truly formidable, there would be no need for such trepidation. Those who serve as spies are not ordinary individuals. Jiang Wenqing, being astute, engaged in a verbal probe, analyzing various scenarios in his mind. He presently believed that the person before him was indeed capable of action. In truth, Lin Dong had already sensed the presence of human life nearby, concealed within a towering building. Moreover, the individual before him harbored malicious intent. Sun Xiaoqiang boisterously exclaimed, "Lin Dong, how have you been during our time apart?" "Not too well." "Rather dull and monotonous," Lin Dong replied casually. Sun Xiaoqiang, despite his naivety, found it hard to believe that with so many delectable treats available, one could truly feel bored. "I wish I could experience some of that monotony myself." Cheng Luai stepped forward, handing him 4 crystal cores. "If you're free, we could hunt zombies together and acquire some more crystal cores. You must know of many targets, right?" "Currently, I don't have any, but I expect to soon," Lin Dong pondered. Cheng Luai nodded. "All right, let me know when you do." "Certainly. If you come across suitable hunting targets, feel free to reach out to me." "Of course." The group exchanged a few brief words. Although there were no zombies near the square, one could never be too cautious in an apocalyptic world, where danger might lurk at any corner. Consequently, they dispersed. On their way back, Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang each carried 2 bags of flour. Despite the combined weight of 100 pounds, it felt as light as a feather. "Ha, we can finally go back and steam some fluffy buns," Sun Xiaoqiang exclaimed proudly. Jiang Wenqing grew increasingly silent, and as they walked, he suddenly halted. I couldn't find any food, so I thought I might look around for supplies. You both head back first." "Oh, go ahead," Cheng Lui nodded. "Don't worry, I'll return to the shelter swiftly." Jiang Wenqing smiled faintly before turning away, soon vanishing amidst the ruins of the buildings. Sun Xiaoqiang was still lost in thoughts of the fluffy buns, saliva escaping his lips. But then a realization struck him. In the shelter, a crystal core was worth a box of instant noodles, yet here with Lin Dong. It equated to 50 pounds of flour. Wait, is Lin Dong at a loss in this exchange? Rest assured, he is not at a loss. "I even generously gifted him some," Cheng Lui replied, slightly tilting her head, revealing her exquisite profile and bright eyes, gazing in the direction where Jiang Wenqing had disappeared. Chapter 60. Quite nice. Lin Dong was making his way toward the skyscraper. He had sensed the presence of 4 humans approaching from behind, leaping across the rooftops to follow him. "Stop!" Suddenly, one of them landed behind Lin Dong, bracing himself on one hand to steady his form as he shouted. Lin Dong halted his steps and turned to gaze back. It was none other than Jiang Wenqing, who stood upright, brushing the dust from his hands. His expression had transformed entirely. The warm smile had morphed into a chilling sneer, laced with a hint of triumph, as though he were a different person altogether. "If you refuse to barter food with me, do not blame me for the consequences," Jiang Wenqing remarked with a slight smile, continuing, "By the way, I must inform you that I am affiliated with the Black Scorpion." Swish, swish, swish. The other 3 figures leaped down from the upper floor, landing on either side of Lin Dong, encircling him in a tight formation. "A spatial ability user, is it? Quite rare indeed, but let us not allow him to escape," a burly man declared. Lin Dong surveyed the quartet in silence. "Has he been rendered speechless?" A lean man chuckled maliciously. The Black Scorpion organization indeed instilled a certain fear in ordinary humans, as they operated without any moral compass, indulging in their whims. Jiang Wenqing scrutinized Lin Dong, recognizing the potential of a spatial awakener. "If you were to relinquish all your food to me, perhaps, I might consider allowing you to join our ranks." "No need for that," Lin Dong finally spoke. "Oh?" Jiang Wenqing raised an eyebrow, noting that Lin Dong appeared far from intimidated. "So you intend to resist to the very end? Do not presume that your spatial abilities render you invulnerable. Do you know why I refuse to exchange food with you?" Lin Dong countered. "What?" Jiang Wenqing was taken aback. The burly man beside him, unable to contain his impatience, interjected, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us act swiftly to avoid any lingering complications." "Because you are merely sustenance," Lin Dong suddenly interjected. The 4 individuals exchanged perplexed glances. Sensing that something was amiss, his words were peculiar and difficult to comprehend. However, clarity soon dawned upon them. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently, reminiscent of a stampede, as a horde of zombies surged forth from the previously desolate street. They advanced with astonishing speed and agility, scaling rooftops and walls with ease. Among them, the figure of Xiaoba flickered and vanished, only to reappear before them in an instant. the tank-like brute leapt down from the roof, crashing onto a derelict vehicle with a resounding crack, reducing it to rubble. A tide of the undead? Witnessing this horrific spectacle, Jiang Wenxin's eyes widened in disbelief as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Why had so many zombies suddenly appeared? We must retreat. The four quickly recognized the peril and attempted to flee the way they had come. Yet, the doctor, accompanied by the encroaching zombies, blocked their escape route. A glance around revealed a sea of the undead, some crawling on all fours, perched atop buildings or clinging to walls, their eyes gleaming with malice. Their incessant growls enveloping them completely. Jiang Wenxin, nearly paralyzed by fear, instinctively turned to look back, only to find Lin Dong standing amidst the throng of zombies. His indifferent gaze fixed upon him. Hiss, he is the zombie king. In that moment, the four of them comprehended the dreadful truth, their hearts racing with terror. Is this the big fish you spoke of? The burly man felt his vision narrow, realizing that this was far from a mere fish. It is simply akin to a megalodon. Jiang Wenxin was equally bewildered. I have no idea. He could not fathom that the exchange of food between Sun Xiaoqiang and Cheng Li was, in fact, with a corpse king. Damn it, a fool and a lunatic, indeed unreliable in their endeavors. The horde of corpses encircled the four, their roars incessant, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves poised to devour them. Among them, the tank was the most elated, his small eyes squinting in delight, believing that their leader always returned with sustenance. Heh, quite splendid indeed. Seeing the zombies drawing ever closer, Jiang Wenxin, gripped by terror, hastily pleaded with Lin Dong for mercy. Do not kill me. I can join you. Very well, Lin Dong replied, nodding. You are about to become one with them. As soon as the words left his lips, the horde surged forward with ferocity. These were elite zombies injected with the Z virus, and before Jiang Wenxin and his companions could unleash their awakened abilities, they were overwhelmed and brought to the ground. Their sharp teeth tore into flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Wenxin and the others cried out in agony. Their pleas soon drowned amidst the tide of corpses. At the very moment the horde feasted upon the four, a helicopter roared across the distant sky. Inside sat a young man, currently in a state of panic, trembling in fear. Yang Hao, the assistant to Yi Jian. He was tasked by his superior to negotiate with the corpse king, the malevolent boss, the wicked capitalist. Yang Hao muttered to himself, casting a glance out the window, his heart racing as if he were about to face execution. Are we there yet? Brother Hao, we are almost there. Just fly past the building ahead, replied pilot Xiaozhang. Oh, Yang Hao responded, contemplating for a moment before suggesting. How about we circle a few more times? Xiaozhang remained silent. The helicopter carried only the two of them, for if their negotiation proved successful, all would be well. But if it failed, bringing more people would merely add to the casualties. As the propeller roared, the helicopter soared past the rooftop, officially entering the territory of the five-star zombie nest. Yang Hao's palms were slick with sweat, and his heart raced in his throat. Peering down, he beheld countless zombies, disturbed by the cacophony of the propeller, darting through the streets like frenzied hounds, gathering in greater numbers, howling in pursuit. Brother Hao, have we arrived? Should we descend? Descend? Are you seeking death? Yang Hao cursed. It seemed certain that descending now would spell doom. Thus, he seized the microphone beside him and shouted through the helicopter's loudspeaker, Hello. Hello. I am from Tech Company, here to negotiate with your leader on behalf of the company. Can you hear me? I am from Tech Company. The broadcast echoed across the city, repeated several times. Yang Hao kept his gaze fixed below, and after a moment, he noticed the zombies suddenly quieting, then dispersing in all directions. Hey, is it working? Shut up, Yang Hao admonished. Shortly thereafter, the helicopter began its gentle descent, landing on a flat plaza. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang emerged from the corridor, glancing around cautiously. To their relief, there were no zombies in sight, yet a corpulent figure stood prominently ahead. Towering at nearly 6 feet, it was a mass of blubber reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, with sharp fangs protruding from its mouth and malevolent glints flickering in its small eyes. Chapter 61. Negotiation. This zombie was extraordinarily obese, its arms and thighs bulging with layers of fat, resembling Michelin tires. For now, we shall refer to it as Michelin. Yang Hao promptly raised his hands to signify his lack of hostility. We come to discuss a potential collaboration. Should it succeed, you will reap abundant benefits. Benefits? Are they delectable? Michelin tilted its head, displaying an expression of utter bewilderment, evidently lacking in intellect. With such limited cognitive abilities, it could hardly command the five-star zombie nest. Michelin was merely a formidable enforcer, a muscle-bound shield akin to a tank in Lin Dong's territory. Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback as he realized this truth. Michelin was not the master of the five-star nest. "Humans, follow me," Michelin's deep voice rumbled. As it turned to stride forward, its ample flesh jiggling with each step. Yang Hao and Xiao Zhang exchanged anxious glances before hastily trailing behind. Throughout their journey, both were on edge, their hearts racing with trepidation. Although the zombie exhibited no overt signs of aggression, its unpredictable and violent nature posed a lurking threat, leaving them apprehensive that it might turn lethal at any moment. Fortunately, during their passage, they encountered no other zombies. Yet the air grew increasingly frigid, a metallic scent lingering in the breeze, while the trees lining the street seemed to writhe with something unseen. Yang Hao squinted, and a gasp escaped his lips. Before him lay a multitude of python snakes, each as thick as an arm, flicking their tongues, their fangs glistening menacingly, coiled upon the branches. Merely gazing upon them sent chills down his spine. Hiss! So many snakes. Yang Hao realized that not just one tree, but nearly every tree bore these serpents. Overwhelmed with terror, he averted his gaze, preferring ignorance. He was astonished that within the heart of the five-star corpse nest, such a plethora of snakes thrived. An instinctual thought crossed his mind. The corpse king here possessed an uncanny ability, likely a ghastly entity. Moments later, the duo finally arrived before a building. However, the glass door lay shattered, and upon the metal frame coiled several enormous pythons, their girth akin to that of an adult's waist, their massive heads resembling lanterns. Their yellow eyes gleaming with ferocity. The great serpents raised their heads, scrutinizing the newcomers, their long tongues flicking as if they intended to devour them whole. What is this? A den of snakes? Yang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, the guide, Michelin, remained quite courteous. "Please come in." Yang Hao was engulfed in dread, his mind racing, while he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, that vile boss, those wretched capitalists." "Brother Hao, are you afraid?" The trembling Zhang inquired from behind, seeking solace. Gulch. Yang Hao's throat swallowed hard, forcing himself to respond. Afraid of what? Having come this far. There was no turning back. They mustered their courage, for they were the face of the company. Oh. Xiao Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Together, they approached the grand entrance. Fortunately, as they passed several enormous pythons, they did not attack. Instead, the serpents merely twisted their necks. Watching the two as they entered the hall, with a sigh of relief, Yang Hao was about to exhale, but the sight within the hall sent chills down his spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, forcing him to stifle his breath. The entire hall was teeming with snakes, coiling and writhing, clustering in grotesque masses that made one's skin crawl. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay was utterly nauseating. Yang Hao felt the urge to vomit, yet he fought to suppress it. His fear reached a crescendo, his body shaking like a leaf, feeling as though his bladder might burst from sheer fright. Xiao Zhang, eager to leave this dreadful place, noticed Yang Hao rooted in place and hastily urged him on. "Brother Hao, let's move quickly. You need to support me a bit," Xiao Zhang thought to himself. "I can't even support the wall. How can I support you?" The two helped each other as they cautiously navigated through the writhing serpents, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Yang Hao felt that aside from the boss's tricks, this was the longest journey of his life. They were so tense that their sense of time became distorted. It felt like a fleeting second, yet also an eternity. At last, they traversed the snake pit and arrived in the inner chamber. A familiar, chilling roar echoed around them, revealing a series of terrifying visages slowly coming into view. These are elite zombies, akin to a personal guard. At the forefront of this group of undead sits a towering figure, his skin an unnaturally pallid hue, approaching a ghostly gray, devoid of any signs of decay. His features, though still somewhat handsome, are marred by a network of dark veins swelling grotesquely around his eye sockets, lending him an unsettling appearance. Yet, the most terrifying aspect is his pair of eyes, sickly yellow, with rhomboid pupils reminiscent of serpents, resembling those of a snake. A chill runs down Yang Hao's spine, a wave of warmth surges through his trousers, and he is utterly paralyzed by fear. Beside the serpent-eyed king of zombies stands a woman, her upper body human while her lower half resembles that of a spider, her swollen abdomen supported by 8 legs that touch the ground. Each leg is sharp as a blade, a fusion of zombie and tarantula. The woman extends her long tongue, licking her lips with an air of intrigue as she surveys the human before her. Inwardly cursing, Yang Hao remains completely still, terrified to move. At that moment, the serpent-eyed zombie king speaks, his voice gravelly, reminiscent of rusted metal scraping together. Come sit. Hesitantly, Yang Hao pauses, trembling as he approaches, only to discover that beneath the chair, numerous snakes are coiled, intensifying his dread. He silently curses the malevolent boss and the avaricious capitalist for thrusting him into negotiations with the zombie king. This ordeal is more harrowing than death itself. He suppresses his discomfort and takes a seat, only to feel the snakes slithering up his calves, poised to strike and claim his life at any moment. Yang Hao found himself entwined by a snake, his mind a blank canvas. Habitually, he rummaged through his pockets and retrieved a cigarette. However, his trembling hands, reminiscent of the aftermath of a cerebral thrombosis, fumbled repeatedly before finally managing to place it between his lips. Yet, the lighter in his other hand, quaking uncontrollably, refused to ignite, extinguishing itself several times in succession. At that moment, the serpent-eyed corpse king took the lighter from him and, with a gentle press, a flame danced to life. Thank you. Yang Hao inhaled deeply, the nicotine momentarily soothing his inner turmoil and restoring a semblance of calm. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? Inquired the serpent-eyed corpse king. We at Tite Corporation, the last shipment of reagents, it fell within your territory. Did it not? Yang Hao ventured to inquire. The serpent-eyed corpse king nodded initially, but swiftly shifted the conversation. Indeed, it did fall, but it was seized by the corpse king of the skyscraper district, who also murdered one of my most capable subordinates and over 1,000 of my men. It was him again? Yang Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation. The present circumstances diverged sharply from his initial expectations. It appeared his employer had miscalculated. A meat bun had indeed failed to reach the dog here. What did you say? And nothing. Nothing at all. Yang Hao quickly waved his hands, inadvertently blurting out the truth in his anxiety. Chapter 62. Call for help? What I mean is, that corpse king is utterly despicable, daring to kill your subordinates. We should unite to eradicate them completely. Yang Hao insisted, forcing an explanation. The serpent-eyed corpse king had long harbored the intention to commit murder and plunder within his own territory, only to vanish without a trace. Such audacity is truly outrageous. However, lacking a thorough understanding of the enemy's specific circumstances, he refrained from acting hastily. Are you aware of the situation regarding their corpse nest? Indeed, I am. Yang Hao nodded repeatedly and continued. According to intelligence gathered by our company, he commands a horde of 10,000 corpses, among which 2,000 are elite. With the recent acquisition of the Z virus, their numbers have increased by at least 500. These terrifying zombies have consumed many of our people. Initially, 200 from the prison, 200 from the mall, and 500 armed personnel from the Hunter Action Team. Thus, their evolutionary level is exceedingly high. The renowned battles in this city have all been orchestrated by him, making him a formidable force, seemingly invincible. Oh, the serpent-eyed corpse king grasped the implication. So, does that mean you have suffered 3 consecutive defeats? Theoretically, yes, Yang Hao admitted with an awkward expression. But that was due to their ambush tactics. During the incident involving the Hunter Action Team, we first encountered the red-faced corpse king, which allowed him to reap the benefits. The serpent I was aware of the red-faced corpse king, having once sought to subdue him, only to be thwarted by Lin Dong, who subsequently absorbed his territory. My lord, the demise of the red-faced indicates nothing but his folly, remarked the Spider-Woman zombie with an air of arrogance. She, too, had once been a dominant force, her strength surpassing that of the red-faced, though she was later subdued by the Serpent Eye, resulting in the merger of their factions. Currently, she commands a total of 30,000 corpses, including numerous formidable warriors. Indeed, although their elite forces are somewhat numerous, we can compensate with the sheer quantity of ordinary zombies. Moreover, I have a plethora of precious assets at my disposal. Sheathed in shadows, snake eyes caressed the serpent coiled beneath her chair. The snake flicked its crimson tongue, emitting a hissing sound, its demeanor brimming with excitement. Yang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the peculiarity of this individual, reminiscent of certain female streamers with similar inclinations. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yes, the Corpse King is often accompanied by a flock of crows. Formidable in their own right, and not to be underestimated. Those crows hovering above the city? Beside him, the Spider-Woman's fierce gaze shimmered, a wicked smile curling at her lips. As a fusion of the tarantula, she was undoubtedly a bane to all avian creatures. They flee from my presence, so leave them to me. Indeed. Snake Eyes nodded, contemplating the situation. Given the current circumstances, victory appeared to be well within her grasp, especially with the assistance of Tech Corporation, leaving no room for defeat. Moreover, she contemplated the possibility of turning against Tech Corporation once their utility was exhausted, eliminating them entirely, and thereby positioning herself as the sovereign of the central region. It seems the time has come to expand her territory. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's subordinates were feasting on the remains of 4 Black Scorpion members. Some had managed to snatch an arm, others a leg, and a couple were even devouring a head together. This meager amount of flesh is utterly insufficient. Lin Dong realized it would not satisfy his subordinates' hunger. In the present day, this formidable band of 500 elite zombies has reached a remarkably advanced stage of evolution. Their capacity for consuming flesh has significantly escalated. The mere quantity provided by 4 individuals is scarcely sufficient to satiate their hunger. Why does Jiang Wenqing not summon more individuals? Lin Dong pondered, a tinge of regret washing over him. As his gaze wandered, he spotted a mobile phone on the ground, its screen aglow with a flurry of messages from a group chat. This device had evidently tumbled from Jiang Wenqing's possession. Since he refrained from calling for assistance, Lin Dong resolved to take matters into his own hands. He retrieved the phone and began perusing the messages, discovering that they indeed belonged to members of the Black Scorpion organization who were engaged in a lively discussion. Brothers, how has today fared? Has anyone made any noteworthy discoveries? Indeed. I stumbled upon numerous survivors in the outskirts of the Eastern District. It was quite an amusing encounter. Hehehe. The urban population has become overwhelmingly dense, all transformed into zombies. However, venturing into the suburban wilderness may yield some living souls. Have you come across any handsome survivors? Send me a few, preferably those standing at 187 centimeters with well-defined abs. What? You should have mentioned that sooner. I've already taken care of all the males. Do you want the deceased? Bring back there? Well, you know, I wish to collect 1,000 of those. I'm still short by half. Damn it. I refuse to touch that. You can come over and handle it yourself. Before the apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization operated within the dark web, notorious for their bloodthirsty and brutal nature, often indulging in peculiar fetishes. They frequently employed various perverse methods to take pleasure in their murderous exploits, sharing videos of their atrocities. Observing their banter, Lin Dong couldn't suppress a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. These little fellows are rather adorable. Through the chat records, Lin Dong learned that not far away, there existed a small stronghold of the Black Scorpion organization, an underground marketplace currently brimming with supplies. There, over 20 members of the Black Scorpion were keeping more than 100 survivors, living a life of luxury and ease, akin to that of emperors. What a level they have, Lin Dong muttered, unable to bear the sight of others thriving, and resolved to lead his subordinates to confront them. Just then, someone sent a private message to Jiang Wenqing's phone, a desperate plea for help. Brother, I encountered something dreadful near the museum. I am in grave danger. Come quickly to rescue me. Bringing the people from the shelter would suffice. Just tell them I am an ordinary survivor. Upon seeing the sender's name, Jiang Wenbin, the connection to Jiang Wenqing was unmistakable. Ghosts at the museum? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong realized that while the museum was not within his territory, it was not far either. How could there be ghosts in the vicinity of his domain? What have you discovered? Lin Dong inquired. I don't know. That thing is elusive. It seems to blend into its surroundings, almost as if it can become invisible, and it has already taken down 4 of us. Invisible? Elusive? Lin Dong pondered. He had never encountered such a creature near his territory. Could it be a rogue entity from elsewhere? Perhaps he should investigate, lest it become a lingering threat. Brother, you must hurry. I feel that thing drawing closer and closer, and I don't know when I might meet my end. Jiang Wenbin continued to plead for help, his anxiety palpable, teetering on the brink of collapse. The entity he encountered was indeed terrifying. Hold on. You must persevere. Lin Dong encouraged, though his true thoughts echoed a different sentiment. Do not succumb just yet. Wait for me to arrive before you let go. I shall come to your rescue. Chapter 63. The Shadow. With that, Lin Dong turned to Tank and his companions, issuing commands. I will step out for a moment. Ensure the safety of our domain, for these times may prove perilous. Rest assured, boss, Tank replied with a foolish grin. In the next instant, he watched as Lin Dong's figure gradually receded, soon vanishing around a distant corner. Tank gazed in the direction of his departure, a sense of admiration swelling within him. His leader had just returned with a bounty of food, and now he ventured forth once more to hunt. How industrious he is. Upon leaving the territory, Lin Dong entered a state of concealment, silent as a specter, gliding through the debris-strewn streets without disturbing a single flower or blade of grass. Moments later, he arrived at the museum area, instinctively sensing an unsettling presence. A chill wind swept through, mingled with the metallic scent of blood. And above the museum loomed a canopy of ominous clouds, dark as ink. The clouds hung low, almost pressing down upon the rooftops, evoking a profound sense of oppression. Rumble. Silver serpents of lightning danced within the clouds, reverberating with thunderous roars. At that moment, the wind intensified. The mournful howls of the wind echoed through the city, stirring up clouds of dust and sending plastic bags swirling through the air. Lin Dong's keen eyes remained fixed ahead. The vast museum loomed like a slumbering behemoth, its surroundings marred by bloodstains and the scattered corpses of the undead, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie silence that evoked a sense of deathly stillness. However, Lin Dong could sense the presence of 3 living humans within, desperately concealing themselves, exuding an air of panic. Strangely, he could not perceive the source of the threat that loomed over them. What could it possibly be? He stepped forward, utilizing his ability to traverse walls and enter the museum. Due to the overcast weather, the interior was shrouded in darkness, with only sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Lin Dong's gaze swept across the chaos surrounding him, shattered glass, dried bloodstains, and corpses that had long since decayed into brittle bones. These remnants bore witness to the devastation wrought at the dawn of the apocalypse, marking the museum as a site of significant calamity. The bloodied handprints left by frantic humans on the walls testified to the sheer desperation of that day. Continuing his advance towards the 3 living souls, Lin Dong soon found himself in a dimly lit corridor where the trio, panting heavily, appeared. "Hurry! I sense that thing is closing in on us," one exclaimed. "Bingo! I believe it intends to wear us down, much like a cat toying with a mouse," another added, a grave expression etched on his face. Jiang Wenbin reassured them. "It's all right. My brother said to hold on. He will come to our rescue shortly." "When will Chenggu arrive?" came the anxious query. "It should be soon," Jiang Wenbin replied, drawing strength from the flicker of hope that sustained him through this perilous ordeal. Little did he know that Jiang Wenqing was now everywhere. Having merged with the hordes of zombies, the 3 soon sprinted to the end of the corridor, where a door led into a spacious room. With no choice left, they pushed the door open and entered. The room was vast, approximately 200 square meters, appearing stark and empty. Numerous paintings adorned the walls. Some had fallen to the ground, their frames shattered, glass fragments scattered in disarray. "There's no way out," exclaimed a dark-skinned youth. "Shoo!" Jiang Wenbin signaled for silence. "Let us hide." "Okay," his companions agreed, retreating to a corner, their backs against the wall, which provided them with a profound sense of security. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Dong was concealed within the wall behind them, watching the trio intently. However, he had no intention of striking immediately. It would be effortless to eliminate them. But more crucially, there were lurking entities within the museum. He could already sense that ever since the trio took refuge in this cavernous room, an ethereal presence was approaching. Intangible and elusive. Could it truly be a ghost? In this apocalyptic world, many inexplicable phenomena existed, yet he had never encountered a genuine spirit. Suddenly, a flash of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the room with blinding brilliance. Jiang Wenbin felt an increasing sense of unease. His instincts warned him that death was drawing near. He pulled out his phone and sent another message. "Brother, where are you? I'm at my wit's end." However, after a prolonged silence, no response came. "Damn it," Jiang Wenbin muttered under his breath, yet he held an unwavering trust in his brother. They had been inseparable since childhood. He was certain his brother would come to rescue him, without a doubt. Suddenly, an eerie sensation enveloped him. Jiang Wenbin lifted his gaze, beginning to scrutinize the paintings adorning the walls. His eyes darted rapidly, scanning until he finally discovered a particularly peculiar painting. It appeared to be a portrait of an African man, the face as black as coal, rendering the features indistinguishable. The only discernible details were the fangs protruding from the mouth and the eyes, which glimmered with a menacing intensity, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. "Hey, you two, take a look. Doesn't that painting seem a bit off?" Jiang Wenbin hastily nudged his companions beside him. "Huh." The two exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes following his direction. "Brother Ben, which one are you referring to?" "The one right in the center." "Where? I can't see it." Both felt thoroughly perplexed. Jiang Wenbin, in a state of urgency, could not restrain his exasperation. You fools. It's right there. However, as he turned to point, he was suddenly struck dumb. For the portrait had indeed vanished without a trace. At that moment, one of his companions timidly remarked, "Brother Ben, the one you mentioned in the center is actually a window." With a resounding crack of thunder, another bolt of lightning illuminated the vast room. And Jiang Wenbin finally discerned the truth. The place where the painting had hung was indeed a window. It was not a mere artwork, but something was genuinely watching him. In that instant, a wave of goosebumps cascaded over him, and a chilling sensation coursed from his feet to the crown of his head. A profound sense of terror threatened to suffocate him. I have seen it. I just saw it. Run. Jiang Wenbin, in a frenzy, dashed towards the corridor without a care. What did he see? His two companions, bewildered, could not comprehend the situation. However, witnessing his frantic escape and the commotion he stirred, they had no choice but to follow suit. Suddenly, a dark shadow slithered through the crack of the window, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Resembling a specter from the depths of hell, the shadow flickered and swiftly pursued the trio, its speed astonishing. In an instant, it caught up with the last of them. With a piercing sound, its shadowy claws, ablaze with an inky flame, pierced through one man's back. Warm blood gushing forth and splattering onto the nape of Jiang Wenbin and another companion. Startled, the two turned instinctively, only to behold a towering shadow with its claws sunk deep into their comrade's back, lifting him into the air. The man, still clinging to life, flailed helplessly, blood vessels bulging in his eyes. As he gasped for breath, blood escaping his lips. Help, help me. Chapter 64. Coercion and Temptation. What manner of creature is this? Jiang Wenbin and his companion were filled with dread. After discarding the lifeless body, the shadow extended its dark purple tongue, licking the crimson stains from its claws, displaying an insatiable thirst for blood. It was a B-level corpse king, possessing the awakened ability known as shadow submersion, allowing it to conceal itself within shadows and traverse through minute crevices, such as those of windows, doors, and walls. In its shadowed state, it could evade detection, rendering its powers particularly sinister. Remarkable, Lin Dong silently mused, contemplating that to kill him for his crystal core would be a considerable waste. Instead, it would be more prudent to recruit him as an ally, especially given the current scarcity of manpower. Thus, he emerged from the wall, his form gradually materializing. Upon Lin Dong's sudden appearance, the shadow immediately sensed his presence and swiftly turned to face him, its fierce eyes locking onto him. Although the shadow's complexion was as dark as charred coal, rendering its expression indiscernible, one could unmistakably feel its astonishment. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenbin and his companions stared wide-eyed, as they had witnessed Lin Dong's figure materialize seemingly out of thin air, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening today? Such peculiar occurrences seem to follow me. The shadow became acutely alert, disregarding Jiang Wenbin and his companion entirely, focusing all its attention on Lin Dong. A sudden sense of danger arose within, an instinctual warning that this individual before him was not to be trifled with. Who are you? It inquired. I am the corpse king of this district. You may choose to submit to me, Lin Dong replied candidly. However, the shadow shook its head defiantly. I recognize your strength, but I shall not bow to any being. Oh, Lin Dong noted the little shadow's stubbornness. It appeared to be a tough adversary. In truth, the shadow was also a corpse king, ruling over territory on the opposite side of Snake's Eye, originally commanding over 10,000 subordinates. Its numbers had dwindled to 5,000 after engaging in several skirmishes with Snake's Eye. The latter had intended to subjugate it, but the shadow had refused to yield, resulting in a fierce conflict between the two. The shadow is not a rival to Snake Eye. It has faced defeat time and again, and on one occasion, it was entirely driven from its territory. However, through guerrilla tactics, it managed to reclaim half of its land with 5,000 followers. Its ability to conceal itself is remarkably potent, making it exceedingly difficult for Snake Eye to eliminate it, ultimately leading Snake Eye to disregard the threat altogether. Yet, the shadow resides in a secluded area, enduring a harsh existence. While zombies in other territories can satisfy their hunger by catching mice or insects, the shadow's territory is too small, leaving it with an insufficient food supply. Even capturing 3 flies would be considered a grand feast. Thus, it relies on its stealth to roam the surroundings in search of prey. As long as I wish to leave, you cannot detain me, the shadow asserts with great confidence. Shall we test that? Lin Dong inquires playfully. Without hesitation, the shadow's form becomes increasingly nebulous, as if ignited by black flames. Once it melds into a shadowy state, it resembles a pool of liquid gliding rapidly across the ground, slipping seamlessly into the crevice of a nearby wall. In that instant, Lin Dong's figure also vanishes from sight. The shadow moves silently, like a specter, traversing through several walls, squeezing through doorways and windows, twisting and turning until even it becomes disoriented, unaware of its own escape route. Finally, in a room, it disengages from its shadowy state, rising from the ground like charred embers. After a moment, the shadow glances back towards the direction it came from, relieved to find no undead in pursuit, and exhales deeply. It had heard of Lin Dong, who had slain Snake Eye's formidable lieutenant, Bone Spike, a testament to his formidable strength. Unfortunately, the hard-won prey has vanished, and its comrades at home are still awaiting sustenance. What a pity. Not at all. Suddenly, a voice resonated behind him. The shadow was taken aback, swiftly turning to discover Lin Dong's tall silhouette. He was clad in a pristine white shirt, exuding an air of cleanliness, his face adorned with a subtle smile. How did you get here? I came with you, of course, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. The shadow was astonished. Just moments ago, he had sensed no presence trailing behind him, yet Lin Dong had inexplicably appeared, most peculiar indeed. How could this be possible? Could it be that he had succumbed to an illusion? The shadow pondered the potential causes for such an occurrence, his body once again shifting into a shadowy form, intent on fleeing. However, in an instant, Lin Dong's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, and a formidable domain of the undead unfurled. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a mighty river, enveloping the shadow in an instant. This is bad. The shadow's ethereal form rippled like waves, as if burdened by an immense mountain, rendering him momentarily immobile. Lin Dong, commanding the domain, inquired, "Will you submit?" "Never." The shadow gritted his teeth defiantly, embodying a stubbornness that epitomized the essence of desperate defiance. "Even if it costs me my life, I shall never bow." "Oh." Lin Dong nodded, a contemplative expression crossing his face, and suddenly, he withdrew the domain. The oppressive weight dissipated instantaneously, the terrifying aura receding rapidly, leaving only an air of tranquility, his demeanor now serene. The dimly lit room regained its composure. Subsequently, Lin Dong waved his hand, retrieving half a piece of beef from his storage space. Since coercion had proven ineffective, he opted for temptation. "What about this? Will you submit?" The specter froze, its gaze riveted. In this desolate world, beef was an exceedingly scarce commodity, particularly for the undead, to whom it was a delicacy superior even to human flesh, brimming with far more sustenance. Within the specter's domain, even vermin were scarce. Now, beholding the succulent beef, it could scarcely contain itself. Unbidden tears of longing trickled from the corners of its mouth. Observing this, Lin Dong offered a subtle smile, tossing the beef in its direction. "There's no urgency to reply. Take your time to deliberate. Align yourself with me, and such sustenance shall be yours." "Very well," the specter responded, seizing the beef and immediately devouring a substantial portion. "Exquisite." With that, it departed, the beef in tow. Meanwhile, within the museum's confines, two souls yet clung to life, Jiang Wenbin and his accomplice. They remained in a state of palpable apprehension, having witnessed the sheer terror of the aforementioned zombies. "Brother Bin," the accomplice exclaimed, eager to seize the opportunity presented by Lin Dong in the specter's absence to flee this accursed place. "Indeed," Jiang Wenbin affirmed, his legs trembling as he commenced a frantic dash along the corridor. Yet, he was acutely aware that, given the zombie's formidable capabilities, his prospects of escape were slim. He placed his hopes instead on his brother, hastily composing a message on his phone to Jiang Wensheng as he fled. The echo of hurried footsteps reverberated through the desolate corridor as the two men sprinted with all their might, the museum's entrance drawing ever closer. It was as if a beacon of hope beckoned, promising a new lease on life beyond those doors. Suddenly, a slender figure materialized slowly before the gate, its cold gaze fixed upon them. "Stop!" Jiang Wenbin shouted in panic, causing both figures to come to an abrupt halt. "It has appeared again." A profound sense of dread enveloped them, as the breath of death drew ever closer. In a state of urgency, Jiang Wenbin hastily looked down at his phone. Yet, his brother remained unresponsive. There was no need to check further. At that moment, Lin Dong spoke softly, tossing a phone aside, its screen illuminated, displaying all the messages sent by Jiang Wenbin. "Is this my brother's phone?" Jiang Wenbin exclaimed in shock, an unsettling realization dawning upon him. Where's my brother? What have you done with him? He has already transcended and now roams everywhere. Chapter 65. The small stronghold. Jiang Wenbin comprehended the meaning behind those words, despair flooding his heart. The brother he trusted most had been devoured by zombies. What a helpless end of days this was. In an instant, tears of grievance, indignation, and pain streamed from Jiang Wenbin's eyes. Don't cry. I will take you to see your brother shortly, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly, stepping toward them. With each stride, the domain of corpses unfurled, an overwhelming pressure sweeping over them, nearly obliterating the two in an instant. Meanwhile, the shadow returned to its barren territory with the beef. Yet along the way, he could not resist indulging in the meat. After each bite, he told himself it would be the last. By the time he reached his domain, only scraps of the beef remained. Nevertheless, his impoverished companions remained in astonishment. Beef? This is prime beef. The leader inquired, where did you procure this meat? From the mutated beasts? No, it was gifted to me by the corpse king of the skyscraper, Xiao He replied truthfully. Oh, the subordinates gasped in astonishment. To think the corpse king, with all that flesh, would offer it to the leader. Are there truly such generous corpses in this apocalypse? Leader, I believe we should show our gratitude towards that corpse king, one suggested. The shadow nodded, contemplating the notion. Perhaps it is indeed time for us to settle accounts with the Serpent's Eye. A growl erupted from the subordinates upon hearing the name Serpent's Eye, revealing their profound animosity towards it. Leader, I have long advocated that we confront them. Patience, we shall take our time with this matter. The shadow mused, considering an alliance with Lin Dong to exact vengeance for his past expulsion. An elite zombie spoke up. I am entirely at your command, leader. Just instruct me on what to do. Wait for the opportune moment. Act according to my expressions then, the shadow contemplated. Meanwhile, in the museum, Lin Dong collected several corpses but opted not to return to his territory. Since he had ventured out, he decided to gather more resources. He recalled the small base of the Black Scorpion organization. Lin Dong found killing humans far more exhilarating than dispatching zombies. As humans were rich in emotions, fear, sorrow, despair, while zombies, despite their evolution, were still somewhat lacking in comparison. How does one revel in this exquisite torment? After departing from the museum, Lin Dong swiftly arrived at a square, guided by the intelligence gathered on his mobile device. The area was devoid of zombies, but marred by splotches of blood and decaying corpses. Surrounding him were dilapidated buildings, presenting a scene of utter devastation. However, Lin Dong had sensed the presence of hidden humans, lurking beneath his very feet. He refrained from using the underground entrance, as it was guarded by awakened beings, and instead employed his ability to traverse the realm of the dead, silently slipping into the subterranean mall. Upon his descent, darkness enveloped him momentarily before his vision returned. He found himself in a spacious room, permeated by the scent of pharmaceuticals, and surrounding him were wooden racks lined with rows of transparent glass jars, each containing formaldehyde, within which something was submerged. What could this be? As Lin Dong approached for a closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that the jars contained male genitalia. Good heavens! Truly, the Black Scorpion organization harbored such peculiar proclivities. Their twisted games knew no bounds. He mused to himself, surveying the hundreds of these glass containers, none of which were large. At that moment, the clanking of iron chains pierced the silence, accompanied by the anguished groans of men. In the far right corner of the room stood two men, entirely naked, bound in A formation, their limbs shackled to a wooden frame. A nearby table displayed an array of knives and various vials. It required little imagination to deduce the horrific events that had transpired. The two men were victims of castration. Bloodied and writhing in agony, Lin Dong approached them directly. He did not employ his ability to conceal himself. Instead, his figure materialized directly. The two men, who were previously in a state of confusion from pain, suddenly regained a semblance of vigor upon seeing him, weakly inquiring, "Brother, how did you end up here? Please, help me. Who is your brother?" "Your brother is no more," Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. It was evident that both men were survivors, having endured the cruel torment of the Black Scorpion organization. One man, somewhat speechless, did not expect to be mocked at such a dire moment. "Please, you must help me. Do not let that female demon see you. Otherwise, she will find a way to make you pitch a tent, and then she will slice it off. She is truly inhuman." "Well, I am not human either," Lin Dong retorted, losing interest in their conversation. He produced a dagger and plunged it directly into the man's neck. Blood gushed forth, and the body convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. Since the demoness removes the lower part, why not take care of the upper? Is that not far more merciful? The other man, witnessing this, was instantly filled with terror. Ah, help! Murder! However, such cries echoed through the area far too often for anyone to care. In a world on the brink of apocalypse, what was so shocking about a murder? With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Dong silenced the dying screams. He then stored the lifeless body in his spatial storage. After completing these tasks, Lin Dong quietly sensed his surroundings. There were currently over 90 living humans within the underground marketplace. Some survivors had already been tortured to death, while others from the Black Scorpion were out and about, temporarily absent from this location. Just then, an awakened individual was approaching the room. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing the so-called female tyrant mentioned by the two men earlier. She possessed a cascade of silver hair that fell like a waterfall. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, and she donned attire that was exceedingly revealing. Upon spotting Lin Dong, her gaze momentarily froze, a look of astonishment crossing her features, which quickly morphed into infatuation. What a handsome man! He was, without a doubt, the most striking individual the female tyrant had encountered since the apocalypse, impeccably clean and tidy. A true gem in her eyes. Yet, where did he come from? Could it be that other comrades had captured him and brought him here? How considerate of them. Don't be afraid, handsome, the woman cooed, her gaze imbued with a seductive allure that could mesmerize the soul. Lin Dong discerned immediately that she was a mental-type awakened individual, compelling him to remain vigilant. What do you intend to do? He inquired. The woman nodded, her eyes deepening with seduction as she fixated on Lin Dong, completely entranced. Her long legs swayed gracefully as she approached him step by step, in areas where sunlight barely penetrated, yet she suggested. Chapter 66. Let them all perish. Lin Dong speculated that the place the woman referred to must reside within her own mind. As she drew nearer, the allure intensified, her psychic abilities reaching their zenith. However, to her astonishment, she soon realized that Lin Dong remained utterly unfazed, his eyes still strikingly clear. What is happening? He exhibits no semblance of intrigue. Must I resort to coercive measures? At that moment, Lin Dong's corpse domain unfurled instantaneously, rapidly enveloping the woman within. An overwhelming pressure surged forth. The woman's body stiffened instantly, her eyes widening in shock. Her previously lecherous expression transformed into one of sheer terror. How? Weren't you quite pleased? Lin Dong's tone remained calm as he brandished his dagger, aimed directly at the woman's head. Her pupils constricted sharply as she finally grasped the reality. This man was no human. She immediately attempted to resist with her mental power. Yet Lin Dong's corpse domain was far too formidable. Before she could unleash her mental force, it was compressed back into her skull. The sensation was akin to a gun exploding in its chamber. A piercing pain shot through her brain, eliciting a harrowing scream. However, the scream was abruptly silenced. Lin Dong's dagger flicked within her cranium, extracting a cherry fresh from her head, and he seamlessly collected her lifeless body as well. The woman's shriek resonated powerfully, catching the attention of two patrolling members of the Black Scorpion organization outside. However, they dismissed the sound, chuckling as they conversed. Heh, she seems to be enjoying herself this time. Quite exhilarating. Just wonder whose life essence has been severed this time. Ha ha ha, she doesn't merely decapitate. She annihilates entirely. The two patrolling members continued their banter as they walked past the door. Not long after, Lin Dong's silhouette emerged from within, like a phantom, silent and stealthy. He sensed the presence of Black Scorpion members in the rooms on either side. In the room to the right resides the local leader of this stronghold, known as Duan Xiong. True to his name, he is a burly figure, robust and hairy, resembling a bear. He is currently engaged in dubious activities with 4 female survivors. Brother Xiong, I know you love me the most, one woman declared, her cheeks flushed. Nonsense. Brother Xiong's favorite is me, another woman retorted. The remaining 2 women expressed their discontent as well. You are all newcomers. Brother Xiong still prefers the 2 of us. The 4 began to squabble over his affection. Not because Duan Xiong treated them well, but rather he often tormented them, leading to a case of Stockholm Syndrome and a twisted form of attachment. Ha! Duan Xiong chuckled heartily at their jealousy, feeling a swell of satisfaction within. Previously, the Black Scorpion organization was like a rat scurrying in the streets, universally reviled and forced to operate in the dark web. Now, however, their circumstances had transformed dramatically. allowing them to live a life akin to that of deities. Thus, Duan Xiang felt a sense of exhilaration, perceiving the apocalypse as a paradise. Lin Dong chose not to confront Duan Xiang immediately. Instead, he turned and stealthily entered the room to the left. Upon entering, he was greeted by a potent smell of alcohol. Nearby, a bed was occupied by a man snoring loudly, akin to the rumble of thunder. The floor was littered with empty bottles, and a corpulent man lay sprawled, soundly asleep. With each snore, the man exhaled a heavy breath of alcohol, clearly inebriated, resembling a lifeless dog. What a drunken fool, Lin Dong mused. Considering that the alcohol might mask the scent, much like the delicacies known as drunken shrimp or drunken crab, Lin Dong believed he had performed admirably, preparing himself for the moment when he would reclaim his own. Such conduct is worthy of commendation. He stepped forward effortlessly, extracting the crystal core and instantly storing the corpse in his spatial compartment. Within this small stronghold of the Black Scorpion organization, some individuals were hopelessly addicted to alcohol, while others were consumed by lust. Lin Dong continued his advance. Adjacent to the room he entered was the chamber where survivors were confined, a place teeming with the presence of dozens of living souls. Upon entering, a putrid stench of excrement and urine assailed his senses, revealing a small warehouse filled with a multitude of emaciated humans, their faces pale and haggard, their eyes devoid of life. Some slumped against the walls, others sprawled on the floor. The confined space was suffocating, saturated with an oppressive silence. However, a few individuals soon noticed Lin Dong's figure. Their immediate reaction was to instinctively shrink away, too fearful to approach. Mistaking him for a member of the Black Scorpion organization due to his pristine attire, they pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. Let me go. I beg you. I would do anything to escape this place. Just give me something to eat. I am on the brink of starvation. I wish to join you." Even as cannon fodder, long live the Black Scorpion organization. Several individuals, both male and female, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads, their hearts nearing the brink of collapse. Lin Dong observed them with indifference before suddenly nodding his head. Very well. The group was momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances, struggling to believe their ears. Had he truly agreed? With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Dong produced a bag of sausages containing a total of 10. A multitude of individuals fixated intently, saliva continuously pooling in their mouths, an overwhelming hunger threatening to drive them to madness. Although the underground market contained provisions, the Black Scorpion organization would never permit them to partake. These individuals had been starved to the brink, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Any lapse in resolve could lead to fainting. Upon catching sight of the sausages, their eyes gleamed with a fervent desire. Yet, Lin Dong, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a sharp dagger in his palm, subsequently casting both the sausages and the dagger onto the ground. He merely sought to observe the choices of those famished souls. Would they opt for the dagger or the sausages? This posed a profound inquiry into human nature. Initially, no one paid heed to the knife. They lunged at the sausages like rabid dogs. Among them, 3 or 5 individuals exhibited intense fervor, tearing open the packaging and shoving the sausages into their mouths, their hands frantically snatching at others. "Damn it! Let go! Wah, don't snatch! Give me one! Get lost! This is mine!" Chaos erupted within the warehouse, cries and curses filling the air as dozens clustered together, desperately vying for sustenance. Lin Dong crossed his arms, observing them, suddenly struck by the realization that humans bore little distinction from zombies. One woman had already stuffed a sausage into her mouth, only to have it forcibly yanked out by a man who then kicked it out into the throng. Some individuals even crouched on the ground, licking the remnants of the fallen sausages. The entire warehouse housed a staggering 50 to 60 survivors, and 10 sausages were certainly insufficient to satisfy their hunger. As they watched, the scant food was nearly consumed by a few individuals. The onlookers, filled with desperation, felt utterly powerless. At that moment, a woman turned her gaze and suddenly spotted a sharp knife lying quietly on the ground not far away. Initially taken aback, her breath gradually grew heavy, and a chilling glint flashed from the blade, instantly igniting a fierce determination in her eyes. Let them all perish. In Chapter 67, the carnage unfolded. The woman, with a twisted expression, uttered a few words through clenched teeth. She seized the knife and lunged into the crowd, aiming for a man's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering her face. In the wake of this sanguine stimulus, her adrenaline surged, and the oppression of being confined, along with the humiliation of torment, erupted within her like a volcano. The woman lost all semblance of reason, descending into madness, thrusting wildly at the throng before her. In the dimly lit warehouse, the air was filled with anguished cries, and within mere moments, she had felled 5 or 6 individuals. One man, suddenly feeling a chilling sensation in his abdomen, was seized by a sharp pain. "Damn it! How dare you stab me? I will kill you." He grasped her wrist, forcibly wrenching the knife from her grasp, and with a swift motion, he plunged it into her chest multiple times. She let out a harrowing scream, collapsing into a pool of blood. As the crimson droplets dripped from the blade, the man, now with rage clouding his vision, turned to see others still vying for the sausages. "Die," he howled, resembling a rabid dog, as he continued to stab into the crowd. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, more individuals fell victim to the escalating chaos. As they recognized the peril posed by the men, in a desperate bid for survival, they hastily seized the sharp blades. The situation within the warehouse, initially a scramble for sausages, had devolved into a fray for weapons. Humanity, inherently irrational, becomes unhinged when confronted with loss or ensnared by despair and wrath, fixating solely on one singular thought: to eliminate the adversary. Some even resorted to brutal scuffles over food, grappling, choking, and gouging, culminating in a savage melee. The warehouse descended into utter pandemonium, filled with wails, curses, and roars as people fell one after another. Bodies lay sprawled haphazardly, blood pooling and flowing, draping the air in a crimson haze, the metallic scent of carnage overwhelming. It resembled a scene from a slaughterhouse. Lin Dong, clad in pristine white, stood at a distance, observing the mayhem unfold. Soon, fewer than 10 individuals remained alive, most grievously injured, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Only one man retained some semblance of mobility. Crawling through the blood-soaked floor, he struggled to reach a half-eaten sausage, trembling hands picking it up, disregarding the bloodstains, shoving it into his mouth. He. The man, with his face smeared with blood, squinted his eyes, revealing a twisted smile, filled with a grotesque sense of satisfaction. After enduring such horrors, his mind had been profoundly shattered. He was utterly deranged. Lin Dong sensed it was time to bring this farce to a close. He stepped forward to assist the few survivors in liberating them from their torment. However, the commotion had aroused the attention of patrolling personnel outside. What was happening? Had another fight broken out? Damn it! These unruly creatures are driving me to madness. The 2 men cursed as they made their way toward the warehouse. However, upon opening the door, their expressions of anger abruptly froze, and even the ruthless members of the Black Scorpions felt a pang of fear in their hearts. For there, sprawled across the floor, lay a gruesome scene of 50 to 60 corpses, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Among the bodies stood a tall figure, clad in a pristine white shirt, untouched by the carnage surrounding him. His cold, piercing gaze was fixed directly upon them. The scene was utterly shocking. What the hell? The 2 men stared, petrified, as an overwhelming sense of terror washed over them, a chill racing down their spines. It felt as though a ferocious tiger had unexpectedly entered their sheep pen, and they had stumbled upon it during its inspection. With all survivors now deceased, Lin Dong's identity was unmistakable. "Quick, we must find Brother Xiong." Realizing they were no match for this formidable presence, the 2 patrolmen turned to flee. Yet in the next moment, an immense pressure bore down upon them, akin to a mountain collapsing, rendering them immobile. Their legs quaked, as though they were sinking into quicksand, unable to move a single inch. "No need for that. I shall find him for you." Lin Dong's magnetic voice echoed in their ears, and then they collapsed, unconscious, onto the ground. Another 2 corpses added to the grim tally. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Dong gathered all the bodies and the blood, as if taking a leisurely stroll, and proceeded toward the final room. At this moment, Duan Xiong was still in high spirits. "Brother Xiong, I'm hungry," a woman shyly remarked. "All right, I will cook some noodles for you shortly," Duan Xiong replied with a cheerful smile. However, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him, prompting him to instinctively glance towards the doorway. To his shock, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" For he noticed a young man standing at the entrance, staring intently at him. Lin Dong's sudden appearance startled Duan Xiong immensely, causing him to feel utterly weakened. "When did you come in?" he exclaimed as he swiftly rolled out of bed, cursing. "Who the hell are you? A newcomer? You couldn't even announce your presence." He was a power-type awakened one, with a weak sense of perception. Even amidst chaos outside, he remained oblivious, focused solely on his own affairs. Lin Dong did not respond, but merely glanced around, and suddenly remarked, "Not much." Excuse me? Duan Xiong's eyes widened in fury. You are courting death. Even the 4 women behind him felt displeased. Who is this person? Interrupting our good time with Brother Xiong. Exactly. Insulting Brother Xiong. Offending him is certainly a path to doom. These 4 women, having developed a form of Stockholm Syndrome, found themselves enamored with Duan Xiong. Just as their words fell, Duan Xiong charged at Lin Dong, his robust physique resembling that of a bear, strikingly swift. However, just as he was about to approach Lin Dong, his figure abruptly halted, his legs commencing to tremble. His eyes widened to a startling degree, and the arrogant expression on his face transformed instantly into one of extreme terror. What's wrong, bear? Someone inquired. Hurry and teach him a lesson. Yes, let him know who's the boss around here. After teaching him a lesson, we can continue. The women chimed in, one after another. However, in the subsequent instant, Duan Xiong's trembling intensified. Unable to withstand the oppressive force of the terrifying corpse domain, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Huh? The 4 women behind him were taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. What's going on? Bear is kneeling before someone. Isn't that my usual posture? Yet, at this moment, Duan Xiong realized the sheer terror of what he was facing. Renowned for his physique, he found himself unable to even approach his adversary. With a roar, Duan Xiong unleashed his ultimate trump card. His ability was a form of berserker rage, capable of temporarily augmenting his physical prowess. However, it came with a side effect. It would drain his body, leaving him incapacitated for an entire day after each use. His muscles began to swell, veins bulging, and even rivulets of blood could be seen coursing through them. In his berserk state, Duan Xiong forcibly stood up from within the corpse domain and mustered all his strength to ram into the wall to his left. Rumble! He shattered the wall, escaping to the outside of the room, hoping to distance himself from Lin Dong and break free from the corpse domain's reach. Duan Xiong was a B-grade awakened, not weak by any means. The corpse domain's pressure alone was insufficient to instantly obliterate him. At this moment, his neck veins throbbing, he cried out anxiously, Someone, come quickly. Chapter 68, A Visit from Xiaohei. Cease your lamentations, rustic fellow. While you were preoccupied with your crude endeavors, your underlings were dispatched with extreme prejudice. Lin Dong emerged from the chamber with a measured gait. Duan Xiong cast his gaze about, discovering to his dismay that the surroundings were indeed desolate, devoid of any human presence, save for an unnerving stillness. All perished? A profound terror surged within him. He managed to extinguish them all with such stealth. The bodies vanished as if by sorcery. Truly uncanny. I shall engage you in mortal combat. Duan Xiong unleashed a final surge of ferocity, his physique resembling that of a savage bear, as he charged towards Lin Dong. Though his form was agile and his momentum formidable, there was an air of tragic futility, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, a warrior embarking on a final desperate charge. Duan Xiong channeled all his negative emotions into his fist, aiming a blow at Lin Dong's countenance. Lin Dong, with an air of serene detachment, subtly sidestepped the attack, then retorted with a casual backhand strike to Duan Xiong's posterior cranium, a seemingly effortless maneuver. Yet, in that instant, he extracted Duan Xiong's crystalline core. Duan Xiong's consciousness flickered and died. Due to the body's residual momentum, he pitched forward, collapsing to the ground and skidding several meters. His once inflated physique rapidly diminished, reverting to its original form, utterly vanquished. Brother Xiong. From the rear, 4 women rushed forward, their faces etched with grief, some even collapsing to their knees, wailing uncontrollably. Whoa! Brother Xiong, awaken. Do not abandon us. We cannot endure without you. Their emotions had become utterly distorted, as if bewitched by love for one who abused them. In another existence, devoid of catastrophe, they might have been students, office workers, devoted wives and mothers, leading a tranquil life. Yet, everything had irrevocably changed. The domain of Lin Dong had spread, enveloping the 4 women, liberating their deformed souls. Lin Dong felt that he had accomplished a noble deed. From that moment, the underground marketplace fell into a profound silence, with no survivors remaining. Lin Dong commenced his leisurely exploration of the marketplace, where an abundance of supplies, food, and daily necessities awaited, all of which he stored in his spatial compartment. Furthermore, he stumbled upon a list detailing the members of the Black Scorpion organization within this stronghold. The list contained 20 names, though Lin Dong had not taken that many lives, as some had ventured out to commit murder, engage in trafficking, or gather resources. He surmised that others, like Jiang Wenqing, were likely lurking within official shelters. Consequently, Lin Dong snapped a photo of the list and sent it to Cheng Luai. Shortly thereafter, he received a response. What does this mean? Cheng Luai inquired directly. These are members of the Black Scorpion, Lin Dong replied. Cheng Luai refrained from further discourse, simply responding with 2 words, thank you. You're welcome, a friendly gift. After collecting the useful items, Lin Dong returned to his territory. With a mere wave of his hand, he discarded the gathered delicacies and drenched them with juices. The corpses piled upon the street had formed a small mountain. The tank and his companions emerged, drawn by the enticing aroma. To their eyes, it resembled braised carp. Wow, so much. Truly worthy of the leader, how formidable. To capture such a bounty, the underlings were filled with admiration. Especially Tank, who marveled at the fact that the city had been completely overrun by zombies. And finding a single survivor had become an arduous task, yet the leader had managed to acquire so many. Moreover, there were various flavors. Besides braised carp, there was also intoxicating. They soon began to feast heartily. The chaotic streets formed a chilling tableau, with corpses devouring one another, the sounds of tearing flesh echoing incessantly. Su Xiaoro, a worker, was cleaning the windows upstairs. Despite being here for nearly 2 months, the scene outside still filled her with terror, and her stomach churned uneasily. She also noticed that the bloodstains on Lin Dong's clothes were particularly pungent today, indicating a marked escalation in his violence. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. In the pitch-black city of the apocalypse, the growls persisted, accompanied by even more eerie sounds than before. No one could discern their origin. As the apocalypse progressed, humans, zombies, mutated beasts, and even plants evolved with various abilities, and at any moment, bizarre monsters could emerge. Survival of the fittest. Those who do not compete will perish. This is the law of the apocalypse. To endure, one must engage in relentless slaughter. Thus, as the apocalypse continues, the bloodshed will only intensify. Lin Dong soaked in a bath, donned a fresh set of garments, and after devouring 2 crystalline cores, poured a bit of juice into a goblet to savor. He nestled within his immaculate abode, enveloped in profound tranquility. The energy from the crystalline cores and his own blood was continuously absorbed, enhancing Lin Dong's prowess to an extraordinary degree. He felt as though he had transcended the limits set by the official shelter and the evaluations of the tech company. Currently, he faced formidable awakened beings, such as the leader of the Hunter Action Team, Lu Hao, and Duan Xiong from the Black Scorpion organization, all rated at B. Yet, these individuals posed no resistance against him. Of course, he did not include Cheng Luai from the official shelter in this assessment. Should her suffering reach 100%, it was difficult to fathom the extent of her power. This awakening ability could be deemed a gift, a stroke of fortune, yet Cheng Luai too had her limits. If confronted with absolute level suppression, even the mightiest awakening would be rendered futile. Moreover, combat cannot solely rely on statistics. Numerous other factors come into play, and instances of the weak overcoming the strong are not unheard of. For instance, there have been cases in real life where a rat has killed a cat, or a fully grown man, while throwing a punch, may twist his ankle, fall, and accidentally strike his head against a stone, thereby succumbing to a mere elementary school student. Thus, despite Lin Dong's formidable strength, he remained exceedingly cautious, eliminating any foes who posed a threat to him without hesitation. At that moment, a shadow as dark as ink merged seamlessly with the night outside on the street, silently encroaching upon Lin Dong's territory. It was the little black figure from the neighboring Snake Eye territory, who had come across an intriguing matter while passing through and was eager to converse with Lin Dong. Furthermore, he harbored the notion of collaborating with Lin Dong to eliminate the Serpent Eyes. However, uncertain of the capabilities of Lin Dong's subordinates and the extent of his elite forces, he resolved to reconnoiter. For, as the adage goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is the surest path to victory. Submerged in the umbrage, Xiao He roamed, and before long, a sequence of eerie chuckles reached his ears. Ha ha. Xiao Ba, perhaps satiated, was in high spirits, his laughter echoing through the tenebrous night. More unsettling than a lament. Damn it. Xiao He cursed inwardly. Even a zombie could perceive an aura of extreme peril. Chapter 69. Impending battle, formidable strength. As Xiao He pressed onward, his astonishment grew, for he observed elite legions of zombies patrolling, each exuding a potent and ferocious aura. One even passed close, its nostrils twitching as if detecting an anomaly, nearly exposing him. Such acute olfaction, Xiao He mused, contemplating the potential embarrassment of being discovered by Lin Dong's minion. Yet, As he was about to proceed, a voice echoed from behind. Halt. Xiao He turned to find a zombie with lucid eyes, indicative of considerable intelligence, none other than the doctor, one of Lin Dong's 3 lieutenants. Awakened with psychic abilities, he was exceptionally perceptive and had already locked on to Xiao He. Upon the discovery of the intruder, a cohort of elite zombies hastened toward them, including the spectral figure of Xiaoba and the hulking tank. The atmosphere was thick with an ominous energy as the horde of zombies swiftly encircled the small figure of Black Shadow. Discovered. Black Shadow felt the sting of reality hit him hard. The truth was, Lin Dong's minions were indeed formidable. Brother, we are on the same side, he hastily clarified, fearing that any delay might lead to his untimely demise. Tank regarded him with an air of curiosity. What brings this large black rat here? I am not a large black rat, Black Shadow quickly retorted, withdrawing from his shadowy form to reveal his true essence, as dark as coal. I am called Black Shadow. You may refer to me as Little Black. Tank continued to scrutinize his ebony exterior, still perplexed. Isn't this still a large black rat? The doctor inquired. What is your purpose here? I have urgent matters to discuss with our leader, Lin Dong, Black Shadow explained. As his words faded, the encircling zombies parted to allow Lin Dong to approach, his white shirt radiating purity amid the night's darkness. What is it, brother? Today I discovered that Tech Corporation is sending supplies to the Serpent's Eye territory, boxes upon boxes, over 10 in total, all filled with meat. Black Shadow exclaimed, his tone exaggerated and saliva nearly cascading from his lips, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. Calm down, Lin Dong replied with a slight grimace, observing Black Shadow's lack of composure. Yes, Black Shadow nodded fervently, wiping his mouth as he continued. Moreover, the minions of Serpent's Eye are gathering. They must be planning to strike against you. What? How dare they lay a hand on my leader? Tank seethed with fury upon hearing this, feeling that the little worm had truly grown audacious. The elite army behind him echoed with growls of anger. In their estimation, Lin Dong was the embodiment of their faith. They were consumed by an ardent desire to obliterate the Serpent Eye cohort immediately. Lin Dong proceeded to inquire, what is their lineup? Serpent Eye, accompanied by his trusted lieutenants, Michelin and Spider-Woman, commands a horde of 30,000 cadaverous beings. Among them, approximately 2,000 are elite forces, complemented by a substantial number of mutated serpents bred for combat. Indeed, Lin Dong remarked, that is quite a multitude. Even the astute Tank comprehended the gravity of the situation. His own territory boasted a legion of 10,000 cadavers, which had undergone significant evolution due to their leader's recent enhancements. The elite contingent numbered nearly 3,000, including 500 members of the Vanguard injected with the Z-virus. However, in terms of sheer numbers, they were outmatched. Serpent Eye maintains clandestine ties with the T Corporation, which will undoubtedly intervene. Their strength should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Serpent Eye has evolved into an A-grade corpse king, possessing the formidable ability to conjure illusory realms, making him exceptionally formidable and enigmatic. Little Black continued. Tank, displaying a hint of defiance, questioned, how formidable could he truly be? Why do you extol his virtues? I do not exaggerate. I speak from experience, having been defeated by him previously. Tank was taken aback by Little Black's candor, rendering him momentarily speechless. He is indeed a formidable adversary, surpassing the Red Mask Corpse King by 2 tiers. The assembled cadavers turned their gazes towards Lin Dong, awaiting his command. At his word, they would confront any foe, regardless of the peril. After a pensive pause, Lin Dong declared, tomorrow, we shall eradicate them. A resounding roar erupted from the assembled cadavers, their collective excitement reaching a fever pitch. Xiaoba's lips curled into a grin that stretched to the very roots of his ears, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. He mused to himself that the leader was indeed formidable. His decisions never failed to impress. The territory had languished in an unsettling silence for far too long, and it was in dire need of a thrilling battle. Tank felt a surge of excitement within him as well. He believed that the enmity with Snake Eye was, in part, his own doing. Tomorrow, they would take action against them. Xiao He gazed at the multitude of corpses, his spirit ignited with fervor. He reflected on the strength of Lin Dong's subordinates, which far exceeded his expectations. Tomorrow would undoubtedly witness a brutal clash. After reaching this conclusion, the assembly dispersed. Following discussions, Xiao He had 5,000 followers at his disposal, including 1,000 elite fighters, who would also join the fray. Snake Eye would never anticipate the union of the two. They were sure to deliver a surprise when the time came. However, Lin Dong had not only allied with Xiao He, he had a second surprise in mind. He intended to seek external assistance, so he returned to his room, settled onto the sofa, and sent a message to Cheng Luoyi. I have a monumental proposition for you. Oh, Cheng Luoyi, intrigued by the prospect of good news, responded swiftly. What is it? Tomorrow, we will hunt zombies, Lin Dong replied. Yet, after a considerable pause, Cheng Luoyi did not respond. At that moment, she felt bewildered, unable to fathom the rationale behind his words. You consider hunting zombies to be a good thing? In this world, zombies were far from rare, they were in abundance. Nevertheless, Lin Dong continued, tomorrow, we will be hunting the A-class zombie king, Snake Eye. You can venture into his territory to scavenge for supplies. Cheng Luoyi was aware that within the domain of the Corpse King, there indeed lay resources. A small team had once uncovered a trove of preserved crop seeds. Yet before they could transport them back, they were annihilated by the serpent's gaze. To this day, no one had dared to venture forth to reclaim them. Crop seeds are undoubtedly a rare and invaluable resource for humanity. Oh, it is indeed possible to. Cheng Luoyi briefly articulated her intentions, to which Lin Dong readily consented, assuring her to proceed boldly with her companions. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would intervene. Thus, the matter was settled between them. Lin Dong pocketed his phone and turned to gaze out the window. It was now the early hours of the morning, the darkest hour of the night, and outside. The zombies continued to roar, relentlessly wreaking havoc. The following day, heavy clouds obscured the sun, casting a gray pall over the sky, devoid of wind, rain, or sunshine. Caw, 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 several pitch-black crows screeched as they swept through the air. Below, on the disheveled streets, Lin Dong stood at the forefront, flanked by the three kings, while behind them surged an overwhelming tide of the undead, densely packed, forming a 100-meter-long serpent. The terrifying countenances of the zombies radiated ferocity, their excitement palpable. They had arrived at the edge of their territory, with the domain of serpents gaze not far ahead, awaiting Lin Dong's command to surge toward the heart of the enemy's lair. However, Lin Dong instructed, remain here and do not move. I shall advance to scout ahead. Chapter 70. The catastrophe of the python. Lin Dong took a few steps forward, his figure gradually vanishing as he entered a state of concealment. Stepping into the territory of serpent's gaze, he primarily focused on exploring the path ahead, and furthermore, Cheng Luoyi had yet to arrive, leaving him uncertain of her whereabouts. He felt compelled to engage her in some good deeds. The buildings flanking the street resembled ruins, a scene of desolation marked by desiccated bloodstains and decaying bones scattered everywhere. A few zombies shuffled aimlessly, their movements stiff and lethargic. These creatures were frail and afflicted, their bodies severely decomposed, exuding a foul odor, and even hosting maggots, rendering them utterly repulsive. Their combat prowess posed only a slight threat to ordinary individuals. They had become, in every sense, mere shells of their former selves. However, there was one evolved zombie, clutching a large rat, seated by the roadside, ravenously gnawing at its meal, blood dribbling from the corners of its mouth, mingled with tufts of rat fur. Ahead, near a disordered wall's foundation, lay a corpse, with several small snakes slithering through the putrid flesh, transforming the area into a veritable snake paradise. It was far too filthy. Lin Dong deemed the territory of the snake-eyed beings to be unsanitary, resembling a pigsty in its squalor. Additionally, between the buildings hung numerous cobwebs, laden with various flying insects and even mutated sparrows, which struggled incessantly, causing the webs to quiver yet failing to break free. The webs intertwined densely, creating a sight so cluttered that it could trigger a sense of claustrophobia in onlookers. Disregarding the grim surroundings, Lin Dong casually retrieved his phone and began texting Cheng Luoyi. Where are you? At the agricultural market. What about you? I'll be there shortly. All right, we'll discuss it when we meet. I'm quite busy. Cheng Luoyi dispatched a zombie with a swift strike of her blade, then tucked her phone into her pocket after sending the message. Surrounding her were more than a dozen individuals, similarly engaged in combat with the undead, including her partner Sun Xiaoqiang, as well as Qin Ming and others from their previous encounter who were tasked with transporting supplies. Sun Xiaoqiang regarded Cheng Luoyi with a gaze of admiration, astonished by her ability to text with one hand. You're quite skilled, he remarked. It's all about practice. Cheng Luoyi replied casually, wielding her blade to swiftly decapitate another zombie. Sun Xiaoqiang nodded in agreement, finding her words profoundly sensible. Just as he had managed his own affairs for 2 decades without ever having to look back, he concluded that proficiency comes with experience. The orphanage director had once taught him that with diligence, even an iron pestle could be ground down to a needle, and a mountain could be leveled into a plain. Indeed, practice was essential. In the rear, Chun Ming and his companions wielded alloy knives, combating the zombies with ease. As these were merely low-level creatures easily dispatched in mere moments, presenting little challenge. They cleared the nearby undead to facilitate the forthcoming transport of supplies. Beside the street stood a farmer's market, its roller shutter half open, stained with blood, revealing the faint traces of desperate human clawing. As the shutter had become rusted, Cheng Luai stepped forward, gripping her knife with both hands and striking downwards. With a swift swish, it sliced through the shutter as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. As the awakened one designated as number 001, her weapon was specially crafted, a horse-slaying knife. Both the blade and hilt extended to nearly match her height. Moreover, embedded within the hilt was a lightning core, faintly shimmering with electric energy, which, when fully activated, would envelop the elongated blade in arcs of electricity, enhancing its speed and lethality. This is the newly developed technology from the Shelter Crystal Core weaponry. Currently, there exists but one, and it appears exceedingly striking. Who could resist a luminous blade? Cheng Luai hoisted the long sword upon his shoulder and strode directly into the farmer's market, where the light was dim and the air was thick with the pungent scent of decay. In some shadowy corners, the faint growls of zombies could be heard. Behind him, Chun Ming rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a bomb, which he hurled forcefully ahead. This bomb was also specially designed, adorned with a pulsating red light. After rolling twice upon the ground, it emitted a series of beeping sounds. The penetrating noise instantly resonated throughout the entire market. The horde of zombies, startled by the sound, rushed toward the bomb. At that moment, the bomb's red light intensified, and the beeping grew increasingly frantic. Beep, 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 boom. With the final reverberation, an explosion erupted, a blinding inferno rising to engulf the throng of zombies. Limbs and flesh plummeted in a cacophony, rising smoke mingling with the acrid stench of charred remains. Mission accomplished. Chun Ming felt a swell of pride. As the shelter evolved, many weapons tailored to combat zombies had been devised, proving highly effective, though currently, they were limited to dealing with lower-tier zombies. Subsequently, the group hurried toward the seed storage warehouse. The journey unfolded smoothly, seemingly devoid of any remaining zombies, and before long, they arrived at a room. Although dimly lit, they could still discern large crates stacked before them. Prosperity awaits. I wonder what surprises lie within. A group of young individuals approached with palpable excitement, eager to ascertain the contents before them. One youth grasped the lid of a box, lifting it with fervor, only to be met with a pair of glaring, yellow eyes that stared back at him intently. Sharp fangs glistened as the creature within emitted hissing sounds. In an instant, their gazes locked, and dread washed over him. To his horror, he discovered a snake coiled within, and though he wished to flee, it was too late. With a swift motion, the serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into his neck, the excruciating pain eliciting a desperate cry for help. The onlookers were equally startled by this unexpected turn of events. A snake, indeed. Fortunately, Cheng Luai reacted swiftly, brandishing the long knife from his shoulder and directing a decisive blow at the serpent's head. The blade sliced through the air with extraordinary precision, narrowly grazing the youth's skin and even whisking away beads of sweat. The ferocious snake was severed with a resounding thud. The young man staggered back, clutching his neck, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, his mind reeling from shock. Yet, the searing agony at his throat served as a grim reminder. When he lowered his hand, it was stained with dark crimson blood. The snake was venomous. Be cautious. The last search party was annihilated here. Danger lurks. Chun Ming urged urgently. No sooner had he spoken than the entire warehouse was filled with rustling sounds. As countless black serpents emerged from the depths of the boxes and crevices, encircling the group. Humanity harbors an instinctive fear of such creatures, a terror etched into our very DNA. As the sight unfolded before them, a chill ran down their spines. Fight! As several snakes writhed toward them, Cheng Luai swung his blade, dispatching them with lethal efficiency. The remaining few tightly gripped their weapons and engaged in battle with the serpents. Just then, a series of slithering sounds echoed above them. Chun Ming looked up, his face instantly contorted with horror, for more snakes coiled upon the beams overhead, launching their assault in waves, as if a torrential rain of serpents were descending upon them. In Chapter 71, the inability to hold on fear gripped the hearts of the group, and they swiftly brandished their blades to fend off the serpentine deluge. Akin to the frantic motions in the Game Fruit Ninja, the long swords sparked with intensity as they swung without respite. The corpses of the snakes quickly amassed in layers, and blood sprayed through the air, resembling a frenzied dance. The serpents seemed inexhaustible, continuing their relentless descent. The strength of the people waned rapidly, especially that of the young man named Sun Yuhang, who had just been bitten. His complexion grew increasingly pallid, breaths becoming shallow. If the snake venom was not extracted soon, he would surely perish amidst the serpent rain. What to do? The others fared no better. They could slay hundreds of snakes, yet a single misstep could lead them to doom. This place was perilously treacherous, clearly not meant for humans. Just as despair enveloped them, an unexpected transformation occurred. The pythons suddenly halted, as if immobilized, and then, astonishingly, they began to explode one after another with resounding bangs. Flesh and blood erupted in all directions, enveloping the scene in a mist of crimson, resembling a battlefield of chaos. In a mere breath, the once countless serpents had been nearly exterminated. Even those few that survived fled in panic, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. What was happening? Chen Ming and the others were taken aback, halting their actions, bewildered by the extraordinary events unfolding before them. At that moment, a tall figure gradually materialized ahead, pristine in a white shirt amidst the falling blood rain. Lin Dong's domain had expanded significantly, nearly encompassing the entire warehouse, enabling him to swiftly subdue the serpent horde. Upon seeing that figure, Sun Chang's eyes lit up with joy. Lin Dong, you've come to assist us. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded. The group finally grasped the situation. It was an ally, and a formidable one at that. A wave of relief washed over them, particularly for the injured Sun Yuhang, who felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Gratitude evident on his face. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome, Lin Dong replied, a charming smile gracing his handsome features, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, instilling a sense of warmth. His gentleness was almost overwhelming, leaving the onlookers momentarily speechless. However, Chen Ming, upon seeing that smile, felt a shiver run down his spine. He recalled his previous encounter with Lin Dong while working with Cheng Loi, recognizing him as the absolute ruler of the building area, a mysterious and powerful corpse king. He had actually arrived. Nonetheless, Chen Ming understood that Lin Dong harbored no ill intentions and had genuinely come to their aid. Despite his fear, he felt immense gratitude. Uncle Chen, could you help me draw out the poison? Sun Yuhang suddenly interjected. All right. Chen Ming snapped back to reality, glancing at the dark blood still oozing from Sun Yuhang's neck. Were it not for the Awakener's formidable physique, he would have succumbed long ago. However, the ghastly wound made it somewhat difficult to proceed. Yet, with life hanging in the balance, Chen Ming steeled himself and pressed his lips against the side of Lin Dong's neck. The two embraced, and for a brief moment, their position appeared somewhat intimate. Cheng Luoi's large eyes scrutinized Lin Dong, and suddenly she recalled something. Where did you find the black scorpion list you gave me last time? In an underground market. Lin Dong answered candidly. Oh. Cheng Luoi nodded, her brow furrowing slightly, for she had discerned that Jiang Wencheng harbored ulterior motives towards Lin Dong, though she was unaware of his affiliation with the Black Scorpion organization. What a pity. Don't be so stingy, Lin Dong remarked casually, though his gaze was fixed on the long knife in Cheng Luoi's hand, which he found rather impressive. That little thing has quite a unique design. Meanwhile, the others began to inspect the surrounding boxes. They discovered that most had been ravaged by the python, yet within a few boxes, some seeds remained, relatively intact and likely capable of germination. The prospect of acquiring these supplies filled their hearts with joy. Only Chen Ming and Sun Yuhang remained entwined, continuing to extract the venom. After expelling several mouthfuls of black blood, Chen Ming finally managed to drain it completely, his lips swollen, resembling two sausages dangling from his face. It should be better now. Thank you, Uncle. Sun Yuhang expressed his gratitude. The two leaned back against the wall, settling on the ground for a much-needed rest after their considerable exertion. Sun Yuhang's complexion remained pale, and he trembled, relieved to have been rescued. Yet, he marveled at his own resilience. Against all odds, he had survived. With shaking hands, he retrieved his phone to report his safety. Chen Ming, glancing over curiously, inquired. Who is it? Sun Yuhang said with a beaming expression, my online girlfriend. Although we have yet to meet in person, I've seen her photos, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. Oh, Chen Ming remarked, his expression contemplative. Yuhang, you should be more cautious. That could very well be an impersonation by the Black Scorpion organization. specifically designed to deceive you. Surely not. Why not? Nowadays, not only humans, but even monsters have evolved intelligence and can deceive online. Who knows if the person you're chatting with is human or a ghost? Chen Ming stated seriously. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuhang was immediately alarmed, realizing there might be some truth to it. There are far too many malevolent entities lurking behind the veil of the internet. Thus, it is wise to exercise caution. Uncle, what should I do? Yuhang, heed my advice. The online world is fraught with dangers you cannot navigate alone. It would be wiser to hand your phone over to me. I shall communicate on your behalf. Meanwhile, their commotion had attracted the attention of the Snake Eyes Legion of zombies. Boss, there are humans encroaching upon our territory. Right in the agricultural market, one zombie reported. Humans? Snake Eye raised an eyebrow and turned to survey the scene. Behind him loomed a tide of thousands of corpses, filled with numerous elite warriors. He had gathered his subordinates, poised to attack Lin Dong, but unexpectedly, humans had appeared at this critical moment. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Snake Eye's mouth. This is simply delivering supplies to me. Zombies, right after consuming flesh and blood, possess the most active cells. Their physique, speed, and reflexes are all at their peak state. Let us first deal with those humans. It aligns with our purpose. With his command, the horde of zombies commenced its advance, a formidable wave akin to a torrent, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Among them were the corpulent Michelin and the haughty Spider-Woman. Lin Dong's group had completed their preparations. Chun Ming and others, laden with supplies, emerged from the agricultural market. The surrounding zombies had been cleared, leaving an eerie silence, a profound stillness enveloping the area. Brothers, let us exert ourselves. We have already accomplished half of our mission. Bringing back such a bounty of seeds will surely earn us rewards from the shelter, Chun Ming inspired. Sun Yuhang nodded, quickening his pace. He had no desire to linger in such a wretched place any longer. Stop. Suddenly, Lin Dong's voice echoed from behind. Huh. Sun Yuhang froze, turning back with a puzzled expression. What is it? There is something in front of you, Lin Dong's calm voice conveyed. Sun Yuhang, perplexed, peered ahead carefully, discovering a slender thread glinting faintly in the sunlight, stretched directly across his path. It was a spider silk, delicate yet remarkably resilient, sharp enough to rival a weapon. A moment's inattention could result in a fatal severance. To his horror, Sun Yuhang realized that this lethal thread was less than 5 centimeters away from him. Chapter 72, The Zombie Tide Approaches. With just one more step forward, he would meet a grim fate. As he focused his gaze further, he discerned that the silk was not singular but rather crisscrossed in multiple places, resembling laser beams slicing across the street. How could this be? A few individuals were struck with terror. The 5-star corpse nest was indeed perilous, a place where a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal demise. Entirely unfit for human presence. It was absent when we arrived. When did it manifest? Sun Yuhang distinctly recalled traversing this path. Lin Dong cast a calm gaze into the distance. They had not appeared when you arrived. Who? Chun Ming and the others grew increasingly anxious, a profound sense of impending doom enveloping them. Oh, I did not expect such keen perception. Suddenly, a sharp female voice echoed through the air. The group quickly looked up, only to behold a woman suspended upside down, her lower half adorned with 8 spider legs, silken threads connecting her to the buildings above. In broad daylight, a woman dangled in the street, her hair cascading and swaying, a bloodthirsty grin etched upon her pale face. The scene was utterly bizarre, sending a chill through the crowd, prompting them to instinctively step back. It's the Spider-Woman, Chen Ming exclaimed in a tone of dread. The Spider-Woman had once been a formidable sovereign, notorious for her ferocity, later subdued by the Serpent's Eye and integrated into their ranks. The inhabitants of the refuge were well aware of her legend. To their dismay, she had indeed appeared. Yet, the horror did not end there. From all directions of the street, the low growls of zombies suddenly erupted, a cacophony of sound rising and falling relentlessly. A torrent of the undead began to surge forth, a dense mass, dark and ominous, among which the most conspicuous was Michelin, his rotund body quaking, causing the very ground to tremble with each step he took. A tide of corpses. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Ming and the others turned ashen, their faces drained of color. The horde of corpses numbered in the tens of thousands, with the elite zombies leaping and scrambling onto the rooftops around them. With their limbs poised and their malevolent gazes fixed upon the group, they found themselves encircled. All of them had arrived. Even Cheng Loi, who had never encountered such a grand spectacle, felt the weight of despair, no matter how formidable one's personal abilities might be. Facing a tide of countless undead was an insurmountable challenge. Even ants, in overwhelming numbers, can fell an elephant, and these were not mere insects, but relentless zombies capable of exhausting their victims. As the horde surged forth, the figure of Snake Eye emerged, standing tall upon a distant building. His imposing presence commanded attention, and his amber gaze swept over the scene, exuding an air of dominion. Under his scrutiny, the hearts of the onlookers felt as though they had been pierced by a dagger. The appearance of Snake Eye, the sovereign of this territory, signaled dire implications. What had Qin Ming done to deserve such a fate? Had he disturbed the resting place of his ancestors? All he sought was a few seeds, yet here he stood, besieged by an overwhelming force, as if a sledgehammer had been used to swat a fly. The injustice of his impending demise weighed heavily upon him. Despair enveloped them entirely, extinguishing any flicker of resistance, and some even contemplated self-destruction to escape the agony of being devoured by the undead. Under immense pressure, Sun Yuhang tremulously retrieved his phone, intending to amend his earlier message of safety into a final farewell. What a bleak world it had become. With a long sword resting on her shoulder, Chung Loi gazed intently, her expression remaining remarkably calm. Was this truly the target of their hunt? Perhaps it was close enough. Lin Dong tilted his head, assessing the situation. Oh. Cheng Luoi nodded, gripping the knife firmly in both hands, poised for battle. What? Chen Ming and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Was this truly a fight? Shidong's gaze was fixated, and although he had never encountered Lin Dong, his presence alone revealed that he was indeed the corpse king of the building area. It was hard to believe you have fallen so low as to associate with mere food. You are unaware of many things, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Shitong's mouth twisted into a wide grin, his lips stretching to the apples of his cheeks, his yellow pupils narrowing as he revealed a sinister smile. Seeing Lin Dong venture into his territory alone, he felt assured of victory. It seems I have overestimated you. How foolish to come here to meet your demise. Allow me to fulfill that for you. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Lin Dong's calm voice resonated. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark cloud surged from the horizon, dense and impenetrable. Caw, 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 good people, I have returned. The cawing of crows echoed as they swept through the air like fighter jets, swiftly converging above, casting a shadow over the land with a grand display. My heavens! Chun Ming and the others gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Meanwhile, the glass shards on the ground began to tremble, the earth quaking violently, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth. Roar! A powerful roar erupted from afar, revealing a tank-like figure, accompanied by a throng of minions, including Xiao Ba and the doctor, rushing towards them with ferocity. An overwhelming tide of corpses was approaching. The scene before them was truly shocking. In that moment, Chun Ming suddenly realized this was a battle for supremacy among the corpse kings. He was merely a minor character in this unfolding drama. What audacity to find oneself amidst such a scene. Yet, a flicker of hope reignites within. Should Lin Dong triumph over the serpent's gaze, survival may be within reach. Perhaps influenced by the charged atmosphere, a fervor for battle ignites, and he raises his alloy blade anew, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination. It appears he has come prepared. On the rooftop, the serpent's gaze observes, identifying the crux of the issue, yet undeterred, for he is ready to fight to the death. 30,000 against 10,000. Advantage lies with me. Kill, he commands. And with that, the surrounding hordes of zombies erupt into a frenzy, rushing forward. The two tides of the undead collide, resembling tumultuous ocean waves crashing into one another. The zombies roar, trample, and grapple, tearing at each other with insatiable ferocity. The essence of slaughter is wholly ignited, with no fear of death, akin to rabid dogs, solely driven to rend flesh from foes. Chaos ensues, blood splattering, the scent of carnage permeating the air. Yet amidst this turmoil, a formidable cohort of zombies stands out. Lin Dong's Elite 500, akin to a piercing dagger, they rend the opposing horde apart. The ace zombies, upon being bitten, remain unfazed, effortlessly ripping the assailant's head from its body and discarding it aside. Almost instantaneously, their wounds heal at a visibly rapid pace. Surrounding zombies fall one after another. Yet they stand as indomitable warriors, charging forward relentlessly, invincible in their advance. What manner of monstrosity is this? The serpent's gaze squints in disbelief, scarcely recognizing the zombies. a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. Yet, among them is the shadow of Little 8, her face adorned with a sinister smile, transforming once more into a harvester of the battlefield, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in her wake. Stop her. At the command of Snake Eye, the corpulent Michelin surged forward like a meaty projectile, scattering a host of zombies in its wake. However, midway through his charge, a colossal fist struck him squarely in the face, sending ripples through his flabby form. The imposing figure of the tank loomed alongside him. You are my opponent. You grotesque fatso, he declared. Chapter 73. Illusionary Realm. With a roar, Michelin staggered back 2 paces, consumed by fury, and swung his fist at the tank. Their strengths were evenly matched. As powerhouses of brute force, they clashed like human beasts, each blow landing with bone-shattering impact. How ferocious! Snake Eye surveyed the battlefield and noted that the opposing force was of exceptionally high evolution and formidable strength, placing his side at a disadvantage from the outset of the conflict. Yet, Lin Dong had 2 formidable allies. Chung Lui transformed into an emotionless killing machine, her demeanor tranquil and unruffled. Wielding a colossal 40-meter blade, she sliced through the horde with ferocity, shattering zombies into fragments, their darkened blood and severed limbs cascading through the air as she commenced her relentless assault. Sun Xiaoqiang, brimming with excitement, reveled in this grand spectacle. The atmosphere seemed to invigorate him as he delivered a powerful punch to a zombie, sending it hurtling several dozen meters away. Bang, bang, bang. With each of his strikes, zombies were sent flying, some crashing into storefronts, while others collided with their companions, creating a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Chun Ming and his comrades were engaged in earnest combat. All of them were awakened beings at the brain dance stage, their powers comparable to elite zombies. They formed a protective circle, their backs to one another, executing their strategy with remarkable synergy and inflicting considerable damage upon their foes. In the throes of desperation, with the thought that aiding Lin Dong in this battle might secure his own survival, Shitong found himself gripped by an overwhelming sense of urgency, leaving no room for complacency. Why had the personnel from TechCorp not yet arrived? A sense of foreboding began to gnaw at him. If this continued, defeat seemed inevitable. Resolute, he leaped from the towering edifice, determined to join the fray. If he did not intervene soon, his comrades would surely perish. However, upon landing, an immense pressure enveloped him, akin to a surging tide of blood, threatening to ensnare him in its depths. What was this? Are you faltering? Lin Dong's figure materialized ahead. Humph. Shitong scoffed, his eyes burning with malice, attributing Lin Dong's advantage to the aid of humans. Did you not just declare that I was akin to mere prey? A faint smile graced Lin Dong's lips. For a brief moment, Shitong found himself at a loss for words, the sting of his own words igniting a fury within him. Wretched being, perish. As an A-class zombie king, Shitong possessed formidable strength. Though shrouded in the zombie domain, he had not succumbed to paralysis. An aura of menace radiated from him as he lunged at Lin Dong with a fierce punch. Lin Dong, however, sensed the gravity of the confrontation. Be it human or zombie, Shitong was indeed the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. Yet, he did not evade, instead meeting the blow with his own. The collision echoed like the clash of 2 mountains, a violent shockwave erupting between their fists, sending the surrounding undead reeling. Shitong felt a searing pain in his arm, staggering backward several paces, under the oppressive weight of the zombie domain. It became painfully clear that he was no match for Lin Dong. To have evolved to such an extent, Shitong was struck with a profound realization of the vast chasm that lay between them. Lin Dong calmly stated, "Not bad. You are the first opponent capable of withstanding a punch from me." The snake eye seethed with rage, feeling both insulted and infuriated by his audacity. However, at that moment, Lin Dong advanced once more, the oppressive aura of the corpse domain bearing down upon him as he reached out with his fingers towards the opponent's head. With bared fangs, the snake eye's yellow pupils constricted sharply, unleashing a surge of mental energy as he activated his awakened ability, Illusionary Space. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, noticing an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. The roars and growls of the undead had vanished, leaving him standing in a pitch-black void, akin to a boundless cosmos, utterly tranquil. In the next instant, shadows began to writhe within the darkness before him, and a colossal serpent emerged. Its body stretched an astonishing 100,000 feet, its raised head resembling a celestial body, with fierce eyes fixated upon Lin Dong. Subsequently, more of these immense serpents appeared in succession, their heads lifted in unison. encircling Lin Dong. The great serpents loomed like divine beings, casting a shadow over all existence, their oppressive presence palpable. Lin Dong felt as though he were trapped between towering mountains, dwarfed and insignificant in comparison, an overwhelming sense of pressure washing over him. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, an ordinary person would surely be paralyzed by fear. Yet Lin Dong remained unfazed, even suppressing the urge to mock. Is this illusion not a bit too contrived? For he had been forewarned by Xiao He regarding the snake eye's ability to conjure illusions, rendering him mentally prepared. Confronted with the horrifying serpents, he felt no tension. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes, reasoning that since it was all a fabrication, it would be better not to gaze upon it. Lin Dong concentrated all his mental energy on perception. Moments later, he sensed the presence of the serpent's gaze behind him. Lin Dong swiftly retaliated with a punch, seemingly striking at empty air, yet a resonant thud accompanied the sharp sound of shattering bones. With a gasp, the figure of the serpent's gaze was sent hurtling back, as all illusions shattered like glass, restoring Lin Dong to the battlefield. He observed the serpent's gaze flying backward for over 100 meters, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. This is impossible. He was filled with sheer astonishment. Moments ago, Lin Dong had clearly fallen into an illusion, yet still managed to strike him. The illusionary realm of the serpent's gaze was undeniably formidable. Even a B-rank awakener would be paralyzed with terror within it. However, in the face of Lin Dong, it appeared rather foolish. As the serpent's gaze crawled out from the ruins and cast a glance back, he noticed Lin Dong approaching once more. Enveloped in an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a surging sea of blood, suffused with an oppressive weight. The impending shadow loomed over him, and he felt a chilling sense of imminent doom, as if the specter of death was drawing near. Just then, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the distant street, and two towering hunters came into view, their Gatling guns roaring with fury, shells raining down as they forged a path ahead. Following them were two rows of armored vehicles, steadily advancing for cover. Among the armored vehicles emerged a group of human awakeners, led by Yang Hao, heading the team of awakeners, clad in sleek black nano-armor. They exuded an impressive and formidable presence, striking a captivating figure. Let me see how the battle unfolds, he mused. Yang Hao wore a satisfied expression, for he had intentionally arrived late. After all, he was not genuinely collaborating with Snake Eye. Rather, he intended for him and Lin Dong to engage in a fierce battle, allowing him to reap the benefits. It was reminiscent of how Lin Dong dealt with the Hunter King task force previously. Once the conflict reached its climax, it would be ideal to eliminate Snake Eye as well. A mere zombie thinks it can contend with me? Does it not realize that humanity excels in cunning strategies? Yang Hao's hand was steady as he flicked the lighter, igniting a cigarette and savoring a puff, completely oblivious to the fright he had experienced earlier in Snake Eye's lair, where he had felt a moment of triumph. Before him, the battlefield was indeed a scene of utter chaos, with relentless fighting erupting in every direction. Of course, he could not discern which factions of zombies were allied. The carnage was simply too severe. Wait, where had little Snake Eye scurried off to? Chapter 74. The fool. The personnel from Tech Corporation had arrived. Snake Eye cast a fleeting glance, and with a mere thought, a multitude of serpents surged forth from the shadows behind him. The snakes hissed and shrieked as they darted toward Lin Dong, but before they could close the distance, they burst apart, scattering flesh and blood that obscured the view. Seizing this opportunity, Snake Eye swiftly turned and fled toward Tech Corporation, moving with remarkable speed. Contemplating how to divert the impending disaster, Yang Hao was observing the battlefield when he noticed a tall figure rushing toward him, panic etched onto its face, clearly in a state of disarray. Oh, it seems to have suffered quite a bit. He scrutinized Snake Eye, noting the disheveled appearance and the sunken chest. A clear indicator of a severe blow. Quite good, indeed. A dog-eat-dog scenario. Yang Hao observed the situation with great satisfaction, contemplating that since the Serpent Eye, as an A-class corpse king, had been so severely battered, Lin Dong must be in a similarly dire state. He thought that once they were both weakened, he could easily take advantage of the situation. Though these thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained a facade of concern, exclaiming, "Brother Serpent, you are injured. What has become of Lin Dong? They are incredibly powerful. We stand no chance against them. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Please, take action swiftly." Upon hearing Serpent Eye's words, Yang Hao felt a nagging sense of unease and began to scrutinize the battlefield more closely, asking with concern, "Those who are being overwhelmed, Could they possibly all be your subordinates? Not entirely, but nearly so, Serpent Eye replied. Yang Hao nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. And Lin Dong? Over there. Serpent Eye gestured with a glance. There, amidst the fray, a tall figure strolled through the battlefield, his pristine white shirt remaining spotless, his body untouched by injury, not bearing even a scratch. Damn it! Yang Hao cursed inwardly, realizing that Serpent Eye was utterly inept. While Lin Dong remained unscathed, Serpent Eye had been reduced to such a pitiful state. It seemed that his hopes of reaping the benefits of their conflict were dashed. Noticing that Serpent Eye had fled to the tech company's camp, where over 20 awakened individuals were present, Lin Dong did not rush to pursue. Instead, he advanced gradually. He is coming. The crowd's tension escalated. As Lin Dong approached, numerous elite zombies charged fiercely toward the human ranks, exuding a menacing aura. Act now. Yang Hao commanded immediately. Behind them, the Awakeners gathered their energies, with several elemental Awakeners conjuring earthen walls, ice barriers, ice spikes, and fireballs in rapid succession. Some were tasked with defense, while others focused on offense, their coordination remarkably seamless. The strength of these 20-odd Awakeners was indeed formidable. Among them was a woman clad in a black nano-fitted combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, giving her a strikingly capable appearance. Her name was Shui Ting, a water-type Awakener and one of the leaders of the Hunter Squad, particularly renowned for her formidable prowess. With a mere gesture, she summoned a torrent of pale blue energy, unleashing a water dragon that crashed into a horde of zombies, scattering them in disarray. Humanity still possesses some measure of strength. Snake's pupil mused, realizing that the elite zombies would be dealt with by the Awakeners, while the ordinary ones could be handled by the Hunters. The Gatling gun roared like a metallic tempest, shredding zombies to pieces, and if any zombie dared approach, the Hunters would wield their massive iron hammers, smashing them into a pulpy mess. There is hope. Snake's pupil rejoiced inwardly, sensing a glimmer of victory on the horizon. Yet at that moment, a shadow, ghost-like in its stealth, silently infiltrated the battlefield, maneuvering to the rear of the tech company's formation. Merging with the shadow of an Awakener on the ground, the shadow moved without a sound, embodying the essence of a natural-born assassin. The petite form of the shadow seemed to ignite like fire as it gradually rose from the Awakener's shadow. A psychic Awakener appeared to sense something. Instinctively turning to look, her eyes widening in horror. Lingjia, you, behind you. What? The awakened individual wore an expression of astonishment. Yet in the very moment of turning their head, a searing pain pierced through their body. With a sickening sound, the claws of the shadowy figure, Xiaohei, had already embedded themselves into the victim's back. The woman trembled violently, blood gushing forth as her eyes widened in horror before she succumbed to death. Her lifeless body collapsing onto the ground. Cackling with delight, Xiaohei savored the sweet blood upon his claws, relishing this exquisite delicacy that was a rare treat for one as destitute as he. A look of utter satisfaction adorned his countenance. Gasps echoed among the onlookers, for the scene before them was undeniably chilling and bizarre. How could there be another corpse king? Quick! Attack him! The crowd urged anxiously. They hastily unleashed their awakened abilities, directing their assault toward Xiaohei. Yet, the shadow showed no inclination to engage in a prolonged battle. Having successfully executed a surprise attack, he swiftly retreated. In the alley behind him, a horde of zombies surged forth, his impoverished companions. A total of 5,000 undead, with 1,000 elite among them. They were driven by desperation, embodying the very essence of ruthless ferocity. Upon spotting the numerous humans ahead, they charged forward like ravenous wolves, fearlessly lunging into the fray. This is bad. Lin Dong has reinforcements. Yang Hao realized the gravity of the situation and urgently commanded his team to intercept them. Meanwhile, Shitong recognized the shadowy figure. So it's you, this defeated adversary, causing chaos at such a critical moment. Shitong, your time is at hand. The shadow growled ominously. Yang Hao and the other awakened individuals engaged in battle alongside Xiaohei, yet they remained acutely aware of their formidable foe and the looming threat that was Lin Dong. Suddenly, Yang Hao furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him as his anxious gaze darted around, yet he could not find Lin Dong's tall figure. Lin Dong had vanished. What? His companions, equally astonished, quickly turned to look, only to confirm that Lin Dong was indeed missing. This was perplexing. He had been approaching just moments ago. Where could he have gone? However, from all directions, terrifying zombies were relentlessly charging forth, leaving them no time to ponder, forcing them to focus on combating the enemies. With the emergence of Tech Company and the Dark Figure, the war had escalated to a fervent intensity. Yet, amidst the chaos, there remained a particularly tense confrontation involving the Spider-Woman, a former dominator of the battlefield, possessing formidable strength. The Spider-Woman incessantly launched her webs, ensnaring and slaughtering zombies. The dense webs were also adorned with numerous crows. Brother Crow now found himself in a particularly precarious situation, maneuvering desperately through the webs, narrowly evading capture. "Don't run, my little darling," the Spider-Woman relentlessly pursued from behind. You big freak, Brother Crow exclaimed in sheer terror, flapping his wings as he neared the edge of the webbed area, striving to ascend into the sky. Yet, the Spider-Woman was indeed his nemesis. With a mere opening of her mouth, countless strands of silk erupted forth, weaving a colossal web above the crow. With no sanctuary to escape to, Brother Crow was ensnared by the descending net, crashing to the ground with a thud. He struggled fiercely, but the web was exceptionally resilient, constricting tighter and tighter, rendering him utterly helpless. The Spider-Woman's face lit up with exhilaration as she leaped, her 8 spider legs resembling blades, lunging directly towards Brother Crow. As the crimson glow flickered in Crow Brother's eyes, the silhouette of the Spider-Woman loomed ever larger within his gaze as death approached ominously. Damn it. It's over yet. In this critical moment, a robust figure emerged, positioning himself before Crow Brother like an impenetrable wall. With a resounding thud, Tank crossed his arms, shielding the Raven from a lethal strike. However, the Spider-Woman's sharp legs pierced through Tank's flesh, leaving multiple gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. Once again, he was left in a state of despair, gritting his teeth. Tank turned to Crow, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. "Hey, remember the first time we met? I caught you once. Now I've saved you. Doesn't that make us even? Can we erase our grievances?" Crow Brother gazed at him with his crimson eyes, blinking slowly. "Silly fool. P.S. Greetings, everyone. I am merely a humble drinker, seeking to affirm my presence." Chapter 75. The fierce battle. Tank momentarily paused, bewildered. Why is she still berating me? Summoning all his strength despite the searing pain, he forcefully pushed the Spider-Woman away. The Spider-Woman bared her fangs with a wicked grin. For she was once a dominant force, her level slightly exceeding that of Tank. "Neither of you are my match." But as her words fell, a young girl wielding a large sword approached, her slender blade dripping with fresh blood. Cheng Luai, with her large, tranquil eyes, fixated on the Spider-Woman. "Let me handle this." Are you seeking death?" The Spider-Woman's fierce eyes narrowed. It was a battle among zombies, yet this prey dared to provoke her. Moreover, she sensed that Cheng Luai's aura was not particularly formidable. With a swift motion, the Spider-Woman opened her mouth and spat out sharp silk. Shooting forth like a deadly arrow, Cheng Luai swung her large blade in a series of rapid strikes, severing the silken threads. However, several strands grazed her cheek and shoulder, their razor-sharp edges slicing through her flesh, causing crimson blood to begin to flow. Crow and Tank stared intently. Cheng Luai had once ventured into the territory of Lin Dong. During Tank's patrol blunder, which left him feeling deeply remorseful, making her impression on him quite vivid. He recalled the leader mentioning that Cheng Luai was a friend. This was bad. The leader's friend was bleeding. Yet, Cheng Luai remained composed, even deriving a sense of exhilaration from the intense pain that stimulated her nerves. Fatal Pain was activated. With a thunderous roar, the Spider-Woman lunged forward, invigorated by the scent of human blood. Her expression wild and frenzied as she aimed to devour her prey. Blood flowed from Cheng Lui's pale face, her gaze fixated intensely, and her grip on the blade tightened. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through her, as the thunderous core of the sword's hilt radiated a brilliant light, quickly enveloping the entire blade. The longsword transformed into a streak of lightning, crackling and shimmering with electric energy. Slash! Cheng Luai uttered with a breath, her figure vanishing in an instant, moving at an unparalleled speed, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. The Spider-Woman was utterly unprepared for the onslaught. With a sharp gleam, the blade pierced through her abdomen as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, accompanied by the unsettling sound of metal scraping against bone. In a fleeting moment, Cheng Luai had already materialized behind the Spider-Woman, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, transfixed by the slender line of crimson that marked her belly. Soon after, her body began to contort grotesquely, dark blood gushing forth. The Spider-Woman's head tilted at an unnatural angle before she collapsed to the ground. Her upper body severed from her lower half. Chung Luoi stepped forward, wielding her knife with an elegance akin to a golfer's swing, and deftly cleaved the Spider-Woman's skull. A crystalline core erupted from within, which Chung Luoi caught with effortless grace. Impressive, Tank Xiaoyan marveled, acknowledging her prowess as a friend's ally, effortlessly dispatching the Spider-Woman. Concurrently, he and Brother Crow reached an unspoken consensus. She was indeed a good person. The battlefield resembled a scene from a hellish slaughterhouse. A miasma of blood enveloped the air, severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered about, some places piled high with corpses, the stench of coagulated blood pooling below. As the massacre continued, the numbers of Serpent Eye's subordinates dwindled rapidly, yielding an overwhelming advantage to Lin Dong's elite zombie legion, which now turned its attention to besieging the tech company. Meanwhile, Yang Hao and his companions found themselves encircled by the horde, besieged by their relentless assault. Damn it, something feels amiss. Yang Hao grimaced, having anticipated a chance to reap the benefits of other struggles, yet the unfolding events had inexplicably plunged him into peril. The awakened around them were embroiled in fierce combat. The bullets in the hunter's weapon were nearly exhausted. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed, and a brain-awakened individual turned to find the ghostly visage of Xiaoba mere inches away. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen as he was brutally disemboweled, his kidneys wrenched out. Blood gushed forth as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiaoba flickered and vanished, only to reappear before another target, continuing her relentless assault on vital points. In terms of sheer numbers, Xiaoba had undoubtedly claimed the most kills in this battle, earning her the title of Master of Waste Grabs. Someone stop her, Yang Hao shouted, feeling an overwhelming sense of the bizarre. The awakened individuals around him hastily erected earthen and ice walls to impede Xiaoba's advance. With Xiaoba at the front and a shadow looming behind, both posed daunting threats to humanity, capable of striking without a trace, truly a haunting presence. Have you all forgotten about me? Suddenly, a magnetic voice resonated through the crowd. Yang Hao turned towards the sound, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized Lin Dong, who had mysteriously reappeared beside him. In the next instant, Lin Dong unleashed his domain of death, enveloping everyone in an oppressive aura. With a mere flick of his wrist, he plunged his hand into the skull of an awakened individual, effortlessly extracting their soul crystal. Damn it! Yang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This was the true final boss. As Lin Dong passed by, he snatched 3 or 4 more soul crystals from the awakened, as if he had wandered into an orchard. Captain Xue Ting gritted her teeth, enduring the immense pressure as she activated her awakening ability. Water Prison. A gentle cerulean energy began to coalesce around, as cascades of water appeared in the air, resisting the terrifying domain of the undead and encircling Lin Dong. This curtain of water, composed of pure energy, rendered Lin Dong's necromantic abilities ineffective, for he could only traverse through solid objects, making it impossible for him to escape directly from the aqueous barrier. However, his elite guard, the Ace Legion, seized the moment, darting forth in succession to overpower several awakened beings, pinning them to the ground and tearing at them with savage ferocity, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. As the zombies drew ever closer, Shitong gritted his teeth, faced with such dire circumstances. He had no choice but to cooperate with the humans. Having just taken a brief respite, his mental energy surged forth like a tide, enveloping those elite zombies. The once menacing creatures suddenly halted, their expressions shifting to one of confusion, some even kneeling and trembling uncontrollably. The moment they made contact with his mental energy, they succumbed to an illusory realm, their minds ensnared in disarray. Gaining a moment's reprieve, Shitong surveyed the battlefield, sensing the tide had turned against him. Perhaps it was time to make an escape? Preserving oneself was paramount. As an A-grade undead king, while he could not overpower his foes, he certainly possessed the means for self-preservation. Contemplating this, he began to retreat quietly. However, at that very moment, a figure charged towards him at remarkable speed, akin to a rampaging bull, delivering a powerful blow to Shitong's chest. The immense force sent him hurtling backward over 10 meters. It was none other than Sun Xiaoqiang, rushing in to provide assistance. Yang Hao, drawn by the commotion, swiftly turned his gaze and was astonished to discover that there were indeed humans within Lin Dong's ranks. It struck him as utterly unfathomable. Moreover, the individual before him possessed a strikingly distinctive appearance. He had previously perused information on the official website of the shelter and quickly recognized him. You are Sun Xiaoqiang? Have you heard of my tale? Sun Xiaoqiang surveyed him with a wise gaze. At that moment, Shitong was consumed by a furious rage and hastily directed his mental energy towards him. However, Sun Xiaoqiang remained utterly unfazed. As long as I relinquish my consciousness, I shall not be disturbed. Upon uttering these words, a cacophony of cracking bones resonated around him as he instantaneously entered the state of fearless frenzy. Chapter 76. The situation is set. Sun Xiaoqiang surged forward like a ferocious tiger, landing a powerful punch on Shitong's chest. The impact produced a muffled thud as Shitong was propelled backward over 10 meters. Damn it, this fool, Shitong muttered through gritted teeth, his irritation palpable. For Sun Xiaoqiang's abilities indeed posed a significant constraint upon him. Yang Hao, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of panic. Not only did their adversaries include the likes of Xiao Ba and He Ying, formidable corpse kings, but also the notable figure of the shelter, Sun Xiaoqiang. Turning his gaze, he noticed Lin Dong had shattered the water prison, ethereal blue particles dispersing around him as he approached. With each step he took, a terrifying pressure re-emerged. And not far off, a slender girl, bearing a large sword upon her shoulder, ambled toward them with an unhurried demeanor. Damn, Yang Hao silently cursed. Overwhelmed by the opulence of the opposing lineup, he had initially hoped to reap the benefits of a conflict, only to discover he was facing a formidable shark. Now facing imminent doom. It is over. Everything is over. Meanwhile, Xueting and the other awakened ones stood on high alert. Their eyes fixed intently on Lin Dong, not daring to allow themselves the slightest distraction. Everyone, be cautious. During combat, it is imperative to envelop yourselves in energy to evade his sinister assaults. Indeed, several individuals responded in unison. Their energy surged, their presence growing increasingly formidable. Some bore icy armor that radiated a chilling aura, while others emanated flickering flames, exuding an intense heat. As the moment of dire confrontation approached, the awakened ones exerted their utmost strength. However, such a state was immensely taxing on their energy reserves and could not be sustained for long. Quite astute indeed, Lin Dong muttered under his breath, as a crimson glow enveloped his gaze, and the domain of the dead was unleashed in full force. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward, extending nearly 100 meters in all directions. Debris on the streets was instantaneously obliterated, disintegrating as if by an unseen hand. Garbage bins, lamp posts, abandoned vehicles, and more. The scene before them was one of impending annihilation. Xueting and her companions found themselves caught in a tempest, their hair whipping about, their expressions grave as they exerted every ounce of strength to resist. It seemed that even the slightest lapse in focus would lead to their utter destruction by that formidable force. It was terrifying. How could he possess such overwhelming energy? Could it be he is an S-class corpse king? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, and as that tall, pristine figure drew nearer, the pressure intensified. I cannot hold on any longer. A fire element awakened one cried out, releasing the last of his energy as flames erupted around him, transforming him into a being of fire. With all his might, he swung his fist toward Lin Dong. Lin Dong did not flinch. Instead, he boldly met the blow head-on, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance within this realm of corpses. With a resounding boom, his immense power shattered the body of the fire element awakened one, the fiery flames extinguishing, marking the final brilliance of a fleeting life. A crimson crystal core was violently expelled, which Lin Dong deftly caught in his palm and swallowed whole. The warm energy surged within him, coursing through his limbs and bones, as the full extent of the corpse realm's exertion had taken a considerable toll. It was an opportune moment for replenishment. Gasping in terror, the onlookers felt the icy grip of death drawing near, some succumbing to despair and relinquishing any hope of resistance. Lin Dong, rarely unleashing such a ferocious assault, flickered between foes, shattering the skull of another awakened being with a swift motion. He continued to harvest lives, resembling a merciless killing machine. Witnessing her companions fall one after another without the slightest chance to fight back, Xueting was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Glancing around, she saw the zombies, led by Xiao He, mercilessly decimating humanity while Xiao Ba continued to slaughter on the right. The anguished cries of the people intertwined with maniacal laughter, creating an atmosphere of sheer horror. When Xueting turned back, she found a handsome face looming before her, its pale skin and piercing red eyes striking a chord of fear. In an instant, a large hand reached out, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Her lifeless body crumpled to the ground while Lin Dong acquired a pale blue crystal core, promptly consuming it. The crystal core melted at the entrance, exuding an exquisite sweetness, a pure energy that nourished his body. Lin Dong reveled in this marvelous sensation. The awakened humans were nearly annihilated by him. He retracted the domain of corpses. His crimson gaze dimmed, restoring his tranquil demeanor. At that moment, the serpent's eye was still being mercilessly pummeled by Sun Xiaoqiang, for he, as a spiritual awakened being, was slightly inferior in physical prowess compared to the rampaging Sun Xiaoqiang. How could he, a fool, have bested him? The serpent's eye seethed with indignation, glancing around, contemplating escape, only to quickly realize that a throng of elite zombies, including the Shadow and Xiaoba, had closed in on him. Additionally, the tank and the doctor had just combined their efforts to eliminate Michelin and were now hastening to provide support. Above, numerous red-eyed ravens circled, some with beaks stained in blood, completely tainted, clutching severed portions of serpentine bodies. After Chung Loi dealt with the Spider-Woman, these ravens feasted on the pythons as if they were savoring spicy strips. Despair filled the serpent's eye. His subordinates had been slaughtered, and now he was surrounded by Lin Dong's forces, a dominant faction, with no escape in sight. Moreover, Lin Dong's figure was approaching. The serpent's eye trembled, cast into shadow by him. It appeared that he had no choice but to unleash his final trump card. After a moment of struggle, he resolved himself. He bent his knees, and with a soft thud, knelt upon the ground, bowing his head low. "Do not kill me. I surrender from this day forth. I shall serve you." Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing his acquiescence, the serpent's eye felt a surge of joy within. Glancing up discreetly, I discovered Sun Xiaoqiang and the dark figures of the zombies standing behind Lin Dong, refraining from further assaulting me. The old adage resonates. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a shortage of firewood. After all, zombies possess an inexhaustible vitality. As long as they endure, there will inevitably be a day for resurgence. The great zombie is adaptable. I vow to follow you for eternity, unwavering in my devotion, declared Shitong once more. Perhaps in the next life, Lin Dong suddenly interjected. A thunderous roar erupted from the horde of corpses behind, a cacophony that shook the very heavens as they surged toward Shitong, swiftly engulfing her. As Shitong was devoured by the masses, she resembled a drowning soul, desperately reaching out, her hand grasping for salvation, perhaps cursing Lin Dong in her heart. "You scoundrel!" Yet soon, her hand fell limply. Having entirely succumbed to the embrace of death, Lin Dong turned away, no longer a mere observer, as he moved onward. In a shadowed corner, a solitary human figure was seen, crouched on the ground with hands clasped tightly over his head, his face buried between his legs, akin to a fledgling trembling in the biting cold. Chapter 77. High-level confidentiality. This individual was, of course, Yang Hao, paralyzed by fear to the utmost degree. Lin Dong had intentionally spared him from his subordinates, contemplating that he might still possess some utility. At that moment, hearing the approaching footsteps, Yang Hao trembled and lifted his head, only to meet Lin Dong's icy visage, flanked by Tank, Xiaoba, and the doctor, all exuding an air of ferocity. Instantly, a wave of warmth flooded his trousers, and he found himself paralyzed by terror once more. "Please, do not kill me. Spare my life, and I can cooperate with you." "Cooperate?" Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yang Hao trembled as he explained, I am privy to numerous secrets of Tech Corporation. If you grant me mercy, I can divulge all of them." "Very well, speak," Lin Dong replied, intrigued as he scrutinized Yang Hao. Gulp. Yang Hao's lips felt parched, and he instinctively swallowed. He reached into his pocket and extracted a cigarette, tremblingly placing it between his lips. However, much like the previous occasion, the lighter refused to ignite. His hand seemed to have a mind of its own. After several attempts, a small flame finally flickered to life with a snap. But Lin Dong casually blew, extinguishing the flame. Smoking is prohibited in public places. Yang Hao felt utterly speechless but endeavored to compose himself before speaking once more. "Tech Corporation plans to cultivate zombies. This much I am aware." "Indeed," Lin Dong nodded, encouraging him to continue. Yang Hao elaborated, "The Z virus you obtained previously is merely the first phase, designed to enhance cellular vitality and accelerate response time. In fact, there exists a second phase, the Q virus, which can improve the skeletal structure of the zombies." As the assistant to the head, Yi Jian, Yang Hao had access to information that surpassed that of others. Lin Dong found this revelation immensely valuable. Where is the Q virus located? It is at the company headquarters and will be transported in 10 days, Yang Hao replied, raising his gaze. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. Similar to the Z virus, the Q virus would be transported by helicopter. Securing it would allow his elite zombie army to evolve once more, reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level of power. It is evident that the headquarters of Tech Corporation possesses profound depth, capable of producing such advanced innovations. Is there anything else? Furthermore, Yang Hao gritted his teeth and divulged a secret known only to the upper echelons. Tech Corporation not only conducts human trials with ordinary individuals, but also employs some awakened beings for these experiments. According to reports from headquarters, preliminary results have been achieved, allowing the transfer, grafting, or concentration of awakened abilities onto a single individual, which we refer to as modified humans. A second-generation version of the hunters. Modified humans, too, lack independent thought, operating solely according to predetermined protocols. Lin Dong pondered that modified humans must be quite formidable. As they amalgamate various abilities, does that not imply multiple crystal cores? Yang Hao collected his thoughts. In truth, the headquarters' support for cultivating zombies aims to acquire bizarre abilities, subsequently transferring them to modified humans to create true killing machines. Additionally, the headquarters has established specialized teams dedicated to hunting these uncanny zombies, composed exclusively of awakened beings of grade A or higher, and equipped with extraordinarily expensive modified human warriors, exhibiting tremendous strength. I see. Lin Dong nodded, realizing that Tech Corporation should not be underestimated. Despite his own rapid growth, they, too, are advancing swiftly. Yang Hao felt he had said all that needed to be said and tentatively inquired, so now may I? May I leave? Yes, you may go. Lin Dong replied casually. Yang Hao felt a sense of unease within him, questioning the sincerity of the words spoken. You truly will not kill me? Indeed. When I say I shall not kill, I mean it, Lin Dong replied with a tone that bore a hint of seriousness. Gradually, Yang Hao began to believe him. A flicker of hope igniting in his heart. Then I shall take my leave. He hastily rose to his feet, eager to escape this wretched place, and hurriedly made his way toward the street outside. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a sudden gust of wind swept through, followed by a sharp thud as an intense pain surged through his lower back, blood gushing forth. You! Yang Hao's eyes widened in shock, trembling as the realization dawned upon him. He slowly turned to see Xiao Ba's smiling face, with Lin Dong standing calmly behind, observing him with an expression of tranquility. I did not kill you, Lin Dong stated matter-of-factly. Yang Hao felt utterly speechless, crimson blood beginning to seep from the corners of his mouth as his consciousness grew increasingly hazy. In my next life, I must never trust a zombie. With a thud, Yang Hao's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Thus, the entire battle came to an end. In truth, once the Serpent had perished, the remaining zombies under his command had already relinquished their resistance. After all, they had yet to evolve to possess the quality of loyalty. Even the great pythons had scattered, fleeing for their lives. The horde of zombies began to scour the battlefield, feasting on flesh and gathering crystal cores. Cheng Luo strolled over, remarking, I hardly exerted myself, and yet it is already over? If you find yourself so idle, I shall summon you next time. What are your plans moving forward? I have no particular plans. Lin Dong harbored no grand ambitions of world domination. As a mere little zombie, he simply wished to live a life of ease, free from worries about sustenance. This had been his intention even before the apocalypse. However, in the unpredictable realm of survival, one often finds themselves compelled to act. If he did not eliminate Shitong, the latter would inevitably intrude upon his newfound territory, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly cede control. Cheng Luo turned her gaze toward him. Now that your domain has expanded, how about I scour it for a bit? In exchange for crystal cores, Lin Dong responded without hesitation. Cheng Luo's large eyes glimmered mischievously. Next time, for sure. With that, she stepped forward, accompanied by Sun Xiaoqiang and Chun Ming, gradually departing from the scene. Crazy, Lin Dong muttered under his breath as he watched her retreating figure. At that moment, the sun broke through the clouds, casting its rays anew upon the earth. The surrounding atmosphere, thick with the scent of blood, tinted the sunlight a deep crimson. It was as if slender red threads descended from the heavens. The blood pooling on the ground mirrored the sunlight, reflecting an eerie red glow, adding a vivid stroke to the canvas of the post-apocalyptic city. Lin Dong stood resolutely among it all, flanked by the three kings, commanding the tide of the undead. Let us depart back home. With his command, the horde surged forth. Caw, 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 homeward bound. A flock of crows swept across the sky, darkening the daylight. Yet behind them, a throng of zombies followed, Little Black and his less fortunate companions. Boss, what should we do? One of the underlings inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohei found himself thoroughly captivated by Lin Dong following their recent battle. The most crucial factor was the prospect of sustenance. Return home with your elder brother. Chapter 78, Fishing Enforcement. After vanquishing the Serpent's Gaze, Lin Dong's territory expanded once more, with the other in linking to Xiaohei's domain. The three regions were now entirely connected. The total area of their territory reached an impressive 50 square kilometers, encompassing nearly the entire city center, establishing them as a formidable power. The horde under Lin Dong's command had more than doubled in size, increasing from an initial count of 10,000 to 25,000, among which 5,000 were elite warriors, including 500 from the elite brigade. Through their battles, they had evolved through bloodshed, devouring numerous brain cores and flesh, thus becoming even more formidable. With Xiaohei joining the ranks, the three kings of the territory transformed into four. Each of these four sovereigns presided over their respective dominions. Xiaohei governed the north, an area he was intimately familiar with. The doctor oversaw the south. Tank and Xiaoba followed suit in descending order. Collectively, the four kings could be referred to as North He, South Bo, East Ku, and West Ba. Initially, Xiaoba expressed her disapproval of this nomenclature. Yet the other three kings were unwilling to negotiate. Lin Dong remained stationed at the tower, with the 500 elite brigade strategically positioned around him. Following them were thousands of distinguished zombies, expanding outward in concentric circles. As for the skies above their territory, they were entrusted to Brother Crow, who held absolute air supremacy. In the present day, this area is heavily fortified, particularly the central zone, which is virtually impenetrable, having become a veritable no-go zone for humanity. Of course, there is one exception, the diligent worker, Su Xiao. At this moment, she is kneeling on the ground, meticulously scrubbing the floor with her hands. Everything around her is arranged in perfect order, a sight that brings comfort even to those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Lin Dong is seated on the sofa ahead, one hand cradling a drink while the other fiddles with his mobile phone. Following the previous fierce battle, news has spread rapidly online, creating a lively atmosphere. Breaking news. High-ranking officials of tech company have perished in battle, their awakened forces completely annihilated. Was this a strategic blunder or a display of inadequate strength? Revelation. The mystery surrounding Yang Hao's death. According to insiders, he had ventured into the territory of the five-star corpse nest. Analysis. What colossal crises lurk in today's Jianbei city? Yang Hao's demise has instigated considerable panic, as it serves as a stark reminder of the perilous nature of the outside world. Below, numerous individuals engage in fervent discussion. Does anyone have concrete information about what transpired? If no one does, I might just spread some rumors. I heard that Yang Hao was negotiating with the Corpse King, but the talks fell through, resulting in his untimely demise. Has the rumor mill already begun? Then please, enlighten us on the details. It was clearly tech company that sought to collaborate with the Corpse King to eliminate another faction, but ultimately, they were unsuccessful. ID. Handsome boy. No way. Is it possible they were that inept? The comments section is rife with diverse opinions, each more varied than the last. As Chen Ming aptly stated, the internet is fraught with deception. Who can truly discern the malevolent entities lurking behind the screen? The individuals voicing their thoughts may not necessarily be survivors of a refuge. They could very well be members of the Black Scorpion, or affiliated with other organizations, or even evolved beings with sentience, or the undead. Some of these malevolent entities actively post, employing baiting tactics to ensnare human awakeners, preying on their desires and greed, leading them into the abyss. For instance, posts such as CPDD, you are the one. Let's define our relationship. Moi, do you love me? Message me privately. Seeking a caring young man to protect me and survive together, and I have discovered abundant resources. Those capable should come quickly, are rampant. Accompanied by alluring images of beautiful women, fair-skinned, stunning, with long legs, clad in sheer stockings or swimwear. These are common tactics of entrapment. To believe them would surely invite ruin. However, people have grown wiser. They seldom fall for such tricks, and during moments of ennui, some even take to mocking these posts, deliberately provoking the perpetrators. Hey, my only principle in seeking a partner is this. I won't pursue someone who is already taken, and I have no interest in what others discard. Sister, is it only tenderness you're offering? Could you provide something else? Lin Dong often stumbled upon these posts, not out of boredom or a desire to view attractive images. The crux of the matter lies in a persistent thought. Can one not engage in counter-surveillance? If they seek to entice individuals, one might as well feign compliance to unearth the sinister entities lurking behind. With the recent eradication of the snake eye, there exists little cause for concern. The next course of action involves seizing the Q virus from Tech Corporation, with merely 7 days remaining until the operation. In the interim, there is little to occupy one's time. Thus, Lin Dong continued to peruse those posts, intending to randomly select a fortunate netizen. Ideally, he would seek someone in proximity to his territory, as venturing too far for minimal gain would be an unwarranted risk. Before long, Lin Dong fixated on a post titled Seeking Supplies. It read, "My sister has discovered a substantial cache of resources, but she is now trapped, surrounded by countless zombies. I implore everyone to come to her aid." Sob sob sob. Accompanying the text was an image of a petite girl, her large eyes and cherubic cheeks rendering her irresistibly endearing, effectively stirring a protective instinct in men. Lin Dong casually replied, "Where are you? Brother, how many are with you? It is exceedingly perilous here. Please exercise utmost caution." Shortly thereafter, a private message arrived, indicating that these individuals were quite cautious, not revealing their location immediately, but rather probing the other's circumstances. Lin Dong responded, "I am alone." Alone? At that moment, in a dimly lit basement, the faint glow of a cell phone screen illuminated the rugged visage of a bearded man, a black scorpion tattoo etched upon the back of his hand. "Brother Yin, we've got a live one. He claims to be by himself," the burly man rumbled, turning his head with a guttural tone. Surrounding him were more than 10 individuals, each bearing a fierce countenance and possessing a cruel gaze. Among them, the middle-aged man, gaunt and with prominent cheekbones, had a pair of ominous eyes that were lost in contemplation. One person, surely no one would be so foolish now, would they? He mused. Yet, one can never be too certain. The world is vast and filled with all types of people. Perhaps he is simply captivated by my beauty. Or rather, the beauty in my photograph, remarked a burly man with a beard. The middle-aged man, however, was not without his reservations. What if they attracted the attention of awakened individuals from the sanctuary, deliberately seeking to encircle them? Nevertheless, this was a gamble by nature. If all else failed, they could always resort to Plan B. Very well, provide him the address. All right. The bearded man grinned, revealing a hint of cruelty, before picking up his phone to respond. "Woo-woo, I'm at the underground plaza of the Furniture City, and I'm so frightened right now. Please hurry and come to rescue me." Chapter 79. Lies. The middle-aged man continued to issue instructions. "Sulu, we shall first conceal ourselves. You will meet with him alone to assess his strength. If he truly surpasses us, you shall accompany him and act as our informant. If he is weaker, lead him into our encirclement, and together we shall eliminate him." Understood. From the shadows emerged a young girl, her appearance strikingly identical to that in the posted photograph. This was their Plan B. Furniture City? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. This location was indeed not far from his territory, situated at the eastern edge. Naturally, he had no way of knowing whether the individual's words were truthful or if he was merely providing a fabricated address. Nonetheless, even if it were a deception, it would serve as an opportunity to patrol his newly acquired domain. Thus, Lin Dong replied via his mobile, "Very well, await my arrival. However, I must caution you that the area is quite perilous, and I may need to proceed with caution." Upon reading this, the other party felt a surge of optimism, interpreting it as a sign of the incoming individual's lack of strength, suggesting they could easily overpower him. Lin Dong had intentionally crafted his message this way, aiming to lull the adversary into a false sense of security. He adeptly navigated the web of deceit, akin to a strategic game. Subsequently, Lin Dong rose from his home and descended the stairs, making his way eastward. Caw, caw, caw. A few dark crows soared overhead. The streets beneath his feet remained in disarray, and the surrounding feral zombies, upon noticing Lin Dong, obediently lowered their heads in submission. Lin Dong meandered through the apocalyptic city as if on a leisurely stroll. Before long, a robust figure emerged on the road ahead. It was Dong Ku, tasked with guarding the eastern front. A throng of zombies trailed behind him, while several crows circled above. "What brings the boss here?" one murmured. "I have no idea. He rarely ventures out," another replied. "Could it be a visit of encouragement for us?" "Indeed, that must be it." Dong Ku, sporting a simple smile, approached. "Boss, you've come to see me?" Lin Dong continued walking, saying, I'm here to recruit a few humans. A moment of surprise flickered across Tank's expression, sensing something amiss. Humans? Where could there possibly be humans? In the territory he patrolled, such creatures could not exist. Boss, are you sure about this? He inquired, uncertainty clouding his mind. I can't be certain yet. I'll investigate further. You all stay here for now, Lin Dong instructed. Oh, all right, Tank replied repeatedly, his heart racing with anxiety. If humans truly appeared, it would mean his failure in duty. Watching Lin Dong's retreating figure felt akin to a student awaiting judgment on their homework. Before long, Lin Dong arrived at the furniture market. The dilapidated buildings before him leaned precariously, cracks sprawling across their surfaces, with weeds sprouting from the crevices. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, causing the entire structure to seem on the verge of collapse. Lin Dong quietly sensed the presence of humans beneath the surface. While only one was detected on the outside, many lay hidden within, obscured by a mental barrier, the exact number remaining unknown. Excellent, Lin Dong murmured. For if he could confirm the authenticity of this location, the adversary's defeat would be inevitable, their fate sealed. He approached the underground entrance, where decayed bones and mottled bloodstains littered the descending stairs. The roll-up door ahead had succumbed to rust, now a deep reddish brown, while plastic debris blown by the wind accumulated at its base, with faint movements of insects discernible among the refuse. Lin Dong chose not to use the door. Instead, he decisively activated his corpse domain ability, seamlessly merging into the adjacent wall and proceeding within. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and a chill permeated the air. This underground mall, originally intended for selling furniture, was still under renovation on the day the apocalypse struck, and thus remained desolate and unoccupied. Lin Dong's tall figure emerged in the corridor. He chose not to remain hidden, but instead walked forward. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the empty hallway, shattering the surrounding silence. Was he truly alone? The long-awaited Su Lu sensed the commotion ahead. Her curiosity piqued. When did he arrive? Cough. Brother, is that you? She called out, deliberately softening her voice. Gradually, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a pristine white shirt, his fair complexion strikingly handsome. Yet, a hint of indifference lingered in his eyes. Lin Dong assessed the girl before him. She was undeniably human, and astonishingly resembled her photograph. The food matched the image. However, he wondered how many others might be concealed nearby. He needed to coax them out. Hello, I am here to rescue you. Oh. Su Lu gazed at the handsome visage, momentarily entranced, her heart fluttering with an unfamiliar sensation. Initially, she had been kidnapped by the members of the Black Scorpion, and later, under their coercion, she had joined their ranks. She had previously contemplated killing Lin Dong to obtain his crystal core or brain essence, but seeing his striking looks, her thoughts shifted. Brother, I am so frightened, Su Lu said sweetly as she leaned closer to Lin Dong, attempting to clasp his arm. However, Lin Dong deftly evaded her advance. What about the supplies you mentioned? Su Lu felt quite speechless, pondering whether he was truly so lacking in sensitivity. What was his purpose for being here? Was it solely for supplies? Nonetheless, he seemed rather principled. Supplies were, inside, follow me. Su Lu had no choice but to lead him forward, entering the encirclement of his companions. Lin Dong walked ahead, silently attuned to the atmosphere around them. Their footsteps echoed in the corridor, and apart from that, there was an enveloping silence that unexpectedly birthed a sense of awkwardness in Su Lu, reminiscent of a meeting between online acquaintances. Neither of them spoke. After a brief moment, Su Lu finally broke the silence. Aren't you afraid that I might be deceiving you? Not at all. After all, without supplies, I would starve to death anyway. I might as well choose to trust you, Lin Dong replied with a squint and a smile. Su Lu silently lowered his head, pursing his lips. Have you ever considered joining some organization? I haven't thought about it, but if survival is possible, perhaps I would contemplate it, Lin Dong said, his eyes reflecting deep thought. A flicker of brightness passed through Su Lu's gaze, as he found this sentiment profoundly agreeable. It mirrored his own experiences. It seemed their worldviews were quite aligned. Indeed, surviving is of utmost importance. Have you ever taken a life during the apocalypse? Not yet. Lin Dong shook his head. At this moment, it was evident that Su Lu was harboring thoughts of recruiting him to join the Black Scorpion organization. One must first take a few human lives, signifying a disdain for order, and from then on, embrace absolute freedom. Chapter 80. Concealed Presence? He has never taken a life. Much like his former self, he remains a kind-hearted individual. Su Lu pondered quietly, her gaze softening. After enduring the twisted nature of the Black Scorpion organization, encountering someone like Lin Dong felt refreshing. A string within Su Lu seemed to resonate at that moment. In this apocalyptic world, where she had been fleeing and enduring humiliation to survive, her heart was already weary, longing for a genuine shoulder to lean on. Suddenly, Su Lu felt an overwhelming obsession to prevent Lin Dong from perishing. Perhaps she could first persuade him to join the organization and later find an opportunity to share a life together. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must heed my words. It may be the key to your survival. What unforeseen circumstances could possibly occur? Lin Dong inquired with a smile, implying that their hunt was nearly foolproof. The two arrived at a spacious hall. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and in the center lay a collection of human supplies, several boxes of mineral water, instant noodles packed in cardboard boxes, and some canned food. These were all gathered by the Black Scorpion organization. The supplies are here, Su Lu stated. Indeed. Lin Dong nodded, viewing these items with disdain, for his true supplies had yet to surface. He silently sensed his surroundings, the mental barrier intensifying, indicating that numerous humans were lurking nearby. Indeed, within the enveloping darkness, many eyes were fixed upon him. Su Lu had unwittingly led this unfortunate soul right into their midst. What a daring individual he is. Suddenly, a young man beside me furrowed his brow. He was a mental awakener, possessing keen perception, and had sensed something amiss. To my astonishment, I could not detect any sign of life emanating from him. What? The surrounding crowd bore expressions of shock. What could this be if not human? Is it haunted? A zombie? Can such a zombie even exist? In my estimation, this might very well be his awakening ability, capable of cloaking one's presence and disrupting others' perceptions. How extraordinary! The crowd murmured in hushed tones. The middle-aged leader cast a sinister glance around, unable to sense Lin Dong's presence as well. However, noticing that he was alone, he felt little concern, confident in the numerical superiority of his group. Moreover, since they had chosen to fish for lawbreakers, they could not afford to hesitate. Brothers, act, he commanded. Understood. The others replied, no longer concealing their forms, as energy began to coalesce, exuding a chilling aura. Among them, two speed-enhanced awakeners darted forth like arrows from the darkness, wielding alloy short knives, aiming directly for their target's life. Lin Dong turned his gaze, noticing that over a dozen presences had suddenly emerged around him. It seemed their numbers were significant. As the two charged forth, fierce as tigers, they were mere moments from reaching him. Suddenly, a girl stepped into the fray. Stop! Su Lu exclaimed, spreading her arms to shield Lin Dong. Yinzai, do not kill him yet. The two speed awakeners, upon witnessing this, abruptly slowed their advance and came to a halt, their expressions filled with displeasure. Hey, you little vixen, what do you think you're doing? Do not kill him just yet. Su Lu exclaimed, her expression tinged with anxiety. In the dim light, Feng Yin emerged with others. What is going on? He inquired. I have no idea. This little wretch suddenly blocked our way, insisting that we spare him. One of the men retorted, visibly irate. Feng Yan's sinister gaze fixed upon Su Lu, clearly demanding an explanation. Su Lu feigned composure and replied, Brother Yan, we just had a conversation. He too despises order and wishes to join our organization. As she spoke, she discreetly signaled Lin Dong, indicating that he should heed her words. Ah, indeed. I harbor no fondness for order. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. The onlookers scrutinized him, their expressions a blend of skepticism and mistrust. In this terrifying apocalypse, the Black Scorpion organization seemed unperturbed by the number of members. The burly man with a beard furrowed his brow and questioned, Su Lu, you wouldn't actually have feelings for him, would you? Su Lu hesitated, her silence speaking volumes. The bearded man scoffed at her ambiguity. Huh, what a shameless little flirt you are. Just last night, you claimed I was the greatest, and now, the very next afternoon, you've fallen for someone else. Enough. Cease your prattle. Feng Yin interjected, asserting that joining the Black Scorpion organization was no simple feat and required a demonstration of allegiance. To become one of us, you must at least take a human life, preferably that of a survivor from the official refuge, as they symbolize adherence to order. Moreover, after taking a life, one must undergo the scrutiny of our leader. Can you manage that? Feng Yin inquired. Leader? Lin Dong mused, realizing the Black Scorpion organization upheld a rather rigid hierarchy, complete with its own leader. Who is this leader? You will find out in due course. Clearly, Feng Yin harbored doubts about him, thus refraining from elaborating further. Ah, by the way, what is your awakening ability? Feng Yin probed. My ability is to conceal one's presence, and I can also assist others in doing so. Lin Dong replied casually. Indeed. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, exchanging glances, as it explained the peculiar sensation they had felt moments ago. For the Black Scorpion organization, which thrived on clandestine activities, the skill to mask one's presence was nothing short of a remarkable talent. Henceforth, he need not worry about being discovered wherever he went. Feng Yin, however, remained skeptical. Can you truly aid others in concealing their presence? Might you demonstrate? Certainly, Lin Dong replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he directed his gaze toward the burly man with a bushy beard and approached him. May I use you for demonstration? You. Come if you dare. Who fears you? But if you deceive us, I shall swiftly dismember you. As Lin Dong drew nearer, the bearded man felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet, surrounded by so many, he dared not make any rash moves, thus bracing himself. Good luck. Beside them, Su Lu clenched her fists, her expression tense. Given the current course of events, her plan had achieved preliminary success. Ryu Hayashi demonstrated his worth, and, after submitting a token of allegiance, he could join the Black Scorpion organization following a review. Thus, I silently prayed for Hayashi, hoping that his ability to conceal his presence was genuine. It reminded me of the last time I felt such tension, which was during the college entrance examination. At this moment, Hayashi stood before the burly man, a smirk gradually spreading across his face. In full view of the onlookers, he slowly raised his slender hand and, utilizing his corpse domain ability, plunged it directly into the man's forehead. The man's gaze sharpened, suddenly bewildered as a chilling aura of death enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of unease within. In that fleeting moment, he realized something and attempted to resist, but it was too late. The next second, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. As the bearded corpse collapsed to the ground, Hayashi found himself clutching a crystal core. You see, he has ceased to exist, hasn't he? Chapter 81. Taking it seriously leads to defeat. Gasp. The crowd displayed expressions of horror, collectively inhaling sharply. What an eerie ability is this? Theoretically, Hayashi had indeed succeeded in extinguishing the bearded man's life force. However, Feng Yin and the others quickly grasped the situation. He was toying with himself. Damn it. Kill him. With a furious shout, Feng Yin's muscular arms bulged, and his skin took on a brownish hue, indicating his transformation into a physically enhanced awakened being known as Petrified Body. Hayashi retaliated with a punch, simultaneously activating his corpse domain. Boom. The two strikes collided with tremendous force. Feng Yin's petrified form was undeniably resilient, producing a sound akin to mountains crashing together as their fists met. However, he ultimately could not withstand Lin Dong's might. His body hurled 10 meters away, crashing against the wall, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the surface. Meanwhile, the others around him were ensnared in a realm of death, suffocated by an overwhelming pressure. Nevertheless, the awakened members of the Black Scorpion were ruthless by nature, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. They gritted their teeth, forcibly channeling their energy, launching a frenzied assault towards Lin Dong. In an instant, flames roared, blades of wind howled, and the tumultuous energy emitted a destructive aura. Lin Dong had no intention of enduring the onslaught of so many adversaries. He swiftly retreated. Boom. All the energy erupted, a powerful shockwave sweeping through, shattering several pillars within the hall, thick clouds of dust billowing into the air. Clatter, clatter. As the sound of tumbling stones echoed, dust cascaded from the ceiling, causing the entire underground hall to tremble. What is happening? This is bad. It seems the building above is about to collapse. Where did that person go? Has he perished? The awakened members of the Black Scorpion began to search for Lin Dong's figure, but apart from the incessantly falling dust, the surroundings were utterly vacant. He had seemingly vanished. The crowd furrowed their brows, an unsettling sensation creeping into their hearts. That individual was exceedingly peculiar. At this moment, a mental-type awakener, with a grave expression, emanated his psychic energy, striving to sense his surroundings. Soon, he detected an unusual aura. Zhao, he is beside you. A middle-aged man, his face graved, ignited flames in his palm, and, with a wave of his hand, conjured a wall of fire. Discovered. Lin Dong emerged. The terrifying power of the corpse domain surged like a tempest, instantly dispersing the wall of flames that stood before him, followed closely by a fierce punch. Amidst the flying sparks, a fist materialized before that person, his pupils widening in alarm. Boom. Despite the protective energy surrounding him, his skull was still shattered. a crystal core bursting forth. As the battle raged on, the overwhelming energy stirred, causing the already dilapidated structures to collapse even more violently. Massive stones tumbled down, threatening to bury the place beneath them. Lin Dong glanced upward and, with a leap, vanished once more. This time, the awakened ones observed clearly. Lin Dong seemed to evaporate into thin air. Damn, I truly respect this old trickster. They cursed inwardly, yet a sense of dread enveloped them, as if they had encountered a ghost. Feng Yin gritted his teeth in frustration. Where did he go? It seems he has already departed, the psychic awakeners sensed. With debris continuously cascading and the ground trembling violently, it was clear that they could not remain here any longer. Let us go, we must escape. The group of awakened relied on their abilities or robust physiques to climb over the rolling stones towards safety. In the distance, the furniture city building had completely collapsed, reduced to a wasteland. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive stone slab was pushed aside. Coughing, the black scorpion awakened emerged, covered in dirt and grime. Damn it, where did that guy go? I swear, I will take him down today. Yes, let us confront him. People were vociferous in their condemnation, their hearts filled with resentment. A moment of pause. Feng Yin suddenly apprehended an anomaly. It stood to reason that such a clamorous uproar would have drawn the neighboring zombies, yet an eerie silence persisted. As the dust gradually dissipated, he discerned a multitude of terrifying visages emerging on the surrounding streets, rooftops, and derelict vehicles. There were even a few zombies, reminiscent of arachnids, scaling the walls. This spectacle elicited widened eyes and pupils in seismic disarray among the crowd. For it was at this juncture that they discovered they were utterly encircled by an inexorable tide of zombies. Caw, 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 humans. There are indeed humans here. Hundreds of ebony, crimson-eyed crows wheeled in the firmament, presenting a scene of awe-inspiring magnitude. Moreover, amidst the throng of corpses not far distant, a pristine figure stood. Attended by a towering, robust zombie, its diminutive eyes gleaming with malevolence and imbued with profound resentment. Brother Yan, I is he. The zombie king? An awakened one uttered, his jaw nearly unhinged. Those who had previously proclaimed their intent to engage Lin Dong in a death match were now struck dumb, their bodies quivering uncontrollably, their hearts gripped by the zenith of terror as they were besieged by such a formidable array. Feng Yan, at this juncture, apprehended the gravity of the situation. What manner of entity had he ensnared with his fishing expedition? Solely Su Lu, aside from the horror etched upon her countenance, bore a hint of disappointment, tinged with melancholy. Are you the zombie king of this domain? Affirmative, I am. Lin Dong nodded in confirmation. No wonder. Su Lu comprehended, simultaneously recalling his prior assertions of believing in her and professing innocence of murder, all of which were evidently mendacious. So you deceived me, but didn't you also deceive me? Yet Su Lu hesitated, as there was a moment when she had genuinely hoped, genuinely not wanting Lin Dong to perish, even at the cost of offending Feng Yan. In truth, I haven't deceived you. I genuinely came in search of supplies. Lin Dong paused, casting his gaze upon the assembly. You are the supplies. Roar. Lin Dong's concluding words seemed to toll a death knell for them as Tank unleashed a thunderous roar, leading thousands of zombies in a charge. Humans had indeed trespassed upon his dominion. Tank harbored profound resentment towards the humans before him. His assignment had once again fallen short of expectations, and only by tearing them asunder could he atone for his missteps. Witnessing the frenzied zombies surge forth, Feng Yin and his cohorts trembled with terror, their attempts at resistance utterly futile. Among those zombies were mostly elites, along with ace legions, their strength exceedingly formidable. Before Feng Yin and his company could even stir a ripple, they were engulfed in the tide of corpses. Especially Su Lu. The despair in her heart rendered her incapable of resistance, feeling that there was nothing in this world worth holding on to. If there is a next life, do not readily trust anyone. Once you become earnest, you have lost. This was her final thought before death. Chapter 82. Edge of the territory. After a brief moment, the anguished cries of humanity faded into oblivion, leaving only the sound of zombies feasting, accompanied by a few crows pecking at the remnants of flesh amidst the ruins. As dusk approached, the setting sun bled crimson, casting a surreal tableau before one's eyes. Following the gruesome feast, the horde dispersed, each returning to its designated place. Yet, Lin Dong did not return home. Instead, he meandered along the periphery of the territory, accompanied by a tank, while several crows circled above, evoking a sense of official inspection. The tank silently prayed that no other humans or creatures would emerge at this moment. As they advanced, The distant sound of flowing water reached Lin Dong's ears. He arrived at the banks of a river, its waters flowing languidly and incessantly, akin to a great serpent in motion. The name of Jiangbei City was derived from this very river. Before the apocalypse, this locale was a gathering place for people. Couples would stroll hand in hand, elderly women would dance in the square, and old men would find joy by the riverside. What was once a lively scene now lay in utter silence, marred only by congealed blood and decaying bones. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the river shimmered, its surface stained with a deep crimson hue, occasionally revealing floating corpses or dismembered limbs. Across the water, a few zombies wandered aimlessly. Despite the hundreds of meters that separated them, they spotted Lin Dong and emitted a furious roar that echoed across the river, reverberating endlessly. That place was no longer Lin Dong's domain. Ah, my volatile temper. The tank, infuriated by the provocation directed at its master, burned with rage, yearning to leap into the river and confront them. Come back, it thought. Lin Dong called him to a halt, dismissing the few petty minions as mere barking dogs, hardly worth his concern. Moreover, crossing the river was no trivial endeavor. The waters teemed with aquatic life, now mutated, and the surging currents concealed potential monstrosities. In this apocalyptic era, aquatic realms were exceptionally perilous, particularly the ocean. The abundance of marine creatures far surpassed that of terrestrial beings, many of colossal size. The sea was replete with prey, and it was unfathomable what deep-sea giants had evolved. With the tank obstructed, they had no choice but to relent. They continued their trek along the riverbank and soon beheld the vast crossing bridge, its surface choked with abandoned vehicles. Some crashed together, others overturned, and even a few having exploded, leaving behind charred remnants. On the opposite side of the bridge, several zombies lurked, their grotesque faces contorted with ferocity. It was evident they were highly evolved. Elite among the undead. Is this a precaution against me? Lin Dong pondered. Recognizing the placement of these formidable zombies at the bridge's entrance was a clear message. Perhaps the opposing necromancer understood that a confrontation with Lin Dong was inevitable. In this world, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. One must perish while the other survives. After crossing the bridge, they resumed their journey along the riverbank, leading them to a dense forest that sprawled into the distance, known as Beishanin Jiangbei City. The mountains rose majestically, lush and verdant. Before the cataclysm, many renowned tycoons, entrepreneurs, and celebrities resided in luxurious villas perched atop Beishan. The villas, resplendent in their opulence, surpassed the wildest imaginations of the impoverished. Overlooking the mighty river and nestled against the majestic mountains, they are indeed a true embodiment of feng shui. However, after the cataclysm, the scene transformed drastically. The flora and fauna underwent mutations, rendering the northern mountains a realm of chaos. Furthermore, during the apocalypse, countless humans fled to the mountains to escape the undead, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Yet, once they entered, they vanished without a trace, leaving their fates unknown. Within the northern mountains, signals from the shelters could not penetrate, severing all ties to the outside world. According to Lin Dong's analysis, while a horde of zombies would not form in the mountains, the environment could nurture formidable individuals. Additionally, it was estimated that most members of the Black Scorpion organization were active in these highlands. The northern mountains, a veritable melting pot of danger, posed significant threats. In such a wretched locale, even the Ox Demon King would have to toil, and the Monkey King would be reduced to performing grand spectacles. From a distance, Lin Dong observed the woods, thick with sprawling patches of climbing tigers. This peculiar plant was far more robust than before the disaster. Its roots and vines subtly tinged with a crimson hue, as if blood vessels coursed through them, liquids flowing within. The dense growth of climbing tigers seemed to be expanding outward, encroaching upon the city streets. Something was amiss, Lin Dong pondered. He glanced back at Tank, who appeared rather dazed, and felt it unwise to leave him alone in this precarious situation. Brother Crow, go summon Xiaoba, and have her keep Tank company from now on, Lin Dong instructed, raising his voice. All right, I shall do so at once. In the sky, a crimson-eyed crow cawed several times, flapping its wings as it darted away. Little Sheba, I have come to find you. The unique call of Brother Crow echoed throughout the expanse of the territory. Before long, it soared to the western part of the domain, its red gaze sweeping across the landscape until it spotted a slender figure atop a clock tower. Little Sheba, Brother Crow called out eagerly. Little Sheba raised his eyes, having already heard the call, though he was reluctant to respond, finding the little black bird rather bothersome of late. Could you refrain from calling me Little Sheba? He retorted. Very well, Little Sheba, Brother Crow acquiesced. Little Sheba rolled his eyes, contemplating that if it weren't for the little black bird's high altitude, he would have plucked its feathers. What do you want from me? The boss instructed me to tell you to guard the eastern region, Brother Crow replied. Oh, Little Sheba's eyes glimmered with interest. Without further ado, he leaped from the clock tower, his speed reaching its zenith in an instant, akin to a gust of fierce wind, racing towards the east. In no time, he entered the state of rapid shadow, his form vanishing from sight. Brother Crow, still flapping his wings in the sky, was taken aback. Huh, where did he go? Meanwhile, Lin Dong had completed his inspection of the territory's edge and returned home. The interior of his abode was immaculate, pristine, and orderly, akin to a hidden paradise. Entirely insulated from the horrors of the outside apocalyptic world. There's no place like home. Lin Dong settled onto the sofa. Despite his formidable prowess, the environs beyond his domain remained fraught with peril. The northern mountains, for instance, teemed with latent threats, where monstrous entities might emerge unexpectedly. In contrast, the environs of his stronghold, garrisoned by a cohort of 500 elite zombified soldiers and several thousand select troops, exuded an atmosphere of impregnable security. Inclined towards a more circumspect course of action, Lin Dong resolved to indulge in virtual pursuits and leisurely angling, activities characterized by their inherent safety. Accordingly, he procured his cellular device and, after a moment's contemplation, emulated the precedent set by Chung Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang by inscribing a brief self-description within his social media profile, a timorous soul, perpetually yearning for reassurance. Chapter 83. Crossing the river, however, the endeavor of fishing online proved to be less facile than anticipated, as the majority of potential respondents resided at considerable distances beyond the confines of his territorial jurisdiction, thereby precluding any immediate prospects. Before long, Lin Dong received a private communique, dispatched by Cheng Luai. Your profile epithet possesses a certain allure. Are you, perchance, extending a compliment towards yourself? Lin Dong retorted. Cheng Luai continued. I intend to journey to the Jiangxiao district and wish to traverse your domain as a transit point. Moreover, I have procured certain items for your conveyance. Such magnanimity. Lin Dong responded. The Jiangxiao district was situated contiguously across the river, and passage through Lin Dong's territory would obviate the necessity for a circuitous detour, thereby economizing considerable time. Nevertheless, Lin Dong harbored a degree of inquisitiveness. Pray, what is the purpose of your expedition to the Jiangxiao district? A rescue mission. The refuge's resource retrieval team is marooned there. Do you have any interest in joining? Commence your journey hither, and we shall deliberate further at that juncture. Lin Dong replied. Subsequently, he deposited his cellular device upon the coffee table, reclined against the sofa, and commenced a period of contemplative introspection. Since an encounter with the Corpse King across the river is inevitable, this presents a fortuitous opportunity. It would be wise to blend in with the refugee group, masquerading as humans, to gather intelligence on the other side, as we currently possess no knowledge of that region. The pressing question remains, how will Cheng Luoi and the others cross the river? Are they truly intending to forge ahead via the river bridge? Approximately an hour later, within the territory of Lin Dong, a group arrived, Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, accompanied by two young women. Both were B-level crystal core awakeners, possessing formidable strength and ranking highly within the refuge. Sister Cheng, we are entering a 5-star corpse nest, a delicate girl cautioned. Rest assured, I have the toll ready, Cheng Lui replied, not glancing back as she advanced, her aura unapologetically bold, confidently striding down the center of the path. Clearly familiar with the route. On her back, she bore 2 large blades, crossed in its formation, exuding an impressive flare. The 2 girls nodded in understanding and followed closely in her wake. Remarkably, they encountered no zombies along the way, finding the journey smoother than before, until they soon approached the vicinity of a tall building. In the distance, a solitary figure stood on the street, clad in a white shirt, his handsome visage fixed upon them. The 2 young women were acutely aware of Lin Dong's identity and the nature of their partnership. Yet an undercurrent of tension coursed through them. Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, however, approached him with ease. We have arrived. Indeed, Lin Dong replied, casting a glance toward the horizon where the sun was nearly set, painting the sky with a crimson hue. It appears your mission this time is rather urgent. Indeed. Time is of the essence, for the situation there is exceedingly perilous, and the search party is at risk of being entirely wiped out, Sun Xiaoqiang elucidated. Were it not urgent, they would never undertake such an endeavor at night, nor would they seek Lin Dong's assistance for navigation. Let us hasten, we must return before nightfall. Cheng Lui urged, suddenly recalling something. Oh, by the way, here you go. She removed a long blade from her back and presented it before Lin Dong. The blade was elongated, nearly reaching his height, adorned with a crimson fire crystal embedded in the hilt, its radiance swirling, ethereal, and dreamlike. Lin Dong scrutinized it. Is this a toll for passage? Indeed, and it also accounts for last time. I assured you I would bring it next time, and I shall fulfill that promise. Cheng Lui replied. After vanquishing the snake eye, she had scavenged a few items on her way back, and this blade served as a token of recompense. Very well. Lin Dong accepted without hesitation, grasping the hilt. A flash of red light emanated from the blade, radiating a searing heat, as if it were on the verge of igniting. It is a fine weapon. With a thought, he stored the blade in his spatial compartment. Then he lifted his gaze, increasingly focused on Cheng Lui and Sun Xiaoqiang, directing his attention to the two girls behind them. Why are they not accompanied by Chen Ming this time? Cheng Lui clarified. As it is a matter of rescuing someone, not transporting goods, they are unable to assist. In her eyes, Chen Ming was akin to a laborer. The two girls, feeling Lin Dong's intense gaze, trembled involuntarily, suppressing their fear, and managed to force a smile. Be big brother, greetings, I am Zhou, one of the fair-featured, short-haired girls introduced herself. Another petite girl hurriedly chimed in. Hello, my name is Zhao Miling. Greetings to you all, Lin Dong said, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly as a warm smile graced his lips. Zhou and Zhao Miling exchanged startled glances, suddenly struck by an uncanny resemblance to the tall boy from their neighborhood. On that sunlit day, he had donned a crisp white shirt. Soon after, they strolled together towards the riverbank, their journey proceeding smoothly. Before long, the sound of rushing water filled the air. The great river continued its relentless flow, the surface shimmering. Yet, the sight of floating limbs and severed arms cast a pall over the scenery. How do we cross? Lin Dong inquired. Cheng Lui explained. We are here for a rescue mission. To traverse the river bridge directly would be rather conspicuous, especially with the elite zombies lurking nearby. Follow us. As she spoke, Cheng Lui led them downstream. After walking approximately 200 meters, they came to a halt. The river is relatively narrow here, and the opposite bank is quite close. Let us begin. All right. Zhou and Zhao Miling replied with unwavering resolve, stepping toward the river's edge. The two girls gradually lowered themselves, their hands pressing against the ground. At that moment, a chilling breath began to emanate, swirling forth like a white mist. Upon contact with the river, the water began to crystallize, and before long, an ice bridge emerged, spanning the surface. Oh, Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing then that both girls were awakened to the ice element. No wonder Cheng Lui had brought them along. Let us go, Cheng Lui declared, leading the way as she boldly stepped onto the ice bridge. The ice bridge stands remarkably firm and stable, even as the river flows beneath. It does not tremble in the slightest. The scene before Lin Dong suddenly ignites a spark of inspiration. Should he ever engage in battle with the formidable Corpse King across the way, this method could serve as a means for a surprise attack, enabling him to charge directly into enemy territory. Yes, it is indeed a brilliant idea. The more he contemplates, the more satisfied he becomes. Moreover, their journey across the river proceeds smoothly. Even when aquatic creatures attempt to assault them, their efforts are rather feeble. A few razor-toothed fish leap from the water. Yet Cheng Lui deftly wields her blades, slicing them into segments with remarkable precision. Unfortunately, these fish have feasted on corpses, rendering them tainted with a virus and thus inedible. Cheng Lui expresses her regret. You don't want them? Then I shall take them with me. Lin Dong replies without hesitation, swiftly storing the fish in his spatial pouch. After all, his minions are not picky eaters. Being zombies, they harbor no fear of the zombie virus. Additionally, these fish are quite substantial, each weighing over 10 pounds. In the shallow waters, no formidable mutated beasts pose a threat. Moments later, they arrive on the opposite bank, and the instant they set foot on solid ground, the ice bridge melts away without leaving a trace. Lin Dong glances at the two women, Zhou and Zhao Miling, sensing their potential utility in the future. He strides forward and casually pulls out his phone. Let us exchange contact information. Huh. The two women open their mouths in astonishment. their expressions filled with disbelief. Surely, they cannot have heard him correctly. Chapter 84. The sugar factory. During their time in the shelter, they were frequently approached for casual conversation. But they never imagined that one day they would be asked for contact details by the Corpse King. What could this possibly mean? Is it for ordering takeout when hunger strikes? At present, the two naturally dared not refuse, their faces adorned with stiff smiles as they exchanged contact information. Cheng Luai's beautiful eyes scrutinized the situation. What are you up to? Trying to abduct us on our first meeting? Don't be so stingy. Just lend us a couple of construction workers for a bit. They won't be damaged, Lin Dong remarked casually. Construction workers? The two women exchanged glances, understanding his implication, and sighed with relief. Construction workers it is, certainly preferable to delivery personnel. Upon adding their social accounts, they noticed Lin Dong's newly updated profile. And they couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless, silently acknowledging that he truly is a friend of Cheng Li and Sun Chong. After they disembarked, a few zombies were ambling along the riverbank, their faces grotesque, and their tattered clothing stained a deep brown with congealed blood. At that moment, a pair of murky eyes spotted Cheng Lui and the others, letting out a fierce roar and charging towards them. These were mere ordinary zombies, not particularly formidable. Cheng Luai drew her long knife and effortlessly dispatched them with a couple of swift, precise strikes, severing their heads cleanly. Sun Chong stepped forward, kicking each zombie's lifeless body into the river. Splash. As the water surged, dark blood dispersed, attracting several grotesque fish that eagerly swam over to feast on the corpses. He chuckled foolishly by the riverbank. Beside him, Zhou looked astonished, a hint of admiration in her expression. Brother Chong, you're quite astute. You know how to destroy the evidence. I just found it amusing, Sun Chong replied. Zhou, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, what is so entertaining about this? The joy of boys is truly perplexing. Let us go, Cheng Lui called out, leading the way forward as they approached the realm of the corpse nest. The two girls became visibly anxious. Lin Dong, however, remained unfazed, walking forward with an air of calmness. The disheveled street presented a scene of desolation, littered with abandoned vehicles and numerous zombies. These creatures swayed and stood vacantly, their flesh a pallid gray, with decaying cheeks that evoked a sense of revulsion. These were low-level zombies, devoid of any intelligence, and thus posed no threat. They acted purely on instinct, occasionally managing to catch a rat for sustenance. Yet, Cheng Luai was unwilling to disturb them, carefully circumventing their presence. Awakening these lowly zombies could easily trigger a horde, potentially attracting more formidable foes. The group relied on the wreckage of vehicles or the ruins of buildings to evade the zombies' line of sight, proceeding with utmost caution. In contrast, Lin Dong walked nonchalantly along the roadside. The zombies lacked cognition and viewed the world in two categories, edible and inedible. Clearly, Lin Dong belonged to the latter, rendering him safe from their aggression. Their journey was remarkably smooth, and in less than 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a sugar factory, where numerous large, rusted barrels stood. Within the factory grounds, the density of zombies had noticeably increased. Lin Dong silently sensed the presence of elite zombies and mutated beasts, exuding an eerie aura. It was peculiar. Yet he detected no humans, likely hidden away by some special means, for survival amidst such zombies would be impossible otherwise. As the contemplation lingered, a cat's cry echoed through the factory, reminiscent of a spring call, eerily akin to the wailing of a child, sending shivers down one's spine. What could it be? Sun Xiaoqiang pressed his hands against the railing, peering through the gaps to gaze inside, where he discovered a large iron canister, atop which lay a pitch-black cat. Surrounding it were several formidable zombies, wandering aimlessly as if in search of something. This black cat is quite peculiar. You all should exercise caution, Cheng Luai advised. Indeed. Zhou and Zhao Miling nodded repeatedly, their anxiety escalating. Beside them, Sun Xiaoqiang also nodded, his expression suddenly grave. Black cats are notorious for their uncanny nature. Have you come to that conclusion as well? Zhao Miling inquired curiously. Sun Xiaoqiang earnestly recounted, when I was a child at the orphanage, I witnessed a black cat shoot off a mouse's ear with a handgun. Tell me, isn't that eerie? Zhao Miling looked at him in disbelief. What? You still doubt me? Sun Xiaoqiang insisted. Lin Dong, do you remember? We both saw it together. Don't ask me. Lin Dong replied with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Cheng Lui was busy fiddling with her phone, sending messages to the search team to inquire about their specific location, but after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Could it be that they have already perished? Sun Xiaoqiang questioned. That seems unlikely, Chung Loi analyzed, for the zombies inside the factory are evidently searching for something, indicating that there are still living souls present. It is likely that he has encountered some trouble. At this moment, within a pitch-black factory, a young man crouches in a shadowy corner, paralyzed with fear. He repeatedly chants to himself, "I am a tree, I am a tree, I am a tree." His limbs have morphed into root-like tendrils, embedded in the earth below, while his skin has dried and cracked, resembling the bark of a withered tree. This young man, named Li Xian, is the captain of a search team. He is an awakened individual with the ability to manipulate wood, currently employing a technique known as plant camouflage. Above him, several elite zombies dangle from the ceiling, crawling like spiders, their nostrils flaring as they utilize their acute sense of smell to hunt. Not far away, a few zombies kneel on the ground, feasting on a corpse. Originally, Li Xian's search team comprised over 20 members, but more than 10 have perished, and several others have also hidden away, their fates uncertain. Why are there so many elite zombies? Anxiety grips Li Xian as he recalls a moment when a zombie crawled directly above him. He deeply regrets coming here. Initially, he believed that sugar was a crucial strategic resource, rich in calories, useful for medical purposes, and even for crafting ammunition. Moreover, this sugar factory is situated on the periphery of a zombie nest, which seemed like an opportunity. However, during the resource collection, an unexpected incident occurred. One team member suddenly went berserk, violently attacking his comrades, which drew the attention of the zombies and resulted in a swarm of elite creatures surrounding them. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, many companions were discovered and met a gruesome fate at the hands of the zombies, while Li Xian could only watch helplessly, paralyzed with fear. As he remained still, the plant's camouflage would not be compromised. Witnessing the gruesome demise of his comrades inflicted upon him an unbearable torment. At that moment, the elite zombies that had previously crawled away unexpectedly returned, their noses twitching and emitting low growls. Viscous saliva, tainted with blood, dripped from their mouths, landing squarely on Li Xian's face. A wave of intense nausea surged within him. The putrid stench of zombie saliva churned his stomach, threatening to shatter his composure. "I am but a tree. I am but a tree. I am but a tree," he fervently repeated in his mind, as if engaging in self-hypnosis. Fortunately, Li Xian managed to suppress his distress, and the zombie above him remained oblivious, continuing its arachnid-like crawl into the distance. He exhaled a sigh of relief. However, just then, a piercing scream erupted within the dark confines of the factory. Following this, the chilling roars of zombies filled the air as the surrounding elite zombies surged toward the source of the commotion. "This is bad. Another teammate has been discovered." Li Xian's heart raced with urgency. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a girl desperately sprinting toward the exit, her delicate face etched with panic. As a horde of zombies pursued her, "Sister." The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This girl was none other than his beloved younger sister, Li Yun. In front of her loomed a barricade of zombies, leaving her no escape within the dimly lit factory. In her fright, an icy aura radiated from her, causing vapor to rapidly condense, forming a protective wall of ice around her. However, a formidable horde of over 20 elite zombies besieged them. Their relentless roars echoed as their razor-sharp claws frantically scraped against the ice wall, sending shards flying through the air. Numerous other zombies, disturbed by the cacophony, continued to converge upon their location. Despair engulfed Li Yun. Once exposed, her demise was certain, leaving no hope for survival. In the corner, Li Xian felt an even deeper anguish. Having witnessed the gruesome deaths of several teammates, guilt weighed heavily upon him, and now, the thought of his sister being devoured by the undead plunged him into turmoil. He remembered his vow to protect her at all costs. The ice wall grew thinner with each assault, and Li Yun's energy waned, signaling the imminent end of her life. In a final act of desperation, she conjured an ice spear in her palm, her gaze resolute as she prepared to pierce her own throat. No. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the corner, followed by countless tendrils sweeping in like snakes, ensnaring the zombies' waists and legs, or directly piercing their bodies. The tendrils flailed wildly, scattering the zombies in disarray. Li Xian's figure emerged as he rushed towards his sister. "Brother." As she beheld his approaching silhouette, it felt as if time had frozen in that moment, leaving Li Yun in a state of shock. Yet, the elite zombies, possessing an extraordinary vitality, could only be truly vanquished by obliterating their skulls. They rose from the ground and lunged after Li Xian. "Brother, be careful," Li Yun exclaimed in alarm. With unwavering determination, Li Xian reached his sister and turned, spreading his arms as if to shield her from the oncoming horde. Swish, swish, swish. His body stiffened once more, countless tendrils stretching forth, weaving into a wall that shielded Li Yun. A roar erupted. The zombies were indifferent to such barriers, lunging at Li Xian, tearing and biting. The pain surged through him. His skin, as parched as withered bark, though not pierced, was relentlessly sapped of energy. This sensation was akin to every muscle in his body being taut, with no room for relaxation. Even his sphincter tightened under the strain. "Brother, what are you doing this for?" Tears streamed down Li Yun's cheeks. She understood her brother could not endure for long. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian declared, "I cannot merely stand by and watch my sister be devoured by zombies. I cannot bear it, truly." Li Yun's tears flowed uncontrollably. As an awakened wood elementalist, her brother possessed unparalleled camouflage abilities and could have awaited the rescue team in safety. Yet he chose to expose himself to save her. The agony from the bites coursed through Li Xian, each sensation akin to being pricked by countless needles, and he felt he was on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, he attempted to reassure her. "It's all right, hold on. We will endure until the rescue team arrives." "Is that really possible?" Li Yun's lips trembled. But scarcely had she spoken when a piercing scream escaped Li Xian. A zombie had sunk its teeth into his forearm, penetrating deeply, reaching his very limits. He was wholly sustained by sheer will, his consciousness beginning to wane. The pain intensified, yet he persisted. Even in death, he resolved to maintain this stance. Darkness encroached upon his vision, and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A long blade sliced through the air, sweeping across the heads of the zombies, severing them in two and causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. In an instant, those undead creatures collapsed, and through the swirling spray of crimson, the Li Xian siblings beheld a striking visage, handsome, with sharp features and three-dimensional contours, resembling a flawless piece of craftsmanship. The slight indifference in his gaze lent him an added air of coldness. "Not dead yet," Lin Dong muttered, brandishing the long knife that was, in fact, Cheng Luoi's tool. After dispatching the zombies, the blade had become stained with their foul blood, which dripped incessantly. Without hesitation, Lin Dong infused energy into the hilt, activating the fire-type crystal core, and scorching flames erupted, enveloping the entire blade. The searing fire incinerated the tainted blood into black ash that dispersed into the air. With a swift flick of his wrist, Lin Dong extinguished the flames, revealing a glinting edge that sparkled brilliantly, devoid of any blemish. His series of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with an effortless grace that appeared remarkably elegant. The Li Xian siblings gazed in astonishment, transfixed, their expressions reflecting a blend of admiration and joy as they realized that the rescue team had arrived. Exhausted to his limits, Li Xian's body slumped into his sister's embrace, and he began to weep openly, a stark contrast to the tears he had withheld even when mauled by the horde. Cheng Luoi and Sun Xiaoqiang, along with others, engaged in fierce combat at the factory entrance, holding back the throng of zombies. It was Lin Dong who had sensed the presence of awakened beings and rushed to their aid. Though the zombies were ferocious, they were no match for Cheng Luoi and Sun Xiaoqiang, especially with the assistance of two ice-type awakened beings. A multitude of zombies was swiftly eradicated. They advanced toward this direction. Li Yun certainly recognized Cheng Luoi and felt a wave of gratitude, yet her peripheral gaze lingered on Lin Dong with curiosity. Observing his handsome visage, she noted that despite having vanquished numerous zombies, his white shirt remained immaculate, a testament to his formidable prowess. In the refuge, she had not heard of such a figure. "Sister Cheng, who is this?" "Oh, this is Lin Dong, my friend," Cheng Luoi casually replied. "Oh, I see." Li Yun nodded repeatedly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned to Lin Dong. "Thank you for saving me and my brother." "You're welcome," Lin Dong replied nonchalantly, continuing. "Are you also an ice-type awakener?" "Yes, indeed," Li Yun responded truthfully. Recognizing the potential benefit of Lin Dong's assistance, she retrieved her phone. "Shall we exchange contact information?" "Huh." Li Yun's delicate face froze momentarily, her complexion reddening further as she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Although a hero had come to her rescue, this felt rather too direct. They were still amidst peril, and the request for contact details seemed abrupt. She felt unprepared. Perhaps, if they were to have children in the future, she might name one Lin Shi. Chapter 86. The soul's possession. We must depart. Let us hasten to find the others, Cheng Luai stated as she turned to leave. The earlier commotion had roused a considerable number of zombies, and outside the factory, a cacophony of growls echoed as a large wave of zombies approached. Li Yun supported Li Xian as they moved forward, her heart laden with concern for the well-being of their other companions. At this moment, Lin Dong felt an unsettling sensation, as if an otherworldly presence was enveloping everyone around him. It was as though something had quietly approached. Just then, Sun Xiaoqiang suddenly shook his head, appearing somewhat dazed. Hey, did you hear a cat meowing? What cat meowing? The others around him were bewildered. Brother Xiaoqiang, have you watched too many episodes of The Black Cat Sheriff? Are you experiencing auditory hallucinations? Zhao Miling remarked. They had long grown accustomed to Sun Xiaoqiang's peculiar behavior and nonsensical remarks, so they dismissed it lightly. However, Sun Xiaoqiang knocked his forehead with his palm, his confusion deepening as a faint sound of a cat meowing echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a child's wailing, which was disconcerting. In the next instant, he abruptly stood still, his originally intelligent eyes narrowing sharply, transforming into a pair of piercing yellow cat-like pupils. Meow! A chilling wail erupted from his mouth, reverberating through the dark factory, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. This time, everyone heard the so-called cat call. They quickly turned to look, their expressions turning to horror as a shiver ran down their spines, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. Sun Xiaoqiang's hair stood on end, his cat-like eyes narrowed, a strange smile playing on his lips as a guttural sound escaped his throat, akin to the growl of a wild beast. Brother Xiaoqiang, you. Zhao Miling's eyes widened in terror, nearly paralyzed with fear. Meow! Sun Xiaoqiang emitted another cat call, this one particularly mournful. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his fist and lunged towards Zhao Miling. Stand back. Cheng Luai surged forward, raising her arm to defend herself. Bang! A dull thud echoed, akin to the clash of hammers. Sun Xiaoqiang possessed considerable strength, forcing Cheng Luai to stagger back 5 or 6 steps before she managed to steady herself. Her wristband displayed a fluctuating number, pain level, 27. This fool possesses quite the strength, Cheng Luai muttered under her breath. As she observed, Sun Xiaoqiang appeared almost deranged, poised to launch another assault. Seizing the initiative, Cheng Luai flickered into motion, her speed intensifying as she delivered a powerful punch to Sun Xiaoqiang's face. Boom! The force of the blow sent Sun Xiaoqiang hurtling backward as if struck by a vehicle, propelling him over 10 meters before he crashed into the factory wall, causing it to collapse upon him in a cacophony of debris. The onlookers were filled with urgency and confusion, unaware of the reasons behind Sun Xiaoqiang's transformation. Yet they felt Cheng Luai's response was excessively harsh, stirring concern within them. Sister Cheng, why would Brother Xiaoqiang attack us? One asked. I don't know, Cheng Luai replied, shaking her head. However, I have long desired to strike him. The crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness. At that moment, the rubble shifted and Sun Xiaoqiang emerged, seemingly unscathed despite the beating, narrowing his feline-like eyes as he grinned at the crowd, clearly reveling in his state. Li Xian's eyes widened in horror as a realization struck him. Yes, I had a teammate who behaved in this manner, attacking us madly, which led to us being discovered by the zombies and trapped here. Could it be a form of mental control? Zhao Miling's brow furrowed in concern. No. After a prolonged silence, Lin Dong shook his head. Having just engaged in a careful analysis and deep contemplation, he concluded that he must be possessed by a cat. Possessed? The crowd was taken aback, having never encountered such a notion before. What kind of bizarre ability is possession? Sun Xiaoqiang, with his singular focus, was utterly unperturbed by mental interference or control. It was akin to a malfunctioning computer struggling to power on, let alone being susceptible to interference, rendering it impossible for anyone else to commandeer its operation. However, possession was tantamount to connecting to a new host and executing a novel program. This represented a form of restraint for Sun Xiaoqiang. What should they do? The group furrowed their brows, their hearts racing with anxiety. The roars from outside grew increasingly closer, signaling the approach of more zombies. Sun Xiaoqiang, with his feline gaze, launched another assault on Cheng Luai, and the two became embroiled in battle, momentarily ensnared. Lin Dong observed, astonished that the black cat possessed such an uncanny ability. The outside world was indeed perilous. He was at a loss as to how to counteract this power. Yet, to grasp the essence beneath the surface, one must address the root cause, Eliminating that black cat should suffice. Yes, simply kill the cat. What? The crowd turned to him, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern, as his handsome face remained calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Is it truly feasible? At that moment, the zombies were drawing near, their horrifying faces emerging in front of the factory, roaring ominously, a relentless tide surging towards them. As of now, both Li Xian and Li Yun have exhausted their energies and lost their combat capabilities. Cheng Loi is held back by Sun Xiaoqiang, leaving only Lin Dong and 2 construction workers capable of fighting. In the minds of the onlookers, merely surviving in such circumstances is a luxury, let alone vanquishing the black cat. Lin Dong's gaze was fixed as he brandished his long knife, advancing towards the horde of corpses. His steps were steady and powerful, his demeanor remarkably calm. Facing the throng of the undead alone, he truly embodied the spirit of a single hero standing against a multitude. A flicker of crimson light glimmered in Lin Dong's eyes as he unleashed the domain of the Corpse King. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, reminiscent of a tumultuous sea of blood, crashing towards the horde. In an instant, the previously frenzied mass of corpses halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. Frozen in time, the world fell silent at that moment. Subsequently, some of the lower-tier zombies burst apart, their flesh scattering and blood spraying across the air. With his long knife in hand, Lin Dong channeled his energy, igniting the fiery crystal core, which emitted a searing heat. A tempest of flames erupted, enveloping the elongated blade. With the flames in hand, Lin Dong's figure flickered as he charged into the mass of corpses, moving at an unparalleled speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. As he swung his long knife, the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, accompanied by a brilliant trail of fire, effortlessly severing the heads of the zombies. Wherever the blade passed, blood splattered, only to be evaporated by the flames, transforming into black ash that drifted away. Within mere strokes, Lin Dong eradicated a multitude of zombies. Traversing through the horde as if it were an uninhabited realm, he swept through the battleground like a tempest. The area surrounding him immediately transformed into a vacuum, with no undead daring to approach. With each strike, he shattered zombie skulls or cleaved them in twain. Wherever his blade pointed, victory was assured. The scene left Li Xian and the others utterly astonished, their minds reeling with disbelief at the sheer strength displayed before them. How could one slay zombies in such a manner? The unfolding events had completely shattered their previous understanding. Chapter 87. The Black Cat. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong relentlessly dispatched the zombies, slaying over 100 within a mere few breaths. Simultaneously, he was quietly searching for the location of the Black Cat, which should not be far from here. And then he found it. Lin Dong soon sensed a presence just outside the factory, beneath a large iron canister. As he lifted his gaze, 2 formidable zombies charged towards him. With a swift stroke of his blade, he severed their heads, sending a spray of foul blood into the air, along with 2 shattered cores. The evolution level of these zombies was notably high, indicating that the zombie king of this area possessed considerable strength as well. Lin Dong pressed onward, cutting a path through the corpses littering the ground, blood flowing freely in his wake. Outside, the light was dim, the sun having completely set, heralding the arrival of a long night. However, this did not hinder Lin Dong. A quick glance revealed the familiar dark figure curled beneath the iron canister. It was indeed the Black Cat he had seen earlier, its body coiled tightly, seemingly in a slumber. This was one of the significant drawbacks of possession. With its soul bound to Sun Xiaoqiang, the cat's original form lay immobilized. Yet, the number of elite zombies surrounding it had increased, as if they were specifically tasked with protecting the Black Cat. In the murky darkness, terrifying faces emerged. Upon identifying his target, Lin Dong withheld no further restraint. With a mere thought, he unleashed the full extent of the corpse domain. Bang, bang, bang. The nearby zombie erupted first, bursting apart with a force so intense it reached a peak of overwhelming pressure. Surrounding debris contorted under the strain. Even the towering metal cans vibrated with a resonant hum, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand, the liquid within them gushing forth in a rapid spray. Below, the shadow of the Black Cat curled into a tight ball. With a mournful cry, it sensed the peril threatening its essence and decisively abandoned Sun Xiaoqiang, returning to its own form. However, as soon as the Black Cat opened its eyes, it beheld a tall figure approaching. With each step, the pressure intensified, as if it were being crushed by a millstone. Feeling unfortunate, Lin Dong's gaze was fixed intently. The black cat, sensing the aura of death, felt its fur bristle. Its ears perked up, and its eyes filled with terror. It attempted to retreat, seeking to flee the horrifying realm of the dead. Yet its frail physique rendered such an escape impossible. Lin Dong swung his long blade, sweeping it down upon its head. The sharp edge sliced through with the ease of cutting through tofu, instantly embedding itself within. A howl of anguish escaped the black cat as its lifeless body collapsed, black blood streaming from the severed skull. Thus, the battle concluded. Lin Dong retracted the terrifying realm of the dead, expending considerable effort. After the recent skirmish, he had utilized nearly 1/10 of his energy. Yet, he soon noticed a peculiar detail. Within the cleaved skull of the black cat, there was no crystal nucleus. What could this mean? He stood in place, deep in contemplation. Could it be that the possession was not the awakening of the black cat's abilities? Perhaps. It could be explained in another manner. Thus, there exist other beings that have bound the soul of the black cat to Sun Xiaoqiang, which could also be interpreted as a bestowal of the ability to possess by this entity. It is indeed rather peculiar, Lin Dong mused inwardly. He felt that this journey had not been in vain. Fortunate to have discovered the truth early on, for had he remained unaware, he might have suffered considerably. Especially concerning his subordinate, Tank, who, like Sun Xiaoqiang, belonged to the category of those with a malfunctioning CPU, possessing great strength yet lacking in intellect. Just as Lin Dong dispatched the black cat, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted from deep within the area, the sound reverberating like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the city. Clearly, the carnage within the sugar factory had roused the attention of the zombie king residing in the nest. It was likely that the horde of zombies was rallying, rushing towards this location. It was time to leave. Lin Dong had no intention of engaging in a full-scale battle with them just yet. At the very least, after obtaining the Q virus, he aimed to allow his elite core to evolve once more for a devastating conflict, even if it culminated in victory, could provide opportunities for other zombie kings to exploit. Not to mention, there was the ever-watchful Tech Corporation. At that moment, from the darkness ahead, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Other members of the search team, having sensed the battle, ceased their hiding and hurried over. They contemplated the possibility of offering assistance in some capacity, contributing their efforts. However, the sight before them showed Lin Dong standing alone amidst a sea of zombie corpses, scattered debris, and twisted metal cans. The entire scene resembled a desolate landscape ravaged by catastrophe. A collective gasp escaped the lips of several onlookers, leaving them momentarily speechless. At this moment, within the factory, Sun Xiaoqiang's gaze expanded with renewed clarity, reminiscent of his former wisdom, yet his expression remained one of bewilderment. The recent disconnection from the mainframe felt akin to the disorientation following a bout of heavy drinking, resulting in fragmented memories that eluded him. All he felt was an all-encompassing ache throughout his body, with no part unscathed. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, a painful throb responding to his touch, revealing a visage bruised and battered. What just happened to me? Why does it hurt so much? Sun Xiaoqiang inquired, perplexed. Cheng Luoi scrutinized him, reassuringly stating, "It's nothing. You merely dozed off and took a tumble." "Really?" Sun Xiaoqiang's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Then what about the shoe prints on me? We should leave." Cheng Luoi's gaze intensified, having also heard the menacing growls emanating from the heart of the corpse nest. The others nodded in agreement, their faces etched with fear. Should they be surrounded by the tide of the undead, it would spell utter doom. "Have all the people been rescued?" Sun Xiaoqiang asked. "Hurry, stop fretting unnecessarily," Zhao Meiling urged. Subsequently, the group hastily departed from the candy factory, sprinting toward the riverbank. Fortunately, they were on the outskirts of the corpse nest, and before long, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears. However, shrouded in darkness, the river ahead appeared ominously black. Cheng Luoi glanced back, noting that the tide of corpses was drawing ever closer, the ground trembling slightly beneath them, while terrifying figures began to emerge on the distant streets. A few construction workers hurried forward, emanating an aura of chill, and, just as before, they reconstructed an ice bridge. This time, however, the bridge bore a gentle curve, resembling a slide. Once everyone leaped onto it, they slid swiftly across to the opposite bank of the river. "Ah, this is delightful." Sun Xiaoqiang rediscovered the joys of his childhood. Upon their arrival ashore, they swiftly dismantled the ice bridge. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, alive. The group, particularly the search team, led by Li Xian, felt as though they had narrowly escaped from the clutches of death, having traversed the gates of the underworld and emerged with their lives. The terrifying apocalypse was indeed perilous. Each day was filled with trepidation. On the opposite bank of the river, silhouettes of zombies began to manifest, pursuing the edge of the water, yet now they could only gaze longingly across the river, their roars echoing with fury and helplessness directed at the living. The dilapidated candy factory lay shrouded in darkness. Coal balls, coal balls. An aged voice called out, reverberating through the night sky, a hoarse and melancholic. An old woman emerged slowly from the shadows, her form hunched and her white hair disheveled. Yet, what struck fear into the hearts of many was her visage. Half of her face was a mass of wrinkles, while the other half bore the terrifying features of a pitch-black cat. Chapter 88. The Climbing Tiger. As the old woman called out, receiving no response, she understood well that the black cat was dead. A sinister chuckle echoed from behind her as a gaunt figure emerged, skin stretched tightly over bones, with hands devoid of flesh, revealing stark white skeletons. Good, they are all dead. It's better this way to spare me the annoyance of their incessant wailing. The corpse king grinned, displaying a row of sharp teeth. The old woman, her eyes filled with wrath, turned her feline half-face towards him, fixing him with a chilling stare. However, after a moment's contemplation, she refrained from unleashing her fury. It is humanity. Their lingering essence remains here. Merely sustenance. It does not stir up great tempests. Yet one must remain vigilant of the corpse king across the river, who has recently embarked on a frenzied expansion of his territory, gaining momentum. We ought to be cautious lest we become his next target, spoke the Bone Corpse King. The old woman cast him a sidelong glance. Humph, do you need to remind me? I have long been prepared. They cannot cross over. Very well then. The Bone Corpse King, disinclined to engage further, turned away, humming a little tune as he departed. Let us learn to meow like cats. Meow, meow, meow. The old woman's terrifying visage twisted in a grimace, feeling as if he were intentionally provoking her. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Chung Luoi, Lin Dong returned home. As per his routine, he indulged in a warm bath, changed into clean attire, consumed 2 crystal cores, and poured himself a beverage. At this moment, night had fully descended, enveloping the world outside in darkness. With the arrival of night, both the zombies and mutated beasts stirred restlessly, the echoes of roars reverberating throughout the apocalyptic city, and bloodshed continued unabated. Within Lin Dong's territory, tranquility was not a constant, particularly in the border areas. Around the North Mountain, the creeping vines of the climbing tiger had spread into the city, entwining the ruins of buildings or scaling the lampposts. These crimson-hued vines resembled blood vessels, pulsating with the flow of life. In the inky blackness, the climbing tiger on the lamppost appeared to come alive, its tendrils slithering like serpents, beginning to move slowly. Beneath the streetlight stood a ghastly zombie, its tattered garments stained with blood, swaying its head in a grotesque manner. Unbeknownst to it, tendrils from above were stealthily inching closer, now merely a meter away. Suddenly, like a serpent lunging for its prey, the vine struck with a swift motion, ensnaring the zombie's neck. A chilling scream escaped the creature as it was attacked, its hands thrashing wildly in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, the tendrils proved exceedingly resilient, tightening their grip and lifting the zombie off the ground. Suspended in midair as if in a noose, its legs flailed helplessly while its cries echoed through the night. In the next moment, several more tendrils emerged, penetrating the zombie's body like straws, voraciously siphoning its blood and flesh. Dark, viscous blood flowed from the stalks, embodying an ominous hue. This was not an isolated incident. Nearby, several other zombies fell victim to the vine's assault, some ensnared around their waists, others bound at their ankles. The once tranquil night was abruptly shattered by the incessant howls of the undead. A thunderous roar resonated in the distance as a hulking figure known as Tank appeared. With a puzzled gaze, he struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Had they come under attack? He hastened forward, grasping the tendrils ensnaring the zombie, and with a sudden tug, he severed them with a sharp pop. The dark blood that had been drawn forth erupted from the wound. However, the tenacious vines were undeterred, silently advancing in droves, seeking to entangle Tank. Some coiled around his ankles, while others bound his wrists. The Tank, endowed with immense strength, was far beyond the capabilities of the vines. With a vigorous display of force, he effortlessly tore the tendrils apart, causing dark blood to splatter. Realizing their impending defeat, the vines retreated swiftly, dragging the other zombies towards the northern mountains. The ordinary zombies, struggling on the ground, crawled forward with all their might. Yet their feeble strength proved insufficient to free themselves from the grasp of the vines, which pulled them several meters away in an instant. At that moment, a fierce wind swept in. With elongated, razor-sharp claws akin to steel blades, the newcomer severed the vines in a swift motion, rescuing the beleaguered zombies. Xiaoba transformed into a relentless mowing machine, his claws dancing through the air, shredding the vines into fragments and sending foul blood flying. The creeping vines, sensing their disadvantage, retreated like a receding tide into the forest, while Xiaoba and the tank pursued closely, quickly reaching the forest's edge. However, the sheer number of vines proved overwhelming. Several zombies were still dragged into the depths of the woods. It was as if they were consumed by darkness, their anguished cries fading into the distance until they were utterly silenced. The tank was indignant, determined to chase into the forest, but Xiaoba promptly halted him. "Hey, don't pursue any further." "What?" The tank paused, his expression filled with discontent. "How dare a mere plant challenge us? I intend to eradicate them completely. The vegetation is too dense inside. Do you wish to repeat last time's debacle, having the boss come to your rescue?" Xiaoba replied. Upon recalling his previous embarrassment, the tank calmed down somewhat. "Fine, I shall spare them this time. But what shall we do about this situation?" "That is quite simple." Xiaoba analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor and thoughtful consideration, and then sought out the leader. That evening, Lin Dong learned of the incident and was not particularly surprised. He had long observed the climbing vines displaying unusual behavior, indicative of an encroachment upon his territory. They had indeed arrived. Deep in contemplation, Lin Dong recognized that to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. The climbing vines would inevitably return, necessitating a thorough resolution of the matter. After the exhausting battle at the sugar factory during the day, Lin Dong chose not to rush into action. Instead, he opted to recuperate overnight to restore his body to its optimal state. The following morning, he arrived at the scene of the incident, accompanied respectfully by Tank and Xiaoba. "Boss, it unfolded like this. My younger brother was dragged into the thicket." Tank gestured as he recounted the events, attempting to recreate the scene for clarity. Lin Dong surveyed the area, which lay in disarray, strewn with shattered plant roots and dark bloodstains. There were also traces of the zombies being dragged away, long, gruesome trails that extended ominously toward the forest. In the distance, the lush greenery was teeming with clusters of climbing vines, appearing deceptively ordinary as the grass swayed gently in the breeze, concealing any hint of abnormality. Lin Dong discerned that these vines lacked autonomous consciousness. They resembled tentacles, controlled by a central intelligence lurking within the dense woods. The true mastermind lay hidden in the thick foliage. Chapter 89. Endless growth. "I shall venture inside to investigate," Lin Dong declared. "Oh, very well." The tank nodded foolishly, originally intending to express some concern, to remind the elder to exercise caution. However, upon turning around, he discovered that Lin Dong's figure had already vanished from sight. He activated his cloaking ability and stealthily made his way into the forest, silent as a specter. The woods were dark and damp, enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the rustling of leaves and the eerie calls of unknown birds. Lin Dong refrained from disturbing the climbing ivy, instead following its winding trails deeper into the woods. Aptly described as following the vine to seek the melon, curiosity stirred within him about what lay at the heart of this dense ivy. His journey progressed smoothly. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses of small creatures, humans, and even zombies, each emitting a foul stench, varying in degrees of decay. Some were infested with maggots, swarms of flies the size of thumbs buzzing around them. As he advanced, the climbing ivy grew increasingly dense. It was evident that this forest had been entirely claimed by it, marking its territory. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Dong emerged from the thicket, arriving at a forest road. This road led to the mountaintop, an area once inhabited by the affluent, replete with luxurious villas. Now, it lay utterly abandoned, overrun by vegetation. At the roadside, he spotted several overturned derelict vehicles, remnants of humanity's desperate flight into the mountains during the apocalypse. Approaching one of the rusted cars, he discovered a corpse, now reduced to brittle bones, with several spiders weaving webs upon the remains, scuttling back and forth. The storage compartments of the vehicles, the trunks, and even the fuel tanks had been pried open, bearing clear signs of having been ransacked. There were humans in the mountains. When the apocalypse erupted, the inhabitants of the city fled into the hills to escape the zombies, embarking on a quest for survival in the wilderness. Although the depths of the forest were fraught with peril, teeming with mutated beasts and plants, there remained a chance for the awakened among humanity to endure. Lin Dong turned his gaze and noticed the vines of the climbing tiger creeping along the roadway, extending ahead of him. He continued to follow this path, and it became increasingly evident that the corpses had grown more dense, ensnared, and entirely drained, reduced to mere mummies. After a brief while, a villa emerged in the distance. Once a luxurious edifice, it now lay in ruin, with the yard's fence and the villa's walls overrun by climbing tiger vines. The leaves, broad and fan-like, exhibited a deep purple-black hue, while the plant's roots had become notably robust, with streams of foul blood coursing through them. Something lurked within. Lin Dong sensed an unusual aura emanating from the villa. He cast a glance and was struck by the extraordinary sight in the courtyard. Corpses lay buried in the earth, with only their heads protruding, as the roots of the climbing tiger sprouted from their skulls. Some craniums had already decayed into skeletons, while others appeared fresh, having perished not long ago, leaving one to wonder where the climbing tiger had sourced its human prey. The landscaping in the courtyard was quite unique, Lin Dong mused. Noting the artistic flair of the climbing tiger, he stepped into the courtyard, where the pervasive presence of bodies filled the air with a scent of death, cold and oppressive, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that assaulted the senses. At this moment, anyone could perceive that this place was ominous. It seemed that retreat would be futile, and no one dared to approach. Only Lin Dong, undeterred, ventured into the heart of it. The once opulent villa's expansive windows were now shattered. Peering inside, he beheld a horrifying sight. Numerous corpses dangled from the ceiling like grotesque sausages, a macabre display of both human and animal remains, swaying slightly in the chilling breeze. Is this some kind of grotesque exhibition? Lin Dong silently mused. Just as he contemplated pressing forward, the nearby foliage began to rustle ominously, reminiscent of a rattlesnake, instilling a sense of foreboding. The ground was alive with creeping ivy, undulating like a serpent poised to strike, rising threateningly behind Lin Dong, ready to launch an assault. Discovered. A thought flickered in Lin Dong's mind, and in an instant, the realm of the dead unfurled. The encroaching vines behind him erupted in a cacophony of explosive bursts. As the realm expanded, pressure radiated outward in all directions. The nearby vines, akin to loaches dropped into hot oil, abruptly stood erect and began to writhe violently. Subsequently, they shattered one after another. Before Lin Dong's eyes, the scene was a chaotic dance of twisting vines and splattering foul blood. The once silent courtyard descended into turmoil. A piercing shriek echoed through the villa, reminiscent of a witch's wail, haunting and hysterical. The scream lasted a full 3 seconds, reverberating through the dense valley, stirring flocks of distant birds into flight. Are they emerging? With a swift motion, Lin Dong conjured a long blade from thin air, its energy ignited, engulfed in a surging inferno that enveloped the entire blade. Flames are the nemesis of plants. Lin Dong swung forward, reducing countless vines to ashes, while the remaining ones began to retreat in fear. With the plants no longer obstructing his view, Lin Dong regained his sight. Ahead lay a villa, its walls adorned with lush greenery that eerily formed a humanoid silhouette, which gradually emerged. You should not be here. The figure made a voice that was neither masculine nor feminine. Lin Dong gazed intently at the being, entirely enveloped in green, resembling a construct of woven leaves, leaving one to ponder whether it could be classified as plant or animal. However, it was certain that this entity was the brain behind the climbing vine. Do you permit yourself to rampage in my domain? Am I not allowed to seek you out? If you desire death, I shall oblige. A faint green luminescence emanated from the creature, surging towards its surroundings, while simultaneously, the entirety of the area witnessed the frenzied growth of the climbing vines. Countless tendrils rushing forth like a deluge. Lin Dong's vision was once again shrouded by the encroaching flora, as though he had been ensnared within a verdant realm. His eyes glowed crimson, unleashing the full extent of the corpse king domain. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a torrential sea of blood surging ahead. With a thunderous roar, following the deafening sound, everything around was obliterated, including the dense vines, swept away as if by a tempest. Countless leaves were cast into the air, disintegrating into powder under the immense force. The creature trembled, seemingly shaken, clearly taken aback by the formidable prowess of its opponent's domain. Yet it steadied itself, continuing to summon energy. Endless growth. With a gentle exclamation, the previously shattered vines sprouted anew, rapidly thickening before one's very eyes. The sky was enveloped by a myriad of plants, once again shrouding Lin Dong. Huh. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing that the prowess of the scarecrow was indeed quite sinister. With its strength, it was certainly not inferior to any of the external zombie kings. Moreover, its method of assault bore a resemblance to the formation of a domain. Chapter 90. Rooting out the weeds, the chaotic energy surged, causing the forest to descend into utter disarray. A subtle stalemate lingered between the two. Yet, the scarecrow brimmed with confidence, for since its inception, it had consumed an array of flesh and blood, from the tiniest insects and rodents to formidable beasts, including zombies and humans, nourishing itself to its current formidable state. The energy it had absorbed undoubtedly surpassed that of most creatures. How long can you endure? Surrounded by a tangle of vines, Lin Dong found himself besieged, with no end to the onslaught, yet his expression remained composed and unruffled. From his assessment, the scarecrow's strength undoubtedly exceeded grade A, perhaps even higher, proving to be somewhat troublesome. However, that was merely a minor consideration. Well, so be it. Suddenly, Lin Dong took a decisive step forward, channeling his formidable physical prowess. As his foot struck the ground, a resounding boom echoed. Cracks spread across the earth, reminiscent of an earthquake, as the ground began to collapse. The corpses buried beneath were shattered, their putrid remains scattering, accompanied by the roots of the plants that had thrived within. To cut the grass is to uproot it. With that step forward, the terrifying domain of the dead surged ahead, an overwhelming pressure radiating outwards for more than 10 meters, ready to engulf the scarecrow. The formidable combination of his physical strength and the domain of the dead rendered Lin Dong an unstoppable force. The scarecrow was immediately taken aback, sensing an unusual presence. The overwhelming force instilled a sense of foreboding within it. The creature before him was formidable. The growth of the vines had notably slowed, and although the scarecrow's energy continued to emanate, it was evidently at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Lin Dong remained assertive, exuding an indomitable aura. Such intense confrontation indeed consumed a considerable amount of energy, and he had already expended 1/5 of his strength. Yet, he could distinctly perceive that the opponent's resistance had significantly weakened. With a determined stride forward, Lin Dong bent his knees slightly, arching his body as he wielded his blade with both hands, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce, ready to strike. The realm of corpses continued to expand, engulfing the scarecrow, while the villa behind him seemed to disintegrate spontaneously, collapsing into dust in an instant. With a fierce resolve, Lin Dong tightened his grip on the long blade, channeling his energy to unleash a torrent of blazing flames from its edge. He propelled himself forward with great force, the tremendous recoil causing the ground beneath him to give way, as his body surged like a cannonball, propelled by the terrifying momentum of the realm of corpses. The scenery to either side blurred past, roots, leaves, and foul blood swirled around him. At that moment, the scarecrow perceived an approaching tempest, a calamity descending upon it. No. A profound sense of unease blossomed within the scarecrow's consciousness. The very essence of death was drawing near. I do not wish to perish. The scarecrow's heart rebelled against this fate. From a mere blade of grass, having begun by devouring ants, it had evolved to this scale, yearning to transcend its mountain confines and aspire towards the urban expanse, dreaming of one day flourishing across the globe. Little did it expect that upon venturing out of the mountains, it would provoke such a formidable entity. In an instant, the searing breath approached, its sharp edge poised to sever. Yet under the ominous shroud of the terrifying corpse domain, the scarecrow found itself utterly incapable of evasion. With a swift motion, Lin Dong wielded his long knife, slicing through the body of the scarecrow. A piercing scream erupted, echoing with sheer agony. Simultaneously, all of its resisting energy dissipated, and the serpentine vines began to retract rapidly, withering and decaying. In an instant, the chaos of the forest was restored to tranquility, leaving behind nothing but ruins. The scarecrow's body lay severed in twain, consciousness flickering as it slowly faded away. Lin Dong inspected it closely, eager to discern the nature of this peculiar creature. Upon meticulous examination, he realized it was indeed a conglomeration of grass, intricately woven into human form. At its chest, a round crystal pulsated with a faint glow, the source of its energy, resembling a crystalline core, yet possessing subtle differences. How powerful are you? A signal resonated within the scarecrow's consciousness. I cannot say, Lin Dong replied, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, for thus far, he had not encountered a being of equal stature. The scarecrow's soul trembled with profound astonishment. Were all the creatures beyond the mountains so formidable? Regrettably, it could not aspire to encompass the entire world. A mere blade of grass harbored dreams of dominion. And in its final moments, it conceived the last thought: the city is far too perilous. I must remain in the mountains. Subsequently, its remnants began to wither and decay, transforming into ash that scattered into the wind. Upon the complete demise of the scarecrow, a radiant crystal was left behind, emanating a gentle aura. Lin Dong picked it up and examined it back and forth. The energy it possessed was formidable yet chaotic. It was certainly not a crystal core. The interior of the crystal was not entirely transparent, but was instead speckled with fibrous-like structures, resembling a seed more than anything. Could it be edible? Lin Dong pondered inwardly. As a being of the undead, his primal instincts still prioritized the question of edibility. This peculiar plant seemed to have consumed a diverse array of flesh and blood, including insects, animals, zombies, and even nutrients from other plants. Surely, it posed no toxicity. Confronted with this object that resembled a seed, Lin Dong felt no appetite stirring within him, for he was not a herbivorous creature. Instead, he contemplated the possibility of taking it home to cultivate and observe what it might yield, and ultimately, to what extent it could develop. Fueled by a thirst for knowledge and curiosity, he stored the seed in his spatial compartment. However, as he was preoccupied with this matter, Lin Dong's senses heightened, detecting the approach of human presence. In the depths of the North Mountain, it was evident that humans still survived. The commotion from his recent battle with the plant creature had undoubtedly attracted attention. Indeed, 2 individuals were lurking stealthily behind a boulder, eyes keenly fixed ahead. What on earth was happening? All the carnivorous vines had withered away. I have no idea, one youth remarked. The vines are indeed gone. And look, there stands a person over there. The other replied, nodding vigorously. If the man-eating vines were still present, it would have been impossible for any human or other creatures to appear in that vicinity. Could it be that he was eliminated by him? What are you thinking? The young man retorted directly, for in his understanding, the man-eating vine was utterly terrifying, pervasive across the mountains and valleys, and certainly not something a solitary individual could tackle. He likely, like us, was drawn here by the commotion. Yet, why did that man-eating vine perish inexplicably? Another person found it astonishing. The young man pondered aloud. As for plants, some cease to grow and simply die once they reach maturity. Or perhaps, the man-eating vine ingested some toxic substance and succumbed to poison. Oh, indeed. Both individuals were awakened beings at the brain dance stage, lacking significant perceptual acuity. Before the apocalypse, they served as security guards for wealthy clients in a villa district. At this moment, they contemplated that the man-eating vine, having consumed countless flesh and blood, must have amassed enough energy to form a supercrystal core. If they were to acquire it, would they not soar to new heights? Chapter 91. The hidden cave. However, in this desolate wilderness, encountering another person made them cautious, and they discreetly observed Lin Dong, analyzing his background. Noticing he was alone, they deduced he was likely not part of the Black Scorpion organization, as that group typically operated in numbers. Furthermore, his attire was neat and appropriate, exuding an air of a successful entrepreneur or a wealthy heir. He was probably a survivor from the villa district, possessing a wealth of resources, regardless of whether for the crystal core or supplies. They deemed it necessary to keep him around. Let us go. Resolute in their decision, they ceased their concealment and approached him directly. Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that he had finally emerged. They had been waiting for quite some time. Meeting Lin Dong's gaze, the two raised their hands and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not be anxious. We mean no harm." Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Noting their tattered light blue security uniforms, shredded by branches, their unkempt long hair, unshaven faces, and the grime that adorned them, they resembled wild men. One of the youths, named Wu Daji, inquired, "Brother, where has the man-eating vine gone?" "I do not know," Lin Dong replied, shaking his head in confusion. The two exchanged glances, their suspicions confirmed. He had arrived in response to the sounds, seeking to investigate, which relieved them somewhat. Wu Daji's small eyes glinted with a hint of audacity as he scrutinized Lin Dong. "Have you found anything?" "Nothing," Lin Dong answered. Meanwhile, The other individual was scanning the ground, observing the surrounding wilted vines and decayed roots, finding no trace of the anticipated supercrystal. Could it be that there was nothing? Wu Daji, possessing a modicum of cleverness, harbored doubts, convinced that Lin Dong was deceiving him. In this desolate wilderness, no one, unless foolish, would disclose the discovery of treasures to strangers. Cough. Very well. Wu Daji nodded, concealing his skepticism, and shifted the topic, asking, "Brother, this forest is treacherous. Where have you been hiding these past few weeks?" "I have not been hiding," Lin Dong replied candidly. Wu Daji's narrow eyes narrowed further, as his inquiry aimed to uncover Lin Dong's secret base, likely filled with ample supplies. To his surprise, this individual exhibited considerable caution, revealing nothing. In this apocalyptic scenario, every additional person equates to an enhancement of strength. We must unite and cooperate to survive. "I believe you could join us," Wu Daji continued. "You all? Are there others?" Lin Dong inquired. Indeed, a nearby individual interjected before Wu Daji could respond. "Our security team originally comprised over 20 members, yet now we have lost more than 10. Furthermore," he suddenly fell silent, as if the next words were difficult to articulate. Lin Dong, however, had already surmised the truth. In the hillside villa area, apart from the security personnel and servants, there resided the affluent elite, individuals of immense wealth and status. Yet, in this new world order, the distinctions between the wealthy, the second-generation rich, and the beautiful elite had vanished, rendering all equal. Survival was now dictated solely by merit. Previously, these security guards had served the wealthy, subject to their commands and reprimands, and some harbored intense resentment towards the rich, driven by jealousy and contempt. Given their newfound power, it was not hard to envision the potential for cruelty, likely inflicting considerable suffering upon those once privileged. Such is the darker nature of humanity, which Lin Dong had witnessed many times before. Wu Daji remarked, "Our captain is an awakened core bearer, possessing formidable strength, and treats us well. It is due to his protection that we have survived thus far." The implication was clear. He was cautioning Lin Dong that, under the aegis of an awakened core bearer, any treacherous thoughts should be abandoned. Yet Lin Dong countered, "But you still lost over 10 individuals, did you not?" Wu Daji opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless. His companion beside him quickly interjected, "In any case, you should join us. The captain will certainly protect you." "Oh, I could certainly explore your camp first." "All right, no problem. If you find it unsatisfactory, you are free to leave at any time." A subtle smile graced the corners of Wu Daji's lips. Subsequently, Lin Dong proceeded leisurely, following the two into the dense forest. Each harbored their own ulterior motives. Wu Daji mused that this individual, dressed so impeccably, must possess a wealth of supplies, perhaps even a small refuge. After all, some affluent individuals, in their boredom before the apocalypse, enjoyed constructing such havens, which could be considered a serendipitous endeavor. Additionally, the crystal core of the carnivorous vines was likely within his possession. It was merely a matter of uncovering its hiding place. Thus, he resolved to keep Lin Dong at ease, gradually extracting information from him, or perhaps, discreetly following him until hunger compelled him to seek sustenance, at which point the location of his supplies would be revealed. As for Lin Dong's own intentions, they need not be elaborated upon. Initially, his purpose was to deal with the climbing vine, but on the return journey, he wouldn't mind foraging for some small fruits. Wu Daji smiled, remarking, "In truth, the mountains are not lacking in food. Sustenance is not the sole criterion for survival in this apocalyptic world. Those monstrous creatures are evolving, hence strength is paramount. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, a valid point," Lin Dong conceded. Simultaneously, he discerned the underlying implications within the words spoken, suggesting that possessing food is futile if one does not enhance their strength. Inevitably, one would be consumed by monsters. It would be more prudent to share it with teammates and collectively hunt the monsters to grow stronger. In essence, he was subtly insinuating and attempting to influence, bordering on manipulation. However, it was evident that he had misjudged his audience. Approximately 20 minutes later, signs of human activity began to emerge. Lin Dong spotted a tree beneath which a wire trap had been set, specifically designed for capturing hares. Numerous such small traps were scattered nearby. Moments later, a dirt hill came into view, which served as the hideout for Wu Daji and his group. Lin Dong quietly sensed the presence of over a dozen living souls within, half of whom were awakened individuals. "We have arrived. Let us enter," Wu Daji remarked. However, The hill was overgrown with weeds and bore no visible entrance, resembling a massive burial mound. Stepping forward, he called out, "Third brother, we have returned." "Password," came a muffled voice from within. "The king covers the earth and the tiger," Wu Daji promptly replied. With that, a thunderous sound erupted as the earth before them began to slowly crack, parting to the left and right, revealing an opening approximately 2 meters in length, width, and height. This was the ability of an Earth-type awakened individual. Moreover, the interior was not shrouded in darkness. Flickering flames danced within, dispelling all shadows and dampness. "Well done," Lin Dong mused inwardly. Moreover, this place is indeed quite secluded. Even one's own efforts to find it would likely prove futile without deliberate searching. Chapter 92. The star Wu Daji was the first to step inside. Awaiting them was a robust middle-aged man, his torso bare and his physique formidable, known as the Earth Element Awakener. "Third brother, Daji, what is the situation outside?" Third brother inquired anxiously. "The man-eating vine is truly gone. It has withered away, and I witnessed it with my own eyes." Wu Daji's face lit up with joy. For them, this was indeed splendid news, facilitating their endeavors to hunt and gather supplies. "This is simply wonderful." Third brother echoed his delight. Having previously encountered that creature, they had avoided it as one would a venomous serpent. Many brothers had perished at its hands, and now that it was finally gone, it felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. At that moment, third brother's gaze swiftly fell upon Lin Dong, a hint of caution glimmering in his eyes. "Who is he?" "He is someone we met while scouting the situation." Wu Daji recounted the events in detail, weaving the narrative seamlessly and discreetly exchanged a knowing glance. "Oh." Third brother immediately grasped the implication. "Then let us proceed inside and share this good news with the captain." The group ventured deeper into the cavern. Third brother turned back, harnessing his earth energy to seal the cave entrance. The surrounding light dimmed instantly, leaving only the flickering torches on the walls, casting shifting shadows upon their faces. As Lin Dong advanced further, he discovered that the entire earthen mound had been hollowed out, becoming increasingly spacious the deeper they traversed. In no time at all, they arrived in the heart of the mountain, where a grand hall unfolded before them. The walls were adorned with flickering torches, and rudimentary furniture, such as earthen tables and stools, populated the space. At the center, a long bench draped with a bare skin was occupied by a young man who reclined against it. Clad only in shorts, he held a roasted rabbit head in hand, gnawing at it while his gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong and his companions. His demeanor exuded the aura of a bandit leader, unmistakably indicating that he was the authority in this domain. The young man's name was Zhang Zihong, who had, before the apocalypse, dropped out of high school and taken up a security guard position, thus circumventing 40 years of typical life struggles. Despite his early 20s, he had accumulated 5 to 6 years of experience and risen to the rank of captain. "Captain, we have returned." Wu Daji stepped forward, wearing a sycophantic expression akin to that of a translator. "How are things outside?" Zhang Zihong inquired. Wu Daji recounted the events in meticulous detail, leaving no room for error. Upon hearing that the man-eating vines had withered, Zhang Zihong felt a surge of elation. He contemplated the prospect of expanding their influence and strengthening their faction. His gaze shifted to Lin Dong, but instead of confronting him outright, he offered a broad smile. "Welcome to our abode." "Oh, thank you," Lin Dong replied sincerely, his gratitude stemming from a genuine place. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, it became evident that Zhang Zihong was not alone. Several members of the security team were present, and in the dim corners of the hall, a few individuals huddled together, both men and women. Clad in tattered garments or in some cases, entirely nude, their faces smeared with dirt, resembling refugees. Zhang Zihong noticed Lin Dong's gaze and promptly leaped off the long bench, striding toward a secluded corner where he seized a girl and flung her into the center. The girl gasped in pain, kneeling sideways upon the ground, her figure slender and alluring, revealing a flawless silhouette. "Come, lift your head," Zhang Zihong commanded, bending down to delicately raise her chin with a finger, as if showcasing his prize. "Do you find her familiar?" "Who is she?" Lin Dong inquired with curiosity, scrutinizing the girl. Despite the smudges on her face, her beauty remained evident. Her oval visage, high nose, and large eyes were striking. At that moment, her thin lips were pressed together, radiating an air of humiliation that rendered her utterly pitiable. "It's the renowned star, Jiang Shui," Zhang Zihong declared. "Oh." Although Lin Dong seldom followed the entertainment industry, He had indeed heard of Jiang Shui. She was quite famous, a top-tier celebrity. He scrutinized the girl anew, realizing it was truly her. However, the once resplendent star now appeared woefully degraded, reduced to a state of subjugation and torment. It was no wonder others could hardly recognize her. The disparity was simply too vast. Clearly, prior to the apocalypse, Jiang Shui resided in a luxurious villa atop the mountain, but she had since fallen into the clutches of this group. Come now, starlet. Sing us a tune to lighten the mood, Zhang Zihong jested. As Jiang Shui had debuted as a singer and possessed remarkable vocal talent, often dubbed a walking CD, she would be compelled to sing during their moments of idleness. Jiang Shui's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, as if the phrase big star had morphed into a cruel mockery, piercing her deeply. Yet, she was acutely aware of the tactics employed by these individuals. Any hint of non-compliance would subject her to unspeakable torment. Thus, Jiang Shui resolutely began to sing. Each time, she found strength amidst her solitude. Each time, even when deeply wounded, she refrained from shedding tears. I know. I possess a pair of invisible wings that carry me away, soaring beyond despair. I choose not to dwell on it. Having gone a prolonged period without water, her voice bore a slight rasp. Jiang Shui's singing was indeed remarkable, perfectly encapsulating her current desolation. As her melodious voice resonated, two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. From being the center of admiration as a superstar, within a mere day, she had been reduced to a mere plaything of others, including a former security guard who once stood watch over her. This staggering fall from grace felt like a swift descent from paradise to hell. Hee, I must say, the apocalypse isn't so bad, Wu Daji remarked with a chuckle. In the past, they looked down upon us from their lofty heights, never sparing us a glance. Now, they must obediently heed our words. His companions nodded in agreement, their gazes darting towards a corner where a middle-aged man stood, accompanied by a woman. As they overheard the conversation, the woman began to tremble visibly, perhaps haunted by the torment she had previously inflicted. Wu Daji and his companions marveled at the cyclical nature of fortune, reflecting on the age-old adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, and not to underestimate the youth in their poverty. They felt as though they were embodying the archetype of a triumphant protagonist in a tale of redemption. At that moment, Jiang Shui concluded her song, clinging to her knees and burying her head in her arms, weeping in anguish. Zhang Zihong, sensing the display had reached its conclusion, turned to Lin Dong and said, If you wish to join us, now is the time to present the human-devouring vine's crystal core along with the supplies you have stored. We can still be brothers. But otherwise, your fate will mirror that of those who came before you. Consider what outcome you desire. All right, Lin Dong replied, slowly raising his gaze. In the dim light, his pupils reflected the flickering flames with a hint of excitement. You seek the crystal core, do you? I shall procure it for you. Chapter 93, Liberation O? The crowd perked up at the mention of the crystal core. They were well aware of the deadly vine that had claimed countless lives, and the crystal core it produced was undoubtedly a rare and precious artifact. Just moments ago, they had been told there was no core. Now it seemed one was indeed available. Hurry and show it to me, shouted the eager Sengu, his impatience evident. Lin Dong gestured, come closer, and I shall reveal it to you. Very well. Without a second thought, Sengu approached. Unbeknownst to him, he was drawing ever closer to his demise. Meanwhile, Wu Daji and the others watched intently, curious about the appearance of the human-devouring vine's crystal core, while quietly contemplating the implications of Lin Dong's earlier claims of its absence. It appeared that he lacked the necessary intimidation factor, and it was the captain's formidable presence that had managed to keep him in check. Where's the crystal core? At this moment, Sengu approached Lin Dong, closing the distance to less than 2 meters. In the next instant, Lin Dong lifted his slender hand and suddenly reached forward, piercing directly into the giant's skull. With a gentle grasp, he extracted a soil-brown crystal core. Behold, is this not the crystal core? Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. His swift movements caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated such an audacious maneuver. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, realizing something was amiss as they watched Sanji's robust form slump lifelessly to the ground. You, one companion, wide-eyed in disbelief, began to utter. But Lin Dong, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a long blade that swiftly severed the man's head from his shoulders, silencing him forever. Damn it! This guy is launching a sneak attack. Quickly, kill him. How dare he toy with us? The surrounding individuals, enraged, charged forward. Yet Lin Dong remained as composed as a tranquil lake, moving with the swiftness of a startled rabbit, Once he unleashed his killing intent, he offered them no chance. As his eyes glowed with a menacing light, a terrifying aura of death enveloped the scene. The first two assailants who rushed forward seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, freezing in place. Their expressions of fury morphed into sheer terror. With a horizontal sweep of his blade, Lin Dong claimed 2 more heads. So ferocious. Wu Daji was profoundly shaken. Witnessing this man dispatch his foes with the ease of a butcher, his actions honed from experience, revealing him to be far from an ordinary survivor. What kind of entity had he unwittingly summoned? A sense of dread surged within him. He swiftly retreated, taking refuge beside Zhang Zihong, who he regarded as the epitome of strength. Captain, what shall we do? This individual is exceedingly perilous. Zhang Zihong, a core awakener, had already sensed the danger. Wu Daji's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the captain expressed such concern? At that moment, chaos reigned within the mountain's depths. Members of the security team were falling one after another, heads soaring into the air, and a mist of blood enveloped the scene. Under the flickering flames, everything was draped in an eerie scarlet hue. For these low-level awakeners, Lin Dong was a relentless harbinger of death. They stood no chance against him. In the blink of an eye, they were on the verge of being annihilated. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui and the others, drawn by the commotion, looked up in astonishment. In a corner, the wealthy man's wife's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Darling, look, that group of beasts is being slaughtered. Are we to be rescued?" "Yes. Let us hope he is a savior from the sanctuary." The wealthy man silently shared her prayer. In any case, the demise of the security team brought them a sense of relief. Zhang Zihong clenched his jaw tightly. Witnessing the slaughter of his comrades filled him with dread. Yet retreat was no longer an option. Reluctantly, he prepared to engage. An intense heat radiated from him as flames began to rise, enveloping him entirely, revealing him to be a B-level fire awakener. Zhang Zihong's method of attack was rather conventional. With energy enveloping his form, he leaped into the air, raising his fist to strike at Lin Dong. His fiery fist crackled through the air, creating a series of sonic booms. From the perspective of an ordinary person, the scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness. "Go, Captain!" Wu Daji fervently cheered inwardly. For he was merely an awakener of the brain dance stage, and thus could not partake in such a fierce battle. However, witnessing the captain's decisive action, he held on to a flicker of hope for a turnaround. Yet, Lin Dong sensed the fiery adversary approaching, and with a mere glance, the domain of corpses erupted like a tempestuous wave. Zhang Zihong's body froze, as if ensnared in the depths of the ocean. He clenched his teeth, managing to move only with great effort, though it proved futile. Lin Dong wielded his blade with a swift diagonal slash, the razor-sharp edge effortlessly cleaving through Zhang's form, severing him in twain. In an instant, the once blazing flames were extinguished, and Zhang Zihong's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, a crimson crystal core bursting forth. "What?" Wu Daji stood in stunned disbelief. The captain, whom he regarded as the strongest, had been slain with a single stroke, as if it were no different than taking the life of an ordinary person. How could this be? At that moment, it felt as if his very faith had crumbled. Lin Dong, having dispatched the human awakeners with remarkable efficiency, concluded the grim affair in mere moments. Since he had eliminated the Earth-type awakener, it became increasingly challenging for the others to escape this grave mound, sealing their fates to a tragic end. After slaying Zhang Zihong, Lin Dong approached Wu Daji, bloody blade in hand. Wu Daji trembled uncontrollably, akin to a fledgling chick caught in a tempest, suddenly struck by a troubling thought. The man-eating vine. Was it you who dealt with it? Indeed, you are the only one to have discerned the truth, that there shall be no reward for you, Lin Dong replied. And with that, he swung his blade once more, extinguishing yet another life, sending it to the underworld. At this point, the security team had been entirely eradicated, and the entire grave mound returned to a profound tranquility, interrupted only by the crackling of surrounding flames. The flickering light cast shadows that danced erratically around the area. The ground was littered with headless corpses, blood flowed freely, and the pungent scent was overwhelming, the enclosed environment amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Dong glanced at the surviving individuals in the corner and approached them. "Well done. Those beasts deserve their fate," a woman exclaimed with a grotesque expression, her demeanor reflecting that of a truly unruly shrew. "Hurry, get me out of here." Without further ado, Lin Dong raised his hand and swiftly severed her throat. Her eyes widened in disbelief. A look of shock plastered across her face as she attempted to utter something, but could only produce muffled sounds. Blood surged into her trachea, choking her to death. her body collapsing beside the wealthy man, who convulsed a couple of times. "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me." The affluent man was nearly paralyzed with fear, tears and mucus streaming down his face. "I have money. I can give you everything. Just spare my life. Look at you." "Babbling nonsense," Lin Dong remarked disdainfully. In this apocalyptic world, money was no more than worthless paper, utterly devoid of value. It seemed these individuals could offer no further worth. So he readily granted him release. Chapter 94. The flower pot. Lin Dong had dealt with several of the humans. In the entirety of the grave mound, only Jiang Shui remained. She gazed at the scene before her with a vacant expression, devoid of fear or panic, her demeanor more akin to numbness, tinged with a hint of relief. From a dazzling star to a captive in chains, tormented by the cruelty of others, the stark contrast proved unbearable for her. She had lost the courage to continue living. Lin Dong discerned the plea for death in her gaze, and with a swift stroke, he ended her life, thus redeeming yet another tormented soul. Lin Dong mused to himself, "I am the reborn corpse king, the savior of the apocalypse." After performing this act, he gathered the lifeless body and blood, employing his necromantic abilities to traverse through the earth, emerging from the grave. Outside, it was midday. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, cascading like countless threads, creating a Tyndall effect. The forest was occasionally interrupted by peculiar bird calls, rendering the scene eerily tranquil. Lin Dong glanced back, estimating that there might still be survivors in the villa area atop the mountain, but he had no intention of pursuing them at present. It seemed unnecessary to eradicate every last one, as it held little significance for him. With that thought, he vanished in an instant, using his stealth abilities to retrace his steps back to his domain. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Dong emerged from the woods. Xiaoba and Tank, accompanied by a cadre of elite subordinates, awaited him respectfully at the periphery. Not long ago, they had noted that the dense ivy had withered. "The boss has returned. It appears he has dealt with that little nuisance," Xiaoba remarked. "Indeed, the boss never fails," Tank replied with admiration. "Time to eat," Lin Dong succinctly declared, gesturing to hurl a dozen corpses into their midst. The lifeless eyes flared open at the scent of blood, igniting a frenzy as they lunged forward like ravenous wolves. The boss even caught prey. Is this an unexpected bounty? How delightful it is. Lin Dong paid no further attention to the feasting corpses and returned home. After a refreshing shower, he settled onto the sofa, and in the palm of his hand, a seed materialized. Its energy was mottled yet undeniably potent. How does one cultivate this? Lin Dong pondered. Clearly, this seed crystal core could not simply be planted in a hole with some soil. Conventional methods would surely fail. Suddenly, he recalled that during his time on the mountain, the roots of the climbing vine thrived within the craniums of skulls. Perhaps this was the method he should adopt. He rose and gazed out at the street, where zombies roamed aimlessly, and an unusual idea sparked in his mind. Previously, while assaulting other Zombie King territories, he had encountered various hybrid creatures, such as the human-faced rat and the octopus spider woman. This suggested that zombies possessed remarkable compatibility. Could he not create a hybrid creature himself? Merely by fusing the mutated plant seed with a zombie. With determination, Lin Dong decided to take action, utilizing his necromantic abilities to descend to the street below. Upon seeing him, the surrounding zombies bowed their heads in deference. Lin Dong's gaze swept across the area until it landed on a particularly elite zombie, one that had been injected with the Z virus from the Ace Legion. "You. Come here." The zombie lifted its gaze, curiosity piqued. It was unprecedented for the leader to single it out in such a manner. Nonetheless, it approached with utmost respect. Lin Dong chose the elite zombie, fearing that the seed's energy might be too overwhelming for an ordinary zombie to handle, potentially resulting in it being devoured as mere nourishment. However, even with the elite zombie, success could not be guaranteed. Should failure ensue, a formidable subordinate would be lost. Yet, should success be attained, a powerful fusion creature would emerge. Tech Corporation frequently conducts human experiments, and Lin Dong's endeavor could be deemed a zombie trial. He retrieved a seed and, utilizing his domain abilities, deftly placed it within the zombie's cranium. The creature stood motionless, bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Do you feel anything?" Lin Dong inquired with curiosity. "Nothing at all," the zombie replied, shaking its head. However, as it did so, a peculiar crackling sound emanated from within its skull, reminiscent of roots taking hold. "Ah, my head itches terribly," the zombie exclaimed, suddenly beset by an unbearable itch, dropping to its knees in evident agony. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. apprehensive that he might be on the verge of failure. With a thunderous roar, the zombie howled, its voice reverberating through the air. As its eyes opened, the pupils transformed into a haunting shade of emerald green. In an instant, a crisp sound erupted as a delicate green sprout emerged from its crown. The creature's aura intensified significantly, and the nagging itch dissipated. It spread its arms wide, fingers morphing into vines that radiated outward, startling the surrounding zombies. What has happened to him? They wondered. The vines then retracted, reverting to fingers, and the zombie flexed its hands, a look of astonishment gracing its visage. Boss, I've acquired a peculiar energy. I feel immensely stronger. Oh. Lin Dong nodded, his gaze fixated on the tender green sprout atop the zombie's head. It was evident that his experiment had succeeded, yielding a fusion creature as a subordinate. Yet, an inexplicable peculiarity lingered in the air. In other households, the amalgamated creatures often possessed terrifying appearances or commanding presences. Yet, in Lin Dong's case, his creature sported a single blade of grass atop its head, rendering it somewhat comical. Nonetheless, it is said that to navigate through life, one must carry a hint of green. Lin Dong accepted this reality. However, the aura of the undead had indeed intensified significantly, and its potential seemed boundless. Should it consume sufficient flesh and blood in the future, it could achieve the endless growth characteristic of the grassman. Thus, he became the fifth notable subordinate under Lin Dong's command. Lin Dong aptly named him Flowerpot. As night fell, the sky turned somewhat overcast. A cool breeze swept by, and before long, a light rain began to fall, creating a rhythmic patter outside the window. Yet, the rain-soaked night could not deter the carnage within the apocalyptic city. Beneath the pitch-black heavens, frenzied roars could still be heard intermittently. Lin Dong found himself snugly ensconced at home, indulging in a sense of comfort. He sat on the sofa, perusing his phone for intelligence. With a particular focus on Tech Corporation, contemplating the acquisition of the Q virus. Upon logging onto the Tech Corporation's official website, he discovered several updates. According to our research, we have mastered soil-less cultivation technology, allowing crops to be placed in nutrient solutions, thus maturing at an accelerated rate, which could alleviate certain food shortages. Good news. Our company is set to transfer an A-class awakened being from headquarters to ensure the safety of survivors. These two announcements, seemingly mundane and self-serving, much like a vendor boasting of their wares, were mere attempts to showcase their capabilities and bolster public trust. However, Lin Dong pondered to himself, an A-class awakened being. Could it be arriving alongside the Q virus? Chapter 95. Ambush and A-grade awakened is undoubtedly deemed a formidable force at this stage. Beneath the announcement, numerous comments poured in. Wow, an A-grade awakened. Surely, they would rank among the top 10 in our shelter, right? Most zombie kings have only evolved to be level. An A-grade is indeed powerful. Tech Corporation is truly remarkable, providing food and strength. It makes me want to seek refuge there. Be cautious, though. They might use you as a human test subject and feed you to the zombies. There is speculation about whether an A-grade awakened can alter the dynamics of Jianbei City, and everyone awaits further developments. Lin Dong turned off his phone, ceasing to observe, as he anticipated that it would not be long before he encountered the A-grade awakened. Simultaneously, he mentally prepared himself to consume the A-grade crystal core. The persistent drizzle had lasted several days, rendering the apocalyptic city somewhat damp. On this day, the rain finally ceased, and the air was significantly refreshed after the cleansing. Numerous insects frolicked in the muddy soil. At the edge of the apocalyptic city, the sound of a helicopter's propeller echoed through the sky as it descended slowly. A team of awakened from Tech Corporation, accompanied by armed personnel, awaited below. This time, they had learned their lesson and refrained from flying directly over the city. For humanity was not safe in the skies. As the helicopter landed smoothly, the whirring of the propeller gradually subsided. A tall young man clad in nanocombat gear emerged from the helicopter. With golden hair, azure eyes, and a prominent nose, he was unmistakably a foreigner. The young man was an A-class awakener from the headquarters of Tech Company, named Tang Sena, tasked with the transport of the Q virus. In his left hand, he carried a gleaming alloy case. "Greetings, Mr. Tang Sena," said the captain of the awaiting awakener squad as he approached for a handshake. Tang Sena nodded. "Let's proceed. I have mapped out the safest route into the city, where the zombies are relatively sparse," the captain, Kai Jian, a speed-enhanced awakener, informed him. Tang Sena appeared unfazed. "The number of zombies is inconsequential. We can simply eliminate them." "Oh," Kai Jian replied, sensing the foreigner's audacity. "Mr. Tang Sena, You may not be familiar with the circumstances in Zhongbei City. It would be prudent to exercise caution. There is nothing I am unaware of. The city where I previously resided boasted a population of 20 million, densely packed, having evolved numerous formidable zombie kings. No one understands zombies better than I do, Tang Sena asserted. Impressive indeed, several squad members exclaimed, clearly in awe of his experience. You must have encountered the cunning zombies, then? A girl inquired with curiosity. Certainly. I have dispatched more than one. I possess considerable expertise in dealing with them, Tang Sena replied. Kai Jian and the others nodded, recognizing that this foreigner was extraordinary. Perhaps it was due to his nationality that he exhibited a more flamboyant demeanor, in contrast to the more reserved nature typical among locals. As they conversed, they made their way towards the city, stepping onto the urban streets. Following the normal route, they would need to traverse the territory previously held by the Serpent's Eye, which had now been absorbed by Lin Dong. Currently, Tech Corporation refrains from provoking Lin Dong, opting instead to take a detour and navigate along the periphery of other zombie overlords' territories. However, a few zombies still roam the streets. Upon spotting several humans, they charge forth like rabid dogs. Fortunately, these low-level zombies pose no significant threat. A group of armed personnel wielding alloy long knives swiftly dispatches the undead. During the skirmish, Tang Sena also intervenes, utilizing his awakened ability, the enhancement of bodily parts known as Phantom Ghost Hand. Dark energy swirls around his right hand, resembling flames. With a swift motion, he grips a zombie by the neck. The once ferocious creature becomes eerily quiet in his grasp, its body frozen as if paralyzed. Indeed, the Phantom Ghost Hand possesses a paralyzing effect. Any biological entity it touches loses its capacity for movement. With a surge of strength in his fingers, a sharp crack resounds as he decapitates the zombie. Truly formidable. Kai Jian and the others observe in silence, their hearts filled with awe. The few zombies are effortlessly subdued by the humans. As long as they avoid encountering the zombie overlord in the skyscraper district, they should be fine. A female team member expresses her concern, clearly haunted by the past. Kai Jian attempts to reassure her, stating, "This time it won't happen. We've taken such a long detour. How could we possibly cross paths with him?" Another male team member adds, "Unless he intentionally seeks to block our way." Unbeknownst to them, a dark crow swiftly soars through the sky, its crimson eyes glimmering as it surveys the scene below. After the team, led by Kai Jian, had vanquished the zombies, they pressed onward. Kai Jian posed a question to Mr. Tang Sena, pondering his extensive knowledge. Perhaps he could provide some insight. Mr. Tang Sena, do you believe there is a limit to the evolution of zombies? For instance, will their strength plateau at a certain point? Tang Sena contemplated before responding. I believe there must be a limit. Every species encounters constraints. A flicker of reassurance washed over Kai Jian, for the notion of zombies endlessly evolving was indeed terrifying. However, Tang Sena shifted his tone. Yet, if zombies do reach their limit, they may dominate the entire world, becoming the deities of our blue planet. With your capabilities, there is no need for such concerns. Well? Kai Jian nodded, still dazed, feeling the gravity of the situation. The struggle for humanity's survival was exceedingly arduous. Tang Sena continued, moreover, for those zombie kings that have evolved with extraordinarily high intelligence, referring to them merely as zombies is no longer accurate. I prefer to call them the Undying Clan. A collective gasp escaped the group. The term Undying Clan evoked an unsettling fear. At that moment, Kai Jian suddenly noticed a peculiar quietude surrounding them. Ahead, the street lay devoid of zombies, littered only with refuse and abandoned vehicles. Additionally, the dilapidated buildings were entwined with vibrant green vines, creeping along the street lamps and climbing over the wrecked vehicles. How strange, it is so eerily silent here, Kai Jian mused, sensing an underlying unease. A team member spoke up, isn't it better without zombies? It saves us from trouble. With that, they continued their forward march. However, Tang Sena remained silent. He was a physical enhancement awakened being, possessing a considerable level but with limited perception. The group soon entered the realm of the vines. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the dense foliage to sway in unison. Below, the vines began to stir slowly, stealthily following the two armed personnel until they silently coiled around their ankles. Chapter 96, Express Delivery. As the two armed personnel took a step, they suddenly felt a tightness around their ankles, as if something had grasped them. What was happening? They looked down, only to discover the green vines ensnaring their ankles. Almost immediately, a tremendous force surged forth, yanking the vines backward with a sudden ferocity, akin to a giant serpent rearing up, leaving the two suspended in midair. Help! Help! What on earth is this? With their heads hanging down, they struggled incessantly. Yet, several other vines rose around them, shooting forth like arrows. Thud! The vines pierced their bodies, akin to straws, voraciously siphoning their blood. Their forms visibly withered, on the verge of becoming mere desiccated corpses. Kai Jian and the others, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly turned to witness the horrifying scene. The vines, now drenched in crimson, feasted upon their blood, leaving the suspended bodies resembling bloodthirsty serpents in a frenzied dance. What manner of creature is this? Even Tang Sena, despite his extensive experiences, had never encountered such a bizarre spectacle. Meanwhile, the surrounding vines seemed to be activated, rustling along the ground as they surged toward the group. Defend yourselves. Kai Jian, upon realizing he was under attack, immediately issued a command. He swiftly drew his alloy long knife and severed the encroaching vines. The awakened individuals were formidable in their own right. The vines alone were insufficient to vanquish them. It appeared to be merely a case of mutated plants, likely under the control of a mastermind that needed to be eradicated. Tang Sena remained entirely unfazed. Kai Jian and the others nodded in agreement, turning their gazes towards the direction of the vine growth, intending to follow the trail to its source. However, as their eyes focused further, they discovered a slender girl standing ahead. With a sinister grin stretching from ear to ear, the female zombie revealed 2 rows of sharp fangs and lunged forward with manic abandon. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, their pupils dilating in sheer terror. It was evidently a corpse king. Moreover, the speed of Xiaoba accelerated, reaching its peak in an instant, her form vanishing like a wisp of smoke. They were confronted by this eerie specter. The group faced that direction, eyes wide with vigilance, as if preparing for an imminent battle. One awakened individual, specializing in mental abilities, was intently focusing on sensing the surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow silently crept up behind and emerged from her own silhouette. In a state of shadow transformation, Xiaohei appeared as if surrounded by black flames, her sharp claws aimed directly at the girl's heart. With a swift motion, and with the others distracted by the approaching Xiaoba, they failed to notice the imminent danger. Xiaohei's claws pierced through the girl, extracting her heart in a single gruesome motion. With the bloody heart in hand,